Flash thunder slash trained diligently all night, full of vigor, its progress steadily rising. Gale step refused to fall behind. A flash of inspiration struck, and it broke through to the proficient realm. Mighty bull art strenuously tempered itself all night, tireless, elevating Ning Chuan's physique by a notch. Morning in a single apartment. Ning Chuan woke up. Listening to the usual reminder sounds, he was very calm, already devoid of the initial panic. Progress again. Ning Chuan murmured to himself, carefully sensing his current strength, his facial expression unchanged. He raised his hand, exerting slightly. Instantly fierce winds arose, even the chandelier on the ceiling swayed. Seeing this, Ning Chuan's gaze was indifferent, without ripples. It wasn't that he was putting on a cold act. The truth was, this kind of power was nothing to be proud of. The world he had transmigrated to, aside from many advanced modern technologies, also boasted countless martial arts. Through cultivation, humans could master formidable supernatural power. The old folks sweeping the streets, no exaggeration, could lift cauldrons with ease. Let alone high-level martial artists. They could destroy cities, shatter mountains, tear the sky, traverse star systems. Their might as formidable as the legendary gods. This was a high martial world. Martial arts flourished, everyone cultivated. This was evident even from the college entrance exam. Cultural courses accounted for only a small portion, with the main assessment focusing on students' personal combat power. The original body Ning Chuan had transmigrated into was precisely a high school senior about to take the college entrance exam. Not a slacker, he had gotten into a city-level key high school. But not outstanding either, or disregarding cultural scores, he ranked among the lowest in the school. With my current strength, I'm certainly no longer at the bottom, but I can only just barely touch the threshold of a martial arts university, still stuck in the stubborn bronze tier. But then, Ning Chuan curled his lips slightly, and with a thought, a translucent fluorescent interface appeared before his eyes. Power Awakening Level 4. Mighty Bull Art Expert Progress 23. Gale Step Proficient Progress 1. Flash Thunder Slash Basic Progress 20. Not long ago, when Ning Chuan transmigrated, this system had come along with him. Any martial art he learned could be cultivated automatically. Extremely diligent. The kind that trained nonstop 24 hours a day, terrifyingly driven. Even a capitalist would have to admit its efficiency. Most importantly, the progress of martial arts was astonishingly fast. For example, Gale Step's breakthrough to proficient realm. If it were the original Ning Chuan, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 more months of hard training, but with the system, less than a week. More than 10 times faster. Pity the improvement in cultivation realm is somewhat slow. At this stage, I can't even see the shadow of awakening level 5. Ning Chuan shook his head, pondering. Mighty bull art, which tempers the body, is different from other martial arts. As a breathing technique, its realm progression isn't the issue, but the effect on body tempering is limited. Breathing techniques were martial arts used for cultivation and self-strengthening. The process of cultivation was divided into 2 aspects: first, the improvement of the technique's own realm, and second, the tempering of the practitioner's body. The 2 were closely related. The higher one's own realm, the more efficient the tempering. But the problem was, no matter how high the efficiency, if the energy supply was insufficient, the practitioner's physical quality couldn't improve. The solution is actually simple: food rich in nutrients like specialized martial arts nutritional liquids, beast meat, etc. The problem is they're too expensive. Ning Chuan found it troublesome. The original host's identity was actually quite pitiful: an orphan, whose only income came from the government's pension. Thanks to Qingshan City's decent development, he could receive 1,500 yuan per month. If spent sparingly, it was enough for daily necessities. But to support martial arts training, it fell far short. Poor scholars study, the rich practice martial arts. I need to find a way to earn some money. Ning Chuan got out of bed, thinking to himself. He wanted to get into a good university. After all, his cultivation method was special. With the system, he could train in multiple martial arts. The place with the most martial arts was the university. Especially good universities which housed more martial arts. After a simple breakfast, Ning Chuan walked out of his rented residential complex. It was March, or the early spring morning was slightly chilly, with green shoots appearing along the roadsides, frost flowers condensing on newly sprouted leaves. The complex was located in the old city district with convenient transportation. A bus stop not far from the gate. The fare was only 1 yuan, and with a student card, even 20 off. However, thinking of his bank account balance, which only had 3 digits left, Ning Chuan decisively chose green travel. He warmed up a bit, then stepped forward and ran towards the school. On the way, Ning Chuan casually tested his speed. A full sprint 100 meters in 7 to 8 seconds. If he used the martial art Gale Step, he could be even faster. If this were my past life, I'd be a city soldier king. Half an hour later. Qingshan City No. 1 High School. Ning Chuan gradually slowed down, switching from running to walking. Sweat kept seeping from his forehead, but his breathing remained steady without disorder. Mighty Bull art was known for its endurance. According to legend, this characteristic was mainly due to its creator's 7 wives. Approaching the school gate, Ning Chuan encountered his good friend Guo Renyu, a chubby teenager with a round face and crew cut in the same class as him. As for his strength, the homeroom teacher had advised Guo Renyu not to waste energy on cultivation as it was meaningless. The college entrance exam wasn't worth it. Guo Renyu sized up Ning Chuan, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He scratched his head and said, "I feel you've changed a lot. These past few days, no late arrivals, no early departures, you listen intently in class without daydreaming." Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile on his lips. There are 100 days left until the college entrance exam. It's time to work hard. If I delay any longer, I feel I won't be able to get into Star River University. Star River University. Its name alone showed its extraordinary nature. It was the strongest university in the Human Federation. One could imagine the number of martial arts it possessed. Don't dream in broad daylight. Guo Renyu rolled his eyes and said, "Still, if you work hard, your chances of getting into an ordinary university are pretty good." Ning Chuan smiled, but didn't elaborate, changing the subject. "What about you? Why are you here so early today?" "Master Lu has a new batch of old goods. I'm going to try my luck." Mentioning this, Guo Renyu became excited. As he spoke without asking for Ning Chuan's consent, he grabbed his wrist and ran towards the adjacent commercial area. "It's still early before class. Let you see my skill, so you won't keep calling me a sucker." After crossing several streets, Guo Renyu led Ning Chuan into an alley. At the end was an antique shop called Duobao. The shop was small with a few shelves on display. "Master Lu." As soon as he entered, Guo Renyu, seeing no one inside, called out, "I'm here, stop yelling." The inner curtain was lifted, and a lean old man walked in, full of vitality, with 2 thin goatee mustaches, one hand spinning a pair of round walnuts, the other pointing to a shelf beside Guo Renyu. "It's right there, the newly arrived goods specially saved for you." Master Lu is so filial. Guo Renyu's eyes lit up. He quickly walked to the shelf, pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket, and began to examine it intently. Master Lu was speechless. The customer is king, he endured it. Ning Chuan gave a silent laugh, though he was not interested in the antiques in the shop. He didn't need to think to know that an antique shop just next to a school was just taking advantage of young students with a greedy mentality. It couldn't possibly have anything good. In his memory, the most valuable thing Guo Renyu had ever found was worth less than 500 yuan. He had paid 1,000 yuan. A commercial genius. He casually picked up a clay pot from the counter and glanced at it casually. "This clay pot is a good thing." Beside him, Master Lu smiled brightly, stepped closer, and said, "This is a pre-Federation relic over 3,000 years old, once used by emperors. They'll sell it cheap to you, only 3,000 yuan. Just think how great a deal it is. Less than 1 yuan per year." Ning Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He clearly saw a line of small words printed on the inner wall of the Pot Federation, year 1099. March 5th. Qingshan City People's Pottery Factory, suggested retail price 1.5 yuan. Good heavens, just off the assembly line yesterday. Ning Chuan pointed at the small line of text and said helplessly, "Sir, the oldest thing in your shop is probably you. How can you say that? I'm not a thing." "Damn it," Master Lu said indignantly, then, realizing his slip, glared at Ning Chuan reproachfully before walking away towards Guo Renyu. Ning Chuan shook his head, no longer looking at the shop's items. He activated the system with a thought. Flash Thunderslash, basic progress 20. Staring at this line, Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the 3 martial arts he practiced, the slowest was Flash Thunderslash, which only increased by about 4 progress per day. Of course, it wasn't that Flash Thunderslash wasn't diligent enough. The slowness had its reasons. Its potential was enormous. Flash Thunderslash was a brank martial art. Moreover, it was one of the most difficult among brank arts, so its cultivation progress naturally wasn't as fast as Erank Gale Step and Drank Mighty Bull art. The Federation government classified martial arts into 6 ranks, EDCBAS. Each higher rank represented a whole new level of power, a tremendous leap. The difficulty of cultivation also increased proportionally, rising sharply. But since my martial arts can practice automatically, difficulty is not a problem for me. Even the slowest Flash Thunderslash will reach the proficient realm before the end of this month. Ning Chuan thought to himself, his heartbeat quickening a little. Martial arts realms were also divided into 6 levels: basic, proficient, expert, subtle, master, perfect. The proficient realm could already display considerable martial power. By then his martial strength would be at an average level in Qingshan No. 1 high school. On the other side, I swear on my own life this battle saber definitely came from a divine general. Look at the lightning-shaped patterns on the blade. It's proof it was bathed in thunder beast blood. Master Lu held a worn-out saber, thumping his chest emphatically. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes looked over. Thunder Beast, a powerful beast known for its speed, moved like lightning breaking through the sky. And Flash Thunderslash was a martial art created by a divine general spent many years creating specifically to kill thunder beasts by using speed against speed. Master Lu, save it. Guo Renyu didn't even lift his eyelid, saying, if your oath worked you should have dropped dead on the spot last time you sold me that so-called peak martial artist shield. I didn't know the shield would break when it fell to the ground. That's what the seller told me when I bought it. Master Lu gave an awkward laugh and put the old saber back on the shelf. After losing money so many times even students weren't easy to fool. Ning Chuan, having nothing better to do, came over to take a closer look. It was a long, narrow battle saber about 2 fingers wide with only a barely perceptible curve. The blade was silvery white interspersed with a few strands of lightning burst-like purple lines. It matched Ning Chuan's aesthetic. Unfortunately, the saber was too severely damaged, riddled with cracks like a spider web, and the blade's edge had one nick after another. Forget about using it in battle. It would probably be difficult even for cutting vegetables. Ning Chuan reached out his right hand to pick up the saber. He didn't believe Master Lao's divine general weapon story. He just wanted to handle it out of curiosity. The next moment Ning Chuan gripped the handle. His movements froze. In his mind, a continuous stream of mechanical synthetic sounds rang out. Flash Thunderslash has detected a profound lightning intent, directly entering an enlightened state. Training speed skyrockets. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 30. Flash Thunderslash has accumulated enough enlightenment, abundant, advancing to the next realm. Countless insights about Flash Thunderslash continuously merged into Ning Chuan's mind. Automatic cultivation was not like simply adding points to a skill in a game. It was like a sudden enlightenment etched deep into the mind. Under normal circumstances, this kind of insight integration was very gentle. But in the enlightened state, the insights surged like a data torrent, impacting Ning Chuan until he was somewhat dazed. Progress increased by 25. Progress increased by 25. Flash Thunderslash deepens its accumulation, gains new insights, leaps again, advancing to the expert realm. Progress increased by 20. After a long while the prompts ceased. Ning Chuan regained his senses and immediately summoned the system panel. The other martial arts remained unchanged, but one column showed a massive change. Flash Thunderslash Expert Progress 92. Seeing the translucent fluorescent characters, Ning Chuan swallowed, his heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. The degree of progress in Flash Thunderslash was completely beyond his imagination. It had actually jumped over the proficient realm directly to the 3rd realm expert and was almost at subtle. An ordinary person training a brank martial art would need at least 20 years of persistent hard work to reach his current realm. Half a lifetime's toil. One could imagine the magnitude of this enlightenment. With Flash Thunderslash at the expert realm, I can already fight above my level. Among students at Awakening level 5, I can hold my own, and not just on equal footing. I can defeat the vast majority, maybe even all of them. Ning Chuan's heart surged with violent waves. Fighting above one's level was an astonishing achievement, especially crossing a major realm. It was extremely difficult. In all of Qingshan No. 1 high school, very few students could do it. Every one of them was a dragon or phoenix among men, and he had already stepped into that ranks. Most importantly, it didn't stop there. Before long, he could advance further. When Flash Thunderslash breaks through to the subtle realm, he'll be able to dominate all Awakening level 6 students in the school. Ning Chuan was confident in his heart, because the subtle realm was a clear watershed completely different from the previous 3 realms. Once broken through, one could obtain an almost earth-shattering qualitative change. Of course, the difficulty was extremely high. It couldn't be achieved by hard work alone. One needed to comprehend the essence of the martial art, which truly tested the practitioner's talent. Calm down first. Ning Chuan took several deep breaths to adjust his mood and suppress his restless emotions. He lifted the saber, brought it close to his eyes, and examined it carefully. But even after staring until his eyes ached, he didn't perceive any profound intent. Neither did his Flash Thunderslash enter enlightenment again. Could it be that the lightning intent within the saber only works up to the expert realm, that there's a ceiling? Ning Chuan mused, finding it quite plausible. But regardless of right or wrong, Master Lu had somehow hit the mark. This saber had an extraordinary origin, likely once the weapon of a powerful figure. As long as he could afford it, he certainly couldn't let it go. Master Lu, Ning Chuan called out, raising the saber he was holding and casually waving it, pretending to be indifferent. How much is this blade? Hearing this, Guo Renyu stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Ning Chuan and teased, "You always call me a sucker, but look at you now. With that eyesight, I don't even know what to say. This blade, to put it politely, is a flawed product of modern industry. I wouldn't take it even for free. It would just take up space at home." Guo Renyu snickered. "Little fatty, how long have you been in this trade? What do you know about antiques?" Master Lu scolded Guo Renyu, then turned to Ning Chuan with a smile. "Like a chrysanthemum, young man, you have good eyes. This is a divine weapon, once killed multiple thunder beasts. This value is extraordinary. Since you're a student, I won't ask for much." As he spoke, Master Lu gestured with his hand. 80,000. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. "How about a discount? Reduce the to 0 and then half it, deal? For 1,000 yuan. That's way too steep a bargain. My cost alone is more than that." Master Lu sighed, looking reluctant, and finally waved his hand. "Fine, take it, consider it making a friend." Ning Chuan shook his head and seriously corrected, "Not 4,000. Master Lu, you miscalculated." "Then how much?" Master Lu was a bit puzzled. "For yuan." Hearing that number, Master Lu opened his mouth but remained silent. In all his years of business, it was the first time he'd heard taking off the 0 meant removing all zeros. The discount the other party mentioned probably meant to beat him to a pulp. Guo Renyu burst into laughter. "Master Lu, will you dare to ask such a high price in the future? Today you've learned your lesson, right? For yuan can only buy a bowl of plain noodles in the cafeteria. It's certainly not enough to take this knife." Ning Chuan was merely sending a signal to Lu Yi that he wasn't a naive novice, so he shouldn't think about charging an exorbitant price. "You really want it? Give me 2,000 yuan, at least let me make some transport money." Lu Yi retreated to advance. Ning Chuan pressed further. "Drop 2 zeros. Kid, give me the knife back, he'll fight you. How dare you bargain like this? Strange. Is that too much? I'm a student." "So what if you're a student? Facing the hope of the Federation's future, shouldn't you give it for free? If it's not too much trouble, you'd better throw in some cash too." "So it has to be cash then?" "Mainly considering that old people aren't good with the internet. If you know how to transfer, I don't mind. You can send it to this card." In the end, after a fierce bargaining session with back and forth, the two settled on a price of 235 yuan. Of course, it was Ning Chuan paying Lu Yi. The free offer was just a bargaining joke. Ning Chuan took out his phone and paid readily. A weapon containing profound artistic conception, even if broken, cannot be bought for just a few hundred yuan. He had gotten a huge bargain. Moreover, Ning Chuan vaguely realized that he seemed to have found a way to make money. He could judge the authenticity of antiques by whether his martial art experienced epiphany. Although there were great limitations. For instance, it only applied to items used by martial artists that must contain some artistic conception, and his martial art must be able to comprehend it. Under so many restrictions, encountering such an antique on the market was already lucky. The possibility of getting rich this way was low. But even if he couldn't get a bargain, it didn't matter. The key was the epiphany of martial arts, which could cause a qualitative change in his strength in a short time. "Of course, if I can make money, I definitely won't let it go." After paying, although Ning Chuan thought the chance of success was slim, he immediately set out to touch all the goods in the store. He didn't even spare the 2 walnuts clenched in Lu Ye's hand. Unfortunately, his prediction came true. Except for the warblade, he had bought none of the other items triggered any reaction in his martial art. Ning Chuan inferred 2 possibilities. First, there was not a single genuine item in Lu Ye's antique shop. Everything was modern industrial products. Second, there were genuine items, but they didn't match any of the 3 martial arts he practiced, so he couldn't have an epiphany. Regardless of the conclusion, I need to practice more martial arts. Even if I can't get a bargain, it will still improve my strength. Ning Chuan pondered. His martial arts were all cultivated automatically, requiring no worry from him. More skills don't burden one. Learning a few more wouldn't be a bad thing. Soon after, Guo Renyu put away his magnifying glass and reminded, "It's about time, let's go. The 100-day oath-taking ceremony for the college entrance exam is this morning. It'd be terrible to be late." Ning Chuan nodded, took the worn-out warblade, and walked out of the antique shop with Guo Renyu. Qingshan No. 1 high school class 15 of senior 3. When the two entered the classroom, most of the classmates had already arrived. Since there were no classes in the morning, they gathered in small groups chatting. Many of the boys occasionally stole glances toward the podium. There stood a beautiful woman wearing a fitted white shirt and a tight pencil skirt that outlined her alluring figure into tempting curves. On her fair oval face, she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, adding a touch of mature elegance to her charm. Su-yoon, the homeroom teacher of Class 15 Senior 3, was 27 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university possessing both strength and beauty, the heroine of countless boys' romantic dreams. However, precisely because she was so outstanding, not only the students of Qingshan No. 1 high school but even the male teachers rarely dared to initiate conversation. Ning Chuan, long accustomed to being a playboy and well-traveled, placed the old war blade on his desk and walked boldly toward Su-yoon. With just a few words, he made Su-yoon's almond-shaped eyes go wide. Ning Chuan, don't even think about it. Su-yoon put her hands on her slender waist, her curved willow brows rising as she scolded. Just a few days ago you learned a brank martial art, lightning thunder slash, and now you want to learn another one. I don't agree. Martial arts are about quality, not quantity. I swear just one more and it'll never come to you again. Ning Chuan slightly modified the playboy's script, his eyes fixed firmly on Su-yoon, his gaze as innocent as a baby's. Su-yoon, feeling a bit embarrassed by his gaze, averted her eyes slightly and asked, "What level of martial art do you want to choose?" "Brank is fine." Ning Chuan cleared his throat and said, "A brank martial art on the market ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions, but in school it could be learned for free." The prerequisite was the homeroom teacher's approval. Su-yoon pressed her red lips into a cold smile, glaring at Ning Chuan with almond eyes. "Only brank? That low? Why not pick a rank or shrank?" In reply, teacher, Su Qingshan No. 1 high school is only a city key high school. The highest martial art authority goes up to brank. Ning Chuan chuckled. As his words fell, almost all the boys in the classroom turned their eyes fierce, silently adding Ning Chuan to the must-kill list of Qingshan No. 1 high school. This bastard actually daring to flirt with their goddess. On the podium, Su-yoon's anger mostly subsided. She sighed and advised, "High-rank martial arts are undeniably powerful in combat, but the difficulty increases exponentially, requiring a huge amount of time and energy. If you were just starting high school, I wouldn't advise you. But now the college entrance exam is near, only 100 days left. With the difficulty of a brank martial art, mastering one is already a stretch, let alone 2. No, I'm not going to give up." Ning Chuan interrupted with a smile, his eyes shining with confidence. "Teacher Su, the martial way is about not fearing difficulties. I have confidence in myself," Ning Chuan said with a laugh. Cultivating martial arts automatically, that's how confident he was. Confidence is not arrogance. With your ability wanting to master 2 brank martial arts in 100 days, you're just a clown seeking attention. A boy with freckles in the front row said sarcastically, crossing his arms. He didn't lower his voice. He even raised it so that everyone in the class could hear clearly. Guo Renyu, unhappy that his friend was insulted, immediately retorted, "Ma Hai, cut the crap. At least Ning Chuan has the courage to practice a brank martial art. How about you? Do you even dare to learn one? Ridiculous. He might not even get into college. Learning a brank martial art is clearly just for vanity." Ma Hai sneered. After graduation, he can show off to people who don't know him, like saying he's mastered 2 brank martial arts. Ma Hai deliberately sneered, his eyes fixed on Ning Chuan on the podium, filled with contempt, anger, and jealousy. He couldn't understand how a low-level student had the nerve to laugh and chat with Su-yoon. Guo Renyu snorted and provoked. "If Ning Chuan gets into college, what then? How about you give up your exam scores? Dare you?" Hearing this, Ma Hai's face stiffened slightly. He really didn't dare promise. The college entrance exam tested not only martial arts but also cultural subjects in which Ning Chuan excelled. However, Ma Hai naturally wouldn't admit he was wrong. He turned his mind and said coldly, "Even if he passes, he can only get into some lousy bottom-tier colleges. Those universities often charge exorbitant fees. He's an orphan with no parents. Who will pay his tuition? After graduation, he'll still have to work odd jobs. Don't go too far." Guo Renyu slammed the table, glaring angrily. "What did I say wrong?" Ma Hai stood up abruptly, his fists cracking. "And you dare to bang the table in front of me, courting death? Let's spar in the next combat class." Ma Hai directly threatened. Guo Renyu couldn't help but step back. "Ma Hai, sit down. We're all classmates. Don't be so aggressive. After graduation, it'll be hard to see each other again." Seeing Su-yoon's gaze turn to him, Zhang Wenxi's eyes flickered, and he stood up, speaking warmly. He was handsome with a delicate smile on his face. Yes, monitor. Ma Hai showed a flattering smile. Zhang Wenxi nodded lightly, looked at the podium, and said calmly, Classmate Ning Chuan, please come down and return to your seat. Ma Hai's words may be harsh, but you also did something wrong. You shouldn't use martial arts as an excuse to bother teacher Su Yun frequently. She already works hard enough taking care of our class. Mind your own business. Ning Chuan glanced at Zhang Wenxi, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You. Zhang Wenxi's eyes turned cold. But seeing Su Yun nearby, he changed his tone, showing a helpless smile. Classmate Ning Chuan, don't be so agitated. Martial arts cultivation requires a calm and composed mind. Being too emotional makes it hard to reach the peak. Ning Chuan sneered at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Wenxi and Ma Hai were both birds of a feather. One rough, one smooth. Essentially, they both wanted to prove their superiority by stepping on others, especially in front of a beautiful woman. However, the urgent matter was the brank martial art. Ning Chuan didn't want to argue with Zhang Wenxi. He looked at Su Yun and requested, Just let me choose one more. Su Yun didn't answer immediately. Ning Chuan's orphan background, which she had heard from other teachers, made her sympathize with him. Now that he had already touched the threshold of college, working a little harder might help him get into a decent ordinary university and change his fate. But if he spent the little remaining time on a brank martial art, it would be a waste of effort. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yun said, You can choose a martial art, but you must meet one condition. Please tell me. Su Yun's red lips curled slightly. Your martial art must reach the subtle realm. Lightning Thunder Slash. Hearing this, Ning Chuan felt relieved and said with satisfaction, Teacher Su, it's settled. I'll come back to you once I reach the subtle realm. Lightning Thunder Slash had already reached over 90 proficiency in the mastery realm. It would soon be subtle. Beside him, Ma Hai couldn't help but mock. Ning Chuan, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You've only been practicing Lightning Thunder Slash for a few days, and you're already talking big. Do you even know the difficulty of a powerful martial art? Let alone the subtle realm, have you even reached the beginner level of Lightning Thunder Slash? As soon as the words fell, muffled laughter arose, and many nearby students grinned. The subtle realm was indeed unrealistic. Ma Hai, don't be so harsh. It's very normal that Ning Chuan couldn't master Lightning Thunder Slash in just a few days. Zhang Wenxi took over, spreading his hands, praising, while subtly criticizing. Even I might not be able to do it. It took me 5 days just to barely learn a crank martial art. That's because the monitor didn't study Lightning Thunder Slash. If he had, he would definitely crush Ning Chuan. Laughter rippled through the classroom. Quiet, stop talking nonsense. Su Yun straightened her pretty face, waved her hand, and stopped those students. Then, after some thought, she said to Ning Chuan, How about this? I won't require you to practice Lightning Thunder Slash to a high level. After all, it's a brank martial art, too difficult. Pick any martial art, any rank. Even a rank is fine. As long as you reach the subtle realm, I'll let you choose another brank martial art. The progress of martial arts training depends not only on personal talent, but also on the martial art itself. The lower the rank, the easier the difficulty and the faster the improvement. That was exactly Su Yun's intention. She could see that Ning Chuan's strength was only at the beginning of awakening stage level 4. And he would stay at this level for a long time, making it unrealistic to advance further before the exam. Therefore, focusing all his energy on a low-rank martial art was the most cost-effective approach. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then asked, Can I only choose one brank martial art? Before the exam, as long as you reach the subtle realm, you can even ask for something else. Su Yun glanced at Ning Chuan, a hint of teasing in her eyes. She didn't believe he could do it. The subtle realm was a watershed in the 6 realms of martial arts. Even for an A-rank martial art, it was still extremely difficult. Many geniuses practicing an A-rank martial art could reach the peak of mastery within a year, but being stuck for over a decade before breaking through to subtle was not uncommon. Ning Chuan blinked. He only wanted to learn one more brank martial art. Su Yun had misunderstood him. No problem, I agree. Ning Chuan decisively accepted, saying firmly, It's settled. As he turned to leave, he was startled. The boys opposite him were staring wide-eyed, their gazes seemingly about to spit fire. Especially those boys who had a martial art at the mastery realm. They gritted their teeth, wishing they could split Ning Chuan in half and then take his place. Don't overthink, everyone. I just want to practice martial arts. Ning Chuan forced a laugh and returned to his seat. Guorinyu sat next to him, elbowing Ning Chuan hard in the ribs, grinning. Pretty smooth. You've secured a spot on the must-kill list. I knew it when you suddenly wanted to learn Lightning Thunder Slash earlier. This was your killer move. He then lowered his voice and sighed with admiration. Man, that's brilliant. A chain of schemes, one link after another. Ning Chuan sighed helplessly. I really just want to learn a brank martial art. I know. Guo Renyu patted Ning Chuan's shoulder, his expression saying we're all men. You two keep your voices down. Ma Hai turned around and scolded coldly. Guo Renyu curled his lip. After Ma Hai withdrew his gaze, he muttered, Ma Hai is always petty. He's probably got his eye on us. Let's keep a low profile these days and not give him a chance. Don't worry, at most a week. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. In his line of sight, only he could see a fluorescent number jumping. Lightning thunder / mastery progress 93. At 9 in the morning the sky was clear and the air crisp. With a swoosh, several purple-feathered birds burst through the clouds, streaking at lightning speed over the bustling training ground of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Here the 100-day oath-taking rally was underway. Red banners bearing various college entrance exam slogans were draped over the green chain-link fences surrounding the area. Amidst the clash of titans, I wheeled my blade, charging forward, undaunted to claim the top prize. Pluck the laurels from the moon. Who else but me? A foot faster, a punch heavier, crushing 1,000 rivals. 12 years of honing the sword, 100 days to forge glory. Guo Renyu surveyed the banners, sighing with emotion. This is so stirring, it gets my blood boiling. I feel like working hard right now and showing my prowess in the college entrance exam arena. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of crispy pork belly from somewhere, bit into it with a crunch, and grease dripped from his mouth. You'd be better off buying antiques from Old Man Lu. Sure, getting rich is almost impossible, but the odds are still higher than getting into a university. Ning Chuan teased, reaching out with his left hand to pat Guo Renyu on the shoulder. In his right hand, he carried a worn-out battle blade. This sword was no ordinary object. Worried it might be unsafe in the classroom, he had brought it along to the training ground. Pot calling the kettle black. How dare you two slackers talk about college? Better start thinking about which construction site you'll be hauling bricks at after graduation. Ma Hai approached from behind, hands clasped behind his back, casting a contemptuous glance at Ning Chuan and Guo Renyu before striding off arrogantly. Pa! Once Ma Hai was far enough away, Guo Renyu spat on the ground in resentment. So what if he's just a 6th level awakened? What's there to be cocky about? I'll talk about college if I want to. None of his business. Ning Chuan remained calm, watching Ma Hai's retreating figure. A 6th level awakened performing normally can get into a key university. He has the right to be proud. Based on past college entrance exam, results, a 4th level awakened could be admitted to some of the lowest ranked universities. A 5th level awakened could get into an average university. A 6th level awakened corresponded to a key university. Those at the 7th level and above were already highly powerful enough to gain admission to prestigious universities. As for the top-ranked Star River University, that was an entirely different level. Its admission standards were outrageously strict. Even a peak 9th level awakened would find it a long shot. Qingshan No. 1 High School, a key municipal school, had over 3,000 students per cohort. On average, only one gifted student every 2 or 3 years managed to get into Star River University. And even then they entered as the bottom of the class. Previously, when Ning Chuan told Guo Renyu he wanted to get into Star River University, it was mostly a joke. 100 days was too short. But then again, you never know until the time comes. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the fence across the way. There hung a banner with gilded letters dazzling under the sunlight. Until the final outcome is decided, any of us could be the dark horse. Soon the rally began. The student representative from the senior year was a girl named Lu Mingyue, very beautiful, regarded by many students as the school beauty of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Her speech was met with cheers from the students, earning even louder applause than the school leaders who had spoken before her. Guo Renyu, however, was indifferent, hiding in a back corner, devouring various snacks with gusto. Beside him, Ning Chuan was also not listening, intently studying the worn-out battle blade. If he couldn't figure out the blade's unique properties, he would inevitably be haggled down when he sold it. Guo Renyu, watch out. From a distance, Su Yun caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, her pretty face suddenly changing drastically as she shouted a warning, her voice sweeping across the entire training ground. Whoosh! A purple bird the size of a human face dove from the sky at high speed, carrying a sharp whistle of wind, heading straight for Guo Renyu. Thunder Sparrow. Ning Chuan was the first to react, his pupils contracting sharply as he recognized the bird. It wasn't a ferocious beast, but it carried a trace of Thunder Beast bloodline, known for its speed, capable of hunting eagles. A formidable raptor. When diving it was faster than a bullet train at full throttle. However, since it wasn't a true ferocious beast, and was usually wary of humans, police departments generally ignored them unless a complaint was filed. This thunder sparrow was likely hungry after a long winter, attracted by the food in Guarenyu's hand. By now Guarenyu had also noticed the sparrow, but his strength was too poor, his actions couldn't keep up with his reactions. All he could do was let the sparrow swoop in. A look of terror spread across Guarenyu's face. With his physical toughness, the high-speed diving sparrow would shatter his bones and tear his muscles. On the scene, there were several powerful martial artists who wanted to intervene. But like Suyun, they were too far away. There wasn't enough time. Guarenyu had deliberately stayed at the very back to sneak his food. Beside him was only Ning Chuan, whose current strength was merely at the 4th level of awakening. Many school leaders were sweating with anxiety. The oath-taking rally was such a solemn occasion with live television coverage. If a student were to die here, they would be criticized mercilessly by the public. Forget hiring online trolls. Even a navy of them couldn't clean up that mess. Boom! At the critical moment, a thunderous sound erupted from nowhere, echoing through the vast training ground. Many people's hearts skipped a beat in fright. Along with the thunder came a dazzling silver light like lightning born from the void, shooting upward too fast to see clearly, slashing toward the diving thunder sparrow. It was the blade swung by Ning Chuan. He had executed the flash thunder slash. As the silver light flashed with a squelch, a blossom of blood bloomed in midair. The faces-eyed thunder sparrow split cleanly from head to tail, was severed into 2 halves, grazing Guarenyu's body before crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. The ancient bloodline of the thunder sparrow has been revealed. The flash thunder slash has detected a trace of thunder intent within it, entering a state of enlightenment. With a flash of insight, it has broken through to the subtlety realm. A prompt sounded in his mind. Ning Chuan gained a completely new understanding of the flash thunder slash martial art, as if undergoing a qualitative transformation, a massive improvement. This? Shocked gazes turned toward him. Ning Chuan didn't pay them much attention. He stared at the worn-out battle blade in his hand, a flicker of confusion and surprise in his eyes. The bloodline contained in a mere ordinary raptor like the thunder sparrow could actually trigger an epiphany in his martial art. It was utterly ridiculous. But it's definitely a good thing. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. I can also choose a new branch martial art. At the same time, the scene erupted like a boiling pot. When he swung the blade, his body emitted thunder. Oh my god, that's the branch martial art flash thunder slash. The thunder is so solid, his mastery must be considerable. Who is this master actually wielding a branch martial art? Most students only train up to drank. A single slash taking down a diving thunder sparrow. So cool. Too bad he didn't save a beauty, or it would have gone viral. The students in the training ground buzzed with discussion, their gazes all fixed on Ning Chuan, utterly astounded. Guarenyu, however, wasn't paying much attention. Having just escaped death, he was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he began to relax, his peripheral vision caught something above, and he shouted in panic, "Ning Chuan, run!" His words were cut off by a furious avian screech. Screech! High in the sky, the remaining 3 thunder sparrows, enraged by their companion's death, flapped their wings violently and dove at Ning Chuan like sharp swords. Thunder sparrows were timid by nature, but they still carried the blood of ferocious beasts brimming with wildness. The school leaders were so anxious they wanted to curse. Earlier, when they saw Ning Chuan save Guarenyu, they were just relieved and hadn't noticed the sparrows in the sky. 3 thunder sparrows attacking together would be hard even for a 6th-level awakened to withstand. No problem. Ning Chuan's voice was calm, signaling Guarenyu to stay composed. He shook his arm and swung the worn-out battle blade. Great strength breeds great confidence. Flash thunder slash. With another boom, thunder roared again. In everyone's sight, 3 streaks of narrow silver light appeared like lightning crossing the sky, each striking a thunder sparrow diving from a different direction. Ning Chuan held only 1 blade, but the flash thunder slash was a martial art renowned for its speed. After reaching the subtlety realm, it could push this speed to its absolute limit. In less than a second, Ning Chuan delivered 3 slashes. Many people's dynamic vision wasn't sharp enough, leaving afterimages on their retinas. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds of blade cutting through flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Ning Chuan held the blade with one hand, his expression impassive. In the air a meter or so in front of him, blood splattered. The 3 thunder sparrows didn't even have time to cry out before they were each sliced in 2, spraying blood like a rainstorm, staining the ground beneath his feet red. The scene fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted like boiling water. Gazing at the 3 thunder sparrows lying lifeless on the ground, Ning Chuan felt a faint pang of regret. This time his lightning flash had failed to achieve enlightenment, remaining utterly unresponsive to the moment. Yet this was within Ning Chuan's expectations. The thunder sparrow was at its core a mere mortal beast possessing only an imperceptible trace of the thunder beast's bloodline. That his lightning flash had managed to advance to the subtle realm was already an unexpected boon. It was hardly surprising that it could progress no further. What if it were a true thunder beast? A thought flickered through his mind, but Ning Chuan shook his head. At his current stage, his martial arts had only just begun its journey. He was far too distant from such formidable creatures as the thunder beast. Outsiders, however, were unaware of Ning Chuan's inner thoughts. At this moment, seeing him shake his head after instantly slaying 3 thunder sparrows, their first impression was that he regretted the beast's insufficient strength, that his lightning flash had ended the battle before it could truly be savored. He's a true master. His blade is too fast. Even with my 5th stage awakening, I couldn't trace its trajectory. The thunderclap was deep and forceful, condensed into a single sound. Such a formidable youth. This is the hallmark of a subtle realm lightning flash. Upgrade martial art at the subtle realm. Why has he remained unknown until now? With the college entrance exams approaching, many old schemers are shedding their disguises, hoping to emerge as dark horses and work miracles. The training ground erupted into chaos, many hearts shaken and voices rising in heated discussion. Slaying 3 thunder sparrows was not in itself an extraordinary feat. After all, they were not true dire beasts. The top several dozen students in the senior year all possessed such strength. Yet upgrade martial art at the subtle realm. Within the vast Qingshan No. 1 high school, not even among the teachers could one find more than a handful who had achieved it. Su Yun stared at Ning Chuan, the shock in her beautiful eyes deepening. She knew well that only 3 days ago Ning Chuan had requested to inherit the martial seal of the lightning flash from her. And now he had already reached the subtle realm. Ning Chuan slaying 3 thunder sparrows in an instant. How the hell did you do it? Guo Renyu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Without waiting for Ning Chuan's reply, he turned to look at Ma Hai in the distance and called out loudly. Didn't you say Ning Chuan learning the lightning flash was just for show to show off? If you've got the skill, show us one too. Ma Hai's face instantly flushed a piggy red. He had no idea to what level Ning Chuan had cultivated the lightning flash, but from the blade speed alone it was clear it was far from low. His earlier words were truly laughable. Guo Renyu, not one to let an advantage slip, continued his mockery. Does Ning Chuan now have the right to talk about college? With just this one grade martial art, the lightning flash, even key universities might offer him a full scholarship. With your eyesight, I suggest you forget about college. After graduation, come work with me at the construction site. Ma Hai gritted his teeth in anger but found no words to refute and simply turned away. Ning Chuan kicked Guo Renyu, saying with exasperation, if I hadn't stepped in, you'd have lost your life. You get a free pass on death, and the first thing you want to do is mock someone else. It's Ma Hai's fault for talking so harshly. Guo Renyu scratched his head and chuckled. As he spoke, the principal, accompanied by a group of school officials, strode over quickly. Student, don't you know eating is strictly forbidden in the training ground? 1 demerit and you'll be responsible for the training ground's cleanliness this entire month. Seeing a fried chicken leg still in Guo Renyu's hand, the principal's anger flared, and he scolded fiercely. Guo Renyu's face fell sour with dismay. The principal then turned to Ning Chuan, his stern expression melting away, replaced by a beaming smile that stretched nearly to his ears. He clapped Ning Chuan firmly on the shoulder and said, well done. Facing danger, daring to strike with your blade. You truly embody the spirit of a Qingshan No. 1 high school student. Rest assured, when it comes to acts of valor, our school is always generous. Not far away, a television camera focused on the scene. The principal gave Ning Chuan a subtle wink. Ning Chuan instantly understood his expression, turning righteous and solemn as he declared, it's all thanks to Qingshan No. 1 high school's excellent teaching, which gave me the ability and courage to sacrifice myself for others. The principal laughed heartily. The student knew how to play the game. He deserved a bit more of a reward. Afterward, the principal ordered the thunder sparrow carcasses cleared away and continued the mobilization assembly. Yet, after such an incident, who still had the mind to listen to inspirational speeches? Everyone was whispering about Ning Chuan, eager to learn more about him. Ning Chuan paid it little heed. After calming the joy of his lightning flash's advancement, he resumed his meticulous examination of the battered war blade. Though it was riddled with cracks seemingly on the verge of shattering, if used to cut a vegetable it had withstood his high-speed strikes consecutively slaying for thunder sparrows. Ha! Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. The blood on the blade had vanished. He had clearly seen the blade drenched in the sparrow's crimson blood. A few cracks have disappeared and a notch on the edge has shrunk considerably. The damaged war blade can repair itself by absorbing blood. Ning Chuan's heart pounded wildly. This blade was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. I won't sell it for now. It surely holds other mysteries yet to be uncovered. And besides, the sword is perfectly suited for executing the lightning flash slash. Ning Chuan made his decision. Since I'm keeping it for myself, it needs a name. It's no ordinary weapon. He pondered for a moment. A silver blade that drinks blood. He'll call it silver blood. Under the sunlight, the gleam reflected off the war blade seemed to tremble ever so slightly. As noon approached, the mobilization assembly concluded. Come to my office for a chat. Su Yun approached, her voice like water calling out to Ning Chuan. Being summoned to the office by a teacher usually meant trouble. But Su Yun was an exception. Even being scolded by such a mature beauty would be a pleasure. Nearby pairs of eyes fixed on Ning Chuan brimming with a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially the male students who knew of the agreement between Su Yun and Ning Chuan. Their fury set their hair on end, instantly elevating him to the top of Qingshan No. 1 high school's most wanted list. What are you standing there for? Go on. Guo Renyu chuckled and shoved Ning Chuan forward. 10 minutes later in the office. Su Yun sat in her chair, her clothes outlining her voluptuous curves, exuding an irresistible allure. She studied Ning Chuan closely and inquired, "Can you tell me what happened with your lightning flash slash?" Early this morning, while I was diligently practicing the lightning flash slash, I accidentally achieved enlightenment. When I came out of it, I was only a thin membrane away from the subtle realm. Just now in the training ground, in my haste to save Guo Renyu, I instinctively executed the lightning flash slash. To my surprise, I gained insight and pierced through that membrane, ascending to the subtle realm. Ning Chuan said calmly, his expression unruffled. Enlightenment on the lightning flash slash. Rounded up, didn't it count as his own enlightenment? His ability to slay the thunder sparrows was all thanks to his own effort. Enlightenment. Su Yun nodded, gently confirming her earlier speculation. Your luck is truly remarkable. She couldn't help but exclaim. Enlightenment was a highly unique state, one where talent played little role in entering. In other words, it depended on fate. Many geniuses never experienced it even once in their lifetime. After a moment's thought, Su Yun advised, enlightenment is a matter of chance, not something to be sought. To improve your martial arts, you must rely on your own relentless day and night cultivation. You must never pin your hopes on enlightenment. That would be most unrealistic. Understood. Ning Chuan grinned. I don't even stop cultivating when I sleep. Stop joking. I'm not playing games with you. Su Yun's pretty face turned serious and she spoke solemnly. The hardest part of martial arts cultivation is perseverance. Sticking with it for a day, a week, a month. Gritting your teeth, anyone can do that. But over a longer period, repeating the same task would bore anyone, especially when facing a bottleneck training day after day with no visible progress. That's truly tormenting. Many geniuses have been halted at this hurdle, never reaching the heights they deserved. Why won't anyone believe the truth? Ning Chuan's smile didn't fade as he said honestly, I'm different from them. Martial arts cultivation only brings me joy. Su Yun sighed, assuming Ning Chuan was still caught up in the excitement of his enlightenment, unaware of just how difficult it was to maintain years of disciplined practice. Teacher Su, my lightning flash slash has reached the subtle realm. Ning Chuan cleared his throat. How about fulfilling our agreement? Hearing this, Su Yun felt a flutter of panic she couldn't quite control. She took a deep breath, feigning composure, and said, aside from that great martial art, what else do you want? Speak up. It's just, well... Ning Chuan rubbed his hands together, wearing an embarrassed smile. Su Yun's heart raced even more. As a teacher, she knew all too well what a 17 or 18-year-old youth most desired. Su Yun regretted having been so definitive in her words back in the classroom. I want to cultivate all the branch martial arts in the school, Ning Chuan declared. Su Yun blinked, speechless. Had she misheard? Seeing Su Yun's lack of response, Ning Chuan thought she hadn't heard clearly. He raised his voice and repeated, Teacher, so I want to cultivate all the branch martial arts in the school. I heard you, don't shout. Su Yun waved her hand, relieved inwardly. The youth before her might be arrogant in martial arts, but at least his character was decent. That request is not acceptable. Gathering her thoughts, Su-Yun shook her head and spoke. She then explained the reason. It's not that I disagree. Qingshan, no. One high school has a rule that every student can only learn 3 to 4 martial arts at most after all. The inheritance of martial seals has a limited number of uses. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan pondered and recalled that this rule indeed existed in his memory. Normally, it was sufficient for a student to cultivate 3 to 4 martial arts during their 3 years of high school. Just like his predecessor, who barely used his martial arts slots and mainly focused on the fierce bull art to maximize his raw strength. Su-Yun thought for a moment and reminded him, in the second semester of your sophomore year you chose wind sprint, and a few days ago you asked me to teach you thunderflash/slash. Then I'll choose 2 more brank martial arts, Ning Chuan said, regretfully assuming he could select 4 martial arts. Su-Yun sighed, somewhat reluctant. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with them. Her main concern was that it might hinder Ning Chuan's future. In her view, since he had already mastered thunderflash/slash at the subtle realm, his current focus should be on breathing techniques to improve his raw strength. If he could break through to the 5th stage of awakening before the college entrance exam, he might secure a spot at a prestigious university. However, Su-Yun worried that if she refused, Ning Chuan might make excessive demands. Left with no choice, she could only agree. "To it is, but I'm going with you to the martial arts building." "No problem." The two left the office, crossed most of the campus, and entered the martial arts building. It was noon, and the martial arts building was nearly empty. Ning Chuan had been there before, so he wasn't curious and headed straight for the top floor, where the brank martial arts were stored. The top floor was desolate. In the center, a row of bulletproof glass display cases stood, divided into over 30 compartments. Each compartment held a square metal block slightly larger than an adult's fist. Those metal blocks were martial seals, a medium for storing martial arts. Many martial arts couldn't be fully described with words. They possessed a certain essence that could only be passed down through martial seals. "What kind of martial arts do you plan to choose?" Su-Yun asked. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I can already fight above my rank, so I want to pick a body-tempering martial art to enhance my defense." "That's acceptable." Su-Yun's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. Body-tempering martial arts are notoriously difficult to practice, but once you succeed, it will benefit you for life. "And the other one?" she pressed. Ning Chuan rubbed his chin, not answering immediately, lost in thought. He was torn between 2 types of martial arts. One was a movement technique. Although he had wind sprint, its rank was mediocre, being the lowest rank martial art. If he could acquire a powerful movement technique, once his realm improved, combined with the swift thunderflash/slash, it would elevate his strength to an extremely formidable level. The other was a barehanded martial art. Compared to movement techniques, this type would have little effect on thunderflash/slash, but it would still greatly enhance his overall strength. The second martial art. Ning Chuan exhaled lightly, made up his mind, and said, "I'll choose a barehanded martial art." The martial arts exam for the college entrance exam changes every year. This year might focus on barehanded techniques. To maximize my score, I can't have obvious weaknesses. Ning Chuan knew in his heart that his current priority was still the college entrance exam. As long as he could get into a top-tier university or even Star River University, martial arts wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, wind sprint was progressing quickly and would suffice for a considerable time. Choosing a barehanded martial art was more appropriate. "Not bad." A smile appeared on Su-Yun's pretty face, showing great satisfaction, and her nervousness eased. She had specifically followed him to the martial arts building because she feared Ning Chuan might be blinded by his sudden epiphany and choose 2 more blade techniques. Now it seemed she had overthought it. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chuan had chosen his targets. The barehanded martial art was Thousand Bone Slaughter technique, renowned for its ruthlessness and strangeness. When executed, its moves were cunning, striking from angles the enemy would never expect, making it hard to defend against. Its inherent lethality was extremely powerful. Once mastered, it could easily shatter an opponent's bones throughout their body, hence the name Thousand Bone. The body-tempering martial art was Vajra body, divided into 9 layers. When fully cultivated, the body became incredibly tough, impervious to bullets, and unafraid of thermal weapons. However, Ning Chuan had another reason for choosing Vajra body. It was an incomplete martial art. In its complete form, it had 18 layers and was an rank martial art. If he ever had the chance to complete it in the future, he could advance even further. "What martial arts have you chosen?" Su-Yun's red lips twitched as she glared at Ning Chuan, feeling she had been too happy too soon. Vajra body and Thousand Bone Slaughter technique are powerful, but the might of a martial art is directly proportional to its difficulty. The stronger the art, the more obscure it becomes. These top-tier rank martial arts are even more esoteric than some rank ones. After scolding him, Su-Yun softened her tone and advised, "You can't blindly pursue the power of martial arts. From an overall perspective, you should change your choices. How about Steel Body and Iron Blood 36 forms?" Su-Yun introduced. They are both military martial arts that complement each other, creating a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. There are also online tutorials to help you convert them into your strength more easily. No change. Ning Chuan raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his expression resolute and proud. The weak fear difficulties and escape in cowardice. The strong face difficulties heeden and dare to strike at those stronger. Upon hearing this, faint black lines appeared on Su-Yun's fair forehead. It was true that the strong feared no difficulties, but an awakening fourth-stage cultivator was hardly a strong one. She had been mistaken earlier. Ning Chuan had definitely become abnormally inflated due to his epiphany with Thunderflash/. Choose whatever you want. Su-Yun gritted her silver teeth in frustration. Just don't regret it later. With his subtle realm Thunderflash/ as a foundation, Ning Chuan could definitely get into a university. It would be good for him to suffer a bit while young, making his future path smoother. With that thought, Su-Yun called the martial arts building administrator to open the compartments and retrieve the 2 martial seals. Go ahead. There were cultivation rooms in the building for students to inherit martial arts. Thank you, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan smiled, took the martial seals, and walked into a nearby cultivation room. Inheriting a martial seal was simple. Placing it on the forehead allowed the stored martial art to flow into the mind. Before long, Ning Chuan had absorbed both martial arts, then summoned the system interface. A translucent light screen appeared before his eyes. Realm Awakening 4th Stage Fierce Bull Art Proficiency Progress 25. Wind Sprint Skilled Progress 7. Thunderflash / Subtle Progress 3. Thousand Bone Slaughter Technique. Basic Progress 0. Vajra Body. First Layer Progress 0. Ning Chuan noticed that the realm description for Vajra Body in the last column differed from the other martial arts. This was normal. Body tempering martial arts were unique, focusing more on enhancing the Bodhi's basic defense and not fitting the universal realm classification. However, as a branch of martial arts, the relative progress likely wouldn't differ drastically. I just started cultivating these 2 martial arts, so I can't judge their training speed yet. I'll check again tonight. Unlocking the door, Ning Chuan left the cultivation room. Su-Yun was waiting outside for him. After returning the martial seals to the administrator, the 2 went downstairs and left. Teacher Su, treat me to a meal. Ning Chuan grinned as they walked. I'll definitely train hard and get into a good university. Ning Chuan had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to save on lunch money. He didn't plan to sell the silver blood war blade, so he was strapped for cash right now. Until he found other valuable items, every bit saved counted. Alright, there's a decent restaurant in the commercial street outside the school. Su-Yun thought for a moment and agreed directly. Ning Chuan's lack of excessive demands earlier had earned him some goodwill. After freeloading a lunch, Ning Chuan returned to the classroom. There were 3 more cultural classes in the afternoon: math, physics, and chemistry. They were all very important, not only for the college entrance exam, but also greatly beneficial for martial arts. The creator of Thunderflash/ held a Ph.D. in physics and once said that without aerodynamics there would be no Thunderflash/ faster than a Thunder Beast. Furthermore, one of the Federation's supreme martial arts, Nuclear Explosion Divine Fist, had extremely demanding requirements for physics. To cultivate it, one had to understand the principles of nuclear fusion and fission. Otherwise, even entry was impossible. Of course, proficiency in math and science didn't make one a powerhouse, but it was a crucial foundation for climbing the peaks of martial arts. To some extent, martial arts and knowledge like math and science were both manifestations of exploring the true essence of the universe. Thanks to his predecessor's decent cultural foundation, Ning Chuan didn't find learning too difficult. The bell rang for a break. Ning Chuan closed his book, looked up, and stretched his neck. He noticed that the students in the class were pointing at him and whispering. Ning Chuan was already used to this scene. In the morning, he had killed a thunder sparrow in the training ground, witnessed by too many people. He had become thoroughly famous. At the 4th stage of awakening, yet able to kill a thunder sparrow, Ning Chuan's Thunderflash/ realm must be terrifyingly high. That's a rank martial art. Many students exclaimed envy in their hearts. Ma Hai was displeased by this, snorted coldly, and scolded. You're overestimating him. Thunder sparrows aren't as hard to kill as you think. They aren't fierce beasts, their intelligence is extremely low. Although their dive speed is fast, as long as you time your blade strike well, you can kill one even without martial arts. As he spoke, Ma Hai strode over to Ning Chuan, looking down at him with an interrogative tone. Don't you agree? What realm is your thunderflash at? Has it reached skilled yet? Ning Chuan looked at Ma Hai and asked with feigned confusion. Why have you changed your tune now? Weren't you saying earlier that my thunderflash wasn't even at the basic level? You. Ma Hai's face stiffened, then he said coldly, stop the nonsense. Just answer. If you want to know so badly, why don't you experience it yourself? A cold glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He gripped the hilt of the silver blade, rose to his feet, and swung his arm in a slash. Martial arts practice emphasized an unobstructed mind and heart. If he could win, there was no need for pointless words. Boom! Thunder roared from his body, deafening. Ning Chuan directly executed thunderflash. A flash of silver light illuminated the classroom, accompanied by thunder, as if lightning had been born from the void. Ma Hai never expected Ning Chuan to take the initiative to strike. He only saw a flash, and by the time he reacted, a war blade was already pressed against his neck. The blade's edge sent a chilling, sharp sensation through his skin, raising goosebumps. Now what realm do you think I'm at? Ning Chuan grinned at Ma Hai, his teeth a stark white. You're asking for death. Ma Hai's face turned pale with fright, then flushed with rage as he lifted his foot and charged at Ning Chuan, ready to strike. But the next moment, Ma Hai's foot froze in midair. The war blade pressed against his neck was cutting deeper into his skin. The cold, metallic sensation of the edge was unmistakable. Ma Hai stared at Ning Chuan's smiling face, a wave of terror washing over him. His instincts told him that if he took another step forward, Ning Chuan would truly slit his throat. You're using violence in private and even ambushing me. Do you want to be expelled from school? Ma Hai swallowed hard and barked. The students in the class were all watching. He couldn't afford to back down now, but no one was fooled. They could see that Ma Hai was already unconsciously yielding. In a student conflict, who would bother citing school rules? Ning Chuan has some nerve. Many students exchanged glances, bewildered. After all, Ma Hai was formidable, ranking among the top 10 in the class and on good terms with the class monitor Zhang Wenxi. He was domineering and arrogant on a daily basis, with few students daring to provoke him. Ning Chuan put the blade away. At the podium, the physics teacher had just finished organizing his lesson plan when he looked up and witnessed the scene, quickly intervening. I know your lightning flash has reached the subtle realm, as effortless as moving your own arm, but you can't take such a dangerous risk. If something goes wrong, given the power of the lightning flash, it's no trivial matter. It could lead to disaster. The physics teacher scolded with displeasure. Sorry, Mr. Wang. Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Classmate Ma Hai was curious about my lightning flash realm, so I just let him experience it. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the silver blood war blade. Ma Hai didn't relax at all, his face twisted with humiliation, alternating between red and pale. His earlier words had once again become a joke. Ning Chuan's lightning flash was at the subtle realm. A grade martial art at the subtle realm can cross two realms in combat. No wonder Ning Chuan didn't give Ma Hai any face and took him down with one slash. The classroom erupted in chatter, as many couldn't help but discuss. The lightning flash is a pure offensive martial art with devastating lethality. In this school, except for those high-level awakened, I doubt anyone can withstand Ning Chuan when he's wielding that blade. Doesn't that mean Ning Chuan has a shot at a key university, or even a prestigious one? Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Wenxi's gaze darkened. Being the center of attention in the class had always been his privilege. Now that someone else had stolen the spotlight, he was deeply displeased. Especially since it was Ning Chuan who had publicly refused his request before. Zhang Wenxi stood up and walked straight over to Ning Chuan. This was the focal point of the class attention. Scanning the room, he said with a chuckle, getting into a prestigious university is still no easy feat. I'm not looking down on classmate Ning Chuan. I'm well aware of the lightning flash's lethality. It's undeniably powerful. But the college entrance exam isn't a duel. It tests a student's overall abilities. Matching an awakened of the 6th tier in combat alone is only at the level of an ordinary university. Pausing, Zhang Wenxi explained with a smile. Take the year before last, for example. Our Donglin Administrative Region's exam project was crossing the Dragon Ridge mountain range. Over 300 kilometers. Without sufficient endurance, agility, observation, and other qualities, you can't get a good score. The class monitor is right. Just being strong in attack is nothing but a brute. Voices of agreement with Zhang Wenxi followed one after another. After all, Ning Chuan, previously an unknown student, had suddenly become a school celebrity, inevitably stirring feelings of dissatisfaction, jealousy, and other negative emotions among his classmates. Sour grapes. If you've got the skill, go ahead and cultivate a grade martial art to the subtle realm yourself. Guorenyu snorted, coldly feeling indignant for Ning Chuan. Is the class monitor wrong about anything? Ma Hai, having composed himself, sneered with a cold smile, taunting. Not just the college exam, but after graduation, when looking for a job, it's the same. In the modern federation, there's not that much fighting and killing. Without strong hard skills, no one will hire you. What use is just mastering one attacking blade technique? You'll be unemployed the day you graduate. Hearing this, Ning Chuan weighed the silver blood war blade in his hand. He should have been harsher and drawn some blood from Ma Hai to teach him a lesson. President Liu, what brings you here? Just then someone shouted and everyone turned to look. At the door, a beautiful girl stepped in. She had an oval face, fair and delicate skin, and long hair in shades of light blue and cyan cascading to her waist, shimmering like a starry sky. The classroom fell silent instantly. Lu Mengyue. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered as he recognized the girl. The student council president of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She had represented all senior students in the morning's oath-taking ceremony, partly due to her striking appearance, but more so because of her formidable strength. At the peak of the awakened 9th tier, she was only half a step away from becoming a formal martial artist with a strong chance of entering Star River University. Zhang Wenxi seemed familiar with Lu Mengyue and greeted her with a bright smile, saying gently, "Mengyue, what do you need me for? You didn't have to come in person. Just send me a message on your phone." "Zhang Wenxi, am not here for you," Lu Mengyue replied, coldly, walking past him, leaving him standing there in awkward embarrassment. The nearby students turned red from holding back laughter. If not for Zhang Wenxi's status as class monitor, they would have burst out laughing. Bypassing Zhang Wenxi, Lu Mengyue took a few more steps, and amid the curious gazes of the crowd, stopped in front of Ning Chuan. "Classmate Ning Chuan, right?" Lu Mengyue looked at Ning Chuan, a faint smile gracing her pretty face, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. In his memory, the original host had no acquaintance with Lu Mengyue. Lu Mengyue nodded gently. "I saw you kill the Thunder Sparrow this morning. Your lightning flash / skill is exceptional, far beyond mine." As she spoke, she pressed her 5 fingers together and chopped forward with force. A rumbling sound erupted from her muscles, but compared to Ning Chuan's, it was scattered and barely resembled thunder. "My lightning flash / has been stuck, unable to break through to the proficient realm, so I'd like to ask you to guide me in practicing it." Lu Mengyue stated her purpose. After a pause, she added, "As for the coaching fee, how about 1,000 yuan per hour? Does that work?" Her words ignited the classroom instantly. A student at the top of the pyramid like Lu Mengyue was actively seeking guidance from Ning Chuan, and at such a high rate. For context, the average monthly income in the well-developed Qingshan city was less than 4,000 yuan. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Ning Chuan didn't immediately agree. "What are you waiting for?" Guorenyu urged him anxiously. Ning Chuan remained unmoved. He was quite satisfied with Lu Mengyue's offer. But the problem was that the subtle realm of the lightning flash / had been achieved entirely through the technique's own efforts. He only had the corresponding insights and had no idea about the difficulties in cultivation, let alone how to guide others. As for bluffing his way through to earn some money, Ning Chuan had no such intention. Not because he didn't want to, but purely because he didn't dare. The top-ranked Supreme Martial Arts Hall in Qingshan City was run by Lu Mengyue's family. Deceiving Lu Mengyue was simply unrealistic. If things went wrong, he might not only lose the pay but also get a beating. Yet such a high-paying job was a rare opportunity. Ning Chuan really didn't want to give it up. As he struggled internally, his brow unconsciously furrowed. Across from him, Lu Mengyue noticed his expression and quickly grasped why he hadn't spoken. She bowed slightly and said, "Classmate Ning, this is my mistake. The 1,000 yuan hourly rate is the standard coaching fee set by my family's martial arts hall. As one of the most difficult grade martial arts, the lightning flash / coaching fee should be higher. I didn't consider that before, and I didn't mean to slight you. My apologies. Let me reoffer 3,000 yuan per hour. Is that acceptable?" "Huh?" Ning Chuan blinked. "An unexpected bonus? I'll take on the coaching job." Ning Chuan agreed decisively. Given Lu Mengyue's extravagant spending, even if he couldn't teach well, he'd probably still get the first hour's pay. 3,000 yuan. No small sum, equivalent to 2 months' pension. Why not take it? With the college exam approaching, time is tight. Let's start today. I'll wait for you at the school gate after class. Lu Mengyue said briskly, then took her leave and exited the classroom. Many students looked at Ning Chuan with complicated expressions. Envy, jealousy, but mostly shame. They had just echoed the uselessness of Ning Chuan's lightning flash slash. And now he had landed a high-paying job because of it. The slap in the face didn't even wait overnight. Guo Renyu laughed triumphantly, announcing loudly, 3,000 an hour. Just teach casually, and you'll pocket 100,000 in a month. In Qingshan City, even some formal martial artists don't earn this much. Even in those supercities, you'd need to be a martial artist from a key university to get such income. Guo Renyu then turned to Ma Hai, grinning mockingly. Hard skills not high enough. Unemployed on graduation. Can't find a job. Ma Hai's face turned ashen. Without a word, he lowered his head and slunk out of the classroom. He had lost face completely. Nearby Zhang Wenxi's expression was equally sour. He stared at Lu Mengyue's retreating figure, his gaze dark and unfathomable, lost in thought. At 5 in the afternoon, Qingshan No. 1 high school let out. The setting sun dipped low, casting a gentle glow that painted the evening clouds in warm hues. Ning Chuan walked along the brick-paved sidewalk out of the school gate, holding his phone, as he searched for the location of the limitless martial arts hall. Just then, a bright red sports car drove out of the school gate and came to a smooth stop beside Ning Chuan. Lu Mengyue rolled down the window, revealing her fair oval face, and said with a faint smile, "Classmate Ning, let me give you a ride. I'll be faster." Ning Chuan's gaze lingered on the car emblem for 2 seconds, his brow slightly raised. The Yingxue sports car, even at its lowest configuration, cost at least 5 million yuan. Paying him 3,000 yuan per hour probably wouldn't even cover Lu Mengyue's pocket money. Thanks, classmate Lu. Suppressing his fleeting thoughts, Ning Chuan smiled, didn't stand on ceremony, and walked around to the passenger side, opening the door to get in. He wasn't surprised by Lu Mengyue's wealth. Her family's Jidao Martial Arts Hall was ranked first in Qingshan City with terrifying revenue. In a way, this was actually a good thing for him. Of course, that was on the condition that he could successfully guide Lu Mengyue in practicing the lightning flash slash. With a roar, Lu Mengyue stepped on the accelerator, and amidst the engine's rumble, they merged into the traffic. We'll go to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. It has all the facilities we need for practicing the lightning flash slash. Lu Mengyue stared ahead, her peripheral vision glancing at Ning Chuan, hoping to receive his serious guidance. After the session, I'll have a driver take you home. I appreciate it. Ning Chuan nodded lightly. During the rest of the ride, he remained silent, pondering how to guide Lu Mengyue in the lightning flash slash. Or rather, how to make her feel like she was being guided. A job paying 3,000 an hour was a rare opportunity, and Ning Chuan was eager to secure it. If he could keep it until the college entrance exam, the money he earned would boost his strength several times over. Entering Tsinghua University might be uncertain, but he could definitely get into one of the other top 10 prestigious schools. But since Lu Mengyue's family ran a martial arts hall, he wouldn't get the job without genuinely helping her. I'll take it one step at a time. Ning Chuan let out a light sigh and stopped overthinking. His lightning flash slash was cultivated automatically, but the insights it generated were at least real and could be truly mastered. 10 minutes later, the red sports car executed a drift and came to a steady stop in front of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. It was a massive building, only 3 stories high, but covering an area as vast as the outdoor training grounds of Qingshan No. 1 high school. Miss. A man in black approached briskly, greeting her respectfully. Prepare a private training room for me. Lu Mengyue got out of the car, casually tossing the keys to the man in black with a crisp movement that made Ning Chuan raise an eyebrow. She walked ahead, leading him into the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. As they passed through the entrance, Ning Chuan heard a loud clamor. In the first-floor hall, under bright fluorescent lights, over 1,000 trainees in martial arts uniforms were diligently practicing. Among them were children as young as 7 or 8 and teenagers around Ning Chuan's age. The school's martial arts instruction was far from perfect. After all, teachers had to handle many students at once and couldn't give individual attention to everyone. Families with decent means would send their children to martial arts halls for more tailored education. Before long, they took an elevator to a training room on the 2nd floor. It was quiet, unlike the hall, with no other trainees present. Classmate Lu, how exactly do you want me to guide you? Ning Chuan asked his most pressing question. After a moment's thought, he added, I haven't been practicing the lightning flash slash for long. It was only through a sudden epiphany that I reached the subtle realm. He was laying the groundwork in case he couldn't guide her well. If Lu Mengyue was dissatisfied, have an excuse. No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Lu Mengyue stretched her body, lightly a smile on her face, and said, "Don't be nervous. With your lightning flash slash at the subtle realm guiding me won't be hard. I'll demonstrate the lightning flash slash, and you just point out my flaws from the side." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan breathed a long sigh of relief. This was far simpler than he had imagined. He had previously thought he'd need to tell Lu Mengyue how to break through her bottleneck, which he had no clue about. In reality, this was a misunderstanding caused by Ning Chuan's lack of martial arts knowledge. Realm bottlenecks were profound and couldn't be fully explained with words. Breaking through required the practitioner's own enlightenment. "The 3,000 job is mine." Ning Chuan's lips curled up slightly, unable to contain his joy. His training speed was about to skyrocket, and the outline of a top 10 federal university seemed clearly within reach. Oh, by the way, as Ning Chuan was pondering which prestigious university to apply to, Lu Mengyue walked over to a weapon rack by the wall, picked up a blunted long battle knife, and pointed it at him. "There's one more thing I almost forgot. You'll also have to be my sparring partner. Well, duel using the lightning flash slash." Lu Mengyue explained that such real combat would deepen her understanding of the technique. Sparring? Ning Chuan's lips twitched. He had no intention of showing off in front of a beautiful girl and said bluntly, "I'm only at awakening level 4. It wasn't that he was a coward. At awakening level 9 peak, there was no contest. Even if his lightning flash slash reached the perfect realm, it would be useless. The gap was too wide to bridge. Lu Mengyue could simply overpower him with sheer force. He couldn't block it at all. My fault for not explaining clearly. I'll suppress my strength, keeping my speed and power close to yours." Seeing this, Lu Mengyue pursed her red lips in an apologetic smile. After a moment's thought, she asked, "What breathing technique do you practice?" "The grade bull strength art." Ning Chuan shrugged and answered honestly. He knew why she asked about his breathing technique. Different breathing techniques, aside from their unique traits, also varied in how thoroughly they tempered the body. Simply put, the higher the grade of the breathing technique, the stronger its tempering effect on the body. There were certain differences in strength, speed, endurance, and even the 5 senses. However, a powerful breathing technique was a double-edged sword, consuming more energy during practice. Without sufficient resources to support it, it was better to stick with a more ordinary one. That was why, when choosing martial arts earlier, Ning Chuan hadn't selected a grade breathing technique. It would have been pointless. Now, with his diet, unable to keep up, practicing a high-level breathing technique would do more harm than good, actually slowing his progress. "Then let's start now." Lu Mengyue took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and her pretty face grew serious. She raised the battle knife, and as a thunderous sound erupted from her body, she swung it. To ensure Ning Chuan could clearly follow her movements, Lu Mengyue used only a fraction of her strength. "Your wrist angle is off. Too high. This way of exerting force does enhance the blade's power a bit, but the lightning flash slash is a technique purely focused on speed. Speed is everything." Ning Chuan pondered briefly and identified Lu Mengyue's mistake. "Let me try again." Lu Mengyue swung another slash. "No, your movements are too deliberate. The lightning flash slash has no fixed forms. Its core lies in the simultaneous exertion of multiple muscles throughout the body. Like this." Under Ning Chuan's guidance, Lu Mengyue practiced continuously. Unknowingly, an hour passed. "Let's stop the guidance here." Lu Mengyue took a towel handed over by a nearby attendant and wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. "Next, we'll spar with the lightning flash slash." "All right." With a crisp reply, Ning Chuan set down his silver blood battle knife, walked straight to the weapon rack, and pulled out a blunted training knife. Perhaps after killing the Thunder Sparrow that morning, his mindset had changed. He wasn't afraid of fighting. The two came to the center of the room, facing each other. "Begin." Lu Mengyue shouted softly, stomping the ground hard, sinking the thick mat beneath her feet. In just 2 or 3 steps, she closed in on Ning Chuan. With a thunderous sound from her body, Lu Mengyue swung her knife, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ning Chuan's eyes focused and gripping the hilt tightly. He also executed the lightning flash slash. The blade cut through the air, swiftly slashing downward to meet Lu Mengyue's horizontal strike. His lightning flash slash was 3 realms above hers. In a heated clash with Lu Mengyue controlling her power, he could gain the upper hand. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sparks flying, and the metallic ring was deafening. However, to Ning Chuan's surprise, his right hand, holding the hilt, didn't feel the powerful backlash he expected from a hard clash. "This is a feint." Ning Chuan's heart tightened. He saw that Lu Mengyue's blade, through a twist of her wrist, tilted inward, deflecting the force of his vertical strike, while simultaneously slashing toward his throat. The smooth mirror-like blade streaked through the air, clearly reflecting Ning Chuan's dark eyes. There was some panic but not a loss of composure. Lightning flash slash. Ning Chuan desperately pulled back his blade to defend. Thanks to his subtle realm, his speed was astonishing, trailing a silver afterimage through the air, as he managed to block Lu Mengjia's strike in time. Clang! Sparks scattered and Ning Chuan staggered backward from the impact. Lu Mengyue stopped, not pressing the attack. Their sparring was meant to hone the lightning flash slash, not to determine a winner. After a long moment, Ning Chuan stomped down hard, gripping the mat to steady himself. He looked up at Lu Mengyue with a hint of confusion. Both using the same technique, why was he at a disadvantage despite his superior realm, feeling like he was punching cotton? After a moment of thought, a glimmer of realization crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. His practical combat skills were lacking. Neither he nor his original self were familiar with fighting. At best, they had only just touched on the basics. Killing the Thunder Sparrow earlier had been more of a sheer power crush. Compared to someone battle-hardened like Lu Mengyue, he was in a completely different league, a world apart. But that wasn't a real problem. The essence of combat lies in technique. With hard practice, I can naturally master it. Knowing when to attack, when to defend, and when to dodge. Ning Chuan murmured to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. The next moment he darted forward, swift as the wind, beginning a new round of engagement. Lu Mengyue used him to hone the lightning flash slash. He in turn could improve his combat skills through the fight. The sparring was mutual. Bang bang bang. The two clashed rapidly, blades colliding repeatedly, sparks bursting like festive fireworks. After nearly half an hour, the fight stopped. It was Ning Chuan who called it quits. Not because he didn't want to continue, since the pay was by the hour, he'd have loved to keep going. But his body wouldn't allow it. Under such high-intensity combat, his stamina had been drained completely. He could barely stand, leaning on his knife for support. This kind of sparring is very effective. I can feel the bottleneck loosening. From now on, we'll spar once a day until I break through to the proficient realm. Lu Mengyue revealed a satisfied smile. If you're fine with it, we have a deal. As an awakening level 9 peak cultivator, this sparring was nothing to her. Ning Chuan, leaning on his knife, barely managed to stand, too exhausted to speak, and simply nodded in agreement. Lu Mengyue glanced at the clock on the wall. It's been nearly 2 hours, but your skill is higher than I expected. Let's count it as 2 hours. Thank you. Ning Chuan said thoughtfully. Can we settle daily? He didn't have enough funds to support his daily training. No problem. I plan to settle daily anyway, since I don't know when he'll break through. Lu Mengyue smiled, half turning her pretty face to the middle-aged man waiting nearby. Uncle Yang, please get 6,000 in cash. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man hurried off. Uncle Yang, no need to drive me into the complex. Just drop me off at the shopping plaza ahead. Inside the moving black sedan, Ning Chuan turned his head and said to the middle-aged driver beside him. The old district where he lived was sparsely populated and relatively remote, with only one large shopping plaza. Daily shopping was inconvenient, but the rent was cheap. A standalone apartment cost only 400 yuan a month. All right. The sedan slowly pulled over by the roadside. After thanking Uncle Yang, the driver Ning Chuan pushed open the door and got out, walking into the shopping plaza nearby. He didn't wander around. Instead, he quickly made his way to the counter selling beast meat. The place was utterly unlike an ordinary butcher shop. It resembled a bank transport operation with a team of armed security guards patrolling back and forth. The security was exceptionally tight. After all, beast meat was expensive. Even the cheaper cuts cost hundreds of yuan per catty. High-quality meat was worth more than gold of the same weight. Young student, how about a piece of lean meat from the scale-horned boar? It's rich in energy and easy to absorb, perfect for someone in the awakening realm. The seller behind the counter, a middle-aged man, noticed Ning Chuan's school uniform and said with a chuckle, "It's on special now. Only 888 on per catty. So expensive." Ning Chuan winced inwardly. He calculated quickly the 6,000 yuan he had earned today would only buy about 7 catties. Given his appetite, if he ate his fill, it wouldn't even last 2 meals. "Uncle, what kind of beast meat is that one going for 399 yuan a catty?" Ning Chuan's eyes swept across the counter, and he pointed at a pile of meat at the back, asking, "That's also scale-horned boar meat from the hind leg. The energy content is similar to the lean meat, but it's very hard to digest and absorbs slowly in the body." The seller replied honestly, "Don't be fooled by the low price. It's not as cost-effective as the lean meat." Seeing Ning Chuan's polite attitude, the seller explained, "You students practice your breathing technique for at most 10 hours a day. Lean meat digests quickly and the energy is fully absorbed during practice, making it very efficient. But hind leg meat absorbs slowly, often taking a whole day, and a lot of the nutrients go to waste. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up at this. His breathing technique could be practiced without interruption. The drawback of slow digestion was no problem for him. Uncle, give me 15 caddies of the hind leg meat. That'll be 5985 yuan total. Since the customer wanted to buy, the seller naturally didn't refuse. As he paid, Ning Chuan's face showed a pained expression. The money he had just earned was spent before it even warmed in his pocket. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much and paid promptly. Improving his strength would make earning money easier. Before leaving the shopping plaza, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and went to the fruit and vegetable section to buy some side dishes. Back home, Ning Chuan chopped some scallions, ginger and garlic, added water, and stewed everything together with the scale-horned boar meat in a pressure cooker. This method wasn't particularly flavorful, but it preserved more nutrients. Soon the meat was cooked. Ignoring the heat, Ning Chuan eagerly grabbed a large piece and tore into it with big bites. After a busy afternoon and fighting Lu Mengyue to exhaustion, he was starving. After just a few bites, a mechanical synthesized voice rang in his mind. Mang Ox Art senses energy surging through the body, feeling invigorated. Cultivation speed increased by 335. Lasting until energy is depleted. Ning Chuan grinned. At this rate, he would soon break through to the 5th stage of awakening. After dinner, he opened the system interface to check the progress of the 2 martial arts he had learned that morning. Thousand Bones Slaughter Art Basic Progress 2. Diamond Body First Layer Progress 1. This. Staring at the interface, only he could see Ning Chuan frowned. It had been less than 10 hours since he started learning the martial arts. The Thousand Bone Slaughter art had increased by 2, which meant about 5 to 6 percentage points a day, slightly faster than the Flash Thunder Slash. This was within his expectations. After all, the Flash Thunder Slash was among the most difficult grade martial arts to master, making progress slower. But the progress of the Diamond Body far exceeded his predictions. It was even slower than the Flash Thunder Slash, and not by a little, more than double the difference. After all, the Diamond Body had 9 layers. Each layer should in theory be simpler than the 6 realms of a normal martial art. This training efficiency was clearly off. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, recalling relevant memories, and seemed to grasp something. Body tempering martial arts enhanced the Buddhist defensive strength and resilience, requiring energy. In a way, they shared similarities with breathing techniques, often relying on external aids to speed up the tempering process. The difference was that pure energy alone was of little use to body tempering arts. So unlike the Mang Ox art, the Diamond Body didn't accelerate its training with the energy from the scale-horned boar meat. Body tempering arts seemed to require targeted medicinal baths. Picking up his phone from the table, Ning Chuan opened a browser to search for information on medicinal baths related to the Diamond Body. When he saw the prices of the main herbs, his face involuntarily twitched, and he immediately put the phone down. Priced like gold, sold by the gram. Outrageously expensive. The fee from guiding Lu Mengyue barely supports my breathing technique practice. For medicinal baths, I'll need to find another way to make money. Ning Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The next day, 8 in the morning. Qingshan First High School. Ning Chuan walked along the stone path toward the training grounds. The class was a martial combat practical requiring a venue for sparring, taught by their homeroom teacher Su Yun. Ning Chuan chatted idly with Guorenyu for a while until the bell rang. Su Yun scanned the students' standing information and said in a firm voice, "I've explained combat techniques and points to note countless times. Repeating them is pointless now. You need to comprehend them through real combat. For the next quarter, pair up and spar with each other." "Yes." The students scattered, each finding an opponent. "Come on, let's go 300 rounds. Guorenyu chuckled, walking toward Ning Chuan. In previous practicals, they had always been a pair coasting through. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked Guorenyu and faced Ning Chuan. "You'll spar with me. The college entrance exam is coming and I need an opponent. They'll have a little bout with you today." Ma Hai curled his lips into a cold smirk. He had already noticed Ning Chuan wasn't carrying his battle blade. Even if he had, it wouldn't matter. For safety, the practical class only allowed unarmed combat. Weapons were forbidden. "You want to spar with me?" A glint of sharp light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes, as if he had thought of something. "That's right." Ma Hai nodded, looking at Ning Chuan with a provocative glare, and said loudly, "Sparring with you is me doing you a favor. If you refuse, that's ingratitude. Unless you apologize to me publicly, this isn't over." The nearby students, hearing the commotion, turned their gazes over, curious to see how Ning Chuan would respond. "Bring it on." Ning Chuan stretched his body slightly and said calmly, He didn't agree just to save face. In his matches with Lu Mengyue to favor her, he could only use the flash thunder slash. That was a limitation. But sparring with Ma Hai meant he could unleash all his martial arts without restraint. Ning Chuan knew in his heart that Ma Hai was 2 realms above him. The fight would be arduous, but if he could withstand the pressure, the gains would be immense. His combat level would soar. With the college entrance exam looming, he needed to familiarize himself with all kinds of real combat. Even if Ma Hai hadn't stirred up trouble this time, he wouldn't have continued coasting with Guoranyu. He would have found a student at the 5th or 6th stage of awakening to spar with. Pretty tough, huh? But without strength, being too stiff isn't a good thing. Let me slap you one so you know what's what. Ma Hai's gaze was mocking. With a single stride, he crossed over 10 meters and stood before Ning Chuan. Whoosh! He raised his right arm, tensing it like a battle axe cleaving through the air, and brought it down heavily toward Ning Chuan's face. War Axe Chop. This was an unarmed martial art known for its sheer power and weight. So fast. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed, startled by Ma Hai's speed. The War Axe Chop wasn't known for speed, so Ma Hai's realm couldn't be low. Still, he wasn't flustered. He swiftly raised both arms, crossing them in front of him to block. Thud! A dull sound rang out. A heavy force slammed into him, and unable to withstand it, Ning Chuan could only retreat step by step, dispersing the impact. Wherever he passed, deep footprints were pressed into the training ground's grass. After 7 or 8 steps, he finally steadied himself. Most of his sleeves had been torn apart by the force, and the exposed skin was rapidly swelling red. Your body has sustained damage. The diamond body filled with remorse steps up its training with fervor. Progress accelerates rapidly. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. An unexpected bonus? It seemed that frequent unarmed combat could speed up the diamond bonus training even without medicinal baths. Let's see how many hits you can take. Ma Hai sneered, not giving Ning Chuan a chance to catch his breath. He charged forward again. Through that exchange, he was certain of Ning Chuan's clear disadvantage. Fierce tiger claw. Ma Hai's right hand shot down swiftly, his 5 fingers like iron hooks tearing through the air with a sound like ripping fabric as he struck out fiercely. Swoosh! Ning Chuan exerted force from his feet, executing the wind step. This martial art had already broken through to the proficient realm, making him very fast. With a diagonal sidestep, he evaded Ma Hai's claw strike. At the same time as he dodged, he circled around to Ma Hai's flank. Shoo! Ning Chuan brought his 5 fingers together like a sharp sword and thrust rapidly toward Ma Hai's throat. The air trembled violently, emitting a tearing cloth-like howl. A mere trick. Ma Hai's sneer didn't fade. As a 6th-stage awakening cultivator, his dynamic vision was sharp. In less than a second, he caught the trajectory of Ning Chuan's attack. He swung his fist, swiftly aiming at the predicted spot. But just as it was about to hit Ning Chuan's wrist, Ma Hai's expression changed. Ning Chuan's right arm shook with force, producing a crisp sound as if several extra bones had appeared. It twisted at a bizarre angle, dodging the attack. Like a venomous snake swaying its head. The next moment, with a sharp crack, Ning Chuan's palm landed squarely on Ma Hai's face. The force was immense. Ma Hai's head even wobbled. Amidst a sea of shocked and astonished gazes, a clear palm print instantly bloomed. Shadow Snake Strike. One of the 5 forms of the 1,000-bone slaughter art. It could abruptly change direction mid-strike, making it the hardest move to predict. My training time is still too short. If I had reached the masterful realm, this Shadow Snake Strike, after dodging Ma Hai's attack, could have still hit his throat. That spot is very vulnerable. Even though Ma Hai is 2 realms above me, I could have defeated him. But now I could only change course mid-strike and just slap him. Ning Chuan mused inwardly, a hint of regret in his heart. Not far away, Su Yun's almond-shaped eyes were wide with shock. Her fair, delicate face was filled with astonishment. Just yesterday at noon, Ning Chuan had started learning the 1,000-bone slaughter art, and now he could already execute one of its forms with some skill. This couldn't be another epiphany. Could it be that Ning Chuan's martial talent is actually very strong? Su Yun speculated. Martial talent could generally be divided into 2 types. One was physical aptitude. Good talent meant rapid cultivation, almost no realm barriers, and even if there were, they could be quickly overcome. The other was comprehension. With good talent in this area, one could learn any martial art very quickly and gain insights in a short time. Su Yun felt that Ning Chuan might be a genius of the latter kind. Still, she couldn't understand why he hadn't shown it before. Meanwhile, among the onlookers, an uproar erupted with bursts of exclamations. Ning Chuan had actually slapped Ma Hai. Although Ma Hai wasn't seriously injured, the act of slapping someone's face was inherently more about humiliation. It was simply unbelievable. Normally, a 6th-stage awakening cultivator against a 4th-stage one would be an unquestionable stomp. We underestimated Ning Chuan. He doesn't just know the flash thunder slash, oh, he's mastered other powerful martial arts. Ma Hai is so embarrassing. Didn't he say he was going to slap Ning Chuan? How did he end up getting slapped himself? Guo Renyu shouted from within the crowd. That martial art of Ning Chuan's is amazing. It's like a venomous snake shaking its head to hunt prey, able to change its trajectory multiple times before hitting the target. Truly formidable. Even a 6th-stage awakening cultivator couldn't detect it and got slapped. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ma Hai's face flushed crimson, the red of the palm print barely concealed. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You. Ma Hai pointed at Ning Chuan, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Getting slapped was an undeniable fact. It seems you couldn't show me what's what. Ning Chuan smiled, faintly rubbing his fingers together, and said, I've slapped your face with actions so many times before, but indeed slapping your face with my own hand feels much better. Don't get cocky. I just let my guard down and you got lucky once. Ma Hai roared in fury, charging at Ning Chuan like a fierce tiger intent on slapping him back to wash away the shame. Ning Chuan met him without fear. Wind step, diamond body, 1,000-bone slaughter art. He unleashed his various martial arts, in turn battling Ma Hai and pushing his combat power to its peak. Overall, though, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, he was 2 realms behind. There was a significant gap in physical qualities like strength, speed, endurance, and senses. Moreover, aside from the flash thunder slash, his other martial arts weren't at high realms. Bruises and swelling continuously appeared on Ning Chuan's body. His fists were even bloodied. But his understanding of real combat deepened rapidly. Unfazed by pain, Ning Chuan's eyes were calm. He immersed his mind entirely in the fight, timing his strikes accurately, his moves logical and measured. Ma Hai's attacks were fierce, but he couldn't take down Ning Chuan in a short time. Ring, ring, ring. After a quarter of an hour, the rest bell rang. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai still hadn't decided a winner. Finally, Su Yun spoke up and the two stopped. You're nothing but a madman. Ma Hai glared fiercely at Ning Chuan and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground. Though he had held the upper hand throughout, he hadn't managed to slap Ning Chuan. Instead, he had taken quite a few hits himself. All of them had landed because Ning Chuan traded blows. But the problem was his punches were far more powerful than Ning Chuan's. Trading blows should have been a loss for Ning Chuan. Yet the other party kept adopting this tactic. Beneath his contempt, Ma Hai felt more of a helpless rage. If not for the time limit, he was certain he would have won. Huff! Ning Chuan panted heavily, his body covered in patches of purple and red swelling. But he paid it no mind. His dark eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the interface only he could see. Diamond Body First Layer Progress 5. This battle had boosted the Diamond Body by a full 3 percentage points. More than a whole day of normal training. You'd better quit your job guiding President Liu. Someone like her is not someone you're qualified to get close to. Ma Hai glared at Ning Chuan and threatened in a low voice. Otherwise I'll beat you up once a day. Ma Hai said coldly, even without a practical class, I can find a reason to strike at you. The school can't do anything about me. Just try me if you don't believe it. Ning Chuan blinked. Once a day. Such a good thing. This was a free sparring partner handed to him on a silver platter. Overjoyed inside, Ning Chuan nonetheless put on a mocking expression and said, I'm not qualified to get close to Lu Mengyue, but you are. My dad is a multimillionaire with 7 houses in the city. How can you, an orphan, compare? Ma Hai snorted coldly. A scene from a movie subconsciously flashed in his mind. Leaning forward slightly, Ma Hai brought his mouth close to Ning Chuan's ear and said in a chilling voice, This beating is a greeting from Brother Zhang. You'd better wise up, otherwise your fate will be beyond your imagination. Brother Zhang. You mean Zhang Wenxi. You know it. Ma Hai was getting into his role, thinking he should be even more ruthless. After speaking, he turned around and strode away. Is it because he's secretly in love with Lu Mengyue or some other reason? Ning Chuan glanced at Zhang Wenxi not far away, rubbing his chin. He didn't step forward to confront him. A 7th-stage awakening cultivator had already entered the threshold of the high realm, possessing formidable strength. Even with his silver blood battle blade, Ning Chuan would struggle to be a match. Head settle that score another day. Ning Chuan, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the school clinic? Guorenyu hurried over his face anxious. Ning Chuan shrugged and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing serious. Looks bad, but they're just superficial wounds. Some bruise oil and a few days rest and he'll be fine." As he finished speaking, the nearby students couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Ning Chuan. Their eyes held a hint of admiration. Fighting across 2 realms to this extent was truly remarkable. "Come with me to the office." A voice as soft as water sounded as Su Yun came to Ning Chuan's side. The expressions of the male students present instantly changed. Admiration vanished. Anger flared. For a moment they had forgotten. This was the top name on the must-kill list. They wished they could take his place. In the office, Su Yun fixed her gaze on Ning Chuan, a faint ambiguous smile playing on her lips. "Don't just stand there. There's no need to be so formal before a teacher. Let's sit down and talk." "I'll stand. As a student, the most important thing is to respect my teacher." Ning Chuan cleared his throat and said. The fighting spirit had ebbed, and as his mind calmed, the adrenaline faded, making the ache of his injuries more pronounced. The slightest movement intensified the pain. It was only due to his resilient nature that he managed to maintain his composure. A smile couldn't help but bloom on Su Yun's pretty face. She teased, "Awakening at the 4th tier against a 6th tier, and you dared to trade blows. I really thought you weren't afraid of pain." As she spoke, she spread her right hand. A cluster of emerald light surged from her palm, coalescing like flowing water. Ning Chuan perked up his eyes wide, scrutinizing the emerald radiance. This was primal force, a formidable power that only a formal martial artist could master. "Stop staring. Come closer so I can heal you," Su Yun said. With a thought, the emerald light in her hand rose, enveloping Ning Chuan like thick mist, continuously seeping into his skin. "Ha!" Ning Chuan felt as though cool water was washing over his body, the ache rapidly diminishing. After a few minutes, the emerald light dissipated. Ning Chuan could no longer feel any pain. He looked down at himself. There was not a single bruise or wound. Even the cracked skin on his fists had healed. "This? How did you do it?" Ning Chuan looked at Su Yun, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. A formal martial artist was truly this powerful. And Su Yun was still a relatively weak martial artist. The descriptions of peak experts being comparable to gods might not be an exaggeration. "You're too weak now. There's no need for you to understand this. Once you reach the 9th tier of awakening, a mentor at the university will naturally tell you." Su Yun waved her hand. Then she pulled open a drawer beneath the desk and took out a gauze-wrapped package square-shaped and about the size of a football. "For your slaying of the Thunder Sparrow and rescue of Guorenyu yesterday, the school administration inquired about you and decided to give you this." Su Yun handed the gauze package to Ning Chuan. "Is this a medicinal pack?" Ning Chuan sniffed it lightly. A faint herbal scent emanated from it. "Yes," Su Yun nodded. "It's a pack specifically for the diamond body herbal bath. Just toss it into the water and soak your body in it." "Thank you, Teacher Su." Ning Chuan beamed a radiant smile. This was exactly what he needed. Su Yun rolled her eyes slightly. "Don't get too happy too soon. The herbal bath only provides a slight convenience for cultivating the diamond body. It doesn't change the fact that it's extremely difficult to master. Don't even think about breaking through to the 2nd layer before the college entrance exam." "Then what if there was no herbal bath?" Ning Chuan was somewhat curious. He wanted to know the baseline cultivation speed of the diamond body. "If you cultivate day and night without pause, and with good luck you might break through to the 2nd layer before you graduate from university," Su Yun said bluntly. She hoped this would make Ning Chuan realize the difficulty of the diamond body and focus his efforts on the breathing method. Su Yun found herself miscalculating again. Ning Chuan actually laughed out loud. Was he mocking her for being wrong? "Take your medicinal pack and get back to class." Su Yun gritted her teeth, forgetting even to ask about his martial talent. "Goodbye, Teacher Su." Ning Chuan left the office chuckling. It seemed he had misunderstood the diamond body martial art. It was still quite competitive. Even without the stimulus of physical injury, the daily progress of the diamond body exceeded 2%. In just over a month, he could advance to the 2nd layer. For a normal person, it would take at least 4 years. Returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan immediately drew the attention of the students. Guorenyu circled Ning Chuan a few times, looking puzzled. "Where are your wounds?" "Teacher Su Yun used her primal force to heal me," Ning Chuan said casually. Crack! In the classroom, many boys seemed to hear the sound of their own hearts shattering. Healing injuries was not an easy task even for a martial artist. Especially with so many injuries on Ning Chuan. Su-yun must have been incredibly exhausted, yet she was still willing to treat him. At his seat Ma-hai held a bottle of ice water, rubbing his swollen cheek, feeling so aggrieved he could cry. He was injured too. Why didn't teacher Su-yun heal him? He was an outstanding student. It must be that healing that bastard Ning Chuan exhausted teacher Su-yun. Otherwise she would definitely have healed me. It's not that she doesn't care about me. Ma-hai shot a venomous glare at Ning Chuan. Soon the day's classes ended. Ning Chuan got into Lu Menjia's red sports car and arrived at the Supreme Martial Arts Hall. As with the previous day, it was first instruction then sparring. When his stamina was depleted, Ning Chuan took the 6,000 yuan he had earned, had Uncle Yang drive him to the shopping plaza, bought 15 pounds of scale-horned pork, and carried it home. After dinner, time to test the herbal bath's effect. Ning Chuan quickly entered the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. A little more or less didn't matter. Water was merely a medium to transmit the medicinal properties. As long as it covered most of the body, it was fine. Seeing the water level was sufficient, Ning Chuan turned off the tap and tossed the medicinal pack into the tub. Soon the water turned a golden yellow like orange juice. Stripping off his clothes, Ning Chuan slowly lay down in the tub. The diamond body undergoing the herbal bath surges forward, greatly accelerating its cultivation speed. The medicinal water is rich in energy. The diamond body continuously absorbs it, its progress soaring. Progress 1. The synthesized mechanical voice rang out one after another. As Ning Chuan listened, his consciousness gradually grew hazy, and he fell into a slumber. Having endured 2 battles in one day, he was utterly exhausted. The night passed without incident. When he awoke again, the sky was already bright. Through the small window on the eastern wall, the morning glow blazed like fire, and a nascent sun was slowly rising. Ning Chuan noticed the water in the tub had once again become clear and transparent. The medicinal properties must have been fully absorbed. He pinched his skin. It was very firm, yet had a certain resilience like repeatedly forged leather armor. Ha! A glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He had a vague premonition and immediately summoned the system panel. A translucent fluorescent interface materialized before him. When he saw the last line, Ning Chuan was stunned. Diamond body, second layer, progress 13. He had broken through the realm in a single night and even surpassed it by a fair margin. The effect of the herbal bath far exceeded Ning Chuan's expectations. His heart pounded wildly. If he had an ample supply of the herbal baths, he could cultivate the diamond body to the 9th layer in a short time, rendering him impervious to many firearms. At this thought, Ning Chuan turned over and got up. He hastily ate some boiled scale-horned pork for breakfast, then sprinted with all his might towards Qingshan No. 1 High School. At 7 in the morning, Ning Chuan pushed open the wooden door of Su-yun's office. Behind the spacious desk, Su-yun was just setting down her bag, clearly having just arrived as well. She asked casually, "What brings you here?" Ning Chuan cleared his throat. "Teacher Su-yun, do you have any more of those diamond body herbal packs? Could I get 8 or 10 of them?" "You sure have the nerve to ask. Do you have any idea how expensive those packs are?" Su-yun shot him a sidelong glance. "One pack costs over 40,000 yuan. That's equivalent to the annual income of an average resident of Qingshan City. If it weren't for the television broadcast of you saving Guorenyu, the school wouldn't have been so generous." Ning Chuan gave an embarrassed smile. As a public school under the Federation Education Bureau, Qingshan No. 1 High School wasn't short on resources like martial arts, but its finances were limited. A reward worth over 40,000 yuan was indeed a significant expense. Su-yun thought for a moment and advised, "Don't throw away the pack. It's meant to last over a month and can be reused. As long as it can still leach color into the water, it still has medicinal potency." "No, I absorbed it all in one night. The effect was excellent. My diamond body has already broken through to the 2nd layer." Ning Chuan told the truth. He knew this rate of advancement was astonishing, but precisely because of that, it might pique Su-yun's interest and get him another pack. "Hey!" Su-yun raised an eyebrow at Ning Chuan and teased. "Maybe if it were the 9th layer of the diamond body. The school's finances are limited. 1 pack is the maximum for a breakthrough to the 2nd layer in a single night." She assumed he was joking. Leaving aside whether 1 pack could support the diamond bodas cultivation to the 2nd layer, a breakthrough in one night was simply preposterous. After all, external martial arts were fundamentally a matter of slow, patient work, requiring bit-by-bit tempering of the body over time. No amount of comprehension could achieve it overnight. Ning Chuan shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Since Su-yun didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. The diamond body wouldn't reveal any characteristics until the third layer. Her smile fading, Su-yoon pondered his purpose. Are you a bit short on money right now? Not a bit. I'm very short on money. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ning Chuan quickly said, You're short on money. The whole school is buzzing about your coaching fee of 3,000 an hour. That's higher than mine, a formal martial artist. Su-yoon pouted. Ning Chuan gave a sheepish grin. That's only temporary. It might disappear any day. Even now it's barely enough to buy beast meat. Su-yoon, having been through it herself, knew he wasn't lying. Considering his orphan background, she said, The Qingshan City Education Bureau has a genius training program. Ning Chuan interrupted her, speaking with righteous conviction. Teacher Su, to be honest, I am a genius. 1 in 10,000. I was just young and foolish, indulging in pleasure, and never showed it. In truth, I have the potential to enter Star River University. Su-yoon's brow arched playfully. Why don't you just say you'll become the top scorer in our entire Donglin Administrative Region's college exam? No problem. Give me 10 rank martial arts. And tens of millions in cultivation funds. Ning Chuan declared with confidence. I will surely sweep through all my opponents on the exam battlefield and claim the top prize. As he spoke, Ning Chuan raised his head, gazing out the window at the azure sky, and proclaimed, At that time the glory of Qingshan No. 1 high school will gain a magnificent chapter, and you, teacher Su-yoon, will be remembered by history for my feat. It's only morning, a bit early for daydreaming. Seeing Ning Chuan getting more and more carried away, Su-yoon helplessly waved her hand to stop him. If you can rank in the top 100 in the next school monthly exam, I will apply to the Education Bureau for a vial of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid for you. Hearing this, Ning Chuan perked up. The 100 Beasts nutrient fluid was a tonic refined from the essence of over 100 kinds of beast flesh and blood. 1 vial cost over 100,000 yuan. It was rich in nutrients and could greatly accelerate the cultivation of the breathing method. Ning Chuan rubbed his hands together and gave a dry laugh. Teacher Su, do you think I could get the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid in advance? After all, I've mastered the subtle realm's lightning flash slash. No one below the high tiers of awakening is a match for me. There are only about 50 or 60 high-tier awakening students in the senior year. My ranking in the top 100 is a sure thing. That is true. Su-yoon's face broke into a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Since you're undefeated below the high tiers, I shouldn't underestimate you. How about we change the condition to the top 10 of the grade? Haha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. You must be busy. Ning Chuan turned and left. It wasn't that he was a coward. The top 10 of the grade would at least require an 8th-tier awakening. The next monthly exam is over 20 days away, a distant remedy that cannot quench an immediate thirst. Moreover, the beast nectar nutrient fluid is beneficial for enhancing strength. I won't sell it for money. Walking through the corridor, Ning Chuan pondered silently. He hadn't known the effects of the medicinal bath before, but after experiencing it once he was thoroughly captivated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Su-yoon so early in the morning. I currently possess 5 martial arts techniques, which isn't few among my peers, but relying on martial enlightenment to stumble upon a bargain is like waiting by a tree stump for a hare. It's entirely a matter of luck. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. Although this approach could succeed, the probability was minuscule. To make money, he had to find another way. Returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised by the unusually lively atmosphere. Many students were whispering among themselves. After listening for a while, he discerned the reason. Zhang Wenxi had hired a night-level martial artist as his coach, sparking a massive uproar. After all, on the path of martial arts, one begins with awakening, then becomes a formal martial artist, and only above that can one reach the night level. Martial artists of that caliber were also known as super powerhouses possessing overwhelming combat strength. Qingshan City, with a population of tens of millions, had only a few. Brother Zhang, if there's anything you need in the future, just command me and I'll do it. Ma Hai stood before Zhang Wenxi, slightly bowed, his demeanor sycophantic. We're classmates, I treat each other as equals, no need to be so formal. Zhang Wenxi flashed a bright smile, handsome in appearance, and said, I'll be home this weekend, so just come over directly. They'll have that coach give you some guidance. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Ma Hai's face was filled with excitement. Several nearby students couldn't help but exclaim in envy. A night-level martial artist couldn't be hired with mere money. It required a deep network of connections. Guo Renyu curled his lips and muttered softly. I was wondering why Ma Hai has been fawning over Zhang Wenxi all day. His family has tens of millions in assets. Logically, he shouldn't be short of money and doesn't need to play the sycophant in front of Zhang Wenxi. Turns out it's for this. He probably got wind of it long ago. Ning Chuan's heart stirred and he asked, "Is Ma Hai that eager for guidance from a knight-level martial artist?" "Of course." Guo Renyu mused. A knight-level martial artist has profound martial insights. A few casual pointers might spark an epiphany in Ma Hai, allowing him to break through to the 7th level of awakening. If that happens, he'd have a shot at getting into a prestigious university. How could he not value it? Good that he values it. Ning Chuan murmured softly, his gaze flickering as he looked at Ma Hai. At noon, the sun hung high. As Ning Chuan descended the steps in front of the cafeteria, a shadow loomed over him. Ma Hai blocked his path. At the same time, several other students quickly approached from the side, their expressions arrogant, encircling Ning Chuan. A private chat. Ning Chuan, unconcerned, raised an eyebrow at Ma Hai. He had been wanting to find Ma Hai. "Follow me." After a brief thought, Ma Hai nodded in agreement and waved for the students surrounding Ning Chuan to disperse. The cafeteria entrance was bustling with people, making it inconvenient for a confrontation. If Ning Chuan caused a big scene, it might attract the attention of school authorities. He had brought other students to surround Ning Chuan, mainly to intimidate. Before long, the two arrived at a grove behind the training ground. It was mealtime, so the place was silent and deserted. "You've got guts daring to go to the martial arts hall with President Lu Mengyue." Ma Hai twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson, so you'll take my words seriously." Ning Chuan, hands in his pockets, said calmly, "After school today, I'll resign from the coaching position with Lu Mengyue." "Smart move." Ma Hai sneered in response, secretly relieved. He could now report back to Zhang Wenxi. Perhaps if Zhang Wenxi was in a good mood, he might let him spend more time with that knight-level martial artist. But the next moment, Ma Hai's face froze. Ning Chuan said coldly, "I'll make it clear to Lu Mengyue that I'm resigning because Zhang Wenxi has been using you, Ma Hai, to constantly harass me to the point of exasperation, forcing me to quit." "You're asking for death." Ma Hai grabbed Ning Chuan by the collar, glaring fiercely. "If you do this, Zhang Wenxi won't let you off. Why aren't you calling him Brother Zhang anymore?" Ning Chuan let out a derisive laugh, mocking Ma Hai. "Zhang Wenxi will hold a grudge against me, but what about you? As the one who revealed the truth behind the scenes, won't he take his anger out on you? Will you still get the coveted guidance from that knight-level martial artist?" Ma Hai's face twisted violently, and he unconsciously released his grip on the collar. He had become Zhang Wenxi's lackey solely for that knight-level martial artist. Otherwise, with his wealthy background, why would he stoop to being a sycophant? Ning Chuan Yu. Ma Hai was filled with regret. He wished he could slap his past self. Trying to show off by replicating a movie scene, he had leaked the secret only to have Ning Chuan seize leverage over him. "What do you want?" After a long silence, Ma Hai spoke resentfully. Ning Chuan smoothed the wrinkles on his collar and smiled slightly. "I want money." Ma Hai thought for a moment and said coldly, "I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Forget what I said." Ning Chuan shook his head gently and held up 2 fingers. Ma Hai frowned in displeasure. "You want 200,000. Don't go too far." "No, I meant 200,000. Ning Chuan said with a smile. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you even know how much money that is?" Ma Hai's eyes blazed with fury. Ning Chuan spread his hands, feigning confusion. "My hourly rate is 3,000 yuan. I coach Lu Mengyue for 2 hours a day, earning 6,000 yuan, with a bit more on weekends. That's about a month's salary. What's the problem?" Ma Hai. He had forgotten about that. "You'll get your money's worth with this 200,000. Ning Chuan explained confidently, unhurriedly. "If you want to earn credit as Zhang Wenxi's lackey, you need to solve his problems. But aside from me, no one in the class dares to provoke Zhang Wenxi. If I take the money and continue coaching Lu Mengyue, Zhang Wenxi will be displeased. To maintain his good student image, he'll have to rely on you to deal with me. Your importance will grow, and you'll gain guidance from his coach." As his words fell, Ma Hai's eyes flickered. Seeing this, Ning Chuan's lips curved into a faint smile, knowing Ma Hai was tempted but still hesitant. "If you don't agree, forget it. I'll go talk to Lu Mengyue about this." Ning Chuan turned to leave. After a few steps, he heard the expected call. "I agree." Ma Hai gritted his teeth. He simply couldn't bear to lose the guidance of that knight-level martial artist. "Transfer the money." Ning Chuan recited his bank account number. Ma Hai fumbled for his phone, fiddled with it for a while, then put it down. 200,000 is too much. How about 20000? Ning Chuan said nothing and made as if to leave. Fine, 2000000 it is. Ma Hai hurriedly stopped him, took a deep breath and said, but he'll pay in installments. We can't sign a contract for this. What if you take the money and don't hold up your end? Pay 1000000 first and the rest in installments. Ning Chuan said after a moment's deliberation. He didn't want to push Ma Hai too hard. If things fell apart, he couldn't really quit the job. A ringtone sounded. Ning Chuan checked his phone. A bank notification. 1000000 yuan had been credited. A glint of joy appeared in Ning Chuan's eyes. This was enough to buy 2 sets of medicinal packets. Don't leave yet. Ning Chuan put away his phone and called out to Ma Hai, who was heading out of the grove. What else do you want? Ma Hai turned around, his face full of irritation. Having lost 2000000 yuan in a daze, no one would be in a good mood. Bang! In response, a fist shot toward Ma Hai, giving him a black eye. Since I've taken the money, I'll deliver the goods. I'm a man of my word. I won't go easy on you. Ning Chuan grinned, his teeth bright white, his smile radiant. Bring it on. Ungrateful wretch, did you truly believe yourself my equal? Yesterday I merely held back out of respect for Teacher Su. Having been swindled out of 200,000, Ma Hai was already seething with rage toward Ning Chuan. Now struck by a punch, his patience snapped. Whoosh! Ma Hai flashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. His right leg raised high erupted with full force, carving a sharp arc as it hurtled toward Ning Chuan's face. Earth-shattering split. The wind howled fiercely. This strike, delivered in fury, was far more potent than yesterday's attacks. Yet precisely because of his overwhelming rage, his technique faltered slightly, allowing Ning Chuan to easily anticipate the move and gain enough time to evade. No dodging. Ning Chuan pondered briefly, then crossed his arms before him. He wished to test the resilience of his diamond body at the second layer. A dull thud echoed as Ning Chuan was driven backward repeatedly. He was not overly surprised. The diamond body enhanced muscular toughness, not strength, so it was only natural that he could not withstand Ma Hai, who was at the 6th rank of awakening. Stumbling back several steps, Ning Chuan steadied himself only when his back pressed against a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist. A sidelong glance revealed his sleeve had been shattered to shreds in the collision. The exposed skin, however, was far from the grievous state of yesterday. Only a faint red mark appeared, and the pain radiating from it was mild. This injury is only slightly worse than what Ma Hai's ordinary strikes inflicted yesterday. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed. The second layer of the diamond body had elevated his defense to a new level entirely. How formidable then would the third layer be? Again! Suppressing the anticipation rising within him, Ning Chuan charged toward Ma Hai, engaging in a fierce battle. Thud, thud, thud. The forest echoed with collisions. Branches swayed violently, shaking off tender buds, while bark shattered and scattered under the onslaught of fists and feet. Ning Chuan, employing the gale step, executed the thousand-bone slaughter technique, clashing repeatedly with Ma Hai. Though outmatched in raw power during direct confrontations, his diamond bodice defense allowed him to endure. He surprisingly held his ground, barely able to contend as an equal. Ning Chuan's spirit soared. His progress in battle was not limited to the diamond body. His combat experience was also sharpening. Across from him, Ma Hai frowned, sensing something amiss. Ning Chuan's strength and speed had not improved significantly since their last encounter, yet he felt strangely difficult to overcome. I refuse to believe I cannot wound you. Ma Hai gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and lunged forward. Thud, thud, thud. Nearly an hour passed. The sounds of collision gradually ceased, replaced by the continuous rasp of labored breathing. Huff! Huff! 2 figures drenched in sweat stood motionless, gasping heavily. After such a prolonged battle, their stamina was nearly depleted. In other words, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai had fought to a draw. In truth, Ma Hai, being 2 realms higher, possessed greater endurance. Yet driven by a desire to injure Ning Chuan, he had struck with fury in every move, exhausting himself rapidly. Ning Chuan, aware of his disadvantage, had conserved his energy. He relied more on the diamond body, using weaker attacks to counter stronger ones, focusing on defense and counterattack. After all, the harder he was hit, the faster he progressed. Pain mingled with joy. Leaning against a tree, Ning Chuan rose and steadied his breath. Ma Hai, you've bested me today. When my wounds heal by tomorrow, we shall fight again. He could not afford to lose a free source of labor. Fine, you know what's good for you, or else. Ma Hai, panting and supporting himself on his knees, began to taunt Ning Chuan, but as he looked up he froze. Now that the fight was over, he could scrutinize Ning Chuan. The injuries on Ning Chuan were far less severe than after yesterday's battle. There was no bleeding. Though some swelling and redness existed, they were minor. Without exaggeration, they were barely worse than Ma Hai's own injuries. This meant that in a ring match Ning Chuan could have fought him to a draw, and this was without even wielding a blade. If he had taken up a weapon. At this thought Ma Hai's heart jolted and he blurted out in shock. "How did you do it?" This was astonishing. He was a full 2 realms above Ning Chuan. Moreover, the martial arts Ning Chuan employed did not seem particularly profound. Yet he simply could not break through. This? Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. If he revealed the diamond body, Ma Hai might no longer be willing to spar with him. This was a free training partner immensely valuable to him. It accelerated his cultivation of the diamond body. This single bout had increased its progress by 4 percentage points. It also honed his combat experience, reaping him great benefits. A few more sessions and he might be able to defeat Ma Hai based on the diamond body alone. "I cannot give this up," Ning Chuan thought, then put on a look of cold arrogance, sneering. "This has to do with Teacher Su. Even if I explained, would you understand?" "Don't get cocky. Do you think Teacher Su will always look after you?" Ma Hai's face darkened as he snorted. "Once her protection is gone, I'll show you the true agony of fighting me barehanded." As he spoke, Ma Hai's turbulent mind calmed. It was fine if Ning Chuan's strength came from an external source. He would have his chance. Ma Hai did not doubt Ning Chuan's words. On one hand, he instinctively refused to accept that Ning Chuan could match him barehanded. On the other, his knowledge of formal martial artists was limited. He only knew they were divided into 9 ranks from 1 to 9 and could wield primal force. The specifics of their abilities were beyond his understanding. Combined with Ning Chuan's feigned demeanor, he was naturally convinced. "Same time tomorrow, same place. If you don't show up, forget about the rest of the money." After another round of threats, Ma Hai turned and left. "I'll come. What does it matter if Teacher Su's help is gone? What does a beating matter?" Ning Chuan feigned resentment, inwardly laughing. This was a dream come true. Not only did it boost his strength, but he also got paid. However, Ning Chuan knew that as his power grew, it wouldn't be long before he could grind Ma Hai into the dirt. By then, unless Ma Hai was a fool, he would surely realize the truth. The money would likely still come given its connection to night-level martial artist guidance. But whether Ma Hai would still be willing to fight with full force was uncertain. Yet when he could decisively defeat Ma Hai, the value of such a training partner would diminish. Part of me wants him to realize late, part of me wants him to discover early, just to see the look on his face. Ning Chuan grinned, a hint of mischief in his heart. After regaining some strength, he checked his phone. There was still time before class, so he headed toward Su Yun's office. He wanted to see if he could score another free treatment. Though his injuries were not severe, they would take days to heal. A quick recovery would be ideal. On the way, Ning Chuan opened the shopping app named Martial Resources. The name might sound crude, but its strength was undeniable, built jointly by the Martial Alliance and the federal government. It could be said that almost all resources needed for martial cultivation could be found on this site. A quick search led him to the medicine packs for the diamond body. Each pack cost 45000, an amount many in Qingshan City could not earn in a year even without spending. Among martial arts, the most resource-intensive aside from breathing techniques were body tempering arts. So expensive. Ning Chuan clicked his tongue in dismay, ordering 2 packs with great reluctance. The 100000 he had squeezed from Ma Hai dwindled to a mere 10000. In truth, 2 packs would normally sustain the diamond body for 2 months, averaging about 1500 a day. Not an exorbitant martial expense. But for Ning Chuan, 2 packs lasted only 2 nights. The diamond body absorbed medicinal power at a terrifyingly efficient rate. For a moment, Ning Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ma Hai still owes me 100000, but that's only enough for 2 more packs. I'm still short of money. I hope Zhang Wenxi, seeing Ma Hai's incompetence, sends more rich brats to teach me a lesson, so I can squeeze them too. Muttering under his breath, Ning Chuan arrived at Su Yun's office. "Who did you fight?" Seeing his tattered uniform and battered state, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Student fights were not uncommon at Qingshan No. 1 high school. Though school rules strictly prohibited them and required battles to be supervised by teachers, the effect was minimal. At this age, hot blood often overwhelmed reason. "Teacher Su, what are you saying?" Ning Chuan declared with a serious expression. "I was sparring to improve my combat skills, practicing with utmost dedication. I didn't stop even when injured, all to boost my strength, achieve good results in the college entrance exam, bring honor to the school and glory to you. Quite the silver tongue. Su-yoon shot him a sideways glance, well aware of his intent. Without asking further, she clenched her slender fingers, gathering primal force to begin healing him. She might not have treated other students, as healing was no easy task and she was no saint. However, Ning Chuan's concession in yesterday's bet left her feeling indebted. Coupled with his orphan background, which stirred her sympathy, she naturally offered more care. Night fell over the old city district. Ding ding ding. Shortly after Ning Chuan arrived home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found the medicine pack for the diamond body had arrived. Backed by the federal government, the shopping site was immensely powerful. As long as the customer was willing, delivery was available. 247. Unwrapping the tightly packaged parcel, Ning Chuan took out one pack and headed to the bathroom to prepare a medicinal bath. Soon Ning Chuan drifted into sleep. The night passed quickly. When he awoke, the sky was already bright. The medicinal properties in the water had been fully absorbed, leaving it clear again. Pinching his skin, he felt a noticeable increase in toughness. He quickly opened his interface and looked at the last line: diamond body, second layer, progress 50. Before the bath, the progress had been 17. Calculating this single night had boosted it by 33, far slower than the previous night's full layer increase. This was normal. Martial arts grew harder to cultivate at higher levels. Moreover, the more medicine packs the diamond body consumed, the stronger the third layer would be. This filled Ning Chuan with even greater anticipation. There's one pack left. Tonight I can push the progress to over 80 of the second layer. But with only 10000 left, it'll be hard to get Ma Hai to give me the 35000 for another pack anytime soon. However, Ning Chuan smiled faintly as he rose from the bathtub. His body was tall and straight. After reaching the second layer of the diamond body, the daily progress from active cultivation had decreased slightly, but it still maintained an increase of about 2 percentage points. Reaching the third layer would not take long. In the days that followed, Ning Chuan gradually adapted to his current identity. Life was rather uneventful, revolving around the triangle of homeschool and the extreme Dao martial arts school. Since his martial arts skills cultivated themselves automatically, he was not particularly busy. However, Ning Chuan did not slack off, dedicating much time to studying the theoretical aspects of martial arts to enhance his understanding. On weekends, he also visited a few antique shops with Guo Renyu. Unfortunately, none of the martial arts showed any reaction. Thus, as days passed, Ning Chuan's strength steadily increased, gradually becoming stronger and approaching the high tier of awakening stage 4. He was not far from awakening stage 5. After all, cultivation was a gradual process requiring one to climb up step by step. The journey was incredibly arduous, often measured in years. Ning Chuan's progress depended primarily on the relentless honing of the bull force and the daily consumption of beast meat, supplemented by guidance from Lu Mengyue. Of course, the former was more crucial and unmatched by the latter. In contrast, geniuses like Zhang Wenxi or top students like Lu Mengyue, under the condition of only receiving 10 or so pounds of ordinary beast meat daily, made far less progress than Ning Chuan. Moreover, the most significant improvement was in his practical combat skills. It was immense. This could be seen from his battle with Ma Hai. Ning Chuan's strikes grew increasingly ferocious with precise timing. With each battle, his injuries lessened. Especially in recent days, he had reached a point of balance that leaned towards excellence. In battle, he completely dominated. He relentlessly beat Ma Hai. However, achieving this was also thanks to the benefits of the diamond body and the thousand bones combat technique, both of which were class martial arts. One afternoon, at Qingshan No, one high school in the training field behind the trees. Bang, bang, bang. In the past few days during this time, the woods would resonate with deep, powerful collision sounds. However, today's collision sounds were particularly urgent. Not long after their onset, accompanied by a scream, they subsided. In the woods, Ma Hai lay in the forest, his nose swollen and eyes bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly pitiful, his face filled with resentment. Beside him, Ning Chuan stood tall and straight like a sharpened sword, his body unblemished. This isn't Su Lauscher helping you. Ma Hai looked up at Ning Chuan, his eyes panicking, stammering. It's purely because you have mastered a powerful horizontal practice martial art. He gradually came to realize Su-yoon helping Ning Chuan could at most prevent him from being bullied. It made no sense for Ning Chuan to turn around and beat people. Ma Hai, you misunderstood. Ning Chuan cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the situation, saying, Actually, this is just a technique of a formal martial artist, far too powerful. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ma Hai raged. However, when he caught sight of Ning Chuan's cold, indifferent gaze, he immediately fell silent. Ning Chuan was not merely strong in horizontal practice. His defense was high, at most matching Ma Hai, yet Ning Chuan had managed to injure him and send him crashing to the ground in no time. Are you an idiot? It doesn't matter. Ning Chuan no longer concealed anything, candidly admitting, I excel in horizontal practice and have mastered powerful offensive martial arts. So what? Do you want to stop, or do you dare not? Do you no longer wish to receive guidance from that night-level martial artist? Ma Hai remained silent. Ning Chuan said no more, turn to leave, but after a few steps he turned back and smiled. By the way, I almost forgot, today's bill hasn't been settled. You trained with me today. No, since you hit me today, you must pay. Ma Hai gritted his teeth, filled with immense inner anger. Ning Chuan had just let it slip. He was merely a sparring partner. Moreover, he had to pay proactively. It was utterly outrageous. Ning Chuan smiled, saying, Don't worry, after I go out, I'll make sure to show some bruises, so you have something to report to Zhang Wenxi. Ma Hai begrudgingly took out his phone to transfer money. Then, watching Ning Chuan leave with satisfaction, his gaze was filled with anger and resentment. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. He couldn't understand how Ning Chuan had become so strong in such a short time. This was unreasonable. As time passed, Ning Chuan's progress continued steadily. It was another Friday. In the evening, at the Extreme Tao Martial Arts School, the bright sunset poured through a large transparent floor-to-ceiling window into a private training room on the second floor, warm and gentle, revealing the splendor of spring. However, the two blades, almost dragging out silver light, were utterly indifferent. They whistled through the air, incredibly sharp. The constant frenzied collisions, accompanied by thunderous sounds, surged violently, seemingly ready to shatter the light. The wielders of the blades were none other than Ning Chuan and Lu Mengyue. The two were engaged in a fierce duel using lightning slash. As for the situation, it was surprisingly evenly matched. Woo! Lu Mengyue stepped aside like lightning, narrowly avoiding Ning Chuan's whistling blade. Strands of her pale blue hair almost got severed. Lu Mengyue was unconcerned, her eyes fixed on Ning Chuan, with a peculiar glimmer in their depths. Half a month prior, she had first battled Ning Chuan. She was well aware of his combat level. That sense of unfamiliarity could not be faked. He was an absolute novice in battle. Yet today he could contend with her to such a stalemate. Indeed, under the condition where their powers and speeds were nearly equal, Ning Chuan's refined lightning slash held the advantage. However, her five senses and nerve response speed were at the peak of awakening stage 9, far surpassing Ning Chuan. In just over 10 days, his combat level has improved to such a degree. This talent for battle is truly remarkable. Lu Mengyue mused. Ning Chuan's battle level still had a distance compared to hers. Yet that rate of improvement made her feel a twinge of unease. Bang! As their blades clashed, a spark erupted in the air. Lu Mengyue momentarily lost focus, allowing Ning Chuan to seize the opportunity with a hard-hitting lightning slash, knocking her back unsteadily. Swish! Ning Chuan executed gale step, closing in swiftly. Under his feet, it was as if the wind propelled him incredibly fast. In an instant, while Lu Mengyue was still retreating, Ning Chuan had already caught up. Gale step was not of high rank. It was merely a lowly E-class technique. However, Ning Chuan's realm was high, having reached the third level of mastery. Once activated, it was like a tempest passing, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Lightning slash. Ning Chuan brought down his blade's silver light, flashing, slicing through the air, without giving Lu Mengyue a chance to stabilize her form. Bang! Lu Mengyue swung her blade to block, but found it particularly strenuous. Amidst the clash, her form was jolted back once more. Her mastery of lightning slash was inferior to Ning Chuan's. Going head-to-head was disadvantageous. Ning Chuan continued to slash, utilizing lightning slash to further pressure Lu Mengyue. Having sparred for so many days, it was his first time gaining such a significant advantage, and the hope of victory stirred a surge of excitement within him. But soon that excitement was dispelled. His dark eyes regained their calm. In battle, one must avoid distraction. Boom! 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 Ning Chuan's body erupted with thunder, unleashing one strike after another, ferociously exceptional, the silver light gleaming like a cascading waterfall, nearly drowning Lu Mengyue, without giving her a single opportunity. Across from him, Lu Mengyue was not flustered. Having experienced many battles, she knew how to respond, fully immersing herself in the fight. Gradually, she became adept at executing lightning slash. Boom! With a swing of her blade, the thunderous sound from Lu Mengyue's body was much denser than before, sounding somewhat like the rumble of thunder. In the midst of that thunder, the bottleneck of her foundational realm was shattered completely. Lu Mengjia's lightning slash officially ascended to the second level of proficiency. Dong! A tremendous sound of metal clashing resonated. In the next moment Ning Chuan's blocking blade was directly struck from his hand. Not good! Lu Mengjia's gaze sharpened. At the moment her lightning slash broke through to a new level her spirit surged, and she unleashed all her strength. Although she reacted swiftly and quickly tried to withdraw her strength, it was difficult to stop her blade. After knocking Ning Chuan's blade away, her weapon continued to slash towards his arm with fierce momentum. Shoo! The blade swept in, slicing through the air. Ning Chuan remained unfazed, his right hand open, ready to meet it. Don't! Lu Mengyue couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. If this blade struck his arm, it would merely fracture it. However, if it hit a finger, even without the blade's edge, the force of this lightning slash would at least sever 3 of Ning Chuan's fingers. The latter's injury would clearly be more severe than the former. Perfectly reconnecting a severed limb without any aftereffects was no simple task. In a hurry, too panicked. Lu Mengyue thought anxiously, but soon her gaze froze. She saw that when the blade struck Ning Chuan's right hand, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered on his skin. Dong! The blade struck as if hitting hard metal, producing a tremendous sound, and several sparks flew. Ning Chuan was jolted, bending his legs slightly. Clearly the power of the blade was heavy. Yet his right hand remained unscathed. Ning Chuan stood up, shook his hand, and smiled. Lu Mengyue, you finally broke through. Congratulations. How did you do that just now? Lu Mengyue asked, astonished, staring at Ning Chuan. It's just a horizontal practice martial art. Ning Chuan smiled, not hiding it. With a thought, a faint, translucent golden film covered his palm, exuding a sense of resilience. This was a power he acquired after advancing the diamond body to the 3rd level. It allowed him to actively transform his body into gold. In this state, his body was exceptionally solid, comparable to refined steel. The strength of this ability is self-evident. However, with Ning Chuan's current 3rd level of diamond body, he could not achieve a fully golden body. The area he could transform into gold was only the size of half a palm. The duration was about 1 second. The diamond body martial art, due to its extreme difficulty, had few practitioners, and was relatively obscure, so Lu Mengyue failed to recognize it. Yet judging from how it blocked her blade, Ning Chuan's level of external martial arts was certainly not low. Lu Mengjia's estimation of Ning Chuan rose considerably. She knew that external martial arts were notoriously hard to master, requiring years of unwavering dedication, a true test of a cultivator's temperament. Many prodigies had failed to achieve results. Lu Mengyue said, with your thunderflash slash at the subtlety realm and your external martial arts at this level, you stand a chance at any of the top 10 universities in the Federation. Ning Chuan shook his head. Top universities require at least the power of a high-stage awakener. I'm still lacking. Awakening above the 7th stage was considered high stage. That was a new tier. Power would surge within the body like a spring, exceptionally formidable. Even with a blade in hand, Ning Chuan had no confidence in defeating a 7th-stage awakener, or at best, he could avoid defeat. Combat prowess isn't the sole criterion for the college entrance exam. Your 2 martial arts will earn you extra points, Lu Mengyue said. She then chatted with Ning Chuan about the exam. Over the past few days, they had grown acquainted. Ning Chuan, there's something I need to tell you. Lu Mengyue cleared her throat. My thunderflash slash has reached the mastery realm. It's unlikely to undergo a qualitative change before the exam. I need to focus on advancing to a martial artist. So let's put the guidance on the thunderflash slash on hold for now. No problem, Ning Chuan nodded readily. He had anticipated this day. Still, he couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. A job paying 3,000 per hour was hard to come by. Lu Mengyue looked at the middle-aged man by the sidelines. Uncle Yang, bring 30,000 in cash and a vial of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid. Yes, miss. The man hurried away. Minutes later, he returned, one hand holding cash, the other gripping a test tube filled with a dark red liquid, sparse bubbles rising continuously. It was the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid. Give it all to Ning Chuan, Lu Mengyue instructed Uncle Yang. Ning Chuan didn't rush to take it. He looked up at Lu Mengyue. Although short on money, he wouldn't accept charity. He had his own principles. Ning Chuan, you've earned this. Lu Mengyue smiled, explaining the 30,000 is a bonus for guiding me. Helping me break through a bottleneck in half a month is worth this sum. She paused, then added, as for the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, it's compensation. That you practice external martial arts is your business. Striking you without controlling my strength was my mistake. The two don't cancel each other out. Then thank you. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan took the money and the nutrient fluid. Oh, and one more thing. Lu Mengyue seemed to recall something. If you don't have any urgent plans this weekend, it's best to stay home and not go out. As she spoke, she turned to Uncle Yang. This time escort Ning Chuan all the way to his doorstep. Has something happened? Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, curious. Lu Mengyue replied, a spy has fled to our Qingshan city. You mean Zhao Weiping? Ning Chuan recalled the morning news. Yes, Lu Mengyue nodded. This weekend, the Qingshan City Police will conduct a massive manhunt for him. He's a full-fledged martial artist, lethally dangerous. If you encounter him outside, it'll be extremely perilous. Ning Chuan agreed he should be captured as soon as possible. Qingshan City had a population of over 10 million, especially dense in the city center. An uncontrolled martial artist was more dangerous than a bomb. A moment's carelessness could lead to tragedy. Knowing some inside information, Lu Mengyue pondered for a moment. If Zhao Weiping isn't caught by the end of this weekend, the police department will mobilize martial arts teachers and some senior students from key high schools in the city to assist in the search. Martial arts teachers are fine, but isn't it too dangerous for students? Ning Chuan looked at her puzzled. Are you talking about senior students who are martial artists? But there are only a handful of such people in the city, and they might not be willing. The gap between the peak of the 9th stage awakener and a full-fledged martial artist was far greater than from the 6th to the 7th stage. To exaggerate, it was a chasm. Not exactly, Lu Mengyue said thoughtfully. Zhao Weiping was severely wounded and fleeing has greatly reduced his strength. Awakening stages can contend with him. Also, the reward for capturing Zhao Weiping is very generous. What reward? Ning Chuan's spirits lifted at this. With the guidance on Thunderflash / concluded he needed opportunities to earn money. I don't know the specifics, but one thing I'm sure of, Lu Mengyue chuckled. Qingshan no. One high school only has 10 spots. Forget it then. Ning Chuan shook his head, his hopes dashed. He didn't even ask about the selection method. As a key city school, Qingshan no. One high school had nearly 20 senior students at the 8th and 9th awakening stages. He wouldn't be chosen. At 9 in the evening, in the living room, Ning Chuan sat on the sofa, eyes slightly closed, assessing his own strength. The awakening realm had 9 stages, each further divided into 4 ranks: initial, intermediate, high, and peak. However, below the high stage, such fine distinctions were rarely made, as the gaps between ranks weren't particularly large. Thanks to eating ferocious beast meat every day, Ning Chuan had progressed rapidly, and now firmly stood at the high rank of the 4th awakening stage. The official price of 100 beasts nutrient fluid is 18,000 yuan. The energy it contains must be immense. It should be enough to break through to the 5th awakening stage. Ning Chuan looked at the test tube on the coffee table, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Advancing from the 4th to the 5th stage was just a normal promotion. For him, however, it was a significant qualitative leap, far surpassing that of other students. The reason was simple: below the 5th stage, breathing techniques only tempered the muscles, bones, and skin. At the 5th stage, one could refine internal organs, greatly enhancing the body's endurance. He could freely unleash various martial arts, such as the 1,000-bone slaughter technique and Thunderflash / without fearing internal injuries from the recoil. Now I can at best avoid defeat against a 7th stage awakener. It'll be different once I reach the 5th stage. Ning Chuan's eyes shone with confidence. He picked up the 100 beasts nutrient fluid, opened his mouth, and downed it in one gulp. In his mind, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Mang Ox technique senses surging energy, excited beyond measure, training speed increased by 1850, a nearly 20-fold increase. Ning Chuan could feel how rapidly the Mang Ox technique was refining his body. A faint tingling sensation spread throughout. It felt entirely different from eating ferocious beast meat. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Mang Ox technique is expected to deplete the energy in 48 hours. Another prompt sounded. Ning Chuan was startled. A high-stage awakener would need about 10 days to exhaust a single vial of 100 beasts nutrient fluid. The efficiency with which his martial arts absorbed energy during automatic cultivation was terrifyingly high. Both the Mang Ox technique and the diamond body were like this. Snapping back to reality, Ning Chuan saw he still had time before bed, so he opened his phone and selected a video of a high-stage awakener duel to study. His martial arts could cultivate automatically, leaving him free to do other things. It was Saturday. Ning Chuan did not sleep in. His regular schedule had cultivated a well-tuned biological clock, waking him precisely at 5:30 in the morning. Heeding Lu Mengyue's advice, Ning Chuan stayed home, reviewing mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and attending several online courses on martial theory. During breaks, he read news about the spy. Zhao Weiping was an agent from a planet called Tianwu Realm. That planet and Ning Chuan's Gao realm belonged to the same star system. A millennium ago they fought a brutal war, the Twin Martial Star War, claiming hundreds of millions of lives and sowing deep enmity. Though peace had since arrived, secret maneuvers persisted. Captured and life becomes worse than death. Ning Chuan shook his head, refocused, and continued his studies. Soon evening fell. The savage bull fist had been tempering his body for 24 hours. Ning Chuan heard the system's synthesized voice again. Through prolonged, arduous tempering of the savage bull fist, your strength has achieved a breakthrough, advancing to awakening level 5. His muscles emitted crisp bone sounds, and a surge of formidable power filled his being. His 5 senses sharpened slightly. Then another synthesized voice followed. Insight into the savage bull fist has shattered barriers, breaking through to the subtlety realm. The energy absorption efficiency of the savage bull fist has increased. It is expected to deplete in 15 hours. As the words faded, the tingling sensation across his body intensified abruptly. Areas previously untouched now also tingled. The subtlety of the breathing method did not merely enhance efficiency, more importantly, it allowed for a more meticulous tempering of the physique. Such tempering might not significantly boost superficial metrics like strength or speed. However, it fostered greater harmony and unity within the body, elevating his power imperceptibly. A day passed quickly. It was Sunday. At noon, the tingling in Ning Chuan's body subsided. The energy from that vial of 100-beast nutrient solution had fully dissipated. Ning Chuan assessed his strength midstage, awakening level 5. A grade higher than I expected, he mused, grinning. It was an unexpected delight. The main reason was the savage bull fist's ascension to the 4th realm subtlety system, he murmured, summoning the panel. Strength awakening level 5, savage bull fist subtlety progress 2, Gale step mastery progress 31, Thunderflash / subtlety progress 35, Thousand Bone slaughter art proficiency progress 11, Diamond body 3rd layer progress 20. Gazing at the translucent panel, Ning Chuan suppressed his joy, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He pondered his next cultivation plan. Resource allocation was paramount. Currently his available resources were the over 30,000 yuan in his bank account and a vial of 100-beast nutrient solution promised by Su Yun. As for the remaining 60,000 plus yuan unpaid by Ma Hai, with his guidance of Lu Mengyue, concluded it was likely beyond reach. Barring surprises, this was his total resource pool before the college entrance exam. He needed to weigh carefully. Other martial arts can wait. The focus is on the breathing method, savage bull fist, and the external art diamond body. Ning Chuan stroked his chin. Investing resources in the savage bull fist had clear advantages. It tempered overall physical qualities, strength, agility, stamina, and even the 5 senses. As with this time advancing to awakening level 5, he felt capable of contending with an awakening level 7. If he raised the diamond body by another layer, he could only maintain invincibility, perhaps defending with greater ease. But my funds are insufficient, Ning Chuan mused. He was currently at midstage awakening level 5, far from the high stage. Even funneling all 30,000 yuan plus the 100-beast nutrient solution into the savage bull fist wouldn't secure a promotion before the exam. However, breaking through to awakening level 6 was feasible. Even without consuming beast meat, active cultivation with the savage bull fist sufficed. With over 2 months until the exam, time was ample. In this scenario, continuing to invest in the savage bull fist seemed inefficient. Below the high awakening level, the gap between initial and peak stages was not vast. Selling the 100-beast nutrient solution Su Yun procured for me, converting it into cash to buy medicine packs for the diamond body is the best path. Ning Chuan murmured to himself. After reaching the 3rd layer of the diamond body, each medicine pack advanced progress by about 15. In the second-hand market, a 100-beast nutrient solution cost around 160000 yuan. Combined with his bank balance of over 30,000, he could purchase 4 diamond body medicine packs. That represented 60 progress. Before the exam, it would be enough to break through to the 4th layer of the diamond body. Thus, aiming for the top 10 federal elite schools was no mere talk. Once I get the 100-beast nutrient solution, I'll sell it, Ning Chuan resolved. This differed from his initial plan, but he hadn't anticipated Lu Mengyue compensating him with a vial. Plans must adapt. That evening the sky darkened. Clouds gathered and the wind carried a chill. The first spring rain in Qingshan City seemed imminent. Ning Chuan ordered takeout. While waiting, he turned on the television. All local news channels in Qingshan City looped photos of the spy Zhao Weiping urging citizens not to go out at night. The police had not captured Zhao Weiping over the weekend, but during dinner his phone vibrated. Suyun posted a series of messages in the class group. Ning Chuan picked up his phone and scanned them, all related to Zhao Weiping. The school had received a police notice requiring some teachers to assist in the manhunt. Students below Awakening Level 7 would switch to online classes at home. The final message mentioned a selection competition Lu Mengyue had told him about, which would choose 10 students to accompany senior teachers or police on the search mission. Not a ring battle, but a scramble for blocks called spy devices. Quite unique. Ning Chuan pondered, staring at the screen. This method doesn't demand absolute combat power, but one must still be strong. The selection competition would start tomorrow morning at school. Monday morning. Given potential danger, senior students could volunteer freely. The school did not mandate participation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated again. Many students in the class group began posting, highly interested in the upcoming selection. Tang Xiaowan, so the key to the selection isn't grabbing the spy device but holding on to it. Whoever gets it will be swarmed. Only Awakening Level 9 students have a good chance. Even Level 8 might fail if surrounded. I don't get what the police are thinking. To catch a spy, you should send the strongest. Zhang Wenxi, combat power isn't the top priority. The spy is severely wounded, but a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Never underestimate a martial artist. If desperate, taking a few Awakening Level 9 lives is easy. The police value alertness more than raw strength. Ma Hai, the class monitor, is truly sharp, analyzing perfectly. You'll surely snatch a spy device. Wang Dong, haha, no one knows alertness better than me. I've called dibs on this spy device. Li Shangyun, Awakening Level 3, are you offering yourself as cannon fodder? I go first, my yell. The discussion soon devolved into chaos. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze from the screen, tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he decided to participate in tomorrow's selection. Securing a spy device would be excellent. If he failed, it didn't matter. His main goal was to test his own strength and, more importantly, spar with Zhang Wenxi. Not retaliating was not his nature. Judging by Zhang Wenxi's posts, he'll almost certainly join. They'll target him. If I play it right, I might even squeeze some money out of him. Ning Chuan's eyes glinted. A thought struck him. Zhang Wenxi had no idea his guidance of Lu Mengyue had ended. The rain began to fall in the dead of night, a gentle pitter-patter that only ceased at daybreak. Morning dawned over Qingshan No. 1 high school. Many senior students arrived earlier than usual, their spirits soaring high, as they engaged in fervent discussions brimming with anticipation for the upcoming selection trials. Yet not everyone shared the joy. Ma Hai was particularly vexed, a simmering rage building within him. However, in front of Zhang Wenxi, he could only suppress his temper and speak meekly. Monitor, I will do my best. Haven't I been constantly inflicting injuries on Ning Chuan? Ning Chuan would deliberately sustain some wounds to give him something to report to Zhang Wenxi. Of course, Ning Chuan wouldn't be foolish enough to suffer severe injuries. Zhang Wenxi waved his hand impatiently and snapped, "Stop with the nonsense. A few red marks on the skin. What are they worth? It's been over half a month and you still haven't dealt with Ning Chuan. He's only at the 4th stage of awakening. How hard can it be? Don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting." Ma Hai opened his mouth, but words failed him. These days he couldn't defeat Ning Chuan at all. He didn't know what kind of body-tempering martial art Ning Chuan had cultivated, but his physique was unnaturally tough. A full-force punch from him couldn't even leave a red mark. Even when he used his strongest grade martial art, the mountain-splitting palm, it could only barely inflict minor injuries. Moreover, Ning Chuan had mastered an extremely vicious, unarmed combat technique that was difficult for him to counter. After every fight, the injuries he sustained were severe. He had already spent tens of thousands on medical fees. Monitor, could you ask Uncle Lee to guide me one more time? I vaguely sensed the threshold to the 7th stage of awakening. Ma Hai looked up at Zhang Wenxi, pleading. Once I advance to the 7th stage of awakening, you'll cripple that kid Ning Chuan on the spot, making sure he can't even take the college entrance exam. Uncle Lee was that night-level martial artist. Still trying to play tricks on me, you idiot. Zhang Wenxi sneered and turned away without another word. I'll handle Ning Chuan myself. Besides, 1 high-stage awakening student in the class is enough for me. Teacher Suyun doesn't need a 2nd student to bring her glory. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai's face turned ashen. The chance for Uncle Lee's guidance was gone. Staring at Zhang Wenxi's retreating figure, Ma Hai's gaze was filled with venom. He had fawned over Zhang Wenxi with such devotion, yet, for a single unfulfilled task, Zhang Wenxi didn't even grant him a chance to explain, casting him aside without hesitation. Zhang Wenxi, you'll regret this. Ma Hai muttered through gritted teeth. He was no match for Zhang Wenxi and dared not provoke him. But he knew someone who dared. Ning Chuan. That guy isn't at the fourth stage of awakening. Ma Hai was certain. He refused to believe that Ning Chuan's transition from being beaten to beating him was due to progress in just half a month. That was sheer fantasy. After days of contemplation, he had vaguely figured out the reason. Ning Chuan must be hiding his true strength. He was playing the fool to catch the unwary, then planning to make a grand splash and astonish everyone. In past years, there have been figures like that. Incredibly powerful but concealing their strength, aiming to emerge as a dark horse in the college entrance exam and shake the world. Ning Chuan must be the same. Ma Hai's thoughts wandered. Suddenly a memory flashed through his mind and a cold smirk crept onto his face. At 8 in the morning, there was still an hour until the selection trials began. In the training ground, all the senior students had gathered. Presiding over the selection trials was a young man from the police department in his 20s with a short crew cut. Perhaps due to the urgency of the search for Zhao Weiping, the young man didn't waste time with pleasantries after taking the stage. He simply repeated the rules. Then he announced the rewards everyone had been eagerly awaiting. Whoever captures the spy Zhao Weiping, dead or alive, will receive a reward of 1 million yuan. The crewcut man declared. His voice spread through the microphone. The training ground erupted into a cacophony of noise. At Qingshan No. 1 high school, not a few students came from wealthy families, but the money belonged to their parents. At their age, they didn't have much cash of their own. A flicker of fervor gleamed in Ning Chuan's eyes. With 1 million yuan as a foundation, he could break through to the high stage of awakening before the college entrance exam. On the stage, the crewcut man continued without pause. This man Zhao Weiping is a heinous criminal who betrayed the Federation, causing immense losses. Therefore, the Donglin Administrative Region's General Police Department has announced that any senior student who captures him may join the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. At these words, the crowd fell silent for a moment before exploding into an uproar. Even Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Ever since the Twin Martial Star War a millennium ago, the high martial world had no national divisions. The hundreds of billions of humans worldwide had formed a common federation. Administratively, the federation was divided into 99 regions. Qingshan City belonged to the Donglin Administrative Region, one of them. Each region had its own independent college entrance exam. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was the official training base for senior students established by the Donglin Administrative Region in preparation for the exam. Its strength was unparalleled. It ranked first in the Donglin Administrative Region. Students who emerged from there, even the lowest performing ones, entered the top 10 universities of the Federation. Half of them could even get into Star River University. To think that even a formal martial artist wasn't guaranteed admission to Star River University. This showed the formidable nature of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. I want to sign up. Me too. I'll take Zhao Weiping's head and stride through the gates of Star River University. Shouts rang out one after another across the training ground. Amidst the clamorous crowd, Ning Chuan remained quiet, his eyes slightly lowered. He was pondering the meaning behind the crewcut man's words. Capture and bring to justice. Did it mean completing the task independently, or just assisting the police? The underlying truth likely rested with the police department's final interpretation. Students from well-connected families like Lu Menjia's, who had ties with the police department, could assist in the capture and still join the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. For someone like him, he would probably need to capture Zhao Weiping single-handedly. And Zhao Weiping was a formal martial artist. At this thought, Ning Chuan's fervent heart calmed down. Just do my best as before. No need to force it, Ning Chuan murmured to himself. On stage, the crewcut man raised his hand to signal for silence. Students interested in the selection trials, please register at the west side of the stands and fill in your personal information for subsequent reporting. The crowd filed toward the west side of the stands. Lured by the promise of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, even those who had been uninterested signed up. Nearly 1,000 participants competed for just 10 spy devices. This made the final outcome even more unpredictable. After all, even a 9th stage awakening cultivator couldn't withstand a siege of over 100 people. 10 minutes later, on the west side of the stage. Wait! As Ning Chuan emerged from the crowd after registering, someone called out to him. Turning his head, he saw Ma Hai striding over. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. Save the chatter. First transfer today's money. The end of the guidance sessions couldn't be hidden for long. Even if Lu Mengyue didn't say anything once she stopped driving him to school, the news would naturally spread. While Ma Hai was still in the dark, he might as well squeeze out what he could. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Besides, according to their agreement, he got 2500 yuan a day. That was no small amount. Forget about the money. Ma Hai let out a cold mocking laugh. I've found a new path. I don't need to suck up to Zhang Wenxi anymore. Say whatever you want to Lu Mengyue. You won't get another cent from me. He couldn't let Ning Chuan know about his broken relationship with Zhang Wenxi. Otherwise his plan to sow discord would fail. He wanted Ning Chuan to teach Zhang Wenxi a lesson without realizing it. How can you be so dishonest? Ning Chuan curled his lips. He didn't say much more. Bypassing Ma Hai, he scanned the crowd for Zhang Wenxi's whereabouts. Compared to Ma Hai's paltry sum, Zhang Wenxi was the real jackpot. If he could pull it off, he might just make another windfall. Wait a second. Ma Hai grew anxious. This wasn't going as he had expected. Before his plan could even be set in motion, the man was walking away. Ma Hai hurriedly caught up and blocked his path, speaking with certainty. I know your true strength. Huh? Ning Chuan's expression froze. How did Ma Hai know that he had advanced to the 5th stage of awakening? Actively sensing another's cultivation level was an ability exclusive to formal martial artists. The next moment, Ning Chuan realized he had misunderstood. You might fool others, but you can't fool me after more than a dozen battles with you. Your strength is at least at the 7th stage of awakening. Seeing Ning Chuan's reaction, Ma Hai grew even more convinced of his speculation, sneering. Deliberately hiding it, probably planning to make a stunning debut in the college entrance exam, right? And by the way, seized the chance to leave a deep impression on teacher Su. This tactic is far more sophisticated than Zhang Wenxi's. He sure has a vivid imagination. Ning Chuan roughly understood Ma Hai's thoughts. After a brief moment of consideration, Ning Chuan chose not to proactively explain himself. Instead, he gave a cold snort and said arrogantly, So what? Does that have anything to do with you? I only came to give you a friendly warning. Ma Hai's face darkened as he spoke. Just yesterday Zhang Wenxi asked me to have someone cut the surveillance feed in building one of the school. This definitely has to do with the selection tournament. Whether you go or not is up to you, I don't care. Ning Chuan shot a glance at Ma Hai and sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you've fallen out with Zhang Wenxi. You don't dare to oppose him yourself, so you want to use me as a knife to kill. Ma Hai's expression shifted. How could Ning Chuan be so astute, seeing through his plan at a single glance? So what if I am? Ma Hai abandoned any pretense of scheming, throwing caution to the wind as he gritted his teeth. Can you afford to refuse? This is a golden opportunity to deal with Zhang Wenxi. Ning Chuan fixed his gaze on Ma Hai, scrutinizing him for a moment before sneering. You're right, I can't refuse. But don't think you can just sit back and reap the benefits. Don't count on such good fortune. I'll tell Zhang Wenxi exactly what you said, and then he'll sit back and watch you two tear each other apart like dogs. No. Ning Chuan shook his head and laughed. You're no match for Zhang Wenxi at all. He'll just brutally thrash you. You have no evidence, it's your word against mine. Zhang Wenxi won't believe you. A flicker of fear flashed in Ma Hai's eyes. Although he had fallen out with Zhang Wenxi, he still dared not provoke him openly. Whether in family background or personal strength, Zhang Wenxi outclassed him completely. Ning Chuan took out his phone and said with a sly smile, Ma Hai, we're inseparable partners, aren't we? The transfer records you sent me, aren't they solid proof? Why wouldn't Zhang Wenxi believe it? Ma Hai's face instantly turned grim. Zhang Wenxi was already suspicious of his tricks. With this transfer record added to the mix, it would be 100% confirmed. No matter how many mouths he had, he couldn't talk his way out of it. What do you want? After a long silence, Ma Hai spoke with resentment. This time, like a replay of 2 weeks ago, his weakness was once again in Ning Chuan's grasp. Ning Chuan beamed a brilliant smile and said, I've always been an honest and trustworthy man. Just pay me the remaining balance you owe. Hearing this, Ma Hai was so angry he could swear. He had lost the guidance of a night-level martial artist, and now he still had to pay up. Ning Chuan continued unhurriedly. Once the money arrives, I'll deal with Zhang Wenxi. As for what you just said, I'll take it to my grave. Ma Hai thought for a moment, then said, You go teach Zhang Wenxi a lesson first, and then I'll give you the money. Ning Chuan shook his head. No, transfer it now. You have a history of reneging on debts. I don't trust you. Fine, you win. Transfer it is. Ma Hai stared Ning Chuan down for a while, but seeing that he wouldn't budge, he could only pull out his phone. Over 60,000 with all those odds, since it's too much trouble. Standing to the side, Ning Chuan looked at Ma Hai's phone and coughed lightly. Let me round it up. Just transfer 70,000 over. Hearing this, Ma Hai turned his head and glared at Ning Chuan in fury. He had truly learned something new. Was there such a thing as rounding up that actually added money? Don't worry, as compensation I'll give Zhang Wenxi a black eye and embarrass him. Your money will be well spent, Ning Chuan said with a smile. Fine. The thought of Zhang Wenxi sporting a black eye was somewhat satisfying to Ma Hai, so he didn't mind spending a few extra thousand yuan. Soon the transfer was complete. Do you have any other requests for Zhang Wenxi? As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Ning Chuan laughed. Ma Hai's heart skipped a beat, and without a word he turned and left. He practically sprinted out of the training ground, terrified that Ning Chuan would set another trap to fleece him. Ma Hai resolved in his heart that from now on he would not only avoid provoking Ning Chuan but also absolutely refrain from even speaking to him. Why do I feel more and more like a villain? Watching Ma Hai retreat into the distance, Ning Chuan felt a surge of delight and grinned. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the bell rang out across the sky, signaling the start of the selection tournament. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The participating students surged forth like a flood, each employing their movement techniques, as they raced toward the nearest spy device. A total of 10 such cubes had been placed around the training ground in advance, and many students had spotted them before the competition even began. In an instant, several students at the 9th rank of Awakening were the first to succeed, each seizing a spy device and quickly widening the distance between themselves to avoid being surrounded and attacked by the crowd. Ning Chuan swept his gaze across the scene and silently shook his head. As expected, although snatching a spy device wasn't as direct as a ring battle, it still ultimately boiled down to raw strength. With a 2-hour competition time, even if I managed to grab a spy device now, it would likely be taken from me quickly. I'll probably only have a chance to try at the very last moment. Ning Chuan analyzed swiftly. But the closer it gets to the end, the stronger the students holding the spy devices become, making it even harder to snatch one. With a clear mind, Ning Chuan watched the chaotic melee of students and knew his chances of success were slim. Fortunately, his main objective for participating today was still Zhang Wenxi. Targeting me doesn't come without a price. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he drew his silver blood war blade and walked unhurriedly toward Building 1. In this selection tournament, there were no restrictions on weapons or equipment. After all, the ultimate goal was to capture the spy. Zhao Weiping wasn't one to care about fairness. If someone truly had the strength to pilot a mech over the police department, wouldn't refuse, they would applaud and welcome it. 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan arrived at Building 1, as Ma Hai had mentioned. This was the oldest teaching building in Qingshan No. One high school now abandoned and used to store learning supplies like desks and chairs. Passing through the main gate, Ning Chuan activated the wind step technique. In an instant, the sound of his footsteps became barely perceptible. This was one application of the wind step technique. On one hand, he wanted to see what Zhang Wenxi was up to. On the other hand, Ma Hai's revelation might be a trap set in collusion with Zhang Wenxi. Although it was unlikely, he couldn't afford to be careless. Ning Chuan began to silently explore the building. The first floor yielded nothing. The second floor was the same. On the third floor, as soon as Ning Chuan stepped out of the stairwell, he heard faint footsteps coming from a classroom not far ahead. Zhang Wenxi. Ning Chuan's heart stirred. With none of the 10 spy devices here, it was unlikely any other student would come. Biting the silver blood war blade between his teeth, Ning Chuan dropped to the ground and crawled forward. After advancing about 10 meters, he caught sight of a figure through a window on the corridor side of the classroom. It was indeed Zhang Wenxi. The next moment, Ning Chuan's entire attention was drawn to what Zhang Wenxi was holding. It was a wooden test tube rack, a single row with 3 holes each holding a test tube filled with a dark red liquid that bubbled and churned. Ning Chuan was very familiar with it. He had recently drunk one such tube, which had allowed him to advance to the 5th rank of Awakening. 100 Beasts Nutrient Fluid. Should I snatch it? Ning Chuan's heart burned with desire. 3 tubes of 100 Beasts Nutrient Fluid would be enough to elevate him to the 6th rank of Awakening. However, after a brief consideration, Ning Chuan silently shook his head. Although Ma Hai had arranged for the surveillance here to be cut, any action would leave traces. Given Zhang Wenxi's family background, the police department would surely take the matter seriously. The risk is too great. Suppressing his greed, Ning Chuan's mindset returned to calmness as he continued to secretly observe Zhang Wenxi. Soon he made a new discovery. Zhang Wenxi was pacing back and forth in the classroom, occasionally glancing at his phone. His movements and demeanor clearly indicated that he was waiting for someone. Who is he waiting for? Ning Chuan's thoughts raced as he analyzed the information at hand. having Ma Hai deliberately cut the surveillance. Preparing 3 tubes of 100 beasts nutrient fluid, waiting for someone to arrive here. Suddenly a thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind like lightning. Zhang Wenxi wants to trade 3 tubes of 100 beasts nutrient fluid for a spy device. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Zhang Wenxi's family had the resources to even hire a night-level martial artist, showing their considerable influence. It would be effortless for them to find a few martial artists to assist Zhang Wenxi in capturing Zhao Weiping. Safety wouldn't be an issue. Zhang Wenxi is at the 7th rank of awakening. It's basically impossible for him to hold onto a spy device. Once exposed, it would be extremely dangerous. So the trade would only happen in the final minutes of the selection when the outcome is already decided. Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened considerably. Of course, whether this was true remained to be seen. It was still just a speculation, but Ning Chuan was willing to take the gamble. Given his own strength, his chances of securing a spot were too low. I can't stay in the corridor here. If Zhang Wenxi's trading partner shows up, it'll be spotted immediately. I need to find another spot. Ning Chuan crawled to change direction and left the corridor. After a thorough search, he found an ideal location. Outside the building, there was a large tree near the classroom where Zhang Wenxi was. Spring had arrived for over half a month, and the branches and leaves had already grown enough to conceal his figure. Climbing the tree nimbly, Ning Chuan chose a branch close to the classroom window and silently lurked there. A pair of dark, deep-set eyes peering through the gaps in the lush foliage fixed on Zhang Wenxi in the classroom, patient and indifferent like a predator sizing up its prey. At Qingshan No. 1 high school, inside the surveillance room, several school administrators accompanied a crew-cut young man from the police department as they observed the students' combat progress. What's wrong with the surveillance in Building 1? The academic director pointed at several pitch-black areas on the screen and asked with a frown. A staff member replied, "There's an issue with the signal lines. They might be broken." Hearing this, the academic director turned to the crew-cut young man and inquired, "Officer Zhou, should we pause the selection tournament and wait for the surveillance to be fixed before resuming?" "No need." Zhou Wei swept his gaze across the screen and shook his head, saying, "All 10 spy devices are within surveillance range. There's no need to waste time." The priority was to apprehend Zhao Weiping as quickly as possible. A rogue formal martial artist on the loose was far too dangerous. If it caused mass casualties among the populace, the police department would surely bear the blame. Elsewhere, Wang Ping, you're only at the 5th stage of awakening. Can you even guard the spy device? We're all below the high stage, how dare you mock me? Haha, Li Yijian won't be polite with this spy device. Shouts rang out incessantly. All across the campus, students were locked in combat. The students who obtained the spy devices gradually fell into numerous encirclements. Even those at the 9th stage of awakening faced fierce competition. As time passed, the holders of the devices constantly changed. At 1050, there were only 10 minutes left until the selection tournament ended. The chaotic battle entered its final phase, with only a couple of spy devices still being contested. The rest had already found their owners, and no one fought over them anymore. There was no choice. Only a handful of students remained on the field, and nearly all were utterly exhausted, unable to continue fighting. In that classroom, Zhang Wenxi kept glancing at his watch, unable to hide the anxiety on his face. Buzz! Suddenly his phone vibrated once. After opening it and taking a look, Zhang Wenxi let out a long sigh, his entire body relaxing. Witnessing this, Ning Chuan became even more certain of his speculation. Sure enough, not long after, a tall figure walked into the classroom. "It's him." Ning Chuan recognized the newcomer. Wei Bohu, 9th stage of awakening, had mastered a brank fist technique to the proficient level. In terms of strength, he was firmly among the top 3 in his grade. An absolute elite school candidate. After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan pulled out his phone, opened the video recorder, and aimed the camera at the classroom. Privately trading spy devices was hardly a glorious matter. "Did you get the spy device?" Zhang Wenxi hurried over to Wei Bohu, his face brimming with eagerness. "Do you have what I asked for?" Wei Bohu pulled out a black box square and the size of a Rubik's Cube and handed it over. "Right here, not a single one missing." Taking the spy device, Zhang Wenxi shook the test tube rack in his hand, showing it to Wei Bohu. But he didn't hand it over to Wei Bohu. "What, thinking of backing out?" A hint of disdain flickered in Wei Bohu's eyes as he sneered. "I'll give it to you after the tournament ends." Zhang Wenxi shook his head and stuffed the test tube rack into his pocket, saying, "If I hand over the nutrient solution now, and you snatch the spy device back, who would I complain to?" "You're quite the schemer." Wei Bohu let out a scornful laugh, turned around and strode away. I doubt you dare to deceive me. Zhang Wenxi curled his lips, playing with the spy device, and didn't leave with Wei Bohu. Given his strength, if he were discovered, it would inevitably invite a fight. Although the tournament was about to end and the students' combat power had severely declined, there was no need to take risks. Building 1 was perfect for hiding. The mantis cicada is in place. A time for the oriole to make its move. On the tree, Ning Chuan put away his phone, watching Zhang Wenxi with a rising fervor deep in his eyes, and pressed his foot firmly on a branch. Bang! The bark shattered, propelling Ning Chuan forward like an arrow from a bow. Crackle! The window glass shattered with a crash, and Ning Chuan burst into the classroom with a formidable posture. As his body descended toward Zhang Wenxi, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and swung it fiercely. Bone-devouring fist, the most powerful frontal assault move of the thousand-bone slaughter art. Whoosh! A mighty fist wind howled, carrying dozens of shattered glass shards, raining down like a storm upon the stunned Zhang Wenxi. Who's ambushing me? As a high-stage awakener, Zhang Wenxi reacted quickly, striking out with a palm. The gust was equally violent. His palm turned blood-red, with prominent veins bulging, brimming with power. Clearly, he was also employing some kind of palm technique. Bang! Fist met palm. A wave of air surged outward, almost tangible, tearing the glass shards midair and scattering them everywhere. Zhang Wenxi's body trembled violently, and he staggered backward. With a thud, his back slammed hard into the wall, sending dust raining down. Only then did Zhang Wenxi barely manage to steady himself. On the other side, Ning Chuan also felt a powerful force surging toward him, sending him flying backward. He engaged his core, executing a backflip to dissipate most of the force, and landed steadily on the windowsill, looking down at Zhang Wenxi from above. Leveraging the momentum of my descent and my strongest punch against Zhang Wenxi's hasty counter, it's only a 60-40 split. Ning Chuan shook his head. A high-stage awakener with strength surging like a spring. Truly formidable. Ning Chuan pondered briefly, then deliberately said in a stern voice, Zhang Wenxi, how dare you privately purchase a spy device? Caught red-handed, surrender immediately. Ning Chuan added a classic line. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Zhang Wenxi trembled in fright, but for some reason he felt the voice was oddly familiar. Instinctively looking up, Zhang Wenxi was first stunned, then flew into a rage. Ning Chuan! Zhang Wenxi roared loudly, flames seemingly blazing in his eyes. Why aren't you trembling anymore? Ning Chuan chuckled mockingly. Hand over the spy device and I'll let you leave. Zhang Wenxi sneered. A 4th-stage awakener and you dare to boast. So you disagree then? Ning Chuan activated the gale step, moving with lightning speed, darting forward with a sound of air splitting. Also am now at the 5th stage of awakening. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan was upon him, his 5 fingers together thrusting like a sharp sword toward Zhang Wenxi's vital point. His throat. Swoosh! The air tore with a sound like ripping silk. The 5th stage of awakening, that's your trump card. How impressive. Just like me back in my freshman year. Zhang Wenxi's tone was dripping with sarcasm, but his movements were cautious. He swung a fierce hand, blade heavy and swift as thunder, aiming to chop at Ning Chuan's incoming wrist. Shadow Serpent Strike. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed. Just as Zhang Wenxi was about to strike him, his extended arm twisted at an odd angle, writhing like a serpent's body, evading the blow and continuing its thrust toward Zhang Wenxi's throat. After mastering the thousand-bone slaughter art to the proficient level, the Shadow Serpent Strike could be executed with ease. Zhang Wenxi's expression shifted slightly. However, he wasn't overly panicked. His rich combat experience allowed him to react instantly. He couldn't dodge. Instead, he had to counterattack. Slap! Zhang Wenxi took a swift step forward, stomping firmly on the ground, causing the point of Ning Chuan's thrust to shift away from his throat, a vital area. At the same time, his swinging hand blade clenched into a fist and punched out with force. Thud! Bang! The 2 sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The first muffled sound was Ning Chuan's fingers tearing through Zhang Wenxi's clothes and piercing his shoulder, with a few strands of blood seeping out. The second sound was Zhang Wenxi's punch landing on Ning Chuan. The next moment, Ning Chuan was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a desk. The solid wood surface shattered on impact, and the metal frame beneath was twisted and deformed. Such was the force of that collision. Yet Ning Chuan rose nimbly as if nothing had happened. After advancing the diamond body to the 3rd layer, besides enabling body fortification, his physical defense had reached a new level. That punch from Zhang Wenxi only caused him a faint ache. Ning Chuan knew without looking that the struck area was at most slightly reddened. What martial art is that? Quite interesting. Raising his right hand, Ning Chuan looked at the trace of blood on his fingertips and raised an eyebrow. After he had pierced the skin, Zhang Wenxi's muscles suddenly turned as hard as steel, preventing him from going further. Based on his original estimate, this palm sword strike should have been enough to temporarily disable one of Zhang Wenxi's arms. Ning Chuan, I'm going to break every one of your fingers. The 4 bloody holes on his shoulder throbbed with a burning pain, and Zhang Wenxi stared at Ning Chuan, his eyes dark and brooding as if they might drip water. Whoosh! He took long strides, his form stirring up a gale, charging forward like a fierce tiger. Hey! A cold smile curled on Ning Chuan's lips. He flicked his fingers, shaking off the blood, activated the gale step, and charged forward fearlessly to meet him. Ning Chuan and Zhang Wenxi were locked in a fierce battle. The air roared as if it were about to explode. Desks snapped in rows. Window panes shattered continuously. In terms of the situation, Ning Chuan was at a disadvantage. His 1,000-bone killing art was only at the proficient level, and he found it somewhat overwhelming against Zhang Wenxi, who was at the 7th stage of awakening. However, relying on the powerful defense of his 3rd-layer diamond body, Ning Chuan would not be defeated in a short time. In fact, when adopting a trading blow strategy, he could even gain some advantage. Let's see how much beating you can take. Zhang Wenxi's eyes turned ruthless as he threw a fierce elbow strike. His bent elbow traced an arc, carrying a sharp, piercing sound of wind, revealing immense power. Iron elbow spear. A crade martial art. Whoosh! The fierce wind rushed against his face. Ning Chuan's gaze was calm. Without dodging, he raised his right arm and punched toward Zhang Wenxi's abdomen. Smack! Ning Chuan's right arm emitted a crisp sound like lightning striking the air or a bowstring snapping. The next moment, his punch speed suddenly surged, seemingly dragging afterimages, and with a bang it struck Zhang Wenxi, whose face instantly flushed red. Lightning departing fist. The second form of the 1,000-bone killing art. With a single punch, it strikes like lightning and shoots like an arrow, hence its name. This characteristic is speed. The next moment, Zhang Wenxi's elbow strike also landed on Ning Chuan. Thud! A golden light flashed on Ning Chuan's chest. Amidst a sound like metal clashing, he was suddenly sent flying backward, landing directly at the other end of the classroom, stirring up dust on the ground. Swish! Ning Chuan performed a kip-up and stood up nimbly. The brief golden body transformation had dissipated most of the force from Zhang Wenxi's strike. Ning Chuan looked at Zhang Wenxi, reached out to flick the dust off his chest, and said with slight regret, I wanted to spar with you a bit longer, but unfortunately there's not much time left. You'll have to finish this quickly. The spy device was just one of his goals. He had other things he wanted. He needed to hurry. Talk is cheap. Zhang Wenxi sneered with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. However, his tone carried much more caution than before. Aside from him, there was probably no one in the class who could match Ning Chuan. He really could hide his strength. Is that so? Ning Chuan grinned, offering no explanation. Instead, he pulled the silver blood war blade from behind his waist and strode toward Zhang Wenxi. The tip of the blade dragged on the ground, sparking a series of fiery trails. Zhang Wenxi's expression changed completely. Ning Chuan, even barehanded, was not far behind him. If he used the blade to execute the flash thunderslash at the mastery level, Zhang Wenxi definitely couldn't win. Perhaps with a weapon in hand, he might have a chance to contend. But today, he hadn't planned to compete for the spy device, so his weapon was left at home. This is unfair. Zhang Wenxi roared. The rest of his words were drowned out by a thunderous boom. Boom! Ning Chuan launched the flash thunderslash immediately. A bright silver light appeared like lightning, streaking across, illuminating the classroom darkened by the clouds. Within the light was a chilling sharpness. Zhang Wenxi's scalp tingled as he pushed his movement technique to its limit, desperately retreating. With a swish, a dozen strands of hair were severed, cleanly drifting in the air. He barely dodged that strike. Boom! Ning Chuan paid no heed, pressing forward as a thunderous sound erupted from within his body, transforming into immense power that surged into his arm, manifesting its edge through the silver blood war blade. Flash thunderslash. Silver light rose again, electric radiance crossing the air. Zhang Wenxi's face dripped with cold sweat, utterly afraid to face the edge of the silver blood war blade. He wanted to flee but couldn't break through. With the master-level Gale Step and the master-level Flash Thunderslash, Ning Chuan's blade could reach any spot in this classroom in an instant. Zhang Wenxi could only dodge continuously. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Ning Chuan, instead of swinging his blade, raised his foot and kicked Zhang Wenxi sideways. Though this selection match had few rules, it prohibited fatal or disabling injuries. The flash thunderslash was too sharp, so Ning Chuan only used it to force Zhang Wenxi into revealing openings, then struck with fist and foot techniques. Before long, Zhang Wenxi's body was covered in bruises. Zhang Wenxi saw through Ning Chuan's plan, but still dared not let his body endure the silver blood war blade in combat. He couldn't take the gamble. If he lost, there were only two outcomes: death or disability. Even if Ning Chuan paid a price, it would be too late. An opportunity. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. Under the pressure of the blade, Zhang Wenxi revealed a major flaw. Ning Chuan shot out his left hand like lightning, fingers spread, piercing the air, and grabbed Zhang Wenxi's arm. His entire left arm then coiled around, twisting violently like a massive python strangling its prey. The fourth form of the thousand-bone killing art, serpentine body crush. A domineering name, its power was equally formidable. Once entangled, it could crush an enemy's bones. Crack! Zhang Wenxi's arm emitted a crisp sound. Then his entire right arm drooped. Is this a dislocation? Ning Chuan blinked a couple of times. It was within expectations after all. He was only at the 5th stage of awakening, and his breathing technique was just the ordinary bull strength art, so his arm strength was insufficient. If he were at the same level as Zhang Wenxi, this twist would have shattered Zhang Wenxi's right arm. Hiss! With his arm suddenly dislocated, Zhang Wenxi gasped in pain, his defense severely compromised. Bang! 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 Ning Chuan used both hands and feet, landing blows one after another, beating Zhang Wenxi to the ground until he lost the ability to resist, panting heavily with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then Ning Chuan crouched down, rummaged through Zhang Wenxi's clothes, and found the spy device. I advised you nicely before, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've gotten a beating for nothing, and it's still mine. Ning Chuan said with a smile. Don't get too cocky. This isn't over. Zhang Wenxi glared at Ning Chuan, his gaze both aggrieved and resentful. Still acting tough? Ning Chuan didn't even lift his eyelids, punching down, causing Zhang Wenxi to groan in pain. He continued searching Zhang Wenxi. Soon Ning Chuan also found a test tube rack embedded with 3 beast nutrition potions, casually pocketing it. Nice loot, I'll gladly accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Wenxi was stunned and blurted out, This is robbery. Don't worry, I've cut off the surveillance in this building. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and didn't expose Ma Hai since he had promised him. But only regarding the surveillance matter. Just wait. Zhang Wenxi came to his senses, sneering coldly at Ning Chuan, already scheming about how to find someone to slip a soap bar to Ning Chuan in prison. Ning Chuan casually pulled up a stool to sit, looking down at Zhang Wenxi, and laughed. Cutting off the surveillance alone doesn't seem enough, does it? It's too late for you to realize that now. Zhang Wenxi looked triumphant, laughing loudly. Subjectively, you had the intent to rob. Objectively, the act of robbery has been established. Even if you return the beast nutrition potions, nothing will change. You'll still go to jail. He had read an autobiography of a supercriminal named Zhang San, from which he learned quite a few professional legal terms. Quite knowledgeable about the law. Ning Chuan chuckled, took out his phone, and played the video he had secretly recorded earlier. What crime do you think this is? The video ended quickly. Zhang Wenxi's smile faded and he fell silent. Ning Chuan ignored him and freely slandered him, saying, You expended 3 beast nutrition potions just to get a spot to assist the police. You must have a grand scheme. In my view, you're planning to help Zhao Weiping escape. With that face of yours, you look like a traitor from our high martial world. Damn it, you're the one who looks like a traitor. Zhang Wenxi couldn't help but curse, then sneered, Don't struggle. Do you think the police station will believe your nonsense? Since you're not afraid of the police, let me put it another way. Ning Chuan's smile didn't fade as he calmly said, I'll spread this video to everyone at school. What will happen then? The outstanding student of class 15 at grade 12 actually cheated. So were all his past achievements obtained through cheating. Once doubt is opened, it can't be closed. In the end, the once outstanding student Zhang Wenxi will be branded as the shame of Qingshan No. 1 high school. How dare you? Zhang Wenxi roared in panic, struggling to get up. Others knowing about this might be tolerable, as he would be going to a university in another city in a few months. But Su Yun must never know. Though he was more cunning than his peers, he was still a youth. The thought of his persona collapsing before his secret crush was utterly unacceptable. Don't threaten me with harsh words. They want work. Ning Chuan patted Zhang Wenxi on the shoulder, exerting a bit of force to press him back down to the ground. He sneered. As for the beast nourishment elixir incident, pretend it never happened. If you do, I want release this video. Otherwise, we'll both go down in flames. After a pause, Ning Chuan added, And don't think about hiring someone to steal my phone. The video's already uploaded to the cloud set with a scheduled send. Only I can cancel it. You're ruthless. Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth, but didn't refuse, tacitly agreeing with Ning Chuan. With that, the topic came to an end. Silence fell between them. Ning Chuan, momentarily unsure how to break it, thought for a moment, then raised his hand, formed a fist, and brought it down. Thud. He punched Zhang Wenxi again. What did I do to you? Zhang Wenxi glared at Ning Chuan. Expressionless Ning Chuan replied, That's for having Ma Hai beat me up. Zhang Wenxi was taken aback. How did you know I was behind it? He had barely shown any hostility toward Ning Chuan in class. Oh, Ma Hai told me himself. Ning Chuan threw Ma Hai under the bus without a second thought. He hadn't promised to keep it a secret. That bastard. He'll give him a lesson he won't forget. Zhang Wenxi seethed with anger. A complete failure. No rush, you'll have plenty of time. Ning Chuan waved a hand. So you don't want me to coach Lu Mengyue, right? So what if I do? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly. Don't be so hostile. Ning Chuan said with a grin. I know rich second-generation types like you have a mental thing about purity. You don't want other guys getting close to your crush. That's something we can negotiate. Zhang Wenxi cut him off irritably. Crush on Lu Mengyue. Have you lost your mind? Lu Mengyue is my cousin. Hearing this, Ning Chuan was stunned for a moment. If she's family, then why stop me from coaching her? Zhang Wenxi, realizing he had misspoken, clamped his mouth shut and refused to answer. So that's how it is. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered as he fell into thought. Lu Mengyue was more than just the daughter of the extreme martial arts gym owner. Her background was significant. The Lu family was a powerful clan in Qingshan City. One could even call them a millennium-old dynasty. Zhang Wenxi's mother was likely a Lu as well. The infighting among aristocratic heirs knows no bounds. Ning Chuan remarked with emotion. At this, Zhang Wenxi's gaze turned icy. If you dare breathe a word of this, you're dead. The Federation may be a society of law, but some powers are born above it. I don't care about the Lu family's affairs or people. Ning Chuan shrugged indifferently. I'll say it again, if you don't want me to coach Lu Mengyue, we can talk. As long as you pay the right price. I'm an orphan. I've had enough hardship. I only care about profit, not people. With that, Ning Chuan stood up, ready to pressure Zhang Wenxi. If you're not interested, I'll be going. Go on. Zhang Wenxi, intrigued, quickly called him back. Let's do some math first. A bright smile spread across Ning Chuan's face as he sat back down. You know my rate for coaching Lu Mengyue, 3,000 an hour. I coach 2 hours a day, so that's 6,000, sometimes more. With just over 2 months until the college entrance exam, I'd earn at least 500,000 from her. After dropping that number, Ning Chuan secretly glanced at Zhang Wenxi. His expression remained unchanged. Of course, 500,000 isn't enough. Ning Chuan shifted gears. That's money I'd earn anyway. If I stop coaching the Thunderflash / I'll offend Lu Mengyue. You'll need to give me another 500,000 as compensation. 1 million total. Zhang Wenxi let out a derisive laugh. Are you insane with greed? Unfazed, Ning Chuan smiled. With an extra 500,000, Lu Mengyue's Thunderflash / will stall, and you'll gain 10 times, even 100 times that. Zhang Wenxi pondered for a moment before speaking. 500,000 total. Take it or leave it. Ning Chuan's heart raced. He was tempted to agree immediately. After all, it was getting something for nothing, a risk-free huge profit. Yet furrowing his brows, Ning Chuan feigned displeasure. I'm risking offending Lu Mengyue here. Your compensation is already in that 500,000. I know Lu Mengyue better than you. You'll coach her for at most another month. Zhang Wenxi sneered. She needs enough time to advance to a full-fledged martial artist, or Star River University is out of reach. Fine then. Ning Chuan sighed as if making a huge concession. 500,000 it is, but you have to transfer it now. Zhang Wenxi pulled out his phone and opened the banking app. After a moment's thought, he said menacingly, You may be as strong as a 7th awakening, but if you try to play both sides, it'll make you regret being born. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Ning Chuan declared, righteously raising his right arm. I swear from today, I will never coach Lu Mengyue in the Thunderflash / again, or may lightning strike me down. Not that he could, even if he wanted to. The job was already over. Buzz. His phone vibrated slightly. A text from the bank confirmed that 500,000 had arrived. Plus the 3 vials of beast nourishment elixir. His total wealth now exceeded 1 million. Ning Chuan felt as if he were in a dream. Joy welled up from his heart like a spring. Just yesterday he had been agonizing over whether to sell or use a single vial of beast nourishment elixir. Phew! Ning Chuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now wasn't the time to celebrate. Money. He wouldn't mind having more. Ning Chuan brandished the spy device in his hand, grinning. This little thing could be a ticket to the Mountain Sea Genius training camp. I won't ask for much. Just 3 vials of beast nourishment elixir, same as Wei Bohu's price. Or a bank transfer works too. I'm not picky. Zhang Wenxi's face turned green. He steals my spy device, then tries to sell it back to me. Is there no law anymore? What about moral integrity? You spout nonsense about the Mountain Sea Genius training camp without knowing a thing. Zhang Wenxi sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Ning Chuan shrugged it off. Having just extorted over $1 million from the guy, he figured he should be magnanimous. What is that place overrated? No, the Mountain Sea Genius training camp is incredibly tough. Even many full-fledged martial artists are desperate to get in. Zhang Wenxi's eyes were mocking. So without the strength of a 9th awakening peak, going in is suicide. The geniuses gathered there will chew you up and spit you out. Ning Chuan casually asked, then why were you buying a spy device from Wei Bohu? Zhang Wenxi snorted, a hint of pride in his voice. I entered the selection tournament just to make teacher Su happy. What do you know? Ning Chuan fell silent. He never expected that to be Zhang Wenxi's reason. You want to make teacher Su happy? Shameless. Trying to be a rebellious disciple chasing after the master. Ning Chuan pointed at Zhang Wenxi and stormed off in indignation. Just to gain a bit of favor with Su Yun, the guy didn't hesitate to spend 3 vials of beast nourishment elixir. How rich must he be? The joy of being a millionaire faded considerably. The more Ning Chuan thought about it, the angrier he got. When he reached the classroom door, he turned back. I don't need your help. We're not that close. Seeing Ning Chuan return, Zhang Wenxi assumed he was coming to help him up and remained hostile. At that moment, Zhang Wenxi was using the stool Ning Chuan had been sitting on to try and pull himself up, but his body was trembling, making him look utterly pathetic. I'm not here to help you up. With a simple, crisp reply, Ning Chuan moved swiftly, raised his hand, formed a fist, and swung. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds merged into one. Ning Chuan gave Zhang Wenxi a pair of black eyes. That was the price of flaunting wealth. What did I do this time? Zhang Wenxi roared in fury from the ground. Don't blame me. Honestly, I'm just a tool. Ma Hai paid me to give you those shiners. I'll destroy that kid. Go for it. Ning Chuan walked away, his mood light and carefree. At 11 in the morning, the selection competition concluded. All participating students ceased fighting immediately and returned to the training ground for assembly. The principal's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. As Ning Chuan hurried to the training ground, he pondered his battle with Zhang Wenxi. Through that fight, he gained a much clearer understanding of his own strength. Unarmed, he still lagged somewhat behind the 7th awakening stage, unless he advanced his 1,000-bone killing art to the next realm, or wielded a warblade. He could almost crush Zhang Wenxi. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated in reality. The main issue was that Zhang Wenxi had no weapon at the time and was utterly defenseless against the Silver Blood Warblade. His true combat prowess could rank among the top of the 7th awakening stage at Qingshan No. 1 high school. He was still a bit short of the 8th awakening stage. But not for long. Ning Chuan looked at the test tube rack in his hand and revealed a confident smile. 3 vials of 100 beast nutrient fluid were enough to break him through to the 6th awakening stage. He took out 1 vial and drank it down. The ferocious ox art senses abundant energy, and his invigorated cultivation progress increased by 1850. The ferocious ox art is expected to deplete the energy in 28 hours. The mechanical synthesized voice rang out repeatedly. Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy. As his strength grew, the time to absorb a vial of 100 beast nutrient fluid had decreased once more. In about 3 more days, he would advance to the 6th awakening stage. This speed was simply astonishing. No one else could achieve it. Setting aside whether others could keep up with the absorption rate, the mere barrier of realm bottlenecks would take time to overcome. Ning Chuan had no such troubles. His strength and martial arts would naturally break through once progress reached 100%. It happened effortlessly. What was a bottleneck? He had never heard of it. Who is the 10th spy device holder? Step onto the stage immediately. As soon as he entered the training ground, Ning Chuan heard Zhou Wei urging, coming. Ning Chuan raised his hand and quickly ran up to the platform. He scanned the other 9 students who had seized a spy device. All their faces were familiar. 5 were at the 9th awakening stage, 3 at the 8th awakening stage, 1 at the 7th awakening stage. When he saw the last person, a flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. Wei Bohu, did that guy manage to snatch 2 spy devices? Ning Chuan speculated. Given his opponent's strength, it wasn't impossible. Across from him, Wei Bohu was also surprised to see Ning Chuan. Shouldn't it be Zhang Wenxi? Zhou Wei said. Don't just stand there, go to the end of the line. Yes. Ning Chuan walked to the end of the line. Wei Bohu turned his head and asked, where did you get your spy device? I took it from someone else naturally. Ning Chuan replied casually. Who was it? Why do you want to know? Hearing this, Wei Bohu frowned and fell silent. Beneath the platform, the noise gradually grew louder. Because of the subtle realm flash thunderslash, many students recognized Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan is too fierce, straight into the top 10 of the grade. Maybe he just got lucky. Don't be sour. The selection competition is indeed different from arena battles. Strength alone doesn't guarantee grabbing a spy device. But anyone who can snatch one has strength at least comparable to the high awakening stage. Damn, didn't Ning Chuan say he was at the 4th awakening stage? His combat power spans 3 ranks. Many students buzzed about Ning Chuan, their hearts filled with both envy and shock. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan on the stage, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well that the subtle realm flash thunderslash could at most allow Ning Chuan to dominate the 6th awakening stage. There was still a considerable gap to the 7th awakening stage. But since he could seize a spy device, Ning Chuan's strength must indeed be on par with the high awakening stage. Su Yun confirmed in her heart. Yet why was Ning Chuan so powerful? Students who didn't pass the selection competition can go back. Classes will resume as usual tomorrow. Those with serious injuries should request sick leave from their homeroom teacher in advance. A school official dismissed the students below the stage. Zhou Wei approached, sized up Ning Chuan a few times and asked, are you at the 5th awakening stage? This man is a martial artist. A thought flashed through Ning Chuan's mind. He nodded and said, yes, officer. Is there a problem? No, just asking. Strength doesn't matter, having the spy device is enough. Zhou Wei said expressionlessly. He knew that near the end of the selection competition, a spy device had been taken to Building 1, where surveillance had failed. There must have been some trickery. However, he didn't want to delve into it. One slot wasn't worth the time. You 10 from left to right, get familiar with the person before and after you and form a small team. Zhou Wei instructed. The school official explained beside him. During the assistance in the search, 1 police officer leads a team and the 3 of you act together. I don't want to team up with Ning Chuan. He's not even at the high awakening stage. His strength is too poor. Wei Bohu shouted, extremely dissatisfied. Unlike Zhang Wenxi, he had joined the selection competition solely for the Shanghai Genius training camp. Ning Chuan's strength would only hold him back. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged. What do you refuse to obey orders? Zhou Wei looked at Wei Bohu, his gaze sharp as lightning. Wei Bohu's heart trembled and he forced a smile. It's not just me. Ning Chuan doesn't want to team up with me either, right? Wei Bohu turned his head, glaring at Ning Chuan with a menacing look, the threat unmistakable. Ning Chuan frowned. He could understand Wei Bohu not wanting to team up with him. After all, his apparent strength was low, so he hadn't said anything before. But Wei Bohu even wanted him to take the blame. That was unreasonable by any measure. Ning Chuan's aversion to Wei Bohu soared. If you don't mind, I'll switch teammates with you. Just as Ning Chuan was about to speak, a beautiful girl said indifferently, her light blue and green intertwined hair gently swaying like a twinkling starry sky. It was none other than Lu Mengyue. She was also one of the 10 present. Perfect. Wei Bohu quickly agreed, unable to hide the joy on his face. Lu Mengyue's teammate was one of the 3 at the 8th awakening stage, an ideal match. Useful enough without stealing his credit. Any other questions? Zhou Wei scanned the 10 people and said coldly, since there are none, let's move out. The group headed out of the school. Lu Mengyue approached Ning Chuan, smiled slightly and teased. Already at the 5th awakening stage. That's faster than I expected. I was already at the bottleneck plus 2 days of intense training over the weekend. Ning Chuan shrugged. Then looking at Lu Mengyue, he said earnestly, thanks for getting me out of that just now. Lu Mengyue blinked her big eyes, showing a hint of cleverness, and whispered, others don't know your true strength, but I do. Naturally, I can't let go of a good assistant like you. Ning Chuan smiled silently. Meanwhile, Wei Bohu was chatting on his phone with his head down. Zhang Wenxi, what's your situation? I was ambushed by Ning Chuan. The spy device and the 3 vials of 100 beast nutrient fluid I was going to give you were all taken by him. Zhang Wenxi replied. That's your problem. Don't try to weasel out. Wei Bohu typed with a sneer. Although the Wei family's influence was less than the Lu family's, he was the legitimate son. Zhang Wenxi was merely the son of a married-out daughter of the Lu family. He wasn't afraid. Don't overthink it. I'm just kindly telling you that Ning Chuan has 3 vials of ill-gotten 100 beast nutrient fluid. Zhang Wenxi's eyes were cunning. He wouldn't call the police, but that didn't mean he would let Ning Chuan off. Also, Ning Chuan has no background. He's just an orphan. This? Wei Bohu glanced at Ning Chuan, a hint of temptation stirring within him. It was indeed worth a try. Soon the group arrived outside the school, boarded a large police van, and headed to the police station. Ning Chuan and Lu Mengyue sat in the last row. Lu Mengyue thought for a moment and asked, Ning Chuan, do you know who the police chief of Qingshan City is? No. Ning Chuan replied casually, his eyes fixed on the dashboard ahead. The technology in the high martial world surpassed Earth's by quite a bit. The police van he was in easily broke 300 miles per hour, with a top speed approaching 600. Lu Mengyue added, the movement technique you practice is wind sprint, right? Ning Chuan nodded. Wind sprint, and a rank martial art, was widely circulated, and was many people's first choice for a movement technique. It was famous in the Federation. It wasn't surprising that Lu Mengyue recognized it. Then you must know who created it. Lu Mengyue smiled. Gu Tianyu. As Ning Chuan spoke, realization dawned on him. He's the police chief of Qingshan City. Do you want him to give you some guidance? Lu Mengyue tucked her hair behind her ear, and said with a smile, Uncle Gu is a friend of my father. This small favor is no trouble. Your wind sprint has reached the mastery level, hasn't it? With a bit of guidance from Uncle Gu, you might have an epiphany and advance to the subtle realm. Then I'll take your word for it. Ning Chuan smiled in gratitude. Although his martial arts didn't need others' guidance, he couldn't refuse Lu Mengyue's kind offer. Hey! Just then a sneering, sarcastic laugh came from the front row. Wei Bohu turned around, his voice mocking. Some people after one lucky epiphany get carried away. They even dare to talk about enlightenment, not afraid of biting off more than they can chew. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Bohu really needed to be taught a lesson. Over half an hour later, at the Qingshan City police station, as Ning Chuan stepped out of the car, he saw a vast crowd of students from other high schools who had come to assist the police in the search, standing in an open area not far ahead. A dense sea of 300 to 400 people. That's why I wanted to sell the spy device, Ning Chuan muttered softly. With so many people moving together, his chances of catching Zhao Weiping were far too slim. Go gather over there as well, Zhou Wei said as he locked the car. An officer will lead you later. Lu Mengyue raised her hand and asked, Officer Zhou, I'd like to see Chief Gu. Come with me, Zhou Wei agreed without refusal. As the two entered a building, Wei Bohu immediately called out to Ning Chuan, extending his hand and demanding, Give it back to me. Ning Chuan frowned. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. Wei Bohu sneered. The 100 beasts nourishing elixir you took from Zhang Wenxi. That's mine, only temporarily in his care. Ning Chuan shook his head and said seriously, First, the only thing I took from Zhang Wenxi was the spy device. Second, if Zhang Wenxi lost your item, shouldn't you be asking him? No amount of quibbling will help. Wei Bohu retorted coldly. Zhang Wenxi wouldn't dare lie to him. Wei Bohu suddenly clenched his fist, producing a dull thud, and said, If you don't hand over the 100 beasts nourishing elixir, you'll end up in a very bad state. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Bohu with surprise. Are you threatening me? Here at the police station? Good, you no fear. What do you plan to do? Enough talk. Yes or no? One word. Wei Bohu's lips curled coldly as he threatened. I suggest you think carefully before answering. Next Monday is the school's monthly exam. With my connections, one word can put us on the same arena. Fine, why not? Ning Chuan gave Wei Bohu a deep look and walked away. Your days are looking more and more like they belong in prison. Wei Bohu was stunned for a moment, then snapped back, his eyes instantly darkening. Ning Chuan had dared to mock him. In his original plan, this barrage of threats and intimidation should have crushed him. Ning Chuan, just you wait. Wei Bohu took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Now was not the time to act. Ning Chuan stayed among the crowd and soon saw Lu Mengyue emerge from the building. With her was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, thin and wiry, dressed in a police uniform with sharp, piercing eyes. "Chief Gu is here," someone shouted, and the crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. After all, he was a night-level martial artist. There were only a handful in Qingshan City. Lu Mengyue hurried over to Ning Chuan and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Gu agreed to the guidance, but not in a private unknown session. That's still good enough. Thank you for your effort." Ning Chuan smiled. He hadn't placed much hope on the guidance anyway. "Welcome everyone to the police station. On behalf of all Qingshan City Police, I thank you for your courage in helping us search for the spy Zhao Weiping," Gu Tianyu said with a smile. His voice was soft yet clear to every ear. "You're too kind, Chief Gu. It's our duty." Many students applauded enthusiastically. Gu Tianyu raised a hand to quiet them and said with a grin, "You are the finest youth of Qingshan City. I have little to teach, so let me demonstrate the wind step technique. As the creator of this martial art, I have some insights to share." Hearing this, the students grew excited and quickly spread out to give him space. The wind step technique was indeed an rank martial art, but it had its merits: lower energy consumption. No one could guarantee they'd never run out of stamina. At such times, a low-level martial art might turn the tide. Moreover, martial arts were interconnected, allowing for cross-learning. Mastering a low-level art could accelerate progress in a similar high-level one. Whoosh! Gu Tianyu acted swiftly, directly performing the wind step technique. In an instant, many students felt the wind rise. This wind step is transcendent. Ning Chuan's eyes shone with awe. Gu Tianyu's speed wasn't great, even slower than his own. But his steps were flawlessly smooth without a hint of pause. Whether walking slowly or running fast, the foot always pauses upon landing, albeit briefly. Gu Tianyu, however, had no such pause. His strides were smoother than melted chocolate, as if he wasn't merely borrowing the wind. He was the wind itself. The wind step technique senses profound wind energy entering an epiphany state. Training speed surges. Progress increased by 40. Progress increased by 35. The wind step technique has accumulated enough to reach the subtle realm. Cold robotic prompts echoed one after another. At the same time, a flood of insights rushed into his mind, leaving Ning Chuan momentarily dazed. Instinctively, he stepped into the open area and began performing the wind step to better absorb these realizations. Gu Tianyu caught Ning Chuan in his peripheral vision. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense the boy's wind step improving at an astonishing rate. "What's up with this guy? An epiphany?" A student laughed. "Damn that performance. It really is an epiphany. Which school's powerhouse? Look at the uniform. It's Qingshan No. 1 High. A city key school, no wonder he's so amazing." Lu Mengyue watched Ning Chuan, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had joked about him having an epiphany earlier. Asking Uncle Gu for guidance was meant to help Ning Chuan gain some insights. Never expecting it to come true. Not far away, Wei Bohu stood among the crowd, his face dark. The wind step technique has accumulated enough, advancing to the expert realm. A prompt sounded in his mind. Then Ning Chuan's understanding of the wind step deepened further. His steps grew even more fluid, almost as if he were on the verge of becoming the wind. Still in epiphany, his wind step feels almost as good as Chief Gus. "I'm so jealous. I couldn't sense anything." Many students buzzed with chatter. Gu Tianyu also halted, his eyes fixed on Ning Chuan with a hint of admiration. As a night-level martial artist, he had deep knowledge of epiphanies. This phenomenon couldn't be forced, or it depended on luck. But luck required sufficient comprehension. Lu Mengyue approached and whispered, "Uncle Gu, this is Ning Chuan, the one I mentioned." His lightning slash also broke through 3 realms in one epiphany, from basic to the subtle realm. Barely teens and already 2 epiphanies. Gu Tianyu felt a stir of astonishment. This boy's martial comprehension was terrifyingly high. Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 9. Gale step enlightenment complete. Current realm expert progress 99. Ning Chuan halted his steps, standing upright. The chime of notifications continued in his mind. To ascend to the perfection realm, enlightenment is required to shatter the realm's barrier. Gale step currently lacks enlightenment and cannot break through. Ning Chuan blinked. His luck was simply too terrible. Just 1% short. It seems there is a threshold from the expert realm to perfection in martial arts. Composing himself, Ning Chuan analyzed inwardly. Or rather, a bottleneck exists. Normal cultivation won't suffice. One must achieve enlightenment. Ning Chuan had some vague conjectures about how to attain enlightenment. It involved exposing the martial art to something of the same type but more advanced. For instance, Flash Thunderslash perceiving the lightning realm, and this time Gale Step sensing the power of wind. Unfortunately, this kind of exposure, like the realm within the Silver Blood Warblade, has an upper limit for enlightenment. Director Gus' power of wind could only bring me to the peak of expert. Otherwise, I could ask him to demonstrate again. Ning Chuan felt deep regret. His Gale Step at the peak of the expert realm seemed only 1% away from perfection. In reality, it was a vast chasm. The 6 realms of martial arts: foundation, proficiency, mastery, subtlety, expert, perfection. Among them, the expert realm was the highest a normal cultivator could attain. The perfection realm, flawless and without blemish, was often only achievable by the creator of the martial art itself. Truly a hero emerges from youth. A round of applause snapped Ning Chuan from his thoughts. He looked up to see Gu Tianyu approaching with clapping hands. Director Gu, thank you. Ning Chuan bowed slightly. Gu Tianyu said with a smile, achieving enlightenment is your own skill. I dare not take the credit. Without your demonstration of Gale Step, I wouldn't have been able to attain it. Ning Chuan said sincerely. Gu Tianyu didn't refuse, further paused and said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, your Gale Step has reached the peak of the expert realm. Yes. Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. As his words fell, ripples of shock spread through the surrounding crowd. Expert. A title for the most outstanding individuals in a specific field. Named thus, it signified the formidable nature of this realm. Many trained for years in martial arts without ever reaching it. Even for an rank martial art, it was a remarkable achievement. Gu Tianyu pondered for a moment, then said to Ning Chuan, if your Gale Step ever breaks through to the perfection realm, come find me. I will teach you a martial art. Thank you, Director Gu. Joy surged in Ning Chuan's heart. A martial art passed down by a night-level martial artist would surely be at least a rank. The watching students were once again filled with envy. Afterwards, Gu Tianyu chatted with the students for a while longer before returning to the building. Ning Chuan scanned the area, spotted Wei Bohu, and strode over. Do I have the right to mention enlightenment now? Ning Chuan asked, feigning confusion. Wei Bohu had provoked him repeatedly. He wouldn't simply endure it silently. Awaken 9th stage, that was all. Not yet powerful enough to overwhelm him. Wei Bohu's face instantly darkened. Gale Step is just an rank martial art. He sneered coldly. The expert realm isn't that impressive. A rank movement martial art at the mastery realm can rival it. That is indeed true. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on Wei Bohu, and said with a smile, you sound so confident. So you must have mastered a rank movement martial art at the mastery realm. Show me then. Wei Bohu's expression stiffened. Cultivating martial arts was never easy. It required arduous training. Rank martial arts were especially difficult. After years of hard work, he had only barely managed to break through a rank fist technique to the mastery realm. Wei Bohu snorted. Even without a rank martial art, defeating you is no problem. If you don't believe me, let's settle it on the monthly exam arena. I believe you, Ning Chuan said truthfully. This response choked Wei Bohu's breath for a moment. Believing me is useless, Wei Bohu said resentfully. Ning Chuan smiled, then asked, can your fist surpass the speed of sound? Wei Bohu's expression turned contemptuous. Only night-level martial artists could produce sonic booms. Ning Chuan's question was clearly nonsense. It seems not. Then I'm relieved. Ning Chuan patted his chest, speaking lightly. Wei Bohu frowned. What do you mean? The speed of your punch definitely isn't faster than my voice admitting defeat. So how can you hit me? Ning Chuan asked, puzzled. Don't you understand? Seems like your physics is lacking. With the college entrance exam approaching, that won't do. Let me tell you, nothing slower than the speed of sound can outrun it. Can you understand that? Seeing Ning Chuan's earnest explanation, Lu Mengyue couldn't help but laugh. This guy is definitely a master of debate. Laughter rippled through the nearby crowd. Wei Bohu's face cycled through shades of red and green. After glaring fiercely at Ning Chuan, he pushed through the crowd and strode away. That was so cutting. You practically treated Wei Bohu like an idiot, Lu Mengyue said to Ning Chuan, laughing. Ning Chuan shrugged. He asked for it. Just teaching him a lesson. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. Another enlightenment, Lu Mengyue said. Ning Chuan sighed. It's a mixed blessing. What happened? Being just one step away from perfection, stuck in the middle, is frustrating. I'd rather not have had the enlightenment at all. Lu Mengyue, why aren't you talking? I shouldn't have mocked Wei Bohu. The two chatted and laughed casually. Before long, the leading police officers arrived. Their steps were firm, their expressions stern, dispelling the relaxed atmosphere. Li Haoran Han, you follow me. Wan Chushue Wang Wu, I am your team leader. Gather here. The students on site began to move. Ning Chuan also saw the police officer leading his group and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. It was a familiar face. Zhou Wei. Ning Chuan glanced sideways at Lu Mengyue. Being assigned to Zhou Wei, a formal martial artist, was definitely because of her. Among the police in Qingshan City, the majority were still at the awakened 8th or 9th stage. Get in the car first. Ask any questions on the way. Zhou Wei led them into a four-seater police car. After driving for over 10 kilometers, the three arrived at a massive shopping plaza in Qingshan City. It was bustling with streams of people's shops lining one after another and grand decorations. In Ning Chuan's memory, his past self had visited it a few times. Zhou Wei pointed ahead. This is the area we're responsible for searching. Is Zhao Weiping here? Lu Mengyue asked, puzzled. Zhou Wei explained checkpoints have been set up at all entrances and exits of Qingshan City. If Zhao Weiping wants to survive, he can only flee to the wilderness. To cross the wilderness, he'll definitely need a large amount of supplies. He might come here to buy them. Our job is to find him when he does. Just the three of us. Ning Chuan looked surprised. The shopping plaza before them covered an area of several square kilometers, located in a prime area with dense crowds. The estimated daily foot traffic exceeded 100,000. Zhou Wei said, "That's not a problem. All the surveillance here has been connected to the police department's net system. The moment Zhao Weiping shows his face, he'll be identified." Of course Zhao Weiping isn't stupid. He'll disguise himself. Zhou Wei handed out 2 earpieces. Put on the earpieces. The net's AI will tell us where the customers whose identities can't be detected are. We just need to go and confirm their identities. People wearing masks or with excessive plastic surgery or makeup are a minority. The three of us are enough to handle this area. Zhou Wei said calmly. Ning Chuan and Lu Mengyue put in their earpieces. Zhou Wei waited for a moment. Seeing no further questions, he said, "Since there are no other issues, go familiarize yourselves with the place. Get to know the layout." Understood. Several days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The spring rain in Qingshan City fell intermittently, never letting the sky clear. The leaden clouds hung low, exuding a sense of oppression. Even the foot traffic in the shopping plaza had dwindled considerably. What a mess this is. Ning Chuan leaned against a roadside tree in one of the plaza streets, idly watching the fine hair-like drizzle. Over the past few days, Zhao Weiping had still not been caught. The individuals they inspected either wore masks due to illness or had undergone such heavy cosmetic surgery or makeup that the net system failed to identify them. It felt less like assisting the police and more like being a security guard for the shopping plaza. The only gain was a few phone numbers slipped to him by pretty office ladies. "If you can't hold on, you can take a nap in the police car," Zhou Wei said, approaching with a black umbrella. "I'm fine," Ning Chuan replied, his eyes bright and clear, showing no sign of fatigue. He had advanced to the 6th level of awakening that morning, his physique now robust enough to go without sleep for days. For a formal martial artist like Zhou Wei, pushing hard could mean staying awake for 10 days or even half a month. Suddenly, a burst of urgent voices came through the earpiece. It wasn't the net's AI, it lacked emotional capacity, but a dispatcher from the police station. "Attention all officers, Zhao Weiping has rammed through the checkpoint at the west entrance of Qingshan City's 2nd Ring Expressway and is heading toward 10,000 miles Green Mountain. Vehicle is a white Bema F230. Nearby officers intercept immediately." Repeat. Zhao Weiping has rammed through the checkpoint. Ning Chuan pulled out his earpiece and gave Zhou Wei a helpless smile. "Looks like my job here is done." Given the police station's preparations, once Zhao Weiping showed his face, escape was impossible. "Want to come along and see?" Zhou Wei took the earpiece and grinned. The pressure on him had eased with Zhao Weiping's imminent arrest. Ning Chuan shook his head. "The west entrance is dozens of miles away. By the time we get there, the arrest will probably be over." Lu Mengyue chimed in. "I'm not going either." "Well, see you then. I'll treat you both to a meal sometime." After a few polite words, Zhou Wei drove off. "Ning Chuan, what are you going to do now?" "Head home?" Lu Mengyue asked, casually, watching the police car disappear into the rain. "Yeah, I'll buy some beast meat and go back." Beast meat was less effective than beast nutrient fluid, but it was cheaper and offered better value for him. "Let's go together then." I need to stop by the butcher's too. Huh? Ning Chuan was a bit surprised. Why so shocked? I'm not some delicate lady who's never touched a kitchen. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes. I'm really into cooking. I have a junior chef's license and am planning to level it up after the college entrance exam. Haha, let's go. Why won't this rain stop? The butcher's shop wasn't far, and they soon arrived chatting as they walked. Because of the rain, there was only one customer inside. Perhaps bothered by the pungent smell of raw meat, the customer wore a tight mask, picking and choosing at the counter and asking for many pieces of beast meat. Seeing the mask, Lu Mengyue instinctively said, "Sir, this is a police assistance operation. Please remove your mask and show your ID. Has it only been a few days, and you've already developed an occupational habit?" Ning Chuan was about to tease her when the customer turned around and took off the mask. The face revealed was strikingly familiar. It sent a shock through Ning Chuan, and his right hand flew to the hilt of the silver blood blade. The Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping. You are? Zhao Weiping's face had appeared on TV many times, and the butcher instantly recognized him. As he opened his mouth, Zhao Weiping struck out with a heavy palm. With a loud bang, the butcher's head was driven into his chest, a gruesome death. The two security guards in the shop reacted quickly, drawing their pistols to fire. But two dull thuds rang out, and the high-level awakened guards collapsed instantly, each with a meat cleaver buried in their chest. Blood stained the floor. Ning Chuan's scalp tingled. He hadn't even seen how Zhao Weiping threw those cleavers. That meant, if Zhao Weiping had targeted him, instead it would be his heart pierced by a blade right now. The police station's intelligence was wrong. Zhao Weiping's injuries weren't as severe as reported. He was no match for anyone below a formal martial artist. And didn't they say Zhao Weiping was fleeing in a car? A chill crept into Ning Chuan's heart. At the same time, on a highway in Qingshan City, dark clouds shrouded the sky, thick and heavy like layers of ink smeared repeatedly. A white SUV tore through the rain curtain like a roaring beast at speed, exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. Dozens of police cars followed closely behind, steadily closing the distance. The police vehicles were more powerful. Police Commissioner Gu Tianyu stared at the white SUV ahead, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Zhao Weiping had strong counter-surveillance skills. Why would he choose such a crude method as ramming through? "I'll find out once we catch him." Shoving aside the doubt, Gu Tianyu pushed open the door of the speeding car. In an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was 100 meters away, standing on the roof of the white SUV, the onrushing wind not causing his form to tremble in the slightest. Gu Tianyu raised his hand like a blade and struck downward with force. A cyan wind blade materialized nearly 10 feet long, slicing the white SUV cleanly in two. The might of a knight was unstoppable. The vehicle crashed onto the road, scraping out a shower of sparks. Gu Tianyu reached out and yanked the driver from the seat. The face was identical to Zhao Weiping's, but the eyes were vacant, like a puppet controlled by someone else. "Zhao Weiping, I hereby arrest you." Before he could finish, Gu Tianyu sensed something wrong. He applied a slight pressure with his hand. Zhao Weiping's body instantly disintegrated, dissolving into a few faint red specks that vanished completely in the rain. All that remained were a few pieces of clothing. A doppelganger ability? Gu Tianyu's expression shifted. Damn it, it's a diversion. At the butcher's shop in the shopping plaza. "I thought all the police had left the city," Zhao Weiping said with a hint of resignation. "No, judging by your ages, you must be high school students assisting them. One at the 6th level of awakening, one at the 9th. Especially this girl, quite impressive for your age." Ning Chuan advanced to the 6th level. Lu Mengyue was inwardly astonished. Wasn't he only at the 5th level just a few days ago? But the current situation was hardly suitable for asking questions. "But why can't you just live your lives? You're begging for death, making me waste time killing you." Zhao Weiping's expression turned cold as he struck out with another palm. A fierce, swift palm wind aimed at Lu Mengyue's forehead. He would kill the 9th level awakened girl first. Lu Mengyue strained to lean back, barely dodging the blow to her head. But her chest was exposed. Struggling in vain. Zhao Weiping's eyes were indifferent. This palm strike used his primal force. Even hitting her chest, a 9th level awakened couldn't withstand it. Yet just as he was about to strike her chest, a bolt of lightning, blue and purple intertwined, shot out from Lu Mengyue's chest, tearing through the air with terrifying force. Zhao Weiping's face changed instantly. A lightning protective suit. A product of the Federal Academy of Sciences, costing 500,000 each, capable of unleashing a 100,000-volt electric shock. Even ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand it. It was known as the pervert Terminator. As a spy, Zhao Weiping was ruthless. Judging that he couldn't dodge, he bit down on his tongue and forced his palm forward. A shock wave of air solid as substance raged outward. Nearby tables and chairs flew up, smashing against the walls and shattering into pieces, a testament to the collision's intensity. Ning Chuan was thrown back by the blast, crashing through a floor-to-ceiling window and landing on the sidewalk outside. Fortunately, his training in the diamond body had toughened his physique and he was unharmed. His school uniform, however, was torn in a few places by the glass. Lu Mengyue was not so lucky. Taking the full force of the palm, she flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the middle of the street dozens of meters away. Her chest was slightly caved in, and she coughed up blood continuously. Inside the shop, Zhao Weiping was in poor shape too, trembling all over with arcs of electricity flickering across him. A flash of lightning pierced the leaden clouds. The rain began to fall harder. "Little girl, how do you wish to die?" Zhao Weiping, having regained his composure, stepped into the rain, his face ashen. According to his original plan, he would silently eliminate the few people in the butcher shop, seize enough supplies, and stealthily slip into the wilderness. Now that was clearly impossible. The commotion had been too great. Many had noticed him. He could only go into hiding once more. Most importantly, his injuries triggered by that bolt of 100,000 volts of lightning had caused a chain reaction, worsening significantly. His current combat strength was severely diminished. He could no longer reach the threshold of a formal martial artist, though he was still stronger than those in the awakening realm. Yet with this level of strength, escaping Qingshan City would be exceedingly difficult. You're a third-rank martial artist." Lu Mengyue coughed incessantly, lying on the ground, unable to rise. A complex expression of despair, mingled with fear, flickered in her beautiful eyes. Zhao Weiping had surprisingly not been killed by the 100,000-volt lightning strike. Formal martial artists had 9 ranks, with 1 being the beginning and 9 the peak. Each additional rank represented a tremendous enhancement. Correct answer. Your reward is death. Zhao Weiping's killing intent was palpable. He raised his right hand and struck directly at Lu Mengyue, aiming for a fatal blow. Whoosh! The wind howled. If this punch landed, Lu Mengyue's head would be crushed like an exploded watermelon. That was precisely the effect Zhao Weiping desired. Only this could vent the fury in his heart. Thump! Lu Mengyue, terrified, squeezed her eyes shut. As a collision sound rang out, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Yet to her surprise, nothing seemed to have happened. She was not dead, and her consciousness remained. Lu Mengyue quickly opened her eyes to see. Half a meter above her, a narrow war blade covered in cracks and seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment firmly blocked Zhao Weiping's fist. Ning Chuan had drawn his blade. Gazing at Zhao Weiping across from him, Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened with nervousness. He didn't know why he had saved Lu Mengyue. Perhaps it was because fleeing would also lead to being caught. Perhaps it was simply a desire to save someone. Perhaps it was to cut off Zhao Weiping's dog head for a reward. A hero saving a beauty. Zhao Weiping raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The 100,000-volt lightning had inflicted considerable damage and triggered old injuries from his escape, but it shouldn't have reduced him to a state where an awakening 6th layer could stop him. Forget awakening 6th layer, even awakening 9th layer. If he went all out disregarding his injuries, he could kill them in dozens of seconds. Ning Chuan suppressed his inner tension and grinned. No, this girl is a famous rich 2nd generation at school. Saving her, I'm sure to get a huge sum of money. Of course, brother Zhao, if you're willing to give me 200,000, I'll turn around and leave. Ning Chuan flashed a smile. Cash online transfer, brother Zhao. Whichever you prefer, I'm fine with it. Ning Chuan made small talk, trying to stall for as much time as possible. The 3 of them were right in the middle of the street. Many nearby passersby had noticed them and must have called the police. However, most of the police had been lured away by the fake Zhao Weiping. They wouldn't be able to arrive here in a short time. Trying to stall for time, quite clever. Zhao Weiping sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Boom! Sensing the danger, a thunderclap erupted from within Ning Chuan's body. He made the first move, attempting to seize the initiative. Flash, thunder slash. The silver blood war blade swung out, transforming into a brilliant silver light that cut through the curtain of rain, slashing towards Zhao Weiping like lightning. A blade technique at the subtlety realm, and of no low grade. It seems your talent is no less than that girl's. Zhao Weiping's tone carried a hint of surprise. The next moment, a red light flashed beneath his left foot. Primordial force erupted, propelling his body to swiftly shift half a meter to the side, easily evading the incoming silver blood war blade. Die! Seizing the moment before Ning Chuan could retract his blade, Zhao Weiping curled his 5 fingers. Red primordial force coalesced at his fingertips, forming half-foot-long claws that he viciously swiped at Ning Chuan's throat. The strike was incredibly fast, producing an explosive roar in the air. Ning Chuan could only retreat, desperately executing the gale step. His form seemed to turn into a swift wind, splashing rainwater everywhere. Whoosh! Ning Chuan narrowly dodged the claw condensed from primordial force. On his throat 5 faint blood lines appeared and disappeared. Feeling the searing pain, Ning Chuan's heart turned icy cold. The 3rd layer of the adamant body was like paper before primordial force, utterly unable to withstand it. If not for the gale step reaching the pinnacle of the expert realm that grab by Zhao Weiping would have cost him his head. This battle was entirely different from his previous fights with Ma Hai and Zhang Wenxi. Defeat meant death. It meant the end. Everything would be void. Boom! The rain poured down even harder, carrying a chill pelting densely against Ning Chuan. At this moment, deep within his heart, a tremendous fear surged forth like floodwaters bursting a dam. There is great terror between life and death. He was no exception. Who? Ning Chuan's face was expressionless. He took a deep breath, letting the cold from the rain seep into his lungs, forcibly suppressing all the fear. Since things had come to this, fearing death was useless. It would only hasten his demise. Only by remaining calm, composed, and steady could he survive. Your movement technique is also this proficient. Across from him, Zhao Weiping was momentarily stunned by the missed grab, then revealed a grim, delighted smirk. Killing a genius like you would probably pain the Federation. You're not capable enough. Ning Chuan's eyes were cold, holding the silver blood war blade vertically before his chest. Zhao Weiping, scum of the Federation, surrender with your hands up. Young man, we're here to help. Just then, several warm-hearted passers-by rushed over to assist. Zhao Weiping glanced at them, peripherally a ferocious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Weiping's form flickered several times. Several more corpses lay on the street, washed by the cold rain. Seeing this, other would-be helpers stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale with terror. Don't come over. Everyone leave this place. Ning Chuan said coldly. Although the Federation was rife with martial arts and everyone practiced, most people slacked off in their training after starting work. The strength of the average citizen was only at the mid-awakening realm. Coming to assist in the fight would be like offering themselves up as prey. Not only would they be unhelpful, but they would also hinder his movement techniques. Then, young man, be careful. A middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, leading the other passers-by to retreat quickly. Zhao Weiping did not pursue. Instead, he turned his body and charged once more at Ning Chuan. For 2 planets, the lives of 1,000 ordinary people were not worth a single genius. Kill! Ning Chuan met the charge with his blade, and they clashed in combat. The rain seethed with killing intent. Just then, at the west end of the shopping plaza, a van slowly pulled up. On its side was printed the words, Qingshan City TV Station. It's so unfair. Sisterly gets to report on the police arresting Zhao Weiping while I have to brave the rain to do a live broadcast on the food at the shopping plaza. Complained a pretty girl in her 20s from the passenger seat. Her makeup was average, but she had good bone structure. Her large eyes still held a touch of youthful naivety. The cameraman, who was also acting as the driver, smiled and comforted her. Urshui, you've just started working. Endure a few more years and it'll get better. I've been enduring for over half a year. When will I ever get to report a big story? Wang Ershui grumbled as she got out of the car. The moment she looked up, she saw a large crowd fleeing the shopping plaza in panic. She quickly grabbed someone to ask what was happening. Zhao Weiping was discovered in the shopping plaza. He's on a killing spree. Several people are already dead. A young man is currently engaged in a fierce battle with him. Wang Ershui was stunned. Didn't the station say Zhao Weiping was fleeing on the highway? The next instant, she snapped out of it. Whatever the reason, this was a huge story. Forgetting even her umbrella, Wang Ershui grabbed the cameraman and rushed into the shopping plaza. After running a few hundred meters, 2 figures locked in combat in the rain came into view. Start the live broadcast. Wang Ershui took out her microphone and said to the cameraman, Qingshan Television Station. This is reporter Wang Ershui reporting live. Zhao Weiping, a spy from the Tianwu realm, has committed a brutal public assault, murdering several civilians. A teenage boy acting on righteous instinct now confronts him barehanded, clutching a blade and fighting for his life. The youth's identity remains unknown, but his school uniform clearly identifies him as a student of Qingshan No. One middle school. Standing in the pouring rain, Wang Ershui broadcasts urgently. Dozens of meters behind, Ning Chuan and Zhao Weiping engage in a life-or-death duel. Their battle blades clashing violently with surging primordial energy rains scattering wildly through the air. The camera captures every moment with crystalline clarity and transmits it live to Qingshan television station's live broadcast division. A middle-aged department head legs crossed glances at the feed and erupts in fury. What is Wang Ershui doing? She was assigned to cover a food segment. In the next instant, having caught her report, he jolts upright, then tumbles off his chair. Don't help me up. Immediately alert the station director. Ignoring the sting in his backside, he bellows, no. Too slow. I'll take responsibility. Broadcast Wang Ershui's feed across all our channels. Now. What are you waiting for? Move now. Within 60 seconds, all 17 channels of Qingshan television carry the same urgent voice. Breaking news bulletin. In an instant, over 1 million viewers witness this unexpected live broadcast. Mom. Stop washing dishes. Turn on the TV. Cicely. You'll see for yourself. Oh, every channel is airing it. A lone teenager is battling a Tianwu realm spy. Word spreads like wildfire. Friends, families, colleagues. All alerted by phone message or shout. Viewership surges at lightning speed. The footage is uploaded online, spreading ever wider. Many students from Qingshan know. One middle school watch in stunned silence. That's one of our own. I know him, Ning Chuan, a senior who mastered the lightning flash technique at the subtle perception realm. And the girl coughing blood in the rain. That's student council president Lu. I am the principal. Dispatch our swiftest martial instructor immediately. On a stretch of the City Ring Expressway, Director Gu, Zhao Weiping's trail has been confirmed. Where? A police officer hands over his phone. Gu Tianyu glances at the screen and pales upon seeing the bleeding girl sprawled on the ground. Lu Mengyue and Ning Chuan. Neither can hold on much longer. Contact General of the Federal 27th Armored Corps. Deploy aerial mechs now. At the Jidao Martial Arts Academy Yuer, with a thunderous roar, the thick wall of the top-floor studio explodes outward. A towering figure bursts through. In the blink of an eye, he appears hundreds of meters away. White vapor surging like ocean waves across his body, a telltale sign of imminent supersonic breakthrough. Lu Zhan, the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City, a peerless knight of the Apex realm. Instantly, this live broadcast at the shopping plaza ignites ripples across countless factions, drawing every eye. Boom, boom, boom. Amid torrential rain, Ning Chuan grits his teeth and unleashes lightning flash with desperate, unrelenting force. From the corner of his eye, he glimpses the female reporter. But her words are drowned out. Zhao Weiping's pressure is overwhelming, leaving no room for distraction. His entire consciousness is locked onto the battle before him. Yet even so, he remains severely outmatched. Zhao Weiping's physical prowess far surpasses his. Indeed, it borders on absolute domination. Worse still, Zhao Weiping wields primordial energy, his offensive power terrifying. Even Ning Chuan's third-tier diamond body proves insufficient to withstand it. Spurt. Ning Chuan fails to evade in time. Zhao Weiping's energy-forged claw slashes deep across his chest, gushing blood that vanishes instantly beneath the downpour. The wound, over 10 centimeters long, reveals pallid rain-washed muscle, grotesque and raw, and such wounds already number in the dozens across his body. Every gash is captured in stark clarity by the nearby camera. What are the police bureau officials doing? Why haven't they arrived yet? Are they truly leaving an underage child to face such a monster? Viewers seethe with outrage and ache with sorrow. Ning Chuan's delicate features only deepen their empathy. Many women press trembling hands to their mouths, tears shimmering. On-site Wang Ershui herself strains forward, desperate to intervene. The cameraman yanks her back sharply. Don't be reckless. You're only a 7th stage awakened and haven't trained in combat for years. You wouldn't survive a single blow. Your sole duty is to be a reporter. To do your job well. Yes. Wang Ershui chokes out, voice breaking. This is Wang Ershui of Qingshan Television. As you can see, the situation is dire. The armed teen is losing ground and death looms at any moment. Yet I believe unwaveringly that he will turn the tide. Millions watching clench their fists, praying silently for Ning Chuan. But reality offers no mercy. Thud. Ning Chuan is kicked airborne, flung over 30 meters as if struck by a speeding vehicle. He crashes down with a heavy splash. Dark crimson blood oozing from his body, mingling with the rainwater. A collective shiver runs through the audience. Whoosh! Barely rising to his knees, Ning Chuan feels rain lashing chaotically, then sees Zhao Weiping hurtling toward him, wind and rain whipping into a vortex. Die! Zhao Weiping gathers primordial energy and hurls a devastating fist straight at Ning Chuan's skull. This boy proved far more tenacious than expected. Wasting precious time. Delay means capture. He must die now. Whoosh! The killing strike misses, but its unleashed force detonates midair, sending raindrops exploding outward like shrapnel. Ning Chuan barely shifts sideways, evading by a hair. His third-tier diamond body saves him. That brutal impact didn't paralyze him like Lu Mengyue. It left him standing still, able to fight and dodge. Yet no relief fills his heart. That sidestep drained his last reserve. He needs a breath, just a heartbeat. But Zhao Weiping grants him none. Instantly, Ning Chuan's pupils contract, slit thin. A palm crackling with primordial energy tears through the rain, swelling monstrously in his vision. His scalp prickles with ice-cold dread. He remembers vividly how this same hand drove the butcher's skull straight into his chest. No! Frenzied, he activates Gale Step, desperate to retreat to widen the gap. But the palm closes in blisteringly fast. 0.5 meter, 1 foot. Less than 2 inches. At the razor's edge of annihilation, a cold mechanical voice pierces his mind, life and death crisis. Gale Step resonates. Awakening. Gale Step ascends to perfection. A surge of revelation floods his consciousness. Mastery complete. His body dissolves into pure wind. Wind merges with wind. He redirects Zhao Weiping's own gale force, propelling himself backward with explosive grace, leaving the lethal palm striking empty air. He evaded. Zhao Weiping frowns, bewildered by the sudden, inexplicable leap in speed. Primordial energy surges into his legs. Power surging, strides lengthening, velocity surging beyond human limits. Before a blink completes, he closes the distance and throws another fist. Whoosh! Ning Chuan flows sideways, effortless, seamless, and dodges again. Zhao Weiping's brow knots in disbelief. Did he break through mid-battle? Preposterous. This isn't cinema. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Refusing to accept it, Zhao Weiping unleashes barrage after barrage. Lightning fast, storm dense, ferocious beyond measure. Yet every strike strikes nothing but rain. Many viewers of the live stream, though puzzled by Ning Chuan's sudden surge in speed, felt a sense of relief. The tension that had gripped their hearts gradually eased. Has he reached the perfection realm? As the creator of the wind-chasing steps, Gu Tianyu could naturally discern Ning Chuan's level, his gaze filled with astonishment. His earlier remark that Ning Chuan should seek him out after mastering the wind-chasing steps had been a casual comment holding little expectation. After all, the perfection realm was typically the domain of a martial arts creator. The Federal Martial Arts Alliance had conducted surveys showing that not even 1 in 100 experts at the peak of their realm could attain the perfection realm. However, even the perfected wind-chasing steps won't suffice. It can only prolong the inevitable. Gu Tianyu sighed as he watched his phone. On the screen, Ning Chuan's breathing was visibly labored. With each inhale, rain was drawn into his lungs, and with each exhale, his breath turned into a white mist. When will the military sky mecha arrive? It's just departed. The earliest arrival is 1/4 of an hour. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu closed his eyes. On the street, the spring rain fell like cold needles as Ning Chuan gasped for air. Having achieved the perfection realm in the wind-chasing steps, he could now hold his own against Zhao Weiping. Yet, executing the perfected steps demanded immense physical stamina. The savage bull strength he cultivated was known for endurance, but it was only a drank breathing technique, and his cultivation was merely at the 6th stage of awakening. Even if I only use the wind-chasing steps to evade, I can last at most 5 minutes. Ning Chuan assessed his condition. 5 minutes wasn't short. The police might arrive in time. But if they don't? A cold glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. He refused to entrust his life to others. Fleeing is futile too. The perfected wind-chasing steps only grant me greater agility, but my linear speed can't rival Zhao Weiping's. Ning Chuan analyzed calmly as he fought. There's only one path to survival. Kill Zhao Weiping before my stamina runs out. Ning Chuan recalled the breakthrough he had just made with the wind-chasing steps. At the brink of death, he had focused solely on executing the steps, leading to an epiphany. What if he applied the same to other martial arts? Glancing at the silver blood war blade in his hand, a wild idea flashed through his mind. No more delaying. He would take the offensive using the thunder flash slash to force an epiphany. Then he would slay Zhao Weiping. Quite agile, but how much longer can you dodge? Your stamina is nearly depleted. Another attack missed and Zhao Weiping sneered coldly. Yet there was no mirth in his eyes, only a deepening gloom. If he delayed further, even killing Ning Chuan wouldn't guarantee his own escape. Zhao Weiping pointed at Lu Mengyue. How about this? I'll spare your life if you let me kill that girl. He had no intention of actually letting Ning Chuan go. This was a psychological ploy to break Ning Chuan's will to resist, making him easier to kill. Zhao Weiping spoke with feigned sincerity. I'm not lying. The police are almost here and I want to leave quickly. A tempting offer, Ning Chuan replied coolly. Nearby a camera captured their exchange clearly. Millions of viewers felt their hearts skip a beat, staring intently at the screen, anxious to hear Ning Chuan's response. It's over, that girl is doomed. Many were pessimistic, doubting Ning Chuan. The terror of life and death was immense. Even the elderly on their deathbeds couldn't accept it, let alone a young man in his prime. Even if he chooses to flee, we shouldn't be too harsh. He's fought hard enough. Cowardice is cowardice. No need to whitewash it. Look at what he said. Clearly he's planning to run. His earlier struggle was just for survival. Many viewers argued in the chat. Just then Ning Chuan's voice cut through, cold and indifferent, laced with killing intent. But I only want to cut off your head. Ning Chuan surged forward, his form like an arrow, the slender silver blood war blade slicing through the rain. Thunder flash slash. A silver light streaked across the sky, piercing the gloom of the overcast clouds. Countless viewers trembled, moved by the domineering words and awed by Ning Chuan's bravery. Where's the one who called him a coward? Come out and take your beating. The internet is not a lawless place. My apologies, everyone. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. I kowtow in apology. Online, many felt a surge of vindication at Ning Chuan's choice. But in the real-world shopping plaza, the situation was tense. Taking the offensive while at a disadvantage was no easy feat. Especially since Ning Chuan's stamina was limited. He couldn't afford a steady approach and had to take risks. In the blink of an eye, several bloody gashes appeared on his body. Yet Ning Chuan didn't even frown. His dark eyes were filled with nothing but cold resolve. He relentlessly executed the thunder flash, slashed the silver blood war blade like lightning, striking at Zhao Weiping again and again. Whoosh! Zhao Weiping swung a fist, primal energy, surging the wind, howling with terrifying force. Rain scattered in all directions wherever it passed. Ning Chuan's black hair whipped wildly, but he showed no intention of dodging. A thunderous roar erupted from his body, as the silver blood war blade swept horizontally, ferociously fast, aiming for Zhao Weiping's neck. Die! A sneer of triumph curled at the corner of Zhao Weiping's mouth. He saw through Ning Chuan's plan. A desperate trade to force him into defense. But his fist was faster. He could knock Ning Chuan away, first distorting the trajectory of the blade. However, in the next moment, Zhao Weiping's smile froze. The silver blood war blade had accelerated. Though still slower than his fist, if he didn't block it, the blade's tip would slash his throat even as Ning Chuan was sent flying. Damn it! Zhao Weiping gritted his teeth, halting his fist and slamming it against the blade. Clang! The violent collision sparked a few flashes in the rain. The silver blood war blade recoiled sharply, but Ning Chuan paid it no mind. In his mind, he had already heard the long-awaited mechanical voice. At the brink of death, the thunder flash slash trembles with fear, entering an epiphany. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Boom! 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 Ning Chuan charged at Zhao Weiping, striking relentlessly, the blade gleaming brilliantly in the downpour. One slash after another. Each slash was faster than the last. Accompanied by the echoing thunder, it was like lightning, descending from the dark clouds, forcing Zhao Weiping into a tight spot. Another breakthrough? Zhao Weiping's face darkened as if about to drip. This made killing Ning Chuan even more difficult. Yet at the same time, his desire to kill Ning Chuan grew fiercer. Breaking through twice in battle. Just how extraordinary was this opponent's talent? The thunder flash slash has accumulated enough to reach the expert realm. A cold prompt echoed. A wave of insight washed over Ning Chuan. His understanding of the thunder flash slash instantly ascended to a new level. An expert level brank martial art. Boom! Ning Chuan pressed on a thunderous roar erupting from his body, deafening and mighty. The falling raindrops around him shattered into fine dust. Amidst the thunder, the silver blood war blade slashed diagonally too fast to follow, trailing a silver light nearly 3 meters long. Zhao Weiping's eyes shifted, retreating swiftly to evade. But against the blade's speed, he was still too slow. Splat! The silver light struck Zhao Weiping. A dull thud of flesh being cut, and a stream of blood spurted out mingling with the rain as it hit the ground. Zhao Weiping staggered back over 10 steps before stopping. On his body, his shirt was torn, revealing a nearly half-meter-long wound that stretched from his left shoulder to his right waist deep enough to see bone. For the first time in the battle, Ning Chuan had wounded Zhao Weiping. Glancing at the gash, Zhao Weiping felt a wave of fear. If he had dodged even a moment later, amidst his fear, confusion arose. A breakthrough in battle usually provided only a chance to break through a bottleneck. Why was this young man growing continuously stronger? Not only Zhao Weiping but countless viewers were baffled. Only a few martial arts masters could discern the truth. Counting the earlier ones, this is his third epiphany in battle. His comprehension is simply monstrous. Gu Tianyu was shaken to his core. The rain gradually lessened. Wang Ershui's voice, however, grew even more impassioned. Though I don't fully grasp what's happening, it's undeniable that the young swordsman has grown stronger. Against the vicious Zhao Weiping, he's already gaining the upper hand. Thump, thump, thump. On the street behind Wang Ershui, Ning Chuan wielded his battle blade with ferocious intensity. Silver light hammered against primal force, delivering over a dozen strikes in less than a second. The clashes merged into a single continuous sound. From time to time, a spray of blood burst from Zhao Weiping's body. As I firmly believed, the young swordsman is turning defeat into victory, Wang Ershui declared loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Weiping felt a desire to retreat. It wasn't fear of losing that drove him. If he disregarded his injuries and pushed his primal force to the limit, Zhao Weiping was confident he could slay the youth before him with a single blow. But doing so would leave him gravely wounded and immobile. Bang! Zhao Weiping punched the silver blood battle blade, unleashing primal force to send it flying backward. Kid'll be staying in Qingshan City for a while. Once my wounds heal, I'll come back and play with you slowly. Zhao Weiping shot Ning Chuan a deep icy glare. Ning Chuan sneered. Trying to run? Can you stop me? Zhao Weiping's voice dripped with contempt and mockery. The youth's footwork was merely agile. In terms of pure speed, he was a step behind and couldn't possibly catch him. You can try. Ning Chuan stepped forward, swinging the silver blood battle blade in a fluid motion. It transformed into a silver light 10 feet long. Its speed surged abruptly. Zhao Weiping couldn't block in time. With a wet thud, another deep gash appeared on his body, revealing white bone that was instantly drowned in blood. If his footwork was too slow, the blade's speed would compensate. How did you do that? Clutching his wound, Zhao Weiping's face twisted with fury. Ning Chuan didn't answer. He stepped forward and swung his blade. In his mind, notification tones chimed incessantly. Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 10. After the flash thunderslash ascended to the expert realm, the epiphany didn't end, it continued. Ning Chuan merely concealed it, refraining from revealing his full power. He silently honed his blade technique, all to ensure that should Zhao Weiping try to flee, his blade would be swift enough to intercept him. After all, this was a moving 1 million bounty. Whoosh! Zhao Weiping moved with blinding speed, his figure kicking up gales, as he darted across the street in every direction, attempting to break through. But streaks of silver light clung to him like a shadow, offering no chance. If he didn't stop to parry, it meant death. This scene was strikingly similar to when Ning Chuan blocked Zhang Wenxi's escape in the classroom during the selection tournament. The difference was that Ning Chuan's blade was faster now, and he could strike to kill. With a slash, blood splattered and Zhao Weiping was forced back again. Once he stopped hiding his strength, the silver blood battle blade moved with astonishing speed. Zhao Weiping was drenched in blood, covered in countless wounds. I never thought I'd fall at the hands of a 6th stage awakener. Zhao Weiping ceased his attempts to break free. But dragging a genius like you to the grave with me is worth it. A fierce glint flashed across his face. Since escape was impossible, he would die together with his foe. Zhao Weiping's primal force began to seethe, surging wildly toward his hands as a terrifying aura spread. He was clearly preparing some powerful martial art. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed. He activated the Gale Step and immediately swung his blade. A 10-foot silver light shot through the air, swift as lightning. Zhao Weiping didn't block. He moved swiftly, dodging, as much as he could, devoting all his focus to preparing the suicidal technique. When evasion was impossible, he used non-vital areas like his thighs and back to take the hits. After all, he was going to die anyway. A few more wounds hardly mattered. Primal force roiled in his hands, blazing like flames, its oppressive aura growing ever more terrifying. Raindrops that touched it were instantly annihilated. Seeing this, Ning Chuan's eyes turned icy. No fear surfaced. He swung the silver blood battle blade, relentlessly, each strike faster than the last, an overwhelming cascade like a galaxy pouring down, seeking only to end Zhao Weiping as quickly as possible. Flash Thunder Slash Epiphany concluded. Flash Thunder Slash has accumulated enough insight and been elevated to the perfect realm. A cold, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, Ning Chuan's perception of the Flash Thunder Slash transformed completely. It felt as though he had been born with the ability to execute this martial art. An innate instinct. Without pause, Ning Chuan swung the silver blood battle blade. A thunderous explosion roared, deafening in its intensity. And the source of the sound? It was the silver blood battle blade itself. At the perfect realm of Flash Thunder Slash, all power was infused into the blade with none leaking outward. 3 strikes in an instant. Ning Chuan flicked his wrist. In the air, 3 elongated silver lights materialized almost simultaneously. Each was over 10 feet long, intersecting to form an inverted equilateral triangle that completely enveloped Zhao Weiping. Illusions? A chill ran through Zhao Weiping's heart. He assumed 2 of the strikes were phantoms meant to conceal the one true killing blow. As he struggled to discern the truth, the sheer lethality emanating from the 3 silver lights made him realize with dread there were no illusions. All 3 incoming strikes were lethal. Zhao Weiping retreated frantically, the crisis of death, unlocking his potential, propelling him with incredible speed. Yet, before the elongated silver lights, he moved like a slow-motion replay on a high-speed camera. Thump, thump. The 2 diagonal silver lights struck, the primal force coalesced in Zhao Weiping's hands with a resounding crash. The deep red primal force dispersed, washed away by the rain. Meanwhile, the horizontal silver light sliced cleanly through Zhao Weiping's neck without slowing. A line of blood appeared like a flash of lightning. The next moment, a head with a cleanly severed base flew high into the air, a geyser of blood shooting skyward. It doesn't even hurt. Catching a glimpse of a headless corpse, Zhao Weiping's consciousness sank into endless darkness. Wang Ershui, overcome with excitement, roared uncontrollably. Zhao Weiping, a formal martial artist, Tianwu spy and federal felon, has been decapitated in a single stroke by a youth of Qingshan City, as a warning to all. All livestream platforms erupted, instantly stirring up a storm. Shocked comments and messages flooded in. Especially those viewers with profound martial arts insight were left speechless, their minds reeling. They could grasp just how difficult that single-stroke decapitating Zhao Weiping truly was. This child is terrifying. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, slanting down to the earth. Qingshan City's first spring rain came to an end. Ning Chuan tilted his head back, his eyes slightly closed, letting the gentle early spring sunlight bathe his entire body. At his feet, blood from Zhao Weiping's corpse spread with the rainwater, a vivid, stark red. In the sunlight, amidst the pool of blood, Ning Chuan, killing for the first time, was disturbingly calm, his face as placid as an ancient well. It wasn't an act, his emotions truly held no turmoil. Between him and Zhao Weiping there was no clear right or wrong. To the federal citizens, Zhao Weiping was a heinous criminal deserving of death. But from the perspective of the Tianwu realm, he might be the villain. It wasn't about justice or evil. It was solely about strength. The true purpose of martial arts. Ning Chuan murmured, as if grasping something, sinking into deep thought. Yuer. Suddenly a loud, concerned roar snapped Ning Chuan back to reality. He had barely heard the voice before his mind could decipher its meaning. A tall figure appeared in his sight, carefully helping the fallen Lu Mengyue to her feet. What speed is this? Ning Chuan stared at the man, his eyes filled with awe. Dad, I'm fine, Lu Mengyue said, weakly pointing to where Ning Chuan stood. This is my classmate. He saved me and killed Zhao Weiping. Hearing this, Ning Chuan instantly recognized the newcomer, the master of the extreme Dao martial hall. Also the strongest martial artist in Qingshan City. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan and asked, "First time killing?" "Yes." Ning Chuan nodded slightly. In the past, facing a figure as prominent as Lu Zhan, even if he wouldn't grovel, he would inevitably feel nervous. That was only human nature, hard to avoid. But after the life-or-death battle, Ning Chuan's state of mind had undergone a transformation. Now he was utterly serene. Not bad. Lu Zhan offered a single evaluation before falling silent. Lu Mengyue couldn't help but take another look at Ning Chuan. She knew her father well. He was always harsh. Even her own acceptance into Wangha University had only earned a lukewarm average from him. Minutes later, a fleet of police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Qingshan City First People's Hospital, where the sharp scent of disinfectant hung in the air. A top-tier private ward. Bouquets overflowed into the hallway. Most influential institutions across the city had sent representatives to express their concern for Ning Chuan. Camera flashes erupted incessantly as journalists documented everything live. Ning Chuan cooperated flawlessly. His smile precise, his gratitude sincere and unwavering. It wasn't that he cared about appearances. Rather, these institutions offered far too much. Qingshan No. One middle school presented 2 vials of beast-enhancing nutrient serum. The mayor's office delivered 100,000 yuan in cash. The Education Bureau contributed 1 vial of beast-enhancing nutrient serum. The Youth Heroism Foundation awarded 150,000 yuan. Representatives from all quarters demonstrated remarkable tact. Seeing Ning Chuan injured, they offered brief praise, posed for group photos, and departed without delay. Over an hour later, the crowd had dispersed entirely, leaving only Zhou Wei behind to assist. Phew! Ning Chuan exhaled deeply, massaging his cheeks, which had grown stiff from smiling too long. Earning money was never easy. Still, if such opportunities arose again, it would be ideal. Earning effortlessly while lying in bed. HSS. A careless movement tugged at his wounds, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp. With mortal danger receding, his guard relaxed, and the pain of his injuries surged forward, vivid and impossible to ignore. Though his diamond body cultivation had reached a high level, it still proved insufficient against raw primal force. His wounds were severe. Zhou Wei, standing beside the hospital bed, watched Ning Chuan's motion, and a flicker of remorse crossed his eyes. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I couldn't arrive in time." He'd left only moments earlier when someone called the police. Yet Qingshan City's police bureau operated with decentralized district-level branches, none reporting directly to another, so he hadn't received the alert immediately. By the time he turned back, it was already too late. "It's fine," Ning Chuan waved, dismissively smiling. "In fact, I gained immensely from this battle. Both my gale step and lightning slash techniques have ascended to perfection. Under ordinary cultivation, such mastery would take untold time. Moreover, his mind had been tempered in life-or-death combat, growing resilient and unshakable." Zhou Wei assumed Ning Chuan referred to the police bureau's reward. "The 1 million yuan isn't an issue, but the Shanghai talented training camp slot." A trace of difficulty clouded his expression. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow lightly and smiled. "Say whatever you need to say. I've strong psychological resilience. I can handle it." He had decapitated Zhao Weiping before hundreds of thousands of witnesses in Qingshan City. The police bureau dared not renege on its promise. Zhou Wei lowered his voice. "Some officers reviewed surveillance footage from the butcher shop. They believe your victory over Zhao Weiping hinged upon Lu Mengyue first crippling him severely. Lu Mengyue played the decisive role. Therefore, they concluded you should receive the Animal Yunyuan reward, while the Shanghai talented training camp slot belongs solely to her. Of course, anyone with discernment knows you struck the final blow. You bore far greater weight in his defeat." Zhou Wei declared indignantly, then sighed. "You may not realize it, but the Lu family, Mengyue's clan, wields considerable influence in Qingshan City, even within the police bureau." Ning Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. "Has the Lu family intervened directly?" "Not quite," Zhou Wei shook his head frankly. "From what I understand, certain officers simply wish to curry favor with the Lu family. Then by all means, let Lu Mengyue have the Shanghai training camp slot. I don't mind." Ning Chuan shrugged, not a word of falsehood in his tone. He held no particular reverence for the Shanghai talented training camp. In martial cultivation, only 2 things posed true difficulty: ascending through cultivation realms and mastering martial techniques. Neither challenged him. What he truly needed were resources and advanced martial arts manuals. He'd spent time with Lu Mengyue, and knew well her character. Once she claimed the camp slot, she'd offer him compensation of equal value. "So in your eyes, I'm just someone who loves taking advantage?" A faintly irritated voice came from the doorway. Lu Mengyue sat in a wheelchair, glaring at Ning Chuan with mock indignation, while Lu Zhan pushed her into the room. Ning Chuan smiled. "I mean it sincerely. The Shanghai talented training camp holds little value for me. And yes, I know you feel uneasy about it. Then please, drown me in money. Keep it yourself. I'm currently focused on breaking through to full-fledged martial artist status. Assisting the police was merely a path to seek breakthrough inspiration. I never intended to attend the camp anyway. What a pity. I'd hoped to squeeze you for something while I had the chance." Ning Chuan shook his head in feigned regret. As their conversation paused, Zhou Wei raised his hand in solemn salute. "Knight Lu, greetings." Lu Zhan rarely spoke much, merely nodded. Then turning to Ning Chuan, he said, "Mengyue told me you saved her life. I owe you a debt." Ning Chuan smiled. I'm Meng Yue's classmate. Saving her was only natural. Lu Zhan offered no further pleasantries. After this brief exchange, he gestured for Ning Chuan to hand over his phone, took it, and entered a contact number. Reach out if you ever need anything. Lu Zhan didn't specify what kind of need. Yet Zhou Wei's expression shifted instantly. His gaze upon Ning Chuan brimming with undisguised envy. In Qingshan City, there was almost nothing Lu Zhan couldn't accomplish, if he chose to act. That simple sentence amounted to a wish-granting engine. Ning Chuan paused, realizing Lu Zhan's pledge was no mere courtesy. His mind had indeed ascended, but that did not render him detached from worldly realities. When opportunity knocked, one grasped it firmly. Uncle Lu, I won't stand on ceremony. Taking back his phone, Ning Chuan smiled faintly. It wasn't flattery, he saw clearly. Lu Zhan had personally entered the contact himself, and used the honorific Uncle Lu signaling. He regarded Ning Chuan as a trusted junior. Uncle Lu, someone certainly knows how to climb aboard a rising star. Why not call him Godfather? While you're at it, Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes. But since Ning Chuan had rescued her, she hadn't noticed how much warmer her demeanor toward him had become. Uncle Lu, is that acceptable? Their light-hearted banter continued until the Lu family father and daughter departed. Lying back on his hospital bed, Ning Chuan began tallying his gains from the day. Beast-enhancing nutrient serum 9 vials. Cash or checks 1,075,000 yuan. Another 1 million yuan remained pending from the police bureau. His bank account balance stood at 600,000 yuan. After calculating swiftly, Ning Chuan was startled. Nearly 5 million yuan total. Spent carefully, it would suffice to support full-fledged martial artist training. For the foreseeable future, financial constraints would no longer trouble him. Then it's time to acquire a new breathing technique. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Breathing techniques varied widely in rank, and so did their efficacy in refining the body. For instance, had he cultivated an Shrank breathing technique renowned for endurance, he wouldn't have needed to risk a direct kill against Zhao Weiping today. Evading with Gale Step alone would have sufficed. Yet Shrank breathing techniques are non-existent on the open market. Ning Chuan felt a pang of regret. Private factions guarded theirs jealously, never releasing them externally. No sum of money could sway them. These techniques formed the very foundation of their heirs' competitive advantage. The federal government did hold several Shrank methods. Not hoarded but exchanged exclusively for merit points. His slaying of Zhao Weiping had earned him substantial merit, but it remained a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast quantity required for Shrank martial art. The market offers a rank breathing techniques with inheritance costs, ranging from millions to tens of millions. I can afford the cheaper ones. However, pouring all my money into a breathing technique is unwise. A brank breathing technique is more suitable for me. As his thoughts churned, Ning Chuan steeled his resolve. Switching to a brank breathing technique. In terms of effectiveness, it was certainly inferior to a rank or Shrank techniques, yet it represented a significant improvement over the Drank Mangyu's strength. No rush to place the order. Ning Chuan held his phone, browsing information on various brank breathing techniques. Qingshan No. One high school was a key municipal school with a martial arts permission level, as high as brank, allowing students to learn up to 4 martial arts. Ning Chuan had already reached that limit. However, with his current strength aside from Star River University, he was quite confident about getting into other prestigious schools. He had also rendered the great service of beheading Zhao Weiping. Perhaps the school leaders would be willing to turn a blind eye and let him acquire another brank breathing technique for free. Geniuses, after all, are entitled to some privileges. Before sleeping, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then summoned his martial arts panel. Strength Awakening 6th Stage. Mangyu Strength Subtle Progress 12. Gale Step Perfection Progress 7. Flash Thunder Slash Perfection Progress 1. Thousand Bone Slaughter Technique Proficient Progress 23. Diamond Body 3rd Layer Progress 27. Ning Chuan stared at the entries for Gale Step and Flash Thunder, his eyes filled with astonishment. The state of perfection was unique. It had no gradations. Perfection was simply perfection. That was precisely why this term was used to name this realm. Ning Chuan recalled, and indeed it was so. After the prompt informed him that those 2 martial arts had reached the state of perfection, no new insights flowed into his mind. It indicated that the martial arts had indeed reached their limit. These increasing progress values seemed to be mere numerical changes utterly devoid of practical meaning. Is it a bug? Or is there another reason? Ning Chuan's thoughts churned. After a long while he still couldn't reach a conclusion, so he simply stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes. Whatever the reason, when the progress reached 100%, the truth would reveal itself. The night passed without incident. Having not slept for several days, Ning Chuan slept very long this time, waking up only at 9 the next morning refreshed and clear-headed. To his surprise, he found that the pain in his body had almost vanished. Upon asking Zhou Wei, he learned that the Liu family had brought a professional healing-type esper from the capital city who had arrived the previous night. After an examination, the doctor confirmed that Ning Chuan was in fairly good condition with only minor injuries, and that he could be discharged without issue. Ning Chuan didn't linger. He asked a nurse for a cloth bag, packed the biastral nutrient fluid cache, and checks bid farewell to Zhou Wei and left the hospital. The weather was splendid that day. The sunlight was gentle and the breeze carried a hint of warmth. Ning Chuan stood by the roadside pondering whether to go home or back to school when a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw Wei Bohu standing before him. What, still want to fight on the monthly exam arena? Arrange it as you wish. Ning Chuan grinned. His injuries would surely heal before the monthly exam. The key point was that both Gale Step and Flash Thunderslash had reached perfection. Defeating an awakening 9th stage was a trivial matter. Even if that awakening 9th stage mastered a Brank Fist technique at the Mastery Realm. Still impossible. If Wei Bohu dared to manipulate the monthly exam, Ning Chuan would make sure Wei Bohu understood what a surprise meant. Or more precisely, the joy would only last until the moment he stepped onto the arena. Afterward, there would only be shock. Do you really think that killing a severely wounded martial artist makes you comparable to one? Wei Bohu curled his lips, his tone mocking. He hadn't watched the live broadcast, only read a few related news articles that praised Ning Chuan's swordsmanship to the skies. But he didn't believe a word of it. Aren't journalists prone to exaggeration? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Wei Bohu shook his head and said, I came to see you for something important. What is it? Ning Chuan asked casually. This isn't the right place. Wei Bohu pointed to a black luxury car parked nearby and said, Let's talk in my family's car. All right. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. He was currently in the spotlight under government scrutiny and media coverage. Unless Wei Bohu was a fool, he wouldn't set up an ambush. Nevertheless, one must be cautious. Following behind Wei Bohu, Ning Chuan took out his phone, tapped it a few times, and then slipped it back into his pants pocket. The two entered the car one after the other. The cabin was exceptionally spacious, unlike ordinary cars, with 2 rows of seats facing each other upholstered in leather. In the middle was a foldable table made of a fine, precious-looking wood. A middle-aged man sat on one of the seats, dressed in luxurious clothes with features somewhat resembling Wei Bohu's. However, his eyes were slightly narrow, adding a touch of gloominess. As expected of the young hero who beheaded a high-ranking spy with a single stroke, you are indeed handsome and imposing. The middle-aged man smiled warmly as Ning Chuan entered. Wei Bohu introduced him proudly. This is my father, the current chairman of the Wei Consortium, Wei Qianzi. Unfazed, Ning Chuan sat down with an air of authority and said, Let's not waste time. State your business directly. He had no patience for insincerity with someone like Wei Bohu. Wei Bohu frowned slightly but restrained himself and said, I want to buy the spot you have for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Spots can be bought and sold. Ning Chuan was taken aback. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp wasn't privately run, or it belonged to the Donglin Administrative Region Government, a purely official institution. Normally no. But in Qingshan City, there's nothing the Wei Consortium can't accomplish. Seeing Ning Chuan's expression, Wei Bohu smiled arrogantly and said, I'll give you 1 million. All you have to do is sign a transfer document. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and sneered. You boast so much about the Wei Consortium, yet this is the price you offer. 1 million for him now was a drop in the bucket. Well, he still valued it, but it was absolutely not enough to buy a spot in the Genius Training Camp. There were many private college entrance exam cram schools in the Federation. For those ranked highly, the enrollment fees alone were in the millions. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp was even more powerful than them. Its enrollment fee should logically be higher. Not to mention that the Shanghai Genius Training Camp wasn't open to just anyone with money. Wei Bohu snorted contemptuously and mocked. Think 1 million is too little. You're an orphan. Have you ever seen this much money? You couldn't earn it in a lifetime. Bang! Ning Chuan tossed the cloth bag onto the table in front of him. Through the opening of the bag, one could see a large pile of banknotes interspersed with several vials of biastral nutrient fluid. Several checks peeked out of the bag. Not a single one had an amount less than 6 figures. Ning Chuan blinked looking at Wei Bohu, his tone laced with feigned confusion. Sorry, the bag was too heavy, I could barely lift it. By the way, what were you saying just now? When it came to humble bragging, Ning Chuan was a grandmaster with 100 stars. Wei Bohu instantly fell silent, his face cycling through shades of red and purple. Beside him, Wei Qianzi remained composed, smiling slightly as he said, in business, price disagreements are perfectly normal. If student Ning is unsatisfied with Bohu's offer, you can name your own price. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then tentatively quoted, 20 million. He knew he was asking for a lot, but in negotiations you start high and bargain down, leaving enough room for negotiation. His bottom line was 10 million. As long as Wei Bohu could meet that price, he was willing to sell. As for whether Wei Bohu, having grown stronger, would come looking for trouble, Ning Chuan was confident he had nothing to fear. The benefits that 10 million would bring him would far outweigh any improvement Wei Bohu could gain from the Shanghai Genius training camp. Are you mad with greed? Wei Bohu shot to his feet. Fortunately, this was a luxury sedan with a high ceiling, so he didn't hit his head. 20 million was within the Wei Consortium's means. However, it would not be spent on him, Wei Bohu. He was not that important yet. The Wei Consortium had a strict internal hierarchy. Resources for each family scion were allocated based on talent and performance scores. Even his father, the chairman, couldn't change that. The chairman was merely the family's chosen executor, not the owner of the consortium. Bohu. Wei Qianzi pressed a hand down, signaling him to sit. With that, Wei Qianzi turned to Ning Chuan and said with a smile, 20 million is a considerable premium for a spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp. Still, since it's unavailable on the open market, rarity dictates its price. I agree to this sum. Hearing this, Ning Chuan was taken aback. He actually agreed. A surge of immense joy welled up, but Ning Chuan quickly suppressed it. Don't let it be an empty promise. When will the transfer happen? 20 million in cash is no small amount for the Wei Consortium's cash flow. It'll take a few days to arrange the funds. Wei Qianzi replied with a smile. Wei Bohu listened with a look of mounting anxiety. Then contact me when you're ready. Hoisting his cloth bag, Ning Chuan stood up to leave. No money, no deal. Don't rush off. Wei Qianzi called Ning Chuan back, reaching down to press a button on the armrest of his seat. With a low hum, a hidden compartment in the car's body opened. Wisps of condensed white mist dissipated, revealing rows of test tubes filled with a dark red liquid bubbling and churning. Over 100 of them. All of them were beast-nourishing potions. Wei Qianzi took out 3 test tubes and offered them. A small gift. Please don't refuse. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Qianzi but did not take them. Wei Qianzi smiled. This has nothing to do with me personally. Student Ning eliminated a Tianwu spy safeguarding the peace of Qingshan City. As a prominent corporation in Qingshan, the Wei Consortium naturally wishes to show its appreciation. These 3 beast-nourishing potions are a token of the Wei Consortium's regard. Hearing this, Ning Chuan set aside his doubts. Several other Qingshan City enterprises had also given him money the day before. Such actions could enhance goodwill among the public and the city government. Thank the Wei Consortium for the reward. Ning Chuan accepted the potions, gave a slight bow to Wei Qianzi, and pushed open the door to leave. Seeing Ning Chuan get out of the car, Wei Bohu could no longer contain his anxiety. Dad, the board will never approve 20 million for me. And why did you give that kid the beast-nourishing potions? 3 of them, no less. Even if you want to boost the Wei Consortium's image, 1 would have sufficed. Wei Qianzi smiled without answering, then countered. How much are 3 beast-nourishing potions worth? Market price 180000 each, 540000 for 3. Such simple arithmetic posed no challenge for Wei Bohu. That's more than my 2-month cultivation allowance. Giving them to him is a waste compared to letting me have them. Wei Bohu grumbled. Wei Qianzi ignored him and said to himself, Article 319 of the Federal Criminal Code, theft of public or private property, exceeding 500,000 yuan, is considered an especially huge amount punishable by fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years up to the death penalty. And 3 beast-nourishing potions just barely exceed that threshold. Wei Qianzi revealed a smile. Unlike before, it was no longer warm but a chilling, sinister grin. You mean? Wei Bohu instantly grasped his father's intention and couldn't help but get excited. Wei Qianzi shot him a sideways glance and said unhurriedly, I've told you many times there's no need to rely on brute force to subdue ordinary people. It's too inefficient. The Federation has its own rules. People of our class understand these rules. As long as we're adept at leveraging our advantages, there are countless ways to make them yield. Yes, Dad. Wei Bohu said with relish. Ning Chuan, oh Ning Chuan, you reject a face-saving offer turning down $1 million. Now you'll get nothing at all. On the road to the old district, a driverless taxi sped along. Ning Chuan relaxed in the back seat, pulled out his phone, and lit up the screen. It was the recording interface. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and saved the recording. 20 million was no small sum. If the Wei father and son tried to renege on the price, this recording would serve as proof. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped outside the gate of Ning Chuan's residential complex. You have arrived near your destination. The fare is 103 yuan. Have a pleasant journey. An artificial female voice announced. So expensive. I should have booked an economy model. Ning Chuan, now worth nearly 5 million, shook his head. It wasn't that he was stingy. He just didn't see the point. He valued practicality. When it came to 1000 Yuan beast meat or 40,000 Yuan diamond body medicinal packs, he placed orders without blinking an eye. But when it came to personal comfort, he was far less particular. He still lived in the old district and his clothes were still the Qingshan No. 1 high school uniform. First put the money and potions at home, then go to school and talk to Su Yun about the grade breathing technique. Ning Chuan walked into the complex carrying his cloth bag. He lived on the 15th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Ning Chuan saw 2 police officers in black uniforms pacing back and forth in front of his door. Didn't Zhou Wei say the police station's reward wouldn't come for a few more days? Is it early? Ning Chuan's thoughts churned. The 2 officers quickly approached. Are you Ning Chuan? The younger officer asked, his tone quite rude. Doesn't look like they're here to deliver a reward. A suspicion crossed his mind, but Ning Chuan still nodded. Yes, that's me. The older officer said coldly, good. I'm informing you that you are implicated in a theft case. Come with us. Ning Chuan was stunned. What did I steal? The older officer sneered. Still playing dumb. The Wei Consortium has reported you for stealing 3 beast-nourishing potions. Hearing this, a sense of dread crept into Ning Chuan's heart, as if he were caught in a conspiracy. The younger officer had sharp eyes. Pointing at the opening of the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hand, he exclaimed with delight, Captain Lu, look! The beast-nourishing potions are right there in the bag. So many, more than 3. Captain Lu glanced down and blurted out, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Then Captain Lu barked, how audacious. Looks like a habitual thief. Get on your knees and put your hands on your head immediately. Ning Chuan frowned. After a moment's thought, he decided to explain. These beast-nourishing potions and the money were rewards from Qingshan city government departments and some private companies for killing the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping. If you don't believe me, you can look it up online. You're that high school student. The younger officer looked surprised, but his attitude didn't soften much. Captain Lu, on the other hand, started grumbling bitterly. Damn, it's so unfair. I've killed criminals too, and all I got was a few hundred rays. Don't cops deserve rewards? Seeing their attitude, Ning Chuan's frown deepened. In truth, his generous rewards were a product of a perfect storm of coincidences. The TV station had covered Zhao Weiping for days, generating massive buzz. There was Wang Ershui's livestream, and his own identity as a high school student fighting alone, suffering grievous injuries, yet ultimately turning the tide. It had drawn too much attention. Fumbling in the bag, Ning Chuan took out 3 test tubes. These are the Wei Consortium's beast-nourishing potions. But I didn't steal them. Their chairman Wei Qianzi gave them to me privately. There might be some misunderstanding. The younger officer scoffed. 3 beast-nourishing potions worth over 500,000. You expect us to believe they were a gift? Captain Lu looked at the test tubes and said coldly, still making excuses. The serial numbers match. These are definitely the stolen potions. Every beast-nourishing potion had a unique anti-counterfeit number on its vial. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's expression shifted. The last shred of hope in his heart vanished completely. The Wei father and son had set him up. They never intended to legitimately buy the Shanghai training camp spot. After all, he hadn't loitered after getting out of the car ahead, taken a taxi straight home. Yet these 2 officers were already waiting at his doorstep. Everything was premeditated. A chill settled in Ning Chuan's heart. If he hadn't been cautious enough to secretly record the conversation, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even with 8 mouths. A death trap. In the corridor, sunlight was blocked by the thick walls, leaving it somewhat dim. Captain Lu sized up Ning Chuan, feigning nonchalance as he said, though the possibility is almost 0 out of duty, I must ask. Do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? I won't wrong a good man nor let a criminal off easy. I've already said it was a private gift. Ning Chuan let out a cold snort as he spoke. These two police officers, even if not directly from the Wei Consortium, were certainly collaborating with them. Handing over the recording would be like walking into a trap. No evidence. And still so arrogant. Hold out your hands. The young officer taunted. He unclipped the handcuffs from his belt and moved to subdue Ning Chuan. Yet when his eyes met Ning Chuan's pitch-black gaze, his heart shuddered. It felt as if he was being stared down by a cold-blooded, ferocious beast. Most of his body instantly stiffened, icy and terrifying, completely uncontrollable, unable even to speak. Captain Liu, having killed criminals before, fared slightly better, but his forehead was still drenched in cold sweat. Killing someone and engaging in a life-or-death battle were utterly different. The former could at most make a person ruthless and bloodthirsty. Only by experiencing the crisis of death in a life-or-death struggle, by teetering on the brink of demise, could one's spirit, will, and aura truly grow. Ning Chuan had only been through one life-or-death battle, but that battle had been an immense mismatch. Every second before beheading Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan felt like he was dancing on the edge of a deathly cliff. One wrong move would send him plummeting into an endless abyss. It was no exaggeration to say that his mental fortitude was tempered to be harder than special alloy steel. Are you trying to resist arrest? Captain Liu snapped back to reality, first his face darkening as he drew his pistol and aimed it at Ning Chuan's forehead. The young officer hurriedly followed suit. Two dark gun barrels were inches away. Ning Chuan's eyes remained calm as he said, "If you had watched the footage of me killing the third-rank martial artist Zhao Weiping, you wouldn't be pointing those guns at me. Indeed, I'm only at the awakening stage, nowhere near as fast as a bullet. But it takes a person about 0.2 seconds to pull a trigger. In that time, I could easily land 3 slashes. At this close range, neither of you are official martial artists. You wouldn't be able to dodge." Ning Chuan spoke unhurriedly, as if stating an irrefutable truth. His hand rested on the hilt of the silver blood blade. Instantly, the two officers who had witnessed the live stream of Ning Chuan beheading Zhao Weiping felt a chill run down their spines. "I'm asking you, are you refusing to be arrested by the Federation police?" Captain Liu bellowed, as if only this could stop his gun hand from trembling. Ning Chuan looked at them and said calmly, "First, I'm only a suspect in the case, not a criminal. The word arrest is inappropriate, so naturally there's no such thing as resisting it. Second, I'm 17 today, still a minor. Federation law clearly states that while police can detain minors using tools like handcuffs and electric shackles, is prohibited during the process." "Kid, I didn't realize you knew the law so well," Captain Liu said with a forced smile, holstering his pistol back into his belt. The young officer, his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily put away his handcuffs and gun. "A wise choice. 1 second slower and I would have cut off your heads. 2 officers pointing guns at a minor without cause. The court would at most convict me of excessive self-defense." Ning Chuan released the hilt, his expression cold. "Don't break the rules again. Next time I might not be able to control my temper." These two were connected to the Wei Consortium. He had to instill fear in them and make them strictly follow procedure. Otherwise, they might deliberately frame him. The two officers exchanged a glance, their faces shifting. Captain Liu snorted, "Come with us to the station to assist with the investigation. The patrol car is downstairs. Lead the way." Ning Chuan didn't enter his home but stepped back into the elevator. A quarter of an hour later, the three arrived at the police station in the Old City District. Qingshan City was divided into 9 districts and 4 counties, each with its own police station. The last time Ning Chuan had gone was to the Qingshan City General Police Station, which held the most authority. "Hand over all the items you're carrying." Once inside the station, Captain Liu felt reassured and became domineering again, barking orders at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan took out his phone and said, "I am a Federation citizen. Before being detained, I have the right to contact my private lawyer for bail." Federation law stipulated that a suspect could seek a lawyer for bail before being convicted. As long as the judge agreed and a corresponding bail amount was paid, one could leave the detention center. "Go ahead and call. If you can get bail, it'll take your surname." Captain Liu sneered dismissively. Normally, bailing out a minor for a first-time theft offense wouldn't be difficult. But he knew who had orchestrated the young man's detention. The Wei Consortium. No judge would issue a bail permit. Ning Chuan, of course, had no private lawyer. That was just an excuse. Finding the contact information Lu Zhan had left Ning Chuan's side, tapped the screen and dialed. A promise obtained just yesterday. He had considered contacting Gu Tianyu, but in the end he dismissed that notion. His enemy wasn't these two low-level officers but the Wei Consortium. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief ringtone, the call connected. Ning Chuan got straight to the point. Uncle Lu, I've been framed by the Wei Consortium. I'm being held at the Anmin police station in the old city district. I understand. A calm voice came through. A pause. Wait. Then the line went dead. Ning Chuan put down his phone. Captain Lu glanced at him and couldn't help but scoff. Uncle Lu, there's no famous criminal lawyer named Lu in Qingshan City. Did you really think you had connections? Captain Lu didn't dwell on it. He licked his lips, his gaze greedily fixed on the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hand. Count the number of drink bottles and sheets of paper in the bag carefully, so we don't miss anything. We wouldn't want student Ning here to accuse us of breaking the rules. Captain Lu turned to the young officer with a serious expression. The young officer caught his drift and immediately nodded, yes. Under normal circumstances they wouldn't dare behave like this. But since this man was targeted by the Wei Consortium, he would never have a chance to cause them trouble again. Ning Chuan watched them indifferently, saying nothing. Since Lu Zhan had promised to save him, he would be fine. Don't sulk. Look on the bright side, you might never get out of here. Worldly possessions are useless to you anyway. Captain Lu taunted with a smirk, leading Ning Chuan towards the holding cell. Get in. Ning Chuan watched the door slowly close, his eyes growing colder. Not because of Captain Lu. That man wasn't even a blade. What truly enraged Ning Chuan was Wei Bohu and Wei Qianse. The previous threat in the arena was bearable. At worst he would get beaten up and sustain some injuries. But this time their aim was clearly to destroy him. Even if he handed over the spot at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, this father-son duo surely had more traps waiting for him. They wouldn't let it go. Most importantly, he had never provoked them. He had simply refused their forced purchase for $1 million. At this thought, Ning Chuan's anger gradually faded, replaced by a piercing, killing intent surging wildly in his heart like a blizzard. Given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate. Unbeknownst to Ning Chuan himself, after killing Zhao Weiping, he had shed a shackle and gained a touch of wildness. With a grating creak that set one's teeth on edge, Captain Lu pushed open the iron door of the detention room. However, he did not enter. Instead, with a fawning and humble smirk, he said, Mr. Wei, young Master Wei the brat is inside. Please come in. Wei Bohu and Wei Qianse entered the detention room one after the other. Captain Lu said deferentially, Mr. Wei, the room's surveillance has been temporarily turned off as you instructed. Just send me a text when you're done questioning him, and he'll come to open the door. With that, Captain Lu didn't wait for Wei Qianse's reply, and directly shut the door tight. Wei Bo, who looked down at Ning Chuan, his expression arrogant, and sneered impatiently. You were quite talkative before, weren't you? Why so quiet now? Go on, tell me. There's nothing to say to two despicable people. Ning Chuan sat on the bed, his back as straight as a spear. He didn't shout or rage but spoke calmly. Only when the killing intent is sheathed does true terror reside. Calling me despicable? Wei Bohu scoffed disdainfully, then said darkly. Once you're in prison, you'll know what real despicableness means. That pretty face of yours will be quite popular there. Bohu, be a bit more polite to your classmate. Wei Qianse scolded. As he spoke, he pulled over a chair, sat down in front of Ning Chuan and smiled. As long as you compensate Bohu with the spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, I won't pursue the matter of you stealing the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid. A cold sneer curled on Ning Chuan's lips. Me? Steal? I say you stole it, so you stole it. Whether it's true or false doesn't matter. Wei Qianse's smile didn't fade, but his voice gained a hint of oppression. So now you're locked up by the police, facing a sentence of at least 10 years in prison. Dad, there's no need to be nice to him, Wei Bohu said, coldly looking at Ning Chuan. You don't have the right to refuse. If you don't agree, you die. Even if the court can't sentence you to death, you won't live long in jail. Ning Chuan's face was expressionless. Don't you have any morals? Wei Qianse chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. You're too young now, you don't understand this society. For ordinary people, including you, morality is a restraining cage, but also a necessity indispensable. That's why you're ordinary. For people of our class, morality is just an ornament. We put it on when we want to dress up. Creak. Suddenly Captain Lu opened the door again. A hint of displeasure flickered on Wei Qianse's brow. Don't you know to knock before opening the door? Captain Lu trembled all over, unable to speak. It seemed he was under some immense pressure. No, I haven't heard of that. A tall figure strode into the detention room, his gaze like lightning, exuding a domineering aura. Lu Zhan, the #1 martial artist of Qingshan City. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Qiance's face. This visitor was beyond his expectations. He stood up and smiled. "Director Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Zhan ignored him, looked at Ning Chuan and said, "Let's go." Ning Chuan got up from the bed. Wei Qiance squinted his eyes, but didn't stop him, just drawled, "Captain Lu." Sir Lu, Ning Chuan can't leave. He's currently suspected of a theft case and all the evidence points to him. Captain Lu blocked the doorway, clenching his teeth to speak, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror. Captain Lu regretted it deeply. If he had known this involved Lu Zhan, he would never have participated. Lu Zhan asked, "What did he steal?" "100 beasts nutrient fluid." Wei Qiance smiled slightly. "Bohu and I went to discuss a business deal with him. The negotiations fell through, and as he was leaving he swiped 3 vials. Fortunately, I noticed early, called the police in time, and recovered the stolen goods." Lu Zhan's voice was mocking. "Steal right under the nose of a 7th-rank martial artist like you. He's Bohu's classmate. I trusted him too much and let my guard down," Wei Qiance said with a casual smile. Ning Chuan spoke up to explain. "Uncle Lu, I didn't. Wei Qiance gave them to me voluntarily, saying it was a reward for killing Zhao Weiping." Wei Bohu let out a cold laugh, sneering, "You're truly shameless. 3 vials of 100 beasts nutrient fluid worth over 500,000. Why would we give that to you? It's clear you were unhappy about the failed deal and stole from us to get back at us. The 3 missing vials were found on you by the police. Instead of repenting, you bite the hand that feeds you. How vicious the human heart can be." Wei Qiance shook his head with a sigh, feigning sadness. Ning Chuan looked at the father and son, no longer arguing. His dark eyes were calm, as still as an ancient well. But in the depths unseen by anyone, his killing intent surged like towering waves in the sea. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said, "Since you didn't steal, then let's go." "Director Lu, no matter how strong your martial arts or how great the Lu family's influence, you cannot defy federal law," Wei Qiance said in a sinister tone. "Whether it's a consortium or a noble family, they must ostensibly submit to federal jurisdiction and abide by the law. To do dirty deeds, one must do them in the shadows, leaving no evidence." Just like how he framed Ning Chuan, he had to make sure Ning Chuan had accepted the nutrient fluid beforehand. "Captain Lu, something terrible has happened." Just then, the young officer who had been with Captain Lu earlier came running over, panting. Ning Chuan's bail has been approved. The court has ordered his immediate release." Captain Liu's face turned pale. Wei Qiance remained relatively calm. When he saw Lu Zhan appear in person, he had anticipated that Ning Chuan would be bailed out. The plans he had laid in advance were certainly no match for Lu Zhan. "Bail doesn't mean innocent. You can't leave Qingshan City. We have a long lawsuit ahead of us." Wei Qiance smiled confidently, as if everything was still under his control. "Classmate Ning, the Shanghai Genius training camp starts in a few days. I've heard the rules there are very strict. Being late is considered forfeiting." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan's brow furrowed. This was a tough problem to solve, an open and honest scheme. If Wei Qiance really wanted to drag it out, he could keep the lawsuit going until after the college entrance exams. Ning Chuan, think it over these few days. Bohu's original offer still stands. Plus, I won't pursue the theft matter. I believe you'll make the right choice." Wei Qiance said with a confident smile, then turned and left with Wei Bohu. Ning Chuan squinted his eyes, withdrew his gaze, and said to Lu Zhan, "Uncle Lu, please wait a moment longer. All my belongings have been confiscated. I need to go retrieve them." Lu Zhan nodded. "I'll wait for you at the entrance." "Young Master Ning, let me show you the way." "This way, please." Captain Lu quickly stepped aside, forcing a fawning smile onto his face. A few minutes later, in the property room, Captain Lu held out a cloth bag with both hands and said respectfully to Ning Chuan, "Please check it." Ning Chuan rummaged through it. Nothing was missing, but he said, "Half of it is gone." Captain Lu and the young officer broke out in a cold sweat. They had inventoried the contents of the bag. It was worth 2 to 3 million. They couldn't possibly afford to pay for it, unless they sold organs on the black market. Slap. Captain Lu quickly slapped himself across the face. Hard. 5 bloody fingerprints instantly appeared. Then he bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had a loose tongue. Please spare me." Several nearby colleagues heard the commotion and looked over. Captain Lu caught their glances from the corner of his eye, and his face flushed with shame, but he still didn't straighten up. Someone who could make Lu Zhan appear in person was not someone he could afford to offend. The Wei consortium usually just gave him some pocket money. They certainly wouldn't offend Lu Zhan for his sake. Ning Chuan glanced at Captain Lu, ignored him, and pulled out his phone to check. The recording was still there. Ning Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. The reason he hadn't used the recording to refute the Weiss in the detention room was that he was worried they would secretly contact the police to destroy his phone. More importantly, he wanted to land a truly devastating blow in the shadows. Didn't you say that if I got bailed out you'd change your surname? Well, go ahead and change it. After letting Captain Lu stew for a moment, Ning Chuan turned and left. This man hadn't really done anything to him, just made some snide remarks. A lesson was sufficient. Yes, he'll immediately take leave and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the entrance of the police station, Ning Chuan spotted Lu Mengyue arriving as well. Her injuries had yet to heal. She had been gravely wounded by Zhao Weiping, and even healing-type ability users couldn't mend her overnight. Now she sat in an electric wheelchair, quietly conversing with Lu Zhan. "Mengyue, Uncle Lu," Ning Chuan called out. Lu Mengyue spoke first helplessly. "My father contacted the best law firm in the Eastern Forest Administrative Region. Winning the lawsuit won't be an issue. However, since neither side has decisive evidence, the case will drag on for a long time. Your spot at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp might slip away." "I have evidence." Ning Chuan took out his phone and played the recording. After listening, Lu Mengyue's face paled with fury. "That father and son are utterly shameless, twisting black into white." Pausing, she added, "But the good news is with this recording, we can win the lawsuit immediately. Since we have this recording, I suggest we skip the lawsuit," Lu Zhan said calmly after a moment's thought. Lu Mengyue asked in confusion, "Why? We can sue them for defamation." Ning Chuan also turned to look at Lu Zhan. "Defamation? That's barely a crime." Lu Zhan shook his head. "Before Wei Qianzi even gets involved, someone else will take the blame. For instance, those 2 police officers. Or some insignificant member of the Wei family. Wei Qianzi has far too many options. So we can't touch them at all." Lu Mengyue frowned in dissatisfaction. Ning Chuan's heart also burned with resentment. Yet he knew that for now he was far beneath Wei Qianzi in both strength and status. "Lu Mengyue, don't be upset. Listen to Uncle Lu." Ning Chuan took a deep breath. He spread his fingers and gripped the hilt of the silver blood blade. "Not now, but only for now. Don't lose heart. Saying we want Sue doesn't mean we can't touch Wei Qianzi." Lu Zhan spoke calmly. He looked at Ning Chuan. "I'll give you 2 choices. You decide." "First choice." Lu Zhan raised one finger, his demeanor domineering. "Use the favor you owe me. I'll personally step in and drive Wei Qianzi off the board of the Wei Corporation. Or even kill him." Ning Chuan was taken aback. "I thought using your help to get me out would have already cashed in that favor. Is the favor bought with my life so cheap that it's only worth a bail?" Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes. If she weren't unfamiliar with Ning Chuan, she'd have kicked him. A life like hers, the eldest miss of the Lu family, was worth far more. Lu Zhan was also speechless. Ning Chuan gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. "Uncle Lu, what's the second choice?" Lu Zhan said seriously, "I'll take you to the Wei residence. A man like Wei Qianzi values his reputation. The recording on your phone will force him to drop the charges and pay you compensation." This choice obviously left Wei Qianzi in a much better position. At the same time, Ning Chuan would gain some benefits. For Lu Zhan, the difficulty was far less than the first option. Ning Chuan caught the key point and asked, "Uncle Lu, you didn't mention using the favor." "This doesn't require my favor." Lu Zhan shook his head and said softly, "Instead, you'll owe me one." Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed. Why? He knew his talent was impressive, but far from enough to move a peak knight. Talent only promised future strength. A peak knight was strength itself. Lu Zhan perked up, studying Ning Chuan. "When you looked at the Wei father and son earlier, your inner killing intent burned like wildfire, yet your eyes were as calm as ice water. A man who can achieve that is worthy of owing me a favor. You could sense my killing intent." Ning Chuan was convinced he had hidden it well. His actions and expressions betrayed nothing. Lu Zhan smiled faintly, more or less. Hearing this, Ning Chuan was horrified. What is killing intent? The desire to kill someone. In other words, a thought in the mind. To sense that. Could it mean mind reading? Were night-class powerhouses truly so terrifying? Stop overthinking. When you become a peak knight, you'll understand naturally. Lu Zhan waved his hand. "Tell me your choice." Ning Chuan pondered. Soon he made his decision and said solemnly, "Uncle Lu, I choose the second." Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow and teased, because of the beast-nourishing elixir. Ning Chuan couldn't help but blush. It was precisely his greed in taking Wei Qiance's beast-nourishing elixir that led to his entrapment. No! Taking a deep breath, he said seriously, I'm confident that one day it'll make them pay for what they've done today, and that day wouldn't be far off. Lu Zhan glanced at him and chuckled. So confident. The Wei family has a knight. Though he's 1 foot in the grave, a knight is still a knight. Even an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist isn't a match. It's fine. Ning Chuan shook his head confidently. If I can't win Uncle Lu, you still owe me a favor, right? Lu Zhan. Even a peak knight felt a sudden twist in his gut. Wasn't this nesting doll routine a bit too much? Ha ha ha. Lu Mengyue couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach. Ouch, my chest hurts. I think I cracked a rib from laughing. Lu Zhan's face darkened. Get back to your recovery. I'm taking Ning Chuan to the Wei residence. Right now? Ning Chuan asked curiously. Don't we need to prepare? Lu Zhan replied. For a mere Wei family. Ning Chuan looked at him. He had to admit the man's flexing skills were unmatched. At the headquarters of the Wei Corporation, on the top floor, a few wisps of clouds danced outside the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, refracting rays of colorful light. Wei Bohu, however, had no mind for such beauty. He asked nervously. Lu Zhan personally bailed him out. Is the plan for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp going to fall through? Relax. Wei Qianze was confident and composed. The lawsuit isn't about winning or losing. It's about time. As long as we drag it out, Ning Chuan will have to yield. Otherwise, he'll get nothing. Wei Bohu's anxiety didn't ease. What if the Lu family forces you to back down? Scheming for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp spot was a private endeavor between him and his father. The Wei Corporation wouldn't go against the Lu family over this. Hearing this, Wei Qiance's eyes flickered before he smiled. In the Federation, open confrontations must follow the rules. For the Lu family to force my hand, they'd have to pay a heavy price. Ning Chuan isn't part of the Lu family. They won't go that far. Lu Zhan bailing him out is already their limit. Wei Bohu felt somewhat reassured. Is 1 million too little? After a moment, Wei Bohu worried again. Ning Chuan might choose to burn everything and give up the Shanghai Genius Training Camp spot rather than sell it to me. Wei Qianze looked at his son and sighed inwardly. He really didn't seem like his own flesh and blood. You're from a corporate family. He's just an ordinary person. Lu Zhan can protect him for now, but can he protect him forever? Tomorrow at school threaten him a bit. Does he dare not to compromise? Wei Qianze said coldly. I think he does. A faint, indifferent voice reached both their ears. The next moment, the sealed alloy door was violently kicked open, shattering and flying apart. Alarm bells blared wildly. A tall figure strode in with his hands behind his back, followed by a handsome youth. One in front, one behind, a domineering entrance. Wei Qianze stared at the two uninvited guests who had suddenly barged in, a shadow of gloom rising deep within his gaze. The bond between Lu Zhan and Ning Chuan was even stronger than he had estimated. Chairman, we couldn't stop them. A group of black-suited bodyguards arrived, panting heavily. Leave this matter be. Withdraw for now and deactivate the alarm. Yes. The piercing alarm ceased after a few dozen seconds. Wei Qiance's face turned cold as he demanded, Director Lu breaking into the Wei Consortium headquarters and kicking down its door. Surely you owe us an explanation. As a mere peak knight, he couldn't confront them alone. He had to invoke the Wei Consortium's authority. This is the explanation. Lu Zhan wasted no words, directly instructing Ning Chuan to play the recording. Wei Qianze, what do you think would happen if this recording got out? Lu Zhan said with a light chuckle. Across from him, Wei Bohu's face shifted and he barked. This recording is clearly fake. Ning Chuan fabricated the evidence to exonerate himself. Lu Zhan shot him an icy glare. So you're saying that I, a peak knight, can't distinguish truth from falsehood? Wei Bohu immediately trembled like a sieve, his voice quivering. That's not what I meant. Then you're trying to frame me. Lu Zhan sneered. Wei Bohu shuddered, even more violently, drenched in sweat, unable to utter a single word. Wei Qianze swiftly sidestepped to shield his son, addressing Lu Zhan. The boy is ignorant and misspoke. I apologize on his behalf. With that, Wei Qianze turned his gaze to Ning Chuan, his eyes dark and murky. I underestimated you. You have some tricks. I'll concede to the recording. You may state your demands. If Ning Chuan were alone, he had countless ways to dismiss the recording as fabricated evidence. But with Lu Zhan involved, he had to acquiesce. Ning Chuan kept his eyes lowered fixed on the floor and said indifferently, Uncle Lu is handling this entirely. How cunning! Wei Qianzi cursed inwardly. Negotiating with Lu Zhan was far more challenging than with Ning Chuan. Director Lu. Withdraw the theft charges, Lu Zhan stated. Agreed. Delete the recording. Don't celebrate so soon. Falsely accusing someone. Shouldn't there be compensation? At this Wei Qianzi narrowed his eyes. I'll have the police station return the 3 vials of ancestral nutrient solution to Ning Chuan as compensation. Lu Zhan let out a derisive laugh. If this recording is so worthless, then let it spread. Wait! Wei Qianzi's face darkened. The content of the recording would severely tarnish his reputation. Though the elite circles of Qingshan City knew he was no saint, reputation was a veil of decency he couldn't afford to lose. Moreover, being outwitted by a high school student was hardly a glorious affair. If word got out, he would likely become a laughingstock for some time. Those within the consortium who coveted the chairman's seat would surely seize the opportunity to challenge his competence. If mishandled, his position might even be at stake. With this in mind, Wei Qianzi said coldly, How much do you want? Lu Zhan replied calmly. In the recording you mentioned offering 20 million for a spot in the mountain and sea elite training camp. Let that be the compensation. Ning Chuan's heart leaped. Uncle Lu truly dared to ask. 20 million is impossible. I'm compensating a high school student, not a knight like you. The board won't approve such a large sum. Wei Qianzi said through clenched teeth. That's your problem, not mine. Lu Zhan clasped his hands behind his back, speaking casually. 30 minutes. If the 20 million isn't in the account, this recording will spread across Qingshan City. Wei Qianzi ground his teeth, his voice seething with rage. Lu Zhan, this is extortion. My office has surveillance. Don't push me too far. Oh! Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged. Yes, I am extorting you, and am doing it alone without leveraging the Lu family's influence. It's just me extorting you. So what? You have 30 minutes. Do as you please. Resort to the law, pull strings, hire an assassin. Anything. See if you can stop me, Lu Zhan. You. Wei Qianzi pointed at Lu Zhan, his face ashen, words failing him. Ning Chuan lifted his head, a flicker of emotion stirring in his eyes. Wei Qianzi, the chairman of a consortium and a top-tier figure in Qingshan City, had nearly landed him in prison with a single sentence. Yet before Lu Zhan, such a man seemed powerless. A certain measure of power yields a certain measure of authority. Absolute power is absolute authority. The ambition to grow stronger ignited like a spark rising from the young man's heart. For the first time, Ning Chuan actively desired to become stronger. Previously, though he trained diligently, it was always for other purposes. To get into a prestigious university. To beat Zhang Wenxi, to seek revenge, and so on. Becoming stronger was merely a means to an end. From now on it would be his goal. 20 million is enough to hire an assassin to kill multiple martial artists. Is that the compensation you want, Ning Chuan? Wei Qianzi's threatening words snapped Ning Chuan back to reality. No! Ning Chuan shook his head. Lu Zhan remained silent, but his expression tightened slightly. A smug smile spread across Wei Qianzi's face. Just a high school student. Did he truly dare to risk his life for money? The next moment Wei Qianzi's smile froze, while a faint curve appeared on Lu Zhan's lips. What I want is 20 million after taxes, Ning Chuan said earnestly. Compensation shouldn't require me to pay taxes, should it? The federal income tax was no small matter. 20 million would incur at least 7 or 8 million in taxes. Ning Chuan had no intention of losing such a vast sum for nothing. Humph, quite the appetite. I hope you can stomach it. Wei Qianzi's voice was sinister. Lu Zhan shot him a glance. You can target Ning Chuan. Any young member of the Wei consortium his age may challenge him, even cripple him, and I won't interfere. But if Ning Chuan dies under mysterious circumstances, prepare to be buried with him. Lu Zhan spoke these words with the same flat tone. There was no emotional fluctuation nor any release of killing intent. Yet Wei Qianzi felt a bone-chilling cold. He took a deep breath and forced a harsh retort. I'm no ordinary citizen. I helm the Wei consortium and am a 7th-rank martial artist. Killing someone like me would sentence you to death. Lu Zhan couldn't be bothered to argue. He gazed at the clouds outside the window. You have 27 minutes left. Contact that old fossil in your family with 1 foot in the grave. Ask him if a knight can kill a 7th-rank martial artist flawlessly without the Federation catching on. As his words fell, Wei Qianzi's expression shifted instantly. Bank account number. Don't forget to cover my taxes. Ning Chuan reminded him after providing the account. A few minutes later, buzz. Ning Chuan's phone vibrated with a bank notification. 20 million had been credited. If there's nothing else, you two can leave, Wei Qianzi said with a dark face. This hefty compensation came from his personal assets, not the consortium's accounts. For him, it was a significant financial blow. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then walked up to Wei Bohu and taunted, "You ungrateful wretch. You refused to spend 20 million, but now you're giving it to me for free without even needing that training camp spot." Wei Bohu's face immediately flushed crimson. Yet with Lu Zhan standing nearby, he dared not speak. "Don't be scared. Uncle Lu said you can come at me. You've been looking forward to next week's monthly exam, haven't you?" Ning Chuan patted Wei Bohu's face, then turned and walked away. A glint of cold menace flashed through his dark, deep eyes. Since he couldn't touch Wei Qianzi just yet, he might as well collect some interest first. As they exited the building, Lu Zhan asked Ning Chuan, "What are your thoughts on what just happened?" Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, "The power derived from wealth and status comes with too many restrictions. There are countless taboos to consider. In contrast, the authority born from martial strength allows one to act with impunity, unbound by any constraints." Well said. Lu Zhan cast a satisfied glance at Ning Chuan, clasping his hands behind his back. A single divine general, even when alone, remains a divine general. A federation president, when isolated, is nothing but an ant. Uncle Lu. Ning Chuan raised his hand and timidly reminded him, "One of the prerequisites for running for federation president is being a knight. If you say the president is an ant, then you—" Lu Zhan's mouth twitched. "Just grasp the essence, don't overthink it. This kid's temperament and talent are both excellent. It's a pity he has an extra mouth. If there's nothing else, it'll be going now." "What about this money?" Ning Chuan called out to Lu Zhan. If the compensation were only 1 or 2 million, he wouldn't stand on ceremony and would accept it directly. But 20 million was too much. Lu Zhan waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself. It's just a little money." "Ah, Uncle Lu, I wasn't planning to give it to you." Ning Chuan smiled, feigning surprise. "I was wondering if you have a way to purchase Beast Nourishment Elixir at cost." Meng Yu said the Lu family buys Beast Nourishment Elixir for only 150,000 per vial, far cheaper than what's sold online. Lu Zhan stumbled slightly, his figure vanishing instantly. "Give the money to Meng Yu, she'll buy them for you." Lu Zhan's voice came from afar. Ning Chuan bowed and chuckled. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Saving 30,000 per vial of Beast Nourishment Elixir was no small amount. Then the smile on Ning Chuan's face faded as he began to seriously contemplate the newly acquired 20 million. Without a doubt, it was a fortune. In a place like Qingshan City, it was enough to live a comfortable life. However, Ning Chuan no longer held such thoughts. He realized one thing. With 20 million as a foundation, the Federation's top-ranked Star River University might not be out of reach for him. In that case, he'll spend 15 million on 100 vials of Beast Nourishment Elixir. The remaining 5 million, plus the reward from killing Zhao Weiping, will go toward a top-tier A-level breathing technique. Ning Chuan made his decision, his gaze resolute. This allocation wasn't cost-effective, but it would allow his strength to increase at the fastest possible speed. The college entrance exam was less than 3 months away. He had to do everything possible to enhance his strength. After all, even formal martial artists could fail to get into Star River University. Afterward, Ning Chuan didn't linger. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Qingshan City Police Headquarters. His gale step had reached the perfect realm. It was time to claim the new martial art from Gu Tianyu. At the police headquarters, because of Zhao Weiping's death, many officers recognized Ning Chuan. After he stated his purpose, he was immediately led into Gu Tianyu's office. "Make yourself at home." Gu Tianyu sat behind a large desk and smiled as Ning Chuan entered. "Head to the finance office later to collect the 1 million reward." "I was planning to wait a few days until the agents from the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp arrive, so you wouldn't have to make an extra trip." "Agents?" Ning Chuan was curious. "Are they coming to test my qualifications?" Gu Tianyu shook his head. "No, they just need to collect your personal information, like the martial arts you practice, your current realm, your preferred weapons, and so on. The most remarkable thing about the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp is that they recruit students first and then hire instructors. Based on each student's unique traits, they find the most suitable instructors from the entire Donglin administrative region. This would be impossible without government backing." Gu Tianyu explained. "It is indeed impressive." Ning Chuan nodded in admiration, then after a moment he said seriously, Director Gu. No need to be so formal. Gu Tianyu interrupted him with a smile. You're a friend of Meng Yu and saved her life. Just call me Uncle Gu like she does. In truth, he had another reason. Ning Chuan's talent was also a significant factor. All right, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't refuse such goodwill, grinning widely. How about letting me learn the martial art you promised me? I was going to teach you even if you didn't ask. Gu Tianyu chuckled. After a pause, he asked with a hint of examination, Do you know anything about creating martial arts? Not much. Ning Chuan answered honestly. I only know that martial arts are a manifestation of the creator's profound martial insights. Therefore, only knights and divine generals have the ability to create martial arts, even the most basic grade ones. You have a good grasp of the theory. Gu Tianyu nodded with a smile and asked, What do you think of the Gale Step martial art? Ning Chuan thought for a moment. It's incredibly powerful. Even some grade movement techniques created by divine generals can't compare. This wasn't flattery. The Gale Step movement technique was easy to learn and effective, and countless people in the Federation practiced it. The Martial Arts Alliance selected it as one of the top 100 basic martial arts. This shows your remarkable talent, Uncle Gu. You'll surely claim a place among the Federation's future divine generals. Ning Chuan grinned. This remark carried a hint of flattery. In the Donglin administrative region, with a population of hundreds of millions, only a handful of divine generals had been born. Gu Tianyu shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Don't flatter me. I know my own talent. I couldn't create a martial art of that caliber. Then Gu Tianyu explained to Ning Chuan. The Gale Step martial art was indeed his creation, but it wasn't his original work. Gu Tianyu had modified it based on a movement technique created by his university mentor, the Wind Blood Divine General. After hearing this, Ning Chuan said sincerely, modifying a martial art is also a skill. The significance is worlds apart. Gu Tianyu seemed to recall something, and an irrepressible regret flickered in his eyes. After a long while, Gu Tianyu regained his composure and said solemnly, The martial art I'm going to teach you is the Wind Blood Divine General's movement technique Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chuan's heart began to pound. Wind Shadow 3000. Just the name alone was far superior to Gale Step, at least a grade. After all, while there were no strict naming rules, for martial arts creators still had some self-awareness. No A-grade martial art would ever be called something like Supreme Overlord of the Heavens and Earth technique. Most importantly, his Gale Step had already reached the perfect realm. Although its progress was still increasing, there was no substantial improvement left. He urgently needed a powerful movement technique. And Scrade movement technique? Ning Chuan asked tentatively. Aside from breathing techniques, other Scrade martial arts were relatively less restricted. Exactly. Gu Tianyu flipped his palm, revealing a Cyan martial seal. And it's one of the top-tier Scrade movement techniques. Naturally, its cultivation difficulty is also exceptionally high. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled. He completely ignored the latter part of Gu Tianyu's remark and eagerly extended both hands. Uncle Gu, to be honest, I fear nothing more than the difficulty of learning a martial art. As long as it's high grade, the harder the better. Gu Tianyu merely thought Ning Chuan was excited by the prospect and chuckled softly as he handed over the Cyan martial seal. Accept the inheritance here. I'll instruct my subordinates not to disturb us. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Huff. Ning Chuan took deep breaths until his mind calmed, then pressed the Cyan martial seal against his forehead. A torrent of information regarding Wind Shadow 3000 surged into his mind. Over 10 minutes later, the martial art was fully imprinted. Ning Chuan opened the system interface and saw that Wind Shadow 3000 had appeared in the last slot, its current progress at 0% still insufficient to gauge the cultivation speed. However, Ning Chuan had a rough estimate. The most difficult rank martial art Flash Thunderslash could advance about 4 percentage points per day at the foundational stage. As a top-tier rank martial art, Wind Shadow 3000 might not even increase by 1 percentage point per day. Yet, with his current martial realm elevated, the cultivation speed of martial arts should have increased accordingly. But a breakthrough before the college entrance exam seemed unlikely. Uncle Gu, hey, race your martial seal. Ning Chuan said with a smile, raising his hand as a series of chimes echoed in his mind. Wind Shadow 3000 has detected similarities in the insights of Wind Step and has begun to absorb them. Cultivation speed skyrocketing. Progress increased by 30. Progress increased by 30. Wind Shadow 3000 has accumulated enough insights and has comprehended advancing to the proficient realm. Progress continues to increase. Wind Shadow 3000 has completed absorption, cultivation speed, returns to normal. A barrage of insights left Ning Chuan momentarily dazed. After regaining his senses, he immediately summoned the system interface. Strength Awakening 6 Stage Fierce Bull Force Subtlety Progress 15, Wind Step Perfection Progress 7, Flash Thunder Slash Perfection Progress 1, Thousand Bone Slaughter Technique, Proficient Progress 25, Diamond Body 3rd Layer Progress 28, Wind Shadow 3000 Proficient Progress 21. Gazing at the last entry, Ning Chuan's lips curled upward. What a stroke of luck. Just moments ago he was fretting that Wind Shadow 3000 wouldn't break through before the exam, and in the blink of an eye it had already advanced to the 2nd realm proficient. Most importantly, since Wind Shadow 3000 could absorb insights from Wind Step, other martial arts could surely leverage insights from similar types to surge in progress. You'll need to keep this trait in mind when selecting future martial arts, Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Xiao Ning, are you all right? Gu Tianyu grew concerned as he watched Ning Chuan alternate between blank stares and foolish grins. Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly grasped an aspect of martial arts and got lost in thought for a moment, Ning Chuan replied casually with a smile, returning the martial seal. Gu Tianyu nodded without further questions. Wind Shadow 3000 and Wind Step share certain roots. With your Wind Step at the Perfection realm, picking up Wind Shadow 3000 shouldn't be difficult. With hard work, there's a good chance you can master the foundational stage to a passing level before the college entrance exam. Ning Chuan blinked. Then I'll try my best. He could only try. The only way for a martial realm to regress was if one suffered brain damage, became an idiot, and lost the corresponding insights. As a police commissioner, Gu Tianyu had a sharp eye and naturally detected Ning Chuan's insincerity. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll let you in on something. Wind Shadow 3000 is the proud creation of the Wind Blood War God, encompassing not just the awakening stage but higher inheritances as well. Even the pinnacle knight Lu Zhan covets it. But only students of Star River University are eligible to learn it. Uncle Gu, thanks for the reminder. Ning Chuan understood that Gu Tianyu's words were for his benefit. He bowed slightly and said earnestly, I can't guarantee I'll get into Star River University, but I promise I'll give it my all. Good, now that sounds genuine. Go on. Gu Tianyu said with a smile. Goodbye, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan pushed open the door and left, stopping by the finance office to collect the 1 million prize money. The next day, Friday. As dawn broke, Ning Chuan awoke in the bathtub. Glancing around, he saw that the water had cleared with 2 herbal packs, their potency spent, floating in it. After reaching the 3rd layer of Diamond Body, he could absorb 2 herbal packs in a single night. That's 90,000 yuan. Combined with the daily consumption of 100 beast nutrient fluid, his daily expenses neared 300,000 yuan. Even with over 20 million in assets, Ning Chuan winced at the cost. Money truly flowed like water. Expensive as it is, you get what you pay for. The more he consumed, the faster his strength grew. Ning Chuan steadied his thoughts, checked his injuries. The scars were nearly invisible. Then got up, changed into a clean school uniform, tidied up, and headed out. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School. As soon as Ning Chuan entered the school gate, he spotted a bright red banner hanging high, emblazoned with the words, Warm congratulations to our senior student Ning Chuan for his fearless life or death slaying of the Tianwu spy Zhao Weiping. The characters were gold-gilded, enlarged, and bolded, highly conspicuous. Students on the path caught sight of Ning Chuan and stopped to stare, buzzing with discussion. Many even pulled out their phones to snap covert photos. Some daring girls stepped forward to hand him pink love letters, their cheeks flushing with charming rosiness. Clutching a thick stack of letters, Ning Chuan realized he had underestimated his popularity at school. Unlike the previous time he killed a thunder sparrow, merely an ordinary beast, this time he had slain a notorious Tianwu spy, a formal martial artist burdened with multiple lives, especially since many reporters chasing hype deliberately omitted that Zhao Weiping was already injured. 17-year-old youth bravely beheads a 3rd-rank martial artist with a single strike. Blade slays Tianwu spy, aims for Star River University. High school student kills martial artist at awakening stage, future war god potential. Such were the typical contents of the reporter's coverage. How could the hype not be immense? Throughout the morning, Ning Chuan felt like a rare, endangered specimen. Every break, the classroom windows and doors were crowded with students peering in batch after batch. Fortunately, aside from the girls delivering love letters, no one actively disturbed him. At noon, Ning Chuan didn't dare go to the cafeteria. He stayed in the classroom, sipped some water, then pulled out his phone to browse information on rank breathing techniques. He had already asked Su Yun. There was no exception for inheriting multiple martial arts. It was a strict rule set by the Education Bureau. After all, martial arts were too valuable. Excessive school autonomy would inevitably lead to embezzlement. Though a bit regretful, Ning Chuan wasn't overly bothered. The breathing technique he most needed to upgrade could now be purchased with sufficient funds, and a rank one beyond the school's authority. Rank is important, but type can't be underestimated. After careful consideration, Ning Chuan had a general scope for the new breathing technique. It was best to excel in explosive power. A breathing technique of this type paired with Flash Thunder Slash and Wind Shadow 3000 could fully leverage the trait of speed to its utmost. As for stamina, a slight lack was acceptable. The strengths outweighed the flaws. As long as his attacks were fast enough, his opponent wouldn't even have a chance to surrender, let alone drag him into a prolonged fight. "Why weren't you in class this morning?" Hearing footsteps approaching, Ning Chuan looked up to see his friend Guorenyu and asked casually. "It's a long story." Guorenyu supported himself on the desk and slowly sat down, but the moment his butt touched the chair, he jumped up. "Ouch, it hurts like hell." Seeing this, Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness. "Did someone hit you? Who did it?" He worried that Guorenyu might have suffered unjustly because of him. Ma Haizhong Wensi and Wei Bohu all had grudges against him. "My dad beat me." Guorenyu took off his school uniform, laid it on the chair, and carefully sat down. "Actually, I got beaten because of you." Ning Chuan's sharp edge of concern faded, replaced by surprise. "What does that have to do with me? Remember the 100-day oath ceremony, when I almost got killed by a thunder sparrow for sneaking snacks? Yeah, I saved you. I kept that under wraps and didn't tell my parents. But after you killed that Tianwu spy, you were all over the news, and the footage of you saving me was also released." Guorenyu's face was full of indignation. "My dad saw it, didn't even ask, just grabbed his belt and gave me a thrashing." "Ha ha." Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Guo only spanked you, you got off easy." "You're still laughing." Guorenyu shot Ning Chuan a mournful look, his gaze sweeping over the phone screen. "Are you planning to switch breathing techniques?" "Yeah, I earned some money from killing Zhao Weiping." "Then don't rush to order. Come home with me after school. My dad wants to treat you to dinner." "Oh, is Uncle Guo giving me a rank breathing technique?" Ning Chuan joked. Guorenyu neither confirmed nor denied. He cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the subject. "Just come home with me after school and you'll find out." "All right," Ning Chuan said with a smile, not giving it much thought. He had met Guo's parents a few times. They ran a small business and had some money, but were only middle class. In terms of wealth, they were far behind him now. At night, at the Guo residence, Guo's father, a middle-aged man with a slightly stout build, exuded a gentle demeanor, perhaps due to his career in business. If not for Guorenyu daring to conceal matters even close to death, he would not have resorted to such measures. "Xiao Ning Renyu, come with me to the study for a talk." After dinner, Guo's father rose to his feet. "All right." Ning Chuan knew the main event was coming, though he held no great expectations. Upstairs in the study, Guo's father looked at Ning Chuan's side and said, "You saved Renyu's life. Originally, I intended to sponsor your university tuition. But seeing that you could even kill Zhao Weiping, I realize you have no need for such a paltry sum." "It's fine," Ning Chuan replied with a smile. "Renyu and I are good friends. Saving him was only right." Guo's father shook his head, his expression turning serious. "A life-saving debt cannot be forgotten. I have little to offer you save for a breathing technique passed down through generations which still holds some value." Renyu mentioned you were seeking a new breathing technique. With that, Guo's father stood up, locked the door, and walked to the window, drawing the curtains tight. After completing these steps, he approached a bookshelf and aligned his eye with a small aperture. "Iris match confirmed." A cold mechanical voice sounded as the bookshelf trembled, then split apart from the center, revealing a safe. Seeing this elaborate display, Ning Chuan exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Guo, you can't possibly have a rank breathing technique, can you?" The ranking from E to S was established only after the Federation's founding. This breathing technique of my ancestors far predates the Federation's history. Guo's father turned around, his demeanor solemn, holding a wooden box lined with soft cotton cloth. At its center lay a golden jade token, its intricate patterns traced with a faint flickering golden light, as if on the verge of fading away. An ancient martial seal. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the golden jade token. As for which era before the Federation it belonged to, that lay beyond his knowledge. Guo's father picked up the golden martial seal, caressed it briefly, and introduced. "This breathing technique is called the Dragon Elephant, ancient scripture renowned in bygone days." Ning Chuan asked curiously, "Uncle Guo, roughly what rank would it correspond to?" No rank. If I must classify it, it would be the best in the current federation. Guo's father said seriously. Ah. Ning Chuan blinked. It wasn't that he doubted Uncle Guo's words. It was simply too fantastical. It was as if while walking down the street, a host of divine generals suddenly appeared before him kneeling and shouting, "Welcome back, Dragon King." Ning Chuan, my dad isn't lying. Guo Renyu interjected promptly. Don't judge my family by our current middle-class status. Before the Federation we were the imperial house of the mightiest empire of that time. But the nail that sticks out gets hammered. During the dual martial star war our nation was annihilated by the Tianwu realm. Otherwise I'd at least be a prince by now. Guo Renyu smacked his lips, seemingly lost in fantasies of princely glory. Guo's father chided, stick to the point. Hey! Guo Renyu grinned and continued. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was the secret art of the imperial family, back then hailed as the ultimate foundational martial art. Only a handful of talented imperial princes could cultivate it in each generation. Guo's father added to Ning Chuan. I know that since the Federation's founding martial arts have shed class barriers and experienced explosive growth, powerful martial arts have emerged one after another, many surpassing ancient ones. But the dragon elephant ancient scripture is different. It wasn't created by an imperial member, but was seized at the cost of his life by an imperial divine general from a prehistoric relic. According to him, the dragon elephant ancient scripture far exceeds the martial insights of a divine general. Hearing this, Ning Chuan was 80% convinced. The Guo father and son had no reason to deceive him. Ning Chuan's gaze returned to the golden martial seal, now burning with fervor. The best martial art in today's federation. Seeing this, Guo's father didn't hesitate and handed it directly to Ning Chuan. Xiao Ning, both the Guo imperial dynasty and the dragon elephant ancient scripture are entangled with too many complexities. Though the Federation has laws, they can't guard against the malice of men. Keep these matters to yourself. Guo's father warned. Ning Chuan nodded solemnly. No one else will know besides me. I trust you. Guo's father smiled. Before deciding to pass on the dragon elephant ancient scripture to Ning Chuan, he had investigated him. His character was beyond reproach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed these secrets. Fondling the golden martial seal, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, Uncle Guo, since the dragon elephant ancient scripture is so extraordinary, how powerful is it? Guo's father played coy and countered. Do you know the punch force of a peak 9th stage awakening realm expert? Punch force is the most critical metric for measuring physical fitness. It doesn't refer to the maximum force of a single punch. A single number is meaningless. No matter how strong a punch is, if it's too slow to land, it's useless. Punch force in essence measures the average force of dense rapid punches over a set time with the specific count tied to one's cultivation level. This metric integrates factors like strength, speed, and flexibility, offering a precise reflection of physical prowess. Roughly between 3 and 5 tons, Ning Chuan estimated. The variance stems partly from individual talent, but mostly from the disparity in breathing technique grades. Punch force is also a key indicator of a breathing technique's quality. Exactly. Even in Shrank, breathing technique can't push awakening realm punch force beyond 6 tons. Guo's father nodded, declaring, but according to historical records, a peak 9th stage awakening realm cultivator of the dragon elephant ancient scripture could shake a 36000 gene cauldron. With continuous punches, they could send that cauldron flying into the air, keeping it aloft for half a day. 36000 gene. Ning Chuan quickly did the math, his heart leaping with shock. That's 18 tons. And that's just the cauldron's weight. The force to launch it into the air must be considerably greater. Half a day without falling. This speaks to the practitioner's astonishing stamina. A nearly flawless breathing technique. Ning Chuan's heart surged with excitement. Just then Guo Renyu shrugged dismissively and poured cold water. It's not as miraculous as my dad makes it sound. Since the Federation's founding, several members of the Guo family have cultivated the dragon elephant ancient scripture. At peak 9th stage, awakening their punch force hovered around 6 tons, barely different from in Shrank technique. Ning Chuan looked to Guo's father for an explanation. The man wasn't one to exaggerate. After a moment of thought, Guo's father said, both Renyu and I speak the truth. To shake a 36000 gene cauldron, the dragon elephant ancient scripture must be mastered to perfection. A feat as difficult as ascending to heaven. Since the Guo imperial dynasty fell, no one has achieved it. Ning Chuan felt a wave of relief. The technique's high difficulty wasn't a problem for him, though reaching perfection required enlightenment which he might not attain. Even at the expert level limit, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture's punch force would likely exceed 10 tons, still dwarfing strength techniques. Guo's father glanced at Ning Chuan and said with a bitter smile, "Since the Federation's founding, not a single Guo member has reached even the second-level proficiency, let alone perfection. By my generation, no one dares to cultivate it. Why? Does the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture backfire?" Ning Chuan asked, puzzled, recalling that Guo Renya's breathing technique came from school inheritance. Guo's father shook his head. "No, the martial seal has only one inheritance left. Given Renya's talent, how could I risk letting him cultivate it?" Guo Renyu felt dejected. This? Ning Chuan suddenly found the golden martial seal burning in his hands. Only one inheritance remained. Its value was immeasurable, yet returning it was hard to stomach. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was leagues beyond the rank technique he intended to buy. Could I pay for it? A thought flickered through Ning Chuan's mind before he dismissed it, setting aside whether he had enough money. If the Guo family truly wanted to trade the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for cash, it would never have come to him. "Xiao Ning, do not overthink this. Since I have given you the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, I will not take it back." Seeing the conflict on Ning Chuan's face, Father Guo quickly waved his hand. He paused, then continued, "Of course, I shamelessly mentioned that there is only one transmission left precisely to ask a favor of you, Xiao Ning. Please speak. In the future, if you can become a knight and cultivate the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to perfection, I hope you will inscribe a new martial seal of the Scripture and return it to the Guo family." Father Guo said in a deep voice. Inscribing a martial seal requires two prerequisites. First, one must be at least a knight. Second, the corresponding martial art must have reached the perfect realm. In the many years since the fall of the Guo dynasty, no member of the Guo family had been able to accomplish this, and Father Guo did not believe his descendants would succeed either. He had not sold the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for money, only kept it as a memento. Ning Chuan's timely appearance rekindled hope in Father Guo's heart. Ning Chuan had saved his son's life, and a debt of gratitude needed to be repaid. His ability to slay a formal martial artist spoke volumes about his talent, and his character was excellent. He kept his word. Thus, the gift of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture transpired tonight. If you fail, Xiao Ning, this request is void. Do not feel indebted. To me, Renya's life is more important than the Scripture. Father Guo smiled. Ning Chuan merely nodded, offering no promises, but he had made up his mind. He would elevate the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to the perfect realm. The three chatted a while longer about the Scripture. Then Ning Chuan took his leave. In the old city district, the spring moon was exceptionally bright that night, its silver radiance pure and clear. Lying on his bed, Ning Chuan gazed at the crescent moon outside the window. After calming his mind to a serene stillness, he pressed the golden martial seal against his forehead. Profound information surged like a tidal wave. Its intensity far surpassed that of the Scrade martial art Wine Shadow 3000. The transmission ended over 2 hours later. This was astonishing. The information contained within a martial seal roughly reflects its rank. Normally, more information indicates a higher rank, requiring a longer transmission time. The top-tier Scrade Wind Shadow 3000 took only a quarter of an hour to transmit. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture took nearly 10 times as long. Buzz. The patterns on the golden martial seal dimmed, their luster fading. A prompt echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. Breathing technique is a unique martial art. Detected Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and Ferocious Ox Strength. Please choose. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, Ning Chuan silently uttered. Beginning replacement of breathing technique. Replacing. Replacement successful. Hearing this, Ning Chuan opened the system interface. In the martial arts column, Ferocious Ox Strength had vanished, replaced by Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture with a progress number of 0. It seemed no insights had been absorbed from Ferocious Ox Strength. Ning Chuan was not surprised. These two breathing techniques shared little in common. Let's test the refining effect of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Ning Chuan got up, opened the cabinet, took a vial of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, and drank it in one gulp. A prompt sounded. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture senses surging energy and is invigorated. Cultivation speed skyrockets. An intense tingling numbness like a lightning bolt instantly swept through his entire body. Ning Chuan could even feel his bones, muscles, flesh, and organs growing stronger. This is on an entirely different level from Ferocious Ox Strength. Ning Chuan thought to himself. Another prompt soon confirmed his speculation. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is expected to deplete the energy in 6 hours. After reaching the 6th stage of awakening, a vial of 100 beasts nutrient fluid had lasted ferocious ox strength a full day. In terms of efficiency alone, the dragon elephant ancient scripture was 4 times stronger. And this is at 0% of its basic realm. No wonder it can allow one to shake a cauldron weighing 36,000 jin. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. The next moment his mouth twitched. He realized something: 1 vial every 6 hours meant 4 vials a day. Even at the cost price of 150000 from Lu Mengyue, that would be 600000 a day. Enough for a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center of Qingshan City. And this was only for now. As the dragon elephant ancient scripture and his strength increased, consumption would only accelerate. Add to that the medicinal packs needed for the diamond body. His assets of over 20 million might not last a month. It burned money faster than an internet company. Both painful and joyful. Ning Chuan fell backward onto the bed. The following 2 days were the weekend. He stayed home focusing on reviewing cultural subjects since he didn't need to worry about martial arts. The federal college entrance exam totals 1,000 points. Cultural subjects account for 300 points. Less than the martial exam, but nearly a third of the total worthy of attention. To get into Star River University, every point must be fought for. Sunday. After a morning of study, Ning Chuan drank a vial of 100 beasts nutrient fluid as lunch. He picked up his phone, opened the class group, and planned to browse casually to relax his mind. Since the monthly exam was the next Monday, the class group was buzzing. According to past trends, in the final monthly exams before the college entrance test, dark horses always emerged, shocking everyone. As he scrolled, Ning Chuan noticed someone had mentioned him. It was no ordinary person, but the homeroom teacher, Su Yun. Classmates, do you think Ning Chuan can break into the top 30? Ning Chuan stared at the message, momentarily stunned. In Qingshan, no. One high school, the top 30 could typically be achieved at the 8th stage of awakening. Given his current strength, an 8th stage awakening opponent couldn't last 10 seconds against his full onslaught. Su Yun had watched the live broadcast of him killing Zhao Weiping, so why ask this? Ning Chuan frowned in thought, then understood. When he killed Zhao Weiping, dark clouds and heavy rain had obscured the camera's view. Moreover, viewers could not feel the sharpness of his blade through the screen. Only those with deep martial insight could perceive his true level. Su Yun was merely a first-rank martial artist. It was normal for her not to see it. As Ning Chuan grasped the reason, the class group erupted. As the homeroom teacher, Su Yun rarely spoke. Mentioning Ning Chuan, who was at the peak of popularity, caused a flood of messages. Tang Xiaowan teacher Su Ning Chuan killed a 3rd-rank Tianwu spy. Shouldn't he be able to take 1st place? As far as I know, no current senior at Qingshan, no. One is a formal martial artist. This one was clearly a victim of unscrupulous journalists. Wang Dong, I have the same question as the class beauty. Another victim. Li Shangyun, I have a family member in the police who knows the truth. Zhao Weiping was already injured. Before facing Ning Chuan, he took a 100,000-volt lightning strike from President Liu, severely weakening him. Zhang Wenxi, exactly. The next message followed. Zhang Wenxi, Zhao Weiping's true combat strength was at most comparable to the 7th stage of awakening. The media just hyped him up for ratings. Ning Chuan has no chance of breaking into the top 30. Li Shangyun, I knew it. How could Ning Chuan be that strong? Zhang Wenxi, the media is partly to blame, but accepting the praise without protest is far too vain. Phone in hand, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the lesson he gave Zhang Wenxi last time wasn't enough. His skin was itching again. The messages continued in the class group. Mahaiha. Monitor Zhang, if Ning Chuan is seeking fame and can't make the top 30. Can you? In a certain villa. Mahai typed furiously, his words dripping with sarcasm. Ning Chuan had played word games with him, deliberately leaking information, causing Zhang Wenxi to completely fall out with him, harassing him endlessly. What infuriated him was his inability to retaliate. He couldn't beat either Ning Chuan or Zhang Wenxi. All he could do was vent verbally. Zhang Wenxi, a frog at the bottom of a well, what do you know? Ning Chuan is definitely no match for me. Mahai, anyone can boast. Dare you tell us how you got those black eyes after the selection match? As Zhang Wenxi and Mahai were arguing, Ning Chuan's phone rang. It was Gu Tianyu calling to inform him that the investigators from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp had arrived at the police station. Uncle Gu, I understand. Hanging up, Ning Chuan stopped browsing the class group chat and went straight downstairs. He hailed an economical taxi at the entrance of the residential complex and headed directly to the police station. He held high expectations for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. As the top-ranked institution in the Donglin administrative region, it surely possessed exceptional qualities. Perhaps like the elite private training camps, it offered an unlimited supply of high-grade beast meat for free. At this thought, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. It was simply that his assets of over 20 million wouldn't last much longer. At the police station in Gu Tianyu's office, Ning Chuan met the investigator from Shanghai surnamed Li. He was in his 30s, of medium build with an upright posture and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of competence. "If you're ready, we can begin." Investigator Li looked at Ning Chuan, picked up a sleek tablet, and pulled out the stylus. "No problem. Go ahead." Ning Chuan nodded. Investigator Li said, "Please state your identity information, including your name, gender, age, ID number, and place of origin." Ning Chuan was taken aback. The rest was fine, but what was with the gender? His features were somewhat delicate, but not to the point of being ambiguous. Seeing this, Investigator Li explained, "Ning Chuan, don't misunderstand. Every year the Shanghai Genius Training Camp enrolls only 100 students from nearly 10 million candidates in the Donglin administrative region. Each slot is of utmost importance. I must verify everything meticulously without any error. A probability of 1 in 100,000. Ning Chuan was inwardly astonished as he quickly recited his identity information. "All match." Investigator Li raised the stylus and asked, "State your current cultivation realm, including the minor subrealms." Ning Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Awakening level 6 with the minor realm at the initial stage." In truth, he wasn't sure if it was the initial stage. After switching his breathing technique, the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture required him to re-refine everything from before Awakening level 6. The two techniques were vastly different. In the short term, he couldn't break through to Awakening level 7. However, Ning Chuan wasn't worried. Realm breakthroughs were essentially external manifestations of increased strength. As long as his power grew, the realm didn't matter. In fact, a delayed breakthrough was better as it indicated a solid foundation. A federal divine general once said that advancing in martial realms was akin to building a tower. A sturdy base was necessary to support higher floors. "Only Awakening level 6? Investigator Li blurted out in surprise. In his over a decade of work for Shanghai, he had never seen a student with such a low cultivation level. Not even Awakening level 7 or 8. They all started at the peak of Awakening level 9. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he probed, "Do you possess a supernatural ability?" "No." Ning Chuan shook his head. He knew why Investigator Li asked. Supernatural abilities were special powers gained after unlocking certain gene locks. Well-known ones included fire control, ice condensation, and lightning manipulation. These abilities combined with martial arts greatly enhanced combat strength, allowing easy cross-realm battles. Of course, not all abilities were combat-oriented. The awakening of abilities was unpredictable and uncontrollable. For instance, Zhao Weiping, whom he had killed, possessed a clone ability that had no lethal power. It only served as a minor distraction. That was considered decent. Some abilities were so useless they were laughable, like the long hair ability. It allowed one to control hair growth. Its only use was spending more on haircuts. Fortunately, going bald would eliminate this ability. Similarly, there was the agile tongue ability, making the tongue extremely flexible, capable of flicking hundreds of times per second. What use was it? Spitting. Yet some federal citizens were puzzled that certain women's clubs highly favored the agile tongue ability, even offering million-dollar annual salaries. Investigator Li's supernatural abilities aren't the only way to fight across realms. Gu Tianyu sat behind his desk, smiling slightly. Director Gu, am not belittling Ning Chuan, am just following standard procedure. Investigator Li explained. If Ning Chuan had a powerful ability, Shanghai would allocate more resources to him. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. It seemed that even within Shanghai there was fierce competition, but that suited him fine. He consumed resources heavily, and equal distribution would hinder his growth. Investigator Li, please continue, Gu Tianyu said. Investigator Li nodded and looked at Ning Chuan. What martial arts have you cultivated? Ning Chuan hesitated briefly and asked, do I need to state the realms? No need. Investigator Li smiled confidently, a hint of pride in his tone. No matter your realm, the instructors at Shanghai are capable of guiding you. This is the confidence of being the top-ranked institution in Donglin for consecutive years. Gu Tianyu cast a meaningful glance at Investigator Li. He knew Ning Chuan's true level well. Gale Step at the perfect realm and upgrade Swift Blade technique at an extremely high level, either at the expert realm limit or the perfect realm. Most Shanghai instructors were at the expert realm in martial arts, with very few at perfect realm. It remained to be seen who would guide whom. Gu Tianyu suddenly looked forward to that scenario. though he regretted not being able to witness it. The martial arts I cultivate include Gale Step. Ning Chuan quickly listed them. Investigator Lee raised the stylus and after over 10 seconds of silence asked, "What about your breathing technique?" His expertise allowed him to recognize the types of martial arts Ning Chuan mentioned. Is it necessary to say? Ning Chuan hadn't forgotten Guo's father's warning, but using the wild bull force as a pretext wouldn't work. His physique would give him away. Unless he never fought at Shanghai, which was unrealistic. Investigator Lee looked at him. It's best to tell. The more complete your information, the better the instructor match. If you're worried about others coveting your technique, there's no need. Many students at Shanghai cultivate scrayed breathing techniques. It's not an scrayed technique. Ning Chuan pondered then grinned. It's an unnamed technique passed down by a white-bearded old man. According to him, it's very unique. It can evolve by fusing other scrayed breathing techniques. Each fusion makes it stronger. If it merges all 14 on the ranking list, it becomes the supreme technique under heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly understood why Lu Zhan had complained yesterday about Ning Chuan having too many words. What the hell was this evolution nonsense? Investigator Lee's face twitched, his composed demeanor nearly crumbling, and he said flatly, "I'll just record it as an unknown breathing technique." With that, Investigator Lee quickly moved to the next question, fearing Ning Chuan might concoct another prehistoric technique. Over 10 minutes later, the questioning ended. Investigator Lee put away the tablet and handed Ning Chuan a blue-gray card saying solemnly, "This is your student ID. Don't lose it. Also, you must arrive at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp by April 1st. Lateness means forfeiture. Specific location details will be sent to your phone later. Thanks for the reminder." Ning Chuan held the ID, hesitated, and said, "Investigator Lee, could you tell me about the camp situation? There's little information online." In truth, he wanted to ask if there was unlimited free beast meat, but the question was too embarrassing to voice. When you arrive at the camp, an instructor will personally introduce everything. Investigator Lee looked at Ning Chuan with a bright smile. Such a mischievous kid would surely learn many of Shanghai's rules. Just thinking about it was delightful. Monday, March 28th, year 1099 of the Federation calendar. Qingshan No. One high school held its first monthly examination since the 100-day oath ceremony. Many students arrived at school early, treating the exam with great seriousness. Each sat quietly at their desk, steadying their minds and preparing themselves. With the National College Entrance Examination drawing near, their capabilities had largely stabilized. This monthly result would closely reflect their performance on the actual exam. The monthly examination consisted of 2 parts: academic subjects and martial arts. The academic portion mirrored the national exam's 6 subjects: mathematics, martial theory, biology, chemistry, physics, and integrated humanities and social sciences, totaling 300 points. While the martial arts component of the national exam varied annually, Qingshan No. One High's monthly assessment consistently featured arena combat. At 7:00 m, the exam began. Inside the classroom, Ning Chuan stilled his breath and calmed his heart, gazing intently at the test paper displayed on his computer screen, pondering each question with care and answering with precision. His original body had already excelled academically. In recent days, Ning Chuan had not idled. He had devoted himself diligently to study. Indeed, freed from the demands of martial cultivation, he possessed ample spare time. He could thus channel even greater focus into his academic studies. Still, some questions proved insurmountable. Yet Ning Chuan refused to linger. Once he recognized a problem beyond his current ability, he moved on without hesitation. Time slipped away minute by minute. Ding, ding, ding. The echoing chime across campus signaled the end of the exam. No sooner had Ning Chuan stepped out of the classroom than his phone buzzed with the school score notification. Thanks to the Federation's advanced technology, AI grading delivered results within seconds. Swift and flawless. 259 points. Ranked 31st. Ning Chuan glanced at his phone and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Effort indeed bore fruit. His original self had consistently ranked outside the top 100 in academic subjects. A link to the official score leaderboard appeared at the end of the message. Ning Chuan tapped it open and saw that the top scorer was Tang Xiaowan, his classmate and the school's acclaimed beauty. 299 points. Clearly, Tang Xiaowan had solved every question. The single point deducted, Ning Chuan surmised, must have been for omitting the word solution at the start of a proof. With academic excellence like hers, admission to one of the Federation's top 10 universities is all but guaranteed. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Tang Xiaowan had awakened to the 4th stage. If her martial scores were included, even elite universities would be a stretch, let alone the top 10. Yet students who excelled academically could gain admission through special recruitment programs, paving the way for pure scientific careers. A path the Federation government deeply valued. Annual funding allocations for scientific research ran into the billions. Still, the most promising path remains martial cultivation. Tang Xiaowan's choice of science may yield at best a position as chief researcher at a major corporation. Annual compensation including stock dividends topping out at perhaps 100 million. Ning Chuan blinked twice. That wasn't low. At least not by ordinary standards. He knew full well, however, that such figures were impressive only relative to the average citizen. The income-generating power of supreme martial cultivators dwarfed even that figure. Across the Federation, megacorporations, spanning multiple administrative regions, required the patronage of divine generals. Without one, they would be devoured whole by rivals. Those divine generals often earned hundreds of millions, or even billions. Annually in passive dividends alone, such sums constituted only a fraction of their total income. The martial examination took place in the training arena. Dozens of combat platforms had long been erected. By shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, still well before the scheduled start, the arena was already abuzz with activity. Crowds thronged everywhere. Students preparing for the martial exam, spectators eager to witness the spectacle, parents anxiously watching their children, and television reporters capturing the event for broadcast. Compared to the silent rigor of written tests, the raw intensity of live combat held far greater allure. Who do you think will claim the top spot this month? Lu, last month's champion, isn't competing. He's injured. I think Ning Chuan has a real shot. Humph. Outdated thinking. Do you really believe the hype in the news reports? A senior executive of the Wei Group posted online under his real name. The Tianwu spy was critically wounded. His awakening level had plummeted below the 7th stage. Ning Chuan merely delivered the final blow. That's true. I heard it too. Zhang Wenxi, his classmate, discussed it in the class group chat. Ning Chuan didn't utter a single word in response. What incredible luck. First an epiphany granting him lightning slash, then stumbling upon a gravely injured spy. A fraud inevitably invites exposure. Someone was bound to call him out. Voices swirled around the arena. Recent media coverage had made Ning Chuan the focal point of public discussion. Yet, under the subtle guidance of certain individuals, the tone leaned overwhelmingly negative. Ning Chuan stood beneath a tree at the arena's edge, listening clearly. He offered no rebuttal. Just as he had remained silent while reading the class group chat, observing with detached calm. The martial exam was about to begin. Action spoke louder than words. Suddenly a voice, deliberately raised in volume, cut through the noise, drawing numerous glances. Ning Chuan, I heard Zhao Weiping was left critically injured by Lu Mingyue, and you simply reaped the reward. At first I refused to believe it. Thought someone was slandering you. But judging by your silence now, it's true, isn't it? Wei Bo, who strode forward, laughing heartily. Ning Chuan cast him a fleeting glance and replied coolly. So now you've found your voice. I thought Uncle Lu had frightened you speechless. Don't get cocky. Today I'll cripple you on the platform, and Master Lu Zhan. The hall director won't intervene. Lu Zhan hadn't arrived on site, and Wei Bo, who hesitated, then refrained from speaking his name outright. A shadow belongs to the tree, a reputation belongs to the man, and the title Peak Rank Knight carried unbearable weight. Ning Chuan paused thoughtfully. Are you certain you'll even draw my name? A flash of viciousness crossed Wei Bo, whose eyes. He lowered his voice, his tone turning venomous. Just wait. No one, not today, not ever, will save you. I'll snap your bones, one by one. That 20 million credits. You won't even have enough left to cover your medical bills. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's lips curved faintly upward, and he said nothing more. Wei Bo, whose underestimation was precisely what Ning Chuan wanted. Until recently he'd worried Wei Bo, who might learn of his true strength and forfeit the match out of fear. After all, in just a few days he would depart for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. No time remained to drag this feud out. Today their grudge would reach its conclusion. All bluster. Once you step onto the platform, we'll see how long you can keep up the act. After hurling a few more threats and receiving no reply, Wei Bo, who grew bored, snorted contemptuously and strode away with exaggerated confidence. The nearby crowd did not disperse. Instead, their chatter intensified. Ning Chuan didn't deny it. So Wei Bo, whose claim must be true. His slaying of the Tianwu spy really was pure luck. Of course, it's obvious. How strong could someone at mid-tier awakening possibly be? daring to provoke Wei Bo, who, he's clearly read too many headlines, and started believing his own legend. On the platform, he'll be utterly crushed. Sneering remarks cascaded one after another. Ning Chuan kept his gaze lowered, maintaining absolute silence. These endless waves of mockery and doubt stemmed in part from covert instigation by Wei Bo Hu and Zhang Wenxi. Yet equally his meteoric rise had unsettled many. From an obscure fourth-stage awakened youth to a celebrated prodigy who slew a Tianwu spy, his ascent had taken less than a month. It bordered on miraculous. Too many found it unbelievable, suspecting hidden machinations behind the scenes. When Wei Bo Hu and Zhang Wenxi whispered their provocations, those listeners seized upon them as revelation and launched fierce condemnations. But every tide recedes, and when the waters withdraw, those swimming naked stand revealed. Ning, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. A voice chimed, accompanied by a silvery laugh. Ning Chuan looked up to see Wang Ershui approaching with a microphone, followed by the cameraman from that day. Reporter Wang here to cover the monthly exams at Qingshan No. 1 High. A faint smile graced Ning Chuan's face. The rewards he had amassed were largely thanks to Wang Ershui's livestream. Whether intentional or not, he had certainly benefited. Thanks to you, after that livestream, I no longer have to report on food courts. Wang Ershui beamed. She paused, glancing around, then lowered her voice. I interviewed some students just now, and most of them don't seem to think you'll do well. Do you know why? Ning Chuan chuckled instead of explaining and asked in return. And what do you think? I'm sure you'll be first. Wang Ershui said earnestly. She was only at the 7th stage of awakening and couldn't gauge Ning Chuan's saber mastery. But that day, standing dozens of meters away, she had felt the piercing sharpness of his blade, cutting through the rain and chilling her skin. At such a stage of awakening, who could rival him unless a true martial artist stepped forth? If you say that, I'll lose the thrill of proving everyone wrong. Ning Chuan shrugged, feigning helplessness. Wang Ershui was taken aback for a moment, then the meaning dawned on her and her large eyes sparkled. Ning Chuan was aiming for the top spot. Big news. Wang Ershui raised her microphone to the camera. As you can see from our interviews, despite the widespread skepticism, Ning Chuan remains confident and determined to claim the championship. This is the same student who defeated a Tianwu spy against all odds. But Qingshan No. 1 High is a key municipal school teeming with prodigies, who will ultimately seize the top spot. Stay tuned, dear viewers. As Wang Ershui spoke, Ning Chuan caught sight of a curvaceous figure in the distance. Reporter Wang, I have something to attend to. Let's catch up another time. Ning Chuan gave a slight bow and walked away quickly. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. Approaching her, Ning Chuan greeted with a smile. Su Yun frowned upon seeing him. I think it's best if you skip the martial arts exam this afternoon. The atmosphere is off. Some people probably can't stand your recent fame and are gunning for you. If you lose, the backlash will be brutal. Ning Chuan grinned. Teacher Su, yesterday in the group chat you were asking if I could make it into the top 30. That was before I knew someone was targeting you. Su Yun paused thoughtfully. I applied to the Education Bureau yesterday to see if they'd award an extra beast-nourishing elixir if you ranked in the top 30. And Ning Chuan's interest peaked. With his current wealth, one beast-nourishing elixir was nothing, but more was always welcome. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was far too costly. Su Yun shook her head with a sigh. The Bureau refused. You'd have to be in the top 10 to get an extra elixir. That's incredibly difficult. Even a 9th stage awakener wouldn't be certain, let alone you. Ignoring the disappointment in Su Yun's voice, Ning Chuan's eyes lit up. So first place would get 2 beast-nourishing elixirs. What about the champion? How many does the Bureau offer? 5. Su Yun shot him a glare. As if you could get it. There are at least 3 students in the senior year at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. Do you even know if you can stand against them? As she spoke, she released her origin power to probe Ning Chuan's strength. You've reached the 6th stage of awakening. Su Yun was taken aback. If she recalled correctly, Ning Chuan had been at the 4th stage just over 20 days ago. Breaking through 2 stages in such a short time. It might not be unprecedented in history, but it certainly ranked among the best in the Federation's records. See how formidable I am. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, studying her with a light laugh. It's still not enough. After a moment's deliberation, Su Yun said seriously, with the 6th stage of awakening, and your flashing thunderslash at the subtle realm, you can match a fighter at the 8th stage. But you're far from the peak of the 9th stage. And remember, the martial arts exam isn't a single match. Your stamina is a weakness compared to those at higher stages. By the time you face them, you'll have at most 60% of your strength left. Ning Chuan spread his hands with a grin. Teacher Su, have a little faith in me. This isn't about faith. Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened in exasperation. With such a gap in strength, faith alone won't cut it. She paused to compose herself, then advised, before I'd have been thrilled for you to participate, but now it's clear someone's out to get you. Even making the top 30 won't help. One loss and you'll be buried under a torrent of slander and malicious talk. Under those circumstances, you won't be able to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams, and your future will be affected. Just then, the war drums signaling the start of the martial arts exam boomed, each beat heavier and more resonant. The air itself seemed to thicken with tension. Thousands of senior students began moving swiftly. Teacher Su, let's talk after the exam. Ning Chuan pulled out his phone to check his assigned arena, smiled his farewell, and strode off. Su Yun's forehead veins bulged in frustration. Clearly, Ning Chuan hadn't listened to a word of her earnest advice. No doubt inflated by media praise, he truly believed he had the combat power of a formal martial artist. Su Yun watched his retreating figure, biting her lip. She didn't stop him again. As his homeroom teacher, she had done all she could. Still out of concern, she followed. At Arena 17, Ning Chuan saw his opponent. Not Wei Bohu. It was a fourth-stage awakener named Wang Zhong. The arena matches at Qingshan No. 1 High had rules. Fighters of the same stage faced off first, and only winners advanced to stronger opponents. Ning Chuan's recorded strength in the Academic Affairs Office was still at the 4th stage. To face Wei Bohu, he would need to win several matches in a row. Ning Chuan is here. At someone's sharp call, over half the audience in the training ground rushed over. Such pulling power made students on other arenas green with envy. His opponent is only at the 4th stage. Someone noticed the screen displaying student info by the arena and felt disappointed. Don't worry, the time he takes to win will give us a rough idea of his strength. If it's a close fight, that'll be interesting. As the audience debated, the referee on the arena waved his hand, signaling the match to begin. Draw your blade, Ning Chuan. Wang Zhong said gravely, gripping a heavy saber with both hands holding it before his chest. The referees for the arena matches were all martial arts teachers from the school, strong enough to intervene in dangerous situations. Students were allowed to use weapons. I won't need it. Ning Chuan's eyes were calm, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, utterly relaxed. Arrogant. Wang Zhong snorted in displeasure, charging forward with his saber. I know you've mastered flashing thunderslash at the subtle realm, but without your blade, how will you use it? Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit, and we're both at the 4th stage. As he spoke, Wang Zhong closed in and brought his saber down with immense force, the air whistling. Mountain-splitting blade. And a rank martial art. Its hallmark was immense power at the cost of speed. Wang Zhong had trained it to the proficient level. Whoosh! The saber's oppressive wind stirred a few strands of Ning Chuan's black hair. He stood his ground, unmoving, until the blade was less than half a meter away, then raised his right hand. With a flick of his finger, he struck the incoming blade tip. Dong! A flash of golden light and sparks flew. The heavy saber was knocked high, nearly flying from Wang Zhong's grip. Wang Zhong staggered backward, stumbling, and with a loud thud fell off the arena after a dozen steps. A single finger and Wang Zhong was defeated. The clamoring crowd fell into stunned silence. Wang Zhong, at the 4th stage of awakening, had barely scraped into the university threshold, far from being a formidable figure. Yet to defeat him in a single blow, one must be at least at the 7th stage of awakening. Even then, achieving it with such effortless grace as Ning Chuan would be unlikely. Wasn't it said that Tianwu Spy doesn't even have the strength of the 7th stage left? Why then did Ning Chuan fight him so fiercely? Don't tell me they were putting on a show. A voice of doubt shattered the silence near the arena. The crowd's murmurs surged like a tide. It was indeed rather strange. A Tianwu Spy is still a martial artist. When desperate, he can still unleash the power of the 7th stage, but it cannot be sustained for long. So at the final moment, he couldn't even dodge and let Ning Chuan take his head. A planted supporter offered a quick-witted explanation. The 7th stage of awakening. That's enough to get into a prestigious school. But don't forget, when Zhao Weiping fled to Qingshan City, he was at least at the peak of the 9th stage. Even if Ning Chuan is at the peak of the 7th stage, he still owes his success to Lu Mengyue. His real contribution was merely the finishing blow. The crowd erupted in chatter. Yet compared to the earlier one-sided mockery of Ning Chuan, some voices had begun to defend him. The victor is Ning Chuan. The referee announced the result. Ning Chuan calmly descended from the arena awaiting his next match. How did your strength improve so quickly? Su Yun hastily pushed through the crowd and found Ning Chuan. As she spoke, her fair cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a faint blush creeping in. She knew that Ning Chuan still had a trump card. A grade martial art flash thunderslash mastered to the subtle realm. Barehanded he could rival the 7th stage of awakening. Armed with a blade he could contend with the 9th stage. With a stroke of luck, he might even take the top spot in the martial examination. Recalling her earlier righteous persuasion, Su Yun felt both awkward and embarrassed, the blush spreading to the roots of her ears. If not for her overwhelming curiosity, she would never have come to ask. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Wasn't I an orphan? Well, the other day my biological parents found me. Among them my father is a divine general, and he's given me a lot of help. A divine general? Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering her red lips. She glanced around, relieved that no one had noticed inside. With a divine general's abilities, it's not surprising. She actually believed it. Ning Chuan blinked, barely suppressing a laugh. May I ask which divine general of the Federation is your father? Su Yun asked cautiously, even using a respectful tone with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan hesitated, then ventured. The Wind Blood Divine General. This divine general was the creator of Wind Shadow 3000 and the only one he knew. After all, he hadn't expected Su Yun to actually believe his joke. Huh? Su Yun froze, blurting out. Isn't the Wind Blood Divine General a woman? Oh, I must have misremembered. Actually, my mother is the Divine General. Ning Chuan said seriously. At this, Su Yun finally realized she had been fooled. She was so furious that she panted heavily, her chest heaving violently, nearly popping her buttons. Ning Chuan, is being able to match the 9th stage of awakening such a big deal? Do you think I can't handle you anymore? A dangerous smile crept across Su Yun's beautiful face. From somewhere she produced a teaching rod and cracked it through the air with an explosive sound. Well, teacher Su, my second match is about to start. Talk later. Ning Chuan gave a dry laugh and hurried away with quick steps. An enraged woman is not to be trifled with, especially one who is a martial artist. Stepping onto the arena, Ning Chuan's pace was steady and his mind had calmed. His matched opponent was still at the 4th stage of awakening. Dong! A metallic clang rang out. Ning Chuan flicked his finger again, sending the weapon flying while knocking his opponent back off the stage. Second match victory. Over 10 minutes later. Third match. This time his opponent was at the 5th stage of awakening, wielding a black war spear. The audience perked up. Surely Ning Chuan couldn't still win with a single finger flick. In the awakening realm, each stage brought a massive surge in power. Dong! As the match began, sparks flew with the impact. To the crowd's astonishment, the black war spear soared into the air. The 5th stage awakener, like the two before him, stumbled off the stage. Ning Chuan had done it again with a single finger. Third match victory. Fourth match victory. Fifth match victory. Ning Chuan crushed his way to the 6th match. Seeing his opponent, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It was an old acquaintance, Ma Hai, at the peak of the 6th stage of awakening. I refuse to believe Ning Chuan can still win with one finger. A planted supporter who had endured 5 frustrating matches growled. No one nearby responded. All eyes were fixed on the arena. They knew Ning Chuan would win, but during the fight he might reveal his true strength. An ordinary 7th stage awakener would need to go all out to take down a peak 6th stage in just a few moves. On the stage. What rotten luck! Ma Hai looked at Ning Chuan with a grimace. They had fought many times and Ma Hai knew he was no match. This was a guaranteed loss. Then, catching a glimpse of the dense crowd below, an idea struck him. Ning Chuan was famous now. Losing to him was normal and wouldn't bring disdain. But if he could trade dozens of blows with Ning Chuan, he would surely grab everyone's attention. A golden opportunity for fame. With that thought, Ma Hai's eyes lit up. Ning Chuan had taken so much of his money. It was time to get it back. Match begin. The referee's words barely faded before Ma Hai charged at Ning Chuan like a fierce tiger. Whoosh! In less than a second, Ma Hai was upon him, his raised right leg arcing through the air, carrying heavy force as it slammed down with brutal intent. Perhaps dreaming of the glorious days ahead, Ma Hai felt that his martial art was on the verge of breaking through the proficiency barrier into the mastery realm. Whoosh! The leg descended, wind howling. Ning Chuan didn't flick his finger or dodge with wind step. Instead, he raised his right hand, fingers spread, waiting silently for the blow. He wanted to test his current physical condition. Ma Hai at the same stage was a perfect target. Thud! With a dull impact, Ning Chuan's hand met Ma Hai's descending leg. A powerful force surged through, pressing his knee downward. But in the next instant, Ning Chuan steadied himself. His raised hand, pale and slender yet brimming with strength, clamped Ma Hai's leg firmly in midair. Ma Hai practices a crade breathing technique and uses the grade martial art ground-splitting kick. I'm at a disadvantage facing a leg with my hand, and without using any martial art, the gap is even larger. Yet the result is a stalemate. Ning Chuan's thoughts raced as he analyzed swiftly. So my physical condition is far beyond a typical peak 6-stage awakener. However, I'm still a bit short of the high stages of awakening. That's a qualitative leap, Ning Chuan concluded without regret. Instead, he felt a sense of awe. He had only been training in the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture for about 3 days, yet his physique had already surpassed a peak 6-stage awakener using a crade breathing technique starting from a 6-stage beginner tempered by the grade bull strength art. Catching up to a normal 7-stage awakener would likely take just over a dozen Beast King nutrient fluids. Ning Chuan, let go of me. Ma Hai roared, exerting all his strength in a desperate attempt to pull his leg back with a flourish. Yet the 5 fingers clamped around his ankle were like unyielding iron hooks, impossible to budge. Ma Hai couldn't retrieve his leg, his body staggered from the excessive force, forcing him to hop on one foot to maintain balance. Ning Chuan, now aware of his own physical limits, grew tired of wasting time with Ma Hai. With a casual flick of his right hand, he unleashed immense power, flinging the 100-pound Ma Hai through the air. With a heavy thud, Ma Hai crashed off the arena platform, kicking up a cloud of dust. Winner Ning Chuan, the referee announced once more. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Many exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Defeating a peak awakening 6th stage in 2 moves, and with such ease. Could Ning Chuan rival an awakening 8th stage? The most brilliant part of this fight was Ning Chuan's grab. He precisely predicted the landing point of the kick. I wonder if you all saw it. The moment Ma Hai raised his leg for the axe kick, Ning Chuan's right hand was already moving. This level of combat instinct is utterly astonishing. It's hard to believe it belongs to a high school senior who is still a minor. An elderly man remarked with admiration. He was a martial artist, having served in the military in his youth and earned 3 first-class merits, commanding great respect. Those around him turned to look at Ning Chuan with new interest. What is that real-name manager from the Wei Consortium doing? Ning Chuan is nothing like the worthless person he described. Someone complained in dissatisfaction, feeling deceived. Defeating an awakening 6th stage in 2 moves might just be luck. Who knows how he'd fare against an awakening 8th stage? A shill hidden in the crowd retorted. As Ning Chuan stepped off the arena, he overheard the nearby arguments, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He needed no words. The mockery and doubt aimed at him would be utterly shattered under his successive victories. My next opponent should be at a high awakening stage. But before I face Wei Bohu, I must hold back some of my strength lest I frighten him. Ning Chuan murmured softly. The surging coldness in his heart then quickly subsided into calm. Over 10 minutes later, during the 7th match, Ning Chuan saw his opponent leap onto the platform, and his eyes flickered with surprise. What a coincidence. Another familiar face from his class. Ning Chuan pondered briefly, then his face turned cold. Zhang Wenxi, how dare you leak the matter of those 3 beast nourishment potions to outsiders? Hearing this, Zhang Wenxi fumed with rage. You have some nerve blaming me. The job you mentioned ended long before this. With so many watching, Zhang Wenxi dared not admit to sabotaging Lu Mengyue. TCH, so you already knew? Ning Chuan sneered. He had originally planned to use this as a pretext to extort more money from Zhang Wenxi. Seeing Ning Chuan's attitude, Zhang Wenxi's eyes blazed with fury. 500,000 was no small sum to him. Moreover, in his ignorance, he had eagerly boasted to his elder relatives. The result was obvious. A massive loss of face. Don't think that just because you've latched on to Lu Zhan, your uncle's connections, I can't touch you. In this arena match today, I'll make you pay for deceiving me. Zhang Wenxi gritted his teeth. Ning Chuan laughed casually. Do you really think you can beat me? Ridiculous. You only won last time because of your weapon. Do you truly believe you're my match? Zhang Wenxi snorted coldly. As he spoke, he drew a scion-sharp sword from his waist and raised his arm to swing. A shrill whistle split the air. The power emanating from him was unmistakably at the awakening 8th stage. The crowd below erupted into heated discussion. Awakening 8th stage. Barring accidents, he can rank in the top 30 of the grade. Zhang Wenxi is indeed aiming to be a dark horse. I know him, Lu Wan's son. He's considered decent among the younger generation of the Liu family. This student will surely expose Ning Chuan's true colors. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Wensi wore a smug expression and taunted Ning Chuan. If you bow and apologize to me now, I might show mercy in the coming fight and let you lose with some dignity. Your family really doesn't hesitate to spend money on you. Ning Chuan said in surprise after a moment's thought. During the selection rounds, Zhang Wensi hadn't even reached the peak of Awakening 7th stage. In just a week, he had broken through to Awakening 8th stage. Zhang Wensi wasn't him. He couldn't possibly cultivate that fast. The only explanation was that he had consumed some rare tonic like the 10,000 Beast Nourishment Potion, which cost millions. An exorbitantly high price. Zhang Wensi's face subtly changed, then he sneered. You're just jealous. In martial arts cultivation, only results matter, not the process. Ning Chuan shrugged, choosing not to argue. Awakening 7th stage or Awakening 8th stage made no difference to him. Match begin. At the referee's command, Zhang Wensi moved first. Stomping his foot, he crossed over 10 meters in an instant, appearing before Ning Chuan. He swung his sword horizontally. Swift, fierce, the cyan blade gleaming with blinding light. With a swoosh, the sharp sword came. Ning Chuan activated the wind step to evade. His adamant body had reached the 4th layer, making his physique tough, but it could only withstand blows from Awakening 8th stage barehanded attacks. Against a sharp weapon, unless he used adamant transformation, he couldn't endure it. Whoosh! Circling to Zhang Wensi's side, Ning Chuan clenched his fist and struck fiercely. The force was formidable, the compressed wind from his punch nearly materializing with savage intensity. The third form of the 1,000-bone slaughter art, the white bone killing fist. You're pretty fast. Catching Ning Chuan in his peripheral vision, Zhang Wensi snorted. With a twist of his wrist, the sword's trajectory changed from a horizontal slash to a vertical chop, cleaving through the air to meet the incoming fist. Ning Chuan's eyes remained calm as he continued his punch. Just as it was about to strike the sharp blade, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Through the radiance, the fist appeared, as if forged from divine metal, radiating an aura of unbreakable solidity. With a resonant clang, fist met sword, producing a tremendous metallic ring. Sparks flew in the air. Zhang Wensi's body trembled and the sword in his hand was knocked high into the air. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, retreated several steps before dissipating the force. He wasn't overly surprised. The 1,000-bone slaughter art was currently only at the proficiency level. Not particularly high. His physical condition also fell short of Zhang Wensi's. It was only natural to be at a disadvantage in a direct clash. Your swordsmanship is impressive. It must have taken years of hard practice. A martial artist praised. But Ning Chuan is even more remarkable. How did he withstand that sword? He wasn't wearing any gloves. That golden light. It looked like the adamant transformation of the adamant body, but that seems impossible. A burly man in the crowd said, his eyes full of uncertainty. Why? The adamant body is arguably the most difficult branch martial art to cultivate. To achieve adamant transformation, you need at least the 3rd layer. And covering a fist with adamant transformation requires reaching the 4th layer. It's nearly impossible without 20 years of practice. External martial arts don't care about your comprehension level. While the crowd was puzzled, the battle on the arena continued. Zhang Wensi swung his sword in rapid succession, each strike fierce, and whistling streaks of cyan light flashing across the platform. Ning Chuan did not draw his blade, relying solely on fists and feet, using the 1,000-bone slaughter art to counter. On one hand, he was holding back his true strength. On the other, he was seizing the opportunity to master the 1,000-bone slaughter art. The martial art could cultivate itself automatically, but applying it in combat to unleash its full power was still up to him. In truth, merely mastering the 1,000-bone slaughter art at a proficient level was insufficient for Ning Chuan to cross 2 major cultivation stages and contend against Zhang Wensi, who was at the 8th stage of awakening. However, Ning Chuan possessed other martial arts. The 4th layer of the adamantine body and the wind-chasing step at a perfect level. During their duel, Ning Chuan not only held his ground, but also subtly gained the upper hand. Thud, thud, thud. Ning Chuan relentlessly executed the 1,000-bone slaughter art, each move vicious and oppressive, causing the long sword to tremble and sparks to fly one after another. This martial art comprised 5 forms. The first form, the Shadow Serpent Strike. Renowned for its deceptiveness, its trajectory was unpredictable. The second form, the Lightning Flash Fist. Its hallmark was speed of the fist shot out like a lightning bolt, as swift as an arrow in flight. The third form, the Bone-Crushing Fist of Annihilation. It was the most powerful strike employed for frontal assault. The fourth form, the serpent's embrace of rupture. A grappling kill technique, the arm coiled like a massive python capable of crushing an enemy's bones. The fifth form, the power of 1,000 bones. This strike had no fixed posture. It could be delivered through a fist, a kick, an elbow, or a knee. In essence, it was a sinister penetrating force, or rather penetrative power, exceedingly difficult to defend against. Even through a shield it could penetrate the human body, shattering bones into countless fragments. Naturally, the power of 1,000 bones was extremely difficult to master. Only at the subtlety realm could one begin to wield it. Ning Chuan was still far from achieving this. Lightning flash fist. Ning Chuan's eyes hardened. He executed the second form of the 1,000-bone slaughter art, condensed his strength, and unleashed it in an instant, throwing a punch. Crack. A crisp sound echoed from within the bones of his arm. The punch was astonishingly fast, causing the air to surge, as if an arrow was streaking across the sky. Zhang Wenxi's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly withdrew his sword to block. But caught off guard, his strength was insufficient. With a loud bang, the sword was pressed back by the fist and slammed heavily into his chest, sending him staggering back over a dozen steps. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had blocked the punch with the flat of the blade. Had it been the sharp edge, his body would have been cleaved in two. So barehanded, he can defeat someone at the 8th stage of awakening. With a weapon, his combat power rivals the 9th stage. That means Zhao Weiping, who fought him to a bloody stalemate, was only at the 7th stage. A spectator remarked coldly. During the awakening stage, without primal force, weapons played a significant role, providing a clear boost to combat power. Clearly someone is maliciously targeting him, trying to destroy this youth. To slander a hero who killed a Tianwu spy. Such people are either wicked or foolish. I believed those rumors and even mocked him myself. I'm ashamed. Many realized the truth and were filled with righteous indignation. The instigators, hidden in the crowd, exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word. On the arena stage. To be honest, you've truly surprised me. Zhang Wenxi stared intently at Ning Chuan, wiping the blood from his mouth with a single motion, and said coldly, I was planning to keep this trump card for the top 10, but I'll let you see it first. As his words fell, Zhang Wenxi charged forward with large strides, holding his sword with both hands and raising it high. The 13 swords of the surging river. This was a crade martial art. Unlike techniques like the lightning flash slash, which had only one move, the 13 swords of the surging river, true to its name, comprised 13 strikes. Each strike could borrow a fraction of power from the previous one. Like waves surging on a long river, each sword strike was mightier than the last. The final 13th strike was exceptionally formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Wenxi unleashed 6 consecutive strikes, each faster than the one before. Ning Chuan executed the wind-chasing step, his footwork nimble as he dodged and weaved, evading them all. Whoosh! The 7th sword came sweeping down with ferocious speed. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered as he decided to stop evading. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge. The wind-chasing step at the perfect level was as agile as the wind. Even Zhao Weiping from that day couldn't land a hit on him, let alone Zhang Wenxi, who was only at the 8th stage of awakening. He was merely worried about frightening Wei Bohu too much. Bang! Ning Chuan half-turned his body and struck out with a forceful palm, hitting the flat of the sword horizontally. Amidst the loud noise, he deflected the long sword aside. But at the same time, he was sent flying backward by the sword's formidable power. He landed heavily after 7 or 8 meters. Can't dodge anymore, can you? Zhang Wenxi sneered at the sight. He had cultivated the 13 swords of the surging river to the 3rd realm, proficiency. Each strike was about 10% stronger than the previous one. Though it seemed insignificant, the accumulation was terrifying. The 7th strike was twice as powerful as the first. The final strike was over 4 times as strong. Whoosh! Zhang Wenxi pressed forward without pause, and the 8th strike crashed down with a roar. The air surged like a great wave, powerful and fierce. Bang! Ning Chuan struck the sword's flat side with a diagonal punch. As the long sword changed its trajectory, Ning Chuan was once again sent flying. However, thanks to the 4th layer of the adamantine body, he remained unharmed. A crade martial art at the proficiency realm. Truly, as the college entrance exams draw near, the big fish are all surfacing. A watching teacher remarked with a sigh. I recall Ning Chuan has a grade blade technique at the subtlety realm. Why doesn't he draw his blade? Because he can't. Once the 13 swords of the surging river begins, the onslaught comes like waves in a river, one after another. The enemy can barely breathe, let alone draw a blade. That's a pity. Many voiced their opinions. Even as they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on the arena, afraid of missing a crucial moment. Thud. The 10th strike came down. Ning Chuan's elbow took on a golden sheen as he met it horizontally. With a loud crash, he was sent flying obliquely for over 10 meters, nearly tumbling off the arena. The 13 swords of the surging river. This kind of continuous borrowing technique is quite formidable. If I get the chance, I could learn a similar blade technique. Paired with the lightning flash slash, it should yield twice the results with half the effort. Ning Chuan thought to himself casually. Though he appeared to be suppressed by Zhang Wenxi and at a disadvantage in truth, he felt no pressure at all. Winning would be effortless. The difficult part was winning the match while still allowing Wei Bohu to believe he could defeat Ning Chuan. 3 more strikes. He'll endure them with the golden body manifestation, then find an opportunity to defeat Zhang Wenxi. Ning Chuan resolved inwardly. The golden body manifestation, no matter how sturdy, was merely a defensive measure. It was a passive means. The wind-chasing step was different. Its agile footwork could complement attacks, making it impossible for the opponent to defend. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Wenxi delivered the final 3 strikes, each heavy and forceful, as if a giant wave was concealed within the sword, ferocious beyond compare. Amidst the loud crashes, Ning Chuan was sent flying 3 times. Yet thanks to the formidable defense of the golden body manifestation, he emerged unscathed with only a bit of dust kicked up on his school uniform. The watching crowd erupted into an uproar. Confirmed. That golden light is the manifestation of the golden body. Ning Chuan has cultivated the adamantine body, a body-tempering martial art. Ning Chuan possesses great willpower. The 4th layer, how is that possible? Even if he started cultivating in the womb, it wouldn't be enough time. Many were utterly shocked. Zhang Wenxi was no exception, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend why Ning Chuan was so strong. During the selection tournament, he clearly didn't have the combat power of the 8th stage of awakening. For a moment, Zhang Wenxi even forgot to regulate his ragged breathing. The 13 swords of the surging river was a martial art that consumed considerable stamina. Even a high-stage awakening cultivator couldn't use it lightly and needed time to recover their breath. Ning Chuan naturally wouldn't give Zhang Wenxi that chance. He pushed off the ground, closed in with a single step, and threw a punch. Whoosh! The fist wind howled swift and fierce as a dragon. Zhang Wenxi tried to dodge, but his stamina was severely depleted, and his speed couldn't keep up. With a bang, he took a heavy punch to the abdomen and staggered backward. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Chuan continued to rain punches down on Zhang Wenxi like a hailstorm, even knocking the long sword from his hand. Having lost his weapon, Zhang Wenxi was even more outmatched. Ah! Zhang Wenxi took a punch to his right eye, which quickly turned black and blue, and couldn't help but cry out in pain. This familiar ache reminded him of the selection tournament when Ning Chuan had ground him into the ground. A seed of fear sprouted deep within his heart. I surrender. Hurriedly covering his intact left eye, Zhang Wenxi said frantically. A single black eye was better than a pair of panda eyes. The victor is Ning Chuan, the referee announced in a resonant voice. As his words faded, the screen beside the arena flickered, displaying a striking line. Victor Ning Chuan advances to the top 16 of the martial arts examination. The arena battles of Qingshan No. 1 high school were divided into 2 parts. The first part consisted of matched combat among all students. Then, based on their records, the top 16 were selected to compete in a single elimination final. Making it into the top 16 was regarded as a significant marker of a dark horse. The crowd below was in turmoil. Many eyes were fixed on Ning Chuan, their gazes filled with shock, admiration, or envy. It was well known that Qingshan No. 1 high school was no ordinary institution. It was a key municipal school, an elite high school, a gathering place for prodigies. The difficulty of ranking among the top 16 out of over 3,000 senior students was unimaginable. According to past conventions, 9 out of 10 students in the top 16 had a chance to be admitted to the top 10 prestigious universities of the Federation. Their future prospects were bright and boundless. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ning Chuan remained calm, walking down the arena with unhurried steps. He found a secluded spot beneath a tree, waiting for the start of the top 16 finals, while regulating his breath to recover his stamina. In truth, he had expended little stamina. Not a trace of sweat had appeared on his body. His condition was far superior to Zhang Wenxi's. The dragon elephant ancient scripture as a breathing technique had no weaknesses, and was particularly effective in terms of stamina. The only flaw is how incredibly difficult it is. Ning Chuan lamented inwardly. 3 days had passed, and the progress of the dragon elephant ancient scripture's foundational stage had only increased by 1. It would take nearly a year to reach the proficient stage. As for the perfect stage, he had no idea how much time it would consume. Ning Chuan felt somewhat helpless about this. Half an hour later, the matched combat concluded, and the top 16 were all determined. Their names were displayed on a large screen in the center of the training ground. Ning Chuan looked up. The other 15 students were all at the high stage of awakening. 7 were at the 9th level of awakening and 8 were at the 8th level. Among them, besides himself, there were 3 new faces, all dark horses that had emerged this time. Ning Chuan didn't pay much attention, his gaze pausing only briefly on the column of Wei Bohu. The finals are about to start. Who do you think will take the top spot? Who can say for sure, but one thing is certain: the champion will be one of those 3 at the peak of the 9th awakening level. Amid the murmurs, the spectators and students who had finished their exams gathered around the arena designated for the finals, their expressions eager and expectant for the upcoming duels. The finals begin, the referee announced loudly. He pulled out a slip of paper and glanced down. First match, Class 1. Senior Year Wei Bohu versus Class 15, Senior Year Ning Chuan. The crowd below stirred in commotion. This dark horse can only go as far as the top 16. Some lamented for Ning Chuan. Such bad luck to be matched against someone at the peak of the 9th awakening level. Ning Chuan will surely lose. Wei Bohu was second in last month's exam, and the first place winner Lu Mingyue didn't even participate. After this battle, you'll understand that Ning Chuan's killing of the Tianwu spy was just a stroke of luck. In terms of real strength, he's merely decent at Qingshan No, one high school far below the top-tier students. Many held a dim view of Ning Chuan, believing he would be eliminated in the first round. Yet Ning Chuan's mindset was entirely opposite. A flash of electric light gleamed in his dark eyes, exceptionally sharp. His right hand gripped the hilt of the silver blood blade. Finally, there was no need to hold back. With steady steps, Ning Chuan ascended the arena that had drawn the attention of thousands. Wei Bohu stood opposite him, a cold sneer on his face. The chairman of the Wei Consortium has arrived, someone shouted. The crowd turned their heads toward the viewing stand. There at the VIP seats, Wei Chensa walked in with his hands behind his back, followed by several executives of the Wei Consortium. The principal of Qingshan No, one high school, personally accompanied him, engaging in light conversation. After all, he was a prominent figure in Qingshan City. Director Gu is also here, and he's a knight. Suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise. With a gentle breeze, Gu Tianyu appeared silently. Not just Director Gu, look who is that beside him. Holy shit, the number 1 martial artist of Qingshan City. Lu Zhan appeared on the viewing stand. Lu Mingyue stood beside him, her face beautiful and radiant. It seemed that after a few days of rest, her injuries had mostly healed. The patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Qingshan City, has shown up. That lean old man looks like the deputy commander of the Federation's 27th Group Army. The actress Li Yun, with over 10 million fans, is over there. The countless spectators present, including students and teachers, were all utterly astonished. Although the martial arts examination of Qingshan No, one high school, attracted considerable attention, it was only relative to ordinary schools. On a typical day, the spectators were mostly students' parents, or some ordinary citizens fond of watching the excitement. The school had to pull strings to invite 1 or 2 notable figures. But not like today. An overwhelming number of influential figures had arrived. Soon some astute individuals realized that today's finals were out of the ordinary. After scanning the crowd, their gazes settled on Ning Chuan. He was arguably the only variable on the arena. Ning Chuan felt a hint of confusion as well. It was true that he had killed Zhao Weiping, but a Tianwu spy was not significant enough to attract so many prominent figures' attention simultaneously. In reality, what Ning Chuan didn't know was that the matter of Lu Zhan taking him to demand 20 million from the Wei Consortium had long since spread through the top circles of Qingshan City. They were all curious. What kind of young man could be so highly valued by the number 1 martial artist of Qingshan City to the point of personally offending the Wei Consortium? Opposite him, Wei Bohu glanced at his father, steadied his nerves, looked up at the referee, and said in a deep voice, "For this battle, I request a 15-minute unrestricted fight." A wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. A 15-minute unrestricted fight was exceedingly brutal. As the name implied, within a quarter of an hour, both sides could use any means to fight with no interruptions. Unless one side died. The referee was taken aback. Such fights usually occurred between opponents of comparable strength. Within a quarter of an hour, life and death were rarely decided. At the same time, it could temper one's will and enhance martial arts cultivation. Hence, the Federation had legislated to permit this form of combat. but Wei Bohu was clearly at a higher level. The referee hesitated for a moment, unable to decide. He looked toward the viewing stand and asked the principal, "What is your opinion on this matter?" The principal immediately wanted to refuse. With so many important figures present, there must be no mishap. Wei Qianzi glanced at the principal as if reading his thoughts and smiled slightly. A 15-minute unrestricted fight is excellent for honing one's will. Let these two children have one. If any injuries occur, the Wei Consortium will cover all medical expenses. After a pause, he added, "Furthermore, the Wei Consortium will fully sponsor the medical costs for all students injured in this martial arts examination." The principal hesitated. He felt that things were not that simple. But with Wei Qianzi putting it that way, refusing might offend him. Not far away, Lu Zhan remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent. At that moment, a detached voice spread across the arena in all directions. "I accept the 15-minute unrestricted duel." On the arena platform, Ning Chuan's expression was calm, yet a cold sneer flickered deep within his eyes. Wei Bohu was truly eager to court death. However, the audience present held a starkly opposite opinion. He acted impulsively. Ning Chuan shouldn't have agreed just to save face. Someone sighed. In a 15-minute no-holds-barred fight, once both parties consented, not even the government could intervene. He'll regret it soon enough. 15 minutes may seem short, but for Wei Bohu, it's more than enough to crush him several times over. With that kind of mindset, do you really believe he killed that Tianwu spy by anything but luck? The hired hecklers seized the moment to clamor loudly. Ning Chuan paid them no heed, his gaze fixed on Wei Qianzi's location. He said indifferently, "I wonder if that executive from the Wei Consortium, who claimed I merely delivered the final blow to the Tianwu spy, is here." "It was me," a middle-aged man retorted coldly, his eyes fierce and malicious. "My name is Wei Zhu, a third-rank martial artist. Do you have any objections?" Ning Chuan shook his head. "I wouldn't call it an objection. I just think you're mistaken." The middle-aged man sneered contemptuously. "What qualifies a mere awakening realm brat like you to question my judgment?" "You'll know soon enough." Ning Chuan offered a faint smile and said no more. Minutes later, "The match begins," the referee announced and stepped down from the arena. A 15-minute no-holds-barred brawl required no referee. On the large central screen of the training ground, a 15-minute countdown appeared. Wei Bohu did not rush to attack as if victory was already assured. He said, "I watched your earlier fight. That external martial art of yours is indeed formidable. Even an awakening realm 8th rank couldn't break it. But to me, your diamond body is as fragile as a sheet of paper." As he spoke, Wei Bohu took out a pair of knuckle dusters from his pocket. They looked ordinary, devoid of any special features, yet golden primal force swirled across their surface, exuding a sharpness that stung the skin. A primal inscribed weapon. A gasp of astonishment rose from the crowd. Such weapons were engraved with primal force arrays internally, allowing them to store primal force. An awakening realm user could unleash the stored power in battle, granting a tremendous boost in strength. Primal inscribed weapons cost 7 or 8 million at the very least. Using one in a fight is utterly unfair. A teacher protested. Financial strength is also a form of strength. Otherwise, what do you think no-holds-barred means in a no-holds-barred fight? Ning Chuan is in deep trouble now. If Wei Bohu doesn't hold back, he could die. Many in the audience grew serious. Wei Bohu slipped on the knuckle dusters and brandished them at Ning Chuan, taunting, "Can your diamond body withstand my fists?" Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on the pair of knuckle dusters for a moment before looking away. His delicate face remained as calm as still water. It wasn't that Ning Chuan believed he could defeat a full-fledged martial artist. He knew his strength still fell short. But Wei Bohu was not a martial artist either. His strength, speed, and explosive power were vastly inferior, not even on the same level. As for the primal inscribed weapon, that was a different concept from primal force itself. The attack power might be comparable. However, primal force was difficult to defend against precisely because it could appear and disappear unpredictably, taking countless forms, and could be unleashed from any part of the body. It was like his golden body ability. If he could only use it with his hands, it would be inferior to a solid pair of gauntlets, which at least had no time limit. The true power of the golden body lay in its ability to be freely activated over his entire body. As long as the golden body remained unbroken, he had no fatal weak points. Putting on a show. Failing to see panic on Ning Chuan's face, Wei Bohu snorted coldly. He lunged forward, his heavy footsteps thudding like a tiger as he charged to close quarters. Whoosh! Wei Bohu raised his knuckle dusters and swung a punch at Ning Chuan. Golden primal force surged, compressing the air into a violent howling gale. The momentum was astonishing, as expected of a primal inscribed weapon. Impressive power, Ning Chuan praised. Then he clasped his hands behind his back. The scene instantly erupted into an uproar. Against Wei Bohu, a peak awakening realm 9th rank, how could Ning Chuan be so arrogant? Courting death. Witnessing this humiliating gesture, Wei Bohu's gaze darkened rapidly as he commanded the knuckle dusters to release even more primal force. In the blink of an eye, the knuckle dusters were mere inches from Ning Chuan. Swish! At that moment, Ning Chuan moved. He pushed off the ground, executing the gale step, and his body drifted lightly backward like a piece of paper carried by the wind. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Ning Chuan was being pushed back by the force of Wei Bohu's punch. The knuckle dusters remained perpetually 3 inches away from him. Could advance no further. Ha! Striking nothing but air. Wei Bohu frowned. He couldn't quite grasp how Ning Chuan had evaded his blow. Still, Wei Bohu didn't dwell on it. He knew Ning Chuan's gale step was at the expert level, so it wasn't surprising that his footwork was formidable. But can you dodge this punch? Wei Bohu said coldly, his entire body brimming with power as he threw another punch. Thud! The instant he punched, a cannon-like boom erupted from within his body, splitting the air. Flowing cannon fist. This brank martial art, which Wei Bohu had cultivated to the mastery level, delivered blows like actual cannonballs, shattering the air with overwhelming force. Whoosh! The surging fist wind was several times more violent than before. Ning Chuan's black hair flew wildly, and his clothes flapped noisily, yet his hands remained clasped behind his back. He took a casual oblique step along the path of the fist wind. His movement was incredibly smooth, as if there was no process of acceleration at all. Swish! Once again, Ning Chuan avoided Wei Bohu's fist. What's going on? Staring at his missed punch, Wei Bohu's face darkened, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The gale step was merely an rank martial art. Even at the expert level, it was only equivalent to a brank movement technique at the mastery level. And his flowing cannon fist was at the mastery level. Moreover, his cultivation base far surpassed Ning Chuan's. Logically, Ning Chuan should not have been able to evade his flowing cannon fist. Even if he managed it by sheer luck, he would have been left battered and gasping for breath. But there he was, hands behind his back, moving as effortlessly as if he were taking a stroll after dinner. Thud, thud, thud. A ruthless glint in his eyes, Wei Bohu mustered his strength and unleashed 7 or 8 flowing cannon fists in rapid succession, causing waves of explosive air to surge in all directions. The nearby trees around the training ground trembled, showering leaves. Amidst the tempest of fists, Ning Chuan's expression was serene. He moved with casual steps like a small boat on a raging sea. No matter how violent the storm, he remained afloat, completely unscathed. My God, that's a perfect level gale step! A martial artist exclaimed in shock. Didn't the school teacher say only the creator of a martial art can achieve the perfect level? A nearby child asked curiously. Well, some geniuses, if they're lucky, can reach the perfect level. But your teacher isn't entirely wrong in a sense. Many of the Federation's martial arts today are only at the perfect level for their creators. Someone explained. A ripple of discussion also passed through the VIP seating area of the observation deck. A perfect level movement technique, even if it's just the lowest rank, is still quite commendable. No wonder Lu Zhan was willing to stick his neck out for him. Interesting. Mastering a perfect level martial art at 17 is even rarer than being a 17-year-old formal martial artist. Some influential figures watched the arena, chatting casually. Their attitudes were not overly serious. After all, it was just an rank martial art. Its difficulty of cultivation was frankly only so much. If the talented youths in their families devoted themselves to cultivating the gale step for over a decade, reaching the expert level was certainly achievable. The perfect level, however, was uncertain. It required a great deal of luck. On the arena, hearing the surrounding voices, Wei Bohu's expression shifted slightly. He immediately lowered his arms, ceasing the execution of the flowing fire fist. The perfect realm. That was a new level. His flowing fire fist, without reaching the subtle realm, couldn't even touch the hem of Ning Chuan's clothes. Why did you stop throwing your fists? Ning Chuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at Wei Bohu with a mocking gaze. For someone like this, killing him with a single slash was too merciful. Thinking a single rank movement technique at the perfect realm means I can't deal with you. Wei Bohu let out a cold laugh. As he spoke, he raised his fist, showing off the knuckle dusters he wore. With the power of a primordial pattern weapon, I just need to throw ordinary punches, and you won't be able to withstand them. You'll have to use the Gale Step to dodge, but can your stamina hold out long enough to outlast me? Wei Bohu said smugly. Holding on for a quarter of an hour shouldn't be a problem. Ning Chuan glanced at the large screen not far away, grinned, and said brightly, Wrong, not a quarter of an hour. Just hold on for another 13 minutes and 57 seconds. You! Wei Bohu was taken aback. He had forgotten about the time limit. Wei Bohu's face instantly turned grim. According to his original plan, he intended to cripple or even kill Ning Chuan within the quarter-hour unlimited combat. However, I don't want to drag this out with you. The smile faded from Ning Chuan's face, turning icy and indifferent. He withdrew his right hand from behind his back and grasped the hilt of the silver blood blade. Seeing this, Wei Bohu let out a derisive laugh, taunting. What you mean to say you want to beat me? With your lightning flash slash? That's a real knee-slapper. My flowing fire fist is only one realm below subtle, but your strength is several realms beneath mine. You should count yourself lucky to catch a breather with the Gale Step, yet you dare to spout such arrogant nonsense. Are you done? Ning Chuan said indifferently. As his words fell, he drew the silver blood battle blade and directly executed the lightning flash slash. Boom! The silver blood blade erupted with a thunderclap. Amidst the deafening roar, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck down from the sky, over 10 feet long and terrifyingly fast, cleaving towards the ashen-faced Wei Bohu. Why is his blade so fast? The fierce aura of the blade light swept over him, making Wei Bohu's scalp tingle. Forgetting his shock, he stomped his foot against the ground, desperately retreating backward. At the same time, he had no time to raise his knuckle dusters to block the blade, so he frantically channeled power into them, surging forth golden origin force, hoping to stop the incoming blade edge. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ning Chuan's eyes were icy. When he had just advanced to the 6th layer of awakening, he could shatter Zhao Weiping's origin force with his perfect realm lightning flash slash. Let alone now. Rip. The golden origin force surging from the knuckle dusters was utterly unable to withstand the sharpness of the silver blood battle blade. It was swiftly cut through like cloth. The blade speed was affected, dropping by 20%, but it was still faster than Wei Bohu's retreat. A silver light flashed, accompanied by a dull thud of flesh being pierced, and a spray of blood burst forth. Wei Bohu was then sent flying. Seeing this, the crowd instantly erupted into an uproar. This was different from watching a live stream through a screen. They were right there. Anyone with even a modicum of martial knowledge could judge the level of this slash. Thunderous sound from the blade itself. This is the perfect realm lightning flash slash. A school official stammered. It wasn't that he lacked experience. The lightning flash slash was a brank martial art. How many years had it been since Qingshan? No. One high school had a student achieve this. No, that's wrong. No student had ever achieved it. It was a first in the school's history. Many were shaken, shocked to the point of disbelief. Even the VIPs in the guest seats straightened up, their gazes fixed on the arena, all of them grave. The lightning flash slash was different from the Gale Step. They were well aware of the difficulty of a brank martial art. Wei Bohu was a living example. He was among the top of the younger generation of the Wei family, yet he had only cultivated the flowing fire fist to the proficiency realm. 2 martial arts, both at the perfect realm. How did this kid do it? Exclaimed the patriarch of the Wang family in admiration. I just probed his strength. He's not even at the high stage of awakening. He probably sacrificed some time cultivating breathing techniques. What of it? Could the most elite juniors in your family, if they stopped cultivating breathing techniques and only practiced the lightning flash slash, even reach the subtle realm, let alone the perfect realm? Such martial comprehension is nothing short of monstrous. The dignitaries of Qingshan City couldn't help but praise him. No wonder he had caught Lu Zhan's eye. He was truly a 1 in 10,000 genius. Damn it! Wei Bohu lay on the arena floor, his face twisted in pain. A half-meter-long wound stretching from his chest to his abdomen bled profusely, instantly dyeing his clothes red. Gasping for breath, Wei Bohu managed to climb to his feet. After examining the wound, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. If not for the origin force from the knuckle dusters slowing Ning Chuan's blade speed, he would be disemboweled, if not dead by now. Holding the battle blade, Ning Chuan coldly watched Wei Bohu, not pressing his advantage. There was still plenty of time left in the quarter hour. Enough for him. Ning Chuan looked up towards the VIP seats in the viewing stand and grinned. That executive named Wei Zhu, do you realize your mistake now? Wei Zhu shot to his feet, his eyes filled with malice, but opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Wei Bohu, a peak 9th layer awakening cultivator, had almost been killed by Ning Chuan with a single slash. Under these circumstances, insisting that Ning Chuan killing the Tianwu spy was a finishing blow would be asking for humiliation. Looks like you do. Ning Chuan gave a faint smile, withdrew his gaze, and walked towards Wei Bohu. Zzzzz. The tip of the silver blood blade scraped against the ground, a dry, harsh sound like the background music of death's arrival. Fear rose in Wei Bohu's eyes, and he hurriedly said, "I concede." Ning Chuan didn't stop walking, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Never heard of conceding in a quarter-hour unlimited fight. I hadn't rested well before this. Let's fight again another day. Wei Bohu said frantically. The perfect realm lightning flash slash was something he was absolutely no match for. Just then Wei Qiance's voice came from the viewing stand. Ning Chuan, stop. Bohu isn't lying. He was assisting the police in capturing Tianwu spies earlier and went days without sleep, injuring his body. He can only exert a fraction of his true strength. Fairness is paramount in a fight between students. Even if you win this round, it would be an unworthy victory. Hearing this, the sneer on Ning Chuan's face deepened. You father and son are truly the epitome of shamelessness. Ning Chuan looked at Wei Qiance and mocked. You have the nerve to talk to me about fairness. Where did Wei Bohu get that pair of knuckle dusters? Did they just grow on him? Wei Qiance stood up, his voice icy. I am not negotiating with you. I am commanding you as the chairman of the Wei Consortium to end this fight immediately. The training ground was in an uproar. This was using one's power to bully. The school officials exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. According to school rules, outsiders indeed could not interfere with martial arts exams. But the identity of the chairman of the Wei Consortium was far too significant. Such an official's airs. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, shifting his gaze. Uncle Lu, can Wei Qiance terminate the quarter-hour unlimited combat? Lu Zhan said flatly. There are only two ways to end a quarter-hour unlimited combat. Both participants agree to stop, or one party dies. Then I do not agree. The boy's cold voice rang out clearly, reaching the ears of every spectator present. With a thunderous roar, Ning Chuan swung his silver blood war blade, descending like lightning with ferocious speed, as if to cleave Wei Bohu in two. The silver blood war blade sliced through the air with incredible speed, leaving Wei Bohu no chance to dodge. He crossed his arms before his chest, golden origin force surging from his knuckle dusters like a spring, wave after wave covering his arms. The efficiency of origin force activation from knuckle dusters was limited. With Wei Bohu's frantic urging, the expensive weapon would be ruined after just 2 or 3 uses. But with his life at stake, Wei Bohu had no mind to worry about the knuckle duster's destruction. With a bang, the golden origin force collapsed, scattering wildly. Ning Chuan's silver blood war blade was also knocked back. Blocked! Wei Bohu's heart, which had been in his throat, relaxed. But before he could catch his breath, terror surged in Wei Bohu's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, 2 streaks of silver light, each over 10 feet long, had silently sliced into his unprotected wrists from left and right. 3 slashes in an instant. Zhao Weiping had fallen to this very move. Blood splattered in 2 arcing sprays. Wei Bohu's arms became mere stumps. The silver blood war blade struck so swiftly that Wei Bohu didn't even feel his hands severed, only a chill. The next moment, searing pain flooded from the severed wrists like a tide. With a beastly roar, Wei Bohu collapsed, kneeling before Ning Chuan. Some timid spectators shut their eyes in fright. Gasps erupted from the VIP seats on the viewing platform. This youth was truly ruthless. He was directly crippling the son of the Wei Consortium's chairman. Lu Mengyue watched the arena, musing. Ning Chuan's 3 strikes landed almost simultaneously, showing he fully anticipated Wei Bohu's response. At this level of combat, I think he might even surpass me. Lu Zhan glanced at her. Be confident. Lu Mengyue brightened. He hasn't surpassed me yet. No, Lu Zhan shook his head. I meant drop the might. Dad, Ning Chuan's rubbing off on you. Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes. While the Lu father and daughter could still jest, Wei Qiance's eyes blazed with murderous intent, aching to crush Ning Chuan with a single slap. Despite his venomous nature, he valued family bonds. Why else would he personally intervene to secure Wei Bohu a spot in the Mountain and Sea Genius training camp? Ning Chuan, Lu Zhan might protect you, but what about your family, your relatives? Stop now, or it'll ensure they never see tomorrow's sun. Wei Qiance's voice was sinister. Of course, such a blatant threat couldn't be spoken aloud. He used his origin force to compress his voice into a thread, delivering it only to Ning Chuan's ear. It seems Wei Bohu never told you. I'm an orphan. If you can find my family, I'll send you a banner of gratitude. Ning Chuan grinned. Wei Qianche was speechless. It seemed he had no leverage over Ning Chuan. With a swift, powerful slash, Ning Chuan carved a long wound across Wei Bohu's chest, sending him flying. He was still affected by Wei Qianche's presence. Otherwise, that blow would have taken Wei Bohu's head. With Lu Zhan's promise, he feared no retaliation from Wei Qianche, unless Wei Qianche was ready to perish alongside him. But killing Wei Bohu might drive Wei Qianche to madness, endangering his friend Guo Renya's family. Ning Chuan wouldn't risk it. He owed the Guo family a debt for the dragon elephant ancient scripture. But not killing you doesn't mean I'll let you off. His gaze icy. Ning Chuan strode toward the fallen Wei Bohu, silver blood war blade in hand. With a heavy thud, he planted his foot on Wei Bohu's chest. The ground trembled faintly. My hands. I'll kill you. My father is Wei Qianche. Wei Bohu, delirious with pain, cursed incoherently at Ning Chuan. But under Ning Chuan's cold stare, Wei Bohu shuddered and fell silent, his face drained of everything but terror. Looking down at Wei Bohu beneath his foot, Ning Chuan mused. I once heard a tale. In an era before the Federation, there was a torture called Ling Qi. It involved cutting 3000 slices from a living person. The measure of an executioner's skill was whether the victim survived the ordeal. Wei Bohu seemed to realize Ning Chuan's intent and struggled to escape, but the foot on his chest was as heavy as a boulder. I want to test my own qualification. Ning Chuan spoke flatly. Hearing this, Wei Bohu wept. Ning Chuan, I was wrong. I'm sorry, spare me. I'll never trouble you again. Ning Chuan remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. He glanced at the timer on the screen. 10 minutes left. That's 600 seconds. 5 slashes per second is easy for me. My blade is swift. Bear with it. He raised the silver blood war blade, its edge glinting menacingly in the sunlight. These two have a deep grudge, someone observed. Hold. Just as Ning Chuan was about to strike, Wei Qianche called out. Forfeit the 15-minute no-holds-barred fight, and I'll give you 10 million as compensation. Wei Qianche said grimly. The crowd was stunned by the sum. A fortune 3 generations of common folk could never earn. Blood sprayed. Ning Chuan's blade, after a brief pause, still fell on Wei Bohu, drawing a scream of agony. I wouldn't dare take that money. Ning Chuan, blade in hand, grinned at the livid Wei Qianche. Offering me money because you fear I'll kill your son in the fight. That's essentially silent extortion. I'm a law-abiding man. I never do wrong. After his last frame-up, Ning Chuan had studied some law books. One biography titled Zhang Sen, a half-life spent writing a criminal law history, had taught him much about legal knowledge. This kid learns from his mistakes. He's sharp now. Lu Zhan chuckled. Wei Qianche's face darkened as he caught the hidden meaning in Ning Chuan's words. Money could be accepted, but only with zero legal risk. Suppressing his rage, Wei Qianche forced a smile. Ning Chuan, don't mind me. I spoke hastily in my anxiety. This 10 million has nothing to do with your fight with Bohu. It's a voluntary donation from the Wei Consortium given, because you show promise of entering the top-tier Star River University. We hope you'll make our hometown proud. Ning Chuan pondered for 2 seconds. After tax. The crowd fell silent. Was this genius mind always so peculiar? Of course. Wei Qianche ground his teeth. Ning Chuan beamed. Thank you, Chairman Wei. If it's no trouble, please transfer it now. Wei Qianche extended his hand, and an executive quickly placed a phone in it. After a few taps, he said coldly, the money has arrived. Ning Chuan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Likely a bank notification. Still, he pulled it out to confirm the after-tax amount of 10 million before relaxing. Wei Qianche's shamelessness demanded caution. Ning Chuan, since you've taken the money, let's end the match. Wei Bohu pleaded. Ning Chuan looked down kindly. Silly child, what are you thinking? Your father gave me money because I might get into Star River University and bring honor to Qingshan City. What does that have to do with you? Let's continue. Tell me what's 3000 minus 1. Ning Chuan raised the silver blood war blade, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes were cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Bang! Wei Qianche's face turned icy cold as he watched the scene on the arena, crushing the armrest of his chair in his grip. Ning Chuan, I beg you, spare my life. I'll apologize in any way you want. Wei Bohu trembled like a leaf in the wind, tears and snot gushing out uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that this was a genius at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. Compared to how Ning Chuan had responded with his blade, when Zhao Weiping had promised to let him go, the contrast was stark. What a disgrace! Many in the audience, including the dignitaries, felt a sense of shame. Ning Chuan toyed with the silver blood war blade, saying calmly, "It's not impossible to stop the match as long as you confess what you and your father did to me." Wei Qiance's 2 million was just payment for the recording. That didn't mean Ning Chuan couldn't leak it. This? Wei Bohu hesitated. He knew better than anyone how dishonorable those deeds were. With a tearing sound, the silver blood war blade descended, sending a spray of blood flying. Ning Chuan's voice was chillingly cold. "Tell me what's 3,000 minus 2. Seeing this way, Bohu's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He could bear it no longer. He confessed everything without omission: how they had forcibly bought the spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, framed Ning Chuan with the 100 Beasts nutrient solution, and hired media to smear Ning Chuan's achievements in killing Zhao Weiping. The scene erupted in uproar. The crowd was seething with indignation. Ordinary people, already resentful of behemoths like big corporations and conglomerates, couldn't hold back upon hearing these dirty deeds, and curses rang out everywhere. When Ning Chuan cut off his hands earlier, I thought he was being too ruthless. Now it seems he was far too kind. He should have been sliced to pieces, just like Ning Chuan said. The empire is gone, yet they still pull this. Some enraged citizens even took off their shoes and hurled them at Wei Qiance. But the viewing platform was too high and the shoes didn't reach. "Get lost," Ning Chuan said coldly, lifting his right leg from Wei Bohu's chest and kicking him forcefully off the arena. "Take Bohu, let's go." Wei Qiance stood up with a livid face. Today was a massive loss of face, but losing face was the lesser concern. The public anger was immense. The conglomerate stock prices and connections would be severely affected, potentially inviting investigations from relevant authorities. The Federation had its rules. On the surface, everyone had to abide by federal law, and even super conglomerates spanning multiple administrative regions were no exception. An executive picked up the unconscious Wei Bohu, then walked back onto the arena to retrieve the 2 severed hands. Ning Chuan watched coldly, making no move to stop him. When he had threatened Wei Bohu with slicing, he had deliberately cut into the dense nerve clusters of the severed wrists. Even healing-type psychics would find it difficult to cure. Even if it can be healed, the trauma to his soul never will. Ning Chuan's eyes were icy. As long as he lived, Wei Bohu would never get past this hurdle, and his martial arts cultivation would be severely hindered. The winner, Ning Chuan, advances to the top 8. The referee was the first to snap out of it, leaping onto the arena and announcing with fervor. Warm applause erupted from the crowd. It wasn't a particularly thrilling match, as the gap in strength was immense, and Ning Chuan dominated outright. Yet many found it immensely satisfying. An ordinary youth rising against the heavens, shattering a giant conglomerate's schemes and rising to fame in one fell swoop. This was the stuff of movies. Passion and inspiration. It just hit me. Wei Bohu was at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, and Ning Chuan took him down with just 4 slashes, or rather 2 moves. How strong is Ning Chuan? Someone realized the extent of Ning Chuan's strength and couldn't help but startle. Many nearby turned pale. In this martial exam, barring surprises, hell take first place. To defeat him, one of the remaining students would have to be a martial artist. Many debated fiercely. Even when the next match began, they paid little attention. The topic still centered on Ning Chuan. Soon the top 8 were all determined. Ning Chuan was assigned to the first match again. But he got lucky. His opponent was the only 8th stage awakener among the remaining 7, a pretty girl named Li Ruoyun, who was very popular among the male students. "I surrender." As soon as the match began, before Ning Chuan's right hand even touched the hilt of his blade, Li Ruoyun shouted frantically, as if a second's delay would bring disaster. "Ha!" Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Li Ruoyun was also one of the dark horses this time, with precise strikes and decisive moves. Not someone who seemed timid. "I don't want to answer what 3,000 minus something is." Li Ruoyun pouted slightly. After saying that, she immediately jumped off the arena, afraid that Ning Chuan might go berserk and swing his blade. Seeing this, Ning Chuan shrugged helplessly. That question, like the threat of slicing, was just to intimidate Wei Bohu and break his psychological defenses. But there's a silver lining. Making it into the top 4 was easier than drinking water. Ning Chuan smiled as he walked off the arena. Half an hour later, the other 3 students advanced to the top 4, 1 at the early 9th stage of awakening and 2 at the peak. This time Ning Chuan was even luckier. Not only was he in the second match, but his opponent was also the one at the early 9th stage. Soon Ning Chuan realized he had underestimated his luck. The 2 peak 9th stage awakeners in the first match, being evenly matched, both sustained severe injuries and were unable to continue. That meant As long as he defeated the early 9th stage opponent before him, he would claim first place in this martial exam. Match start. The referee gave the order. Ning Chuan wasted no time activating the wind step technique, his figure darting forward rapidly to close the distance with his opponent. Whoosh! Hu Kuan knew Ning Chuan's blade was incredibly fast. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't block it. So regardless of whether Ning Chuan had drawn his blade, he swung his steel staff with all his might, sending a vast net of staff shadows howling around him, preventing Ning Chuan's blade from cutting in. In truth, this tactic was foolish. Ning Chuan didn't even need to strike. He could just stand still, and Hu Kuan would waste his energy. But for Hu Kuan, it was the only option. At least after losing, he could boast that he had held his ground against Ning Chuan for a while. A 9th stage awakener has great stamina. If he keeps swinging like that, he could last over half an hour. Ning Chuan shook his head. Boom! His eyes sharpened, seizing the moment he executed the lightning flash slash, striking out with his blade. A 10-foot-long silver light precisely pierced through the dense staff shadows. The next moment, Hu Kuan felt a chill at his throat, goosebumps rising, and he immediately stopped swinging his steel staff. Ning Chuan held the silver blood blade level with one hand, its edge pressed against Hu Kuan's throat. "I surrender," Hu Kuan said with a bitter smile. Upgrade martial art at the perfect level, especially one known for speed, was a devastating weapon in the awakening stage. Without a martial art of comparable caliber, it was nearly impossible to counter. First place in the martial exam, Ning Chuan, with a perfect score of 700. The senior grade director announced loudly. Unlike the academic exams, the martial exam had no standard answers. The first place directly received a perfect score. The subsequent rankings were decrement according to set rules. Combined with his academic scores, Ning Chuan achieved first place in this monthly exam with an astonishing 959 points. He actually did it. Su Yun, watching Ning Chuan at the center of countless gazes, felt a daze, as if it were all a dream. At Qingshan No. 1 high school classes were ranked into ordinary and rocket classes. The gap in student strength between the two was enormous. Ordinary class students were at most at the 7th stage of awakening. Not even the top 10 could include them, let alone first place. In a way, this is a historic first. Su Yun was in awe. Not long after, under the glow of the setting sun, Qingshan No. 1 high school's monthly exam came to an end. The monthly exam lasted only a day, but the far-reaching impact it generated had only just begun, causing a massive sensation. That very evening, propelled by the television station's vigorous promotion, the news spread throughout the entire city. All factions came to know Qingshan No. 1 high school had produced a ruthless young prodigy. Right before the chairman of the Wei Consortium, he had crippled his own son. Most importantly, the youth possessed extraordinary talent, earning the regard of Lu Zhan, the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City. The Wei Consortium was utterly helpless against him. Decades from now, Qingshan City might just gain an additional Knight Ning. Many leaders of various factions sighed in admiration. For the common populace, however, what mattered more was that Ning Chuan had secured first place in Qingshan No. 1 high school's monthly exam. It was a crushing victory. Overnight, Ning Chuan became the exemplary other people's child, in the mouths of countless parents. Look at yourself. Just awakened to the 7th stage and you're already insufferably arrogant. Ning Chuan's strength rivals that of a formal martial artist, yet he remained restrained and patient. Can't you learn from him? Dad him only at the 6th stage? I really can't beat you at the 9th stage. Useless brat. How is Ning Chuan any different? Does he have an extra head or an extra arm? Amid countless such comparisons, Ning Chuan leaped from the top of Qingshan No. 1 high school's most wanted list to the pinnacle of every middle school's list in Qingshan City, forever etched into the memories of countless students. Yet the protagonist who stirred the storm remained as calm as ever. In the following days, Ning Chuan lived methodically, attending school as usual and continuing his review. March 31st, afternoon. At the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Thump, thump, thump. Inside a private training room, a series of dull, heavy impacts rang out incessantly, nearly merging into a continuous line. The sound came from Ning Chuan. He was repeatedly punching a testing machine, the display above rapidly flashing, striking red numbers. 1845 kilograms. 1822 kilograms. 1819 kilograms. After unleashing several hundred punches in one breath, Ning Chuan halted. He appeared entirely at ease, his brow sweat-free and his breathing steady. On the testing machine screen before him, a line of text materialized. Your current punch force, 1822 kilograms. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ning Chuan's lips. This figure was quite impressive. Crucially for him, it would soon be refreshed once more. A punch force of 1,800 kilograms. That's the level of most at the awakened 7th stage. Ning Chuan, you truly astonish. Lu Mengyue approached her delicate face, unable to conceal her shock. The awakened 7th stage meant little to her. Yet a month ago, Ning Chuan's strength had barely reached the awakened 4th stage. Such progress was staggering. Even her father Lu Zhan had never been this formidable. Ning Chuan chuckled and said, "My physical condition has nearly caught up, but there's still a gap in coordination." At the awakened 7th stage, strength surges like a spring. It's a unified whole, allowing better control over the body. Each punch's deviation can be kept within 10 kilograms. Mine is still beyond 20 kilograms. That's nothing, Lu Mengyue considered seriously. Once your physique reaches the mark, achieving the surge of strength isn't hard. You'll surely manage it before the college entrance exam. Probably, Ning Chuan grinned, giving an ambiguous answer. Given the extraordinary nature of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, even at the foundational stage, the peak punch force at the awakened 9th stage was around 6,000 kilograms. Extrapolating from that, at the awakened 7th stage, the punch force should at least reach 3,000 kilograms. He was still over 1,000 short. That was no small margin. For an ordinary person, increasing punch force by such an amount would require years of arduous training. For him, however, with adequate nutrition, at most a month would suffice. By the way, hey Race, the 100 Beasts nutrient fluid you wanted. Lu Mengyue waved backward. Uncle Yang approached carrying a black backpack, unzipped it to reveal rows of test tubes filled with dark red liquid. Lu Mengyue laughed, buying 200 tubes at once. You're really generous. It's Wei Qianzi who's generous. Ning Chuan joked. If Wei Qianzi hadn't given him another 10 million during the monthly exam, even at the cost price of 150000 per tube from the Lu family, he couldn't have afforded 200 tubes of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid. He still had a few million left, which he planned to invest entirely in the adamantine body. You nearly skinned his son alive. How could he not be generous? Lu Mengyue rolled her eyes, then thought and asked, "Are you leaving today?" Yes, Ning Chuan nodded gently. Tonight's flight, I'll arrive at the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp by tomorrow morning. He had already taken leave from school. Upon hearing it was for the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp, the school administration approved his leave slip without a second thought. Had Ning Chuan not declined, they would have rallied the entire school and invited some celebrities to hold a grand send-off ceremony for him. Before long, Ning Chuan took his leave and returned home. He looked around, took nothing, and simply picked out a few changes of clothes. Though picking was a generous term, they were all school uniforms. With the backpack full of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, still having some space, Ning Chuan, too lazy to bring another bag, folded the uniforms and stuffed them in. Ding dong. Amid the doorbell, the landlord entered with a checkout contract. Do you still need these things? No. Not coming back. I'll return once, but only for a few days, Ning Chuan said. The Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp lasted 2 months per session. By the time he returned, the college entrance exam would have begun. He wouldn't linger long in Qingshan City. Minutes later, Ning Chuan signed the contract, walked out of the residential building, and glanced back at the apartment he had lived in, a hint of wistfulness rising in his heart. After all, he had resided there for quite a while. Yet, in the next moment, the melancholy dissolved completely. He had come alone. He would leave alone. Ning Chuan strode away, his gaze resolute, the setting sun casting a glow upon him as brilliant as the morning dawn. 8 o'clock in the evening. Qingshan Airport. The crowd was dense and bustling. There were parting couples, tears glistening in their eyes, clinging to each other, reluctant to separate. There were parents sending off their children, endlessly reminding them, every word and gesture steeped in reluctance. In contrast to these people, Ning Chuan sat alone in the waiting area, solitary, appearing somewhat forlorn. Yet his expression was utterly serene. Ning Chuan was well accustomed to solitude. Whether in his past life or this one, it was ever thus. In all his days in Qingshan City, he had befriended only Lu Mengyue, and that friendship was born from a chance encounter where he saved her life. Otherwise, he and Lu Mengyue would have been mere acquaintances at best. He had made no new friends. Ning Chuan was not socially anxious. He simply had no desire to actively seek warmth in numbers. Dear passengers. The boarding announcement echoed from the speakers. Ning Chuan stood up, about to step forward, when a graceful figure blocked his path. We're friends after all. You could have at least told me so I could see you off. Lu Mengyue glared at Ning Chuan, speaking with feigned displeasure. Ning Chuan was slightly surprised. How did you find out? He hadn't told anyone his flight number. Lu Mengyue raised an eyebrow triumphantly. My dad is an honorary director of the 3 major Federation airlines. I had him check it for me. Ning Chuan. What a formidable reason. He cleared his throat and said, well, could you ask Uncle Lu to give me a free upgrade? First class is terribly expensive. Lu Mengyue couldn't help but laugh. They chatted for a while longer until the broadcast announced the imminent end of boarding. I'm off, Ning Chuan said, waving his ticket. Lu Mengyue nodded gently. After a few steps, Ning Chuan turned back, his eyes fixed on her, and said earnestly, thank you for coming to see me off. Safe journey, and may your martial path flourish. Lu Mengyue flashed a radiant smile and waved vigorously, her beautiful eyes following Ning Chuan's figure until it vanished through the boarding gate. You've seen him off, a time to go home. Lu Zhan appeared quietly from somewhere. Lu Mengyue pondered, a trace of worry clouding her pretty face. Dad, the Mountain Sea Genius Training Camp gathers the most outstanding talents of the Donglin administrative region. The competition is fierce. Could Ning Chuan be overwhelmed and sink into decline? No, Lu Zhan said flatly, offering no explanation, and instead asked, do you know why Ning Chuan chose to travel alone? Lu Mengyue. He was too embarrassed to ask me to see him off. Are you talking about Ning Chuan? Lu Zhan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was the type to remind Wei Qianse to pay taxes even when demanding money. Just now had been angling for a free upgrade. Would such a person have thin skin? Lu Mengyue caught on and covered her mouth with a laugh. Then why? There's an ancient saying in the Federation. Lu Zhan said, his gaze shifting toward the tarmac. Beyond the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, an aircraft soared into the sky, the roar of its engines piercing through the endless night. Those who live in solitude are either gods or beasts. The night sky. A plane howled through the wind. Ning Chuan sat by the window, his gaze piercing through the glass, observing the scenery below. Though it was night and the light was dim, he could still vaguely make out the general view. The dragon elephant ancient scripture, this breathing technique greatly enhanced the human 5 senses. Ning Chuan estimated that if he mastered the dragon elephant ancient scripture to perfection, his 5 senses would be honed to an astonishing degree and night vision would become effortless. We've arrived at the 10,000-mile Azure Mountains, Ning Chuan murmured softly. In his eyes, an endless and majestic mountain range was reflected. This was one of the longest mountain ranges within the Federation, starting from Qingshan City, stretching north-south across the entire Donglin administrative region, with numerous branches extending from it. Ning Chuan's destination was a branch range at the end of the 10,000-mile Azure Mountains, Linshan Mountain. The mountains embrace the sea, gathering all the geniuses of Donglin. It's truly something to look forward to. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The plane continued to cleave through the air. The white wings following the mountain ridgeline cut through the pitch-black night like a blade slicing toward Linshan Mountain, thousands of miles away. April 1st, a cloudless sky. At Linshan Mountain, just past 7 in the morning, many students had already gathered outside the gate of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp base. Although arriving before midnight was acceptable, no one dared to be complacent. I heard something unexpected happened with this training camp. Someone at the 6th stage of awakening is here. These students chatted casually while waiting. Really? Many were shocked, finding it hard to believe. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp had 100 spots each year. Of these, 70 were reserved for official martial artists and only 30 for the awakening realm. The difficulty of competition was unimaginable, like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. There had never been a student below the 9th stage of awakening. I've heard of this person. He got in using the old tricks. I see. He completed some trivial tasks for the government, then had them manipulated into major merits, earning a government reward to enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. A group of students sneered. Since the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was officially established, it naturally had its share of connections with a few every year. As they spoke, a taxi stopped outside the base gate, drawing everyone's attention. Those who could enter the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, if they didn't have private planes, at least had chauffeured cars. Who would take a taxi? The door opened and a handsome young man stepped out. He carried little luggage. Only a black backpack and a long, narrow battle blade strapped to his waist. That's the one at the 6th stage of awakening. I've seen his photo. His name is Ning Chuan. A well-informed student whispered. Taking a taxi. Is he pretending not to be a connection? Without the strength of a high-stage awakening, how dare he come here? Once you're in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, background is useless. Isn't that great? The resources prepared for him will belong to us. Many students sized up Ning Chuan with cold smiles. A sheep entering a wolf pack doesn't become a wolf. It becomes prey. After days of tempering with the dragon elephant, ancient scripture Ning Chuan's hearing was excellent. Though those people deliberately lowered their voices, he caught every word. Ning Chuan remained expressionless, only reaching out his right hand to gently touch the hilt of the silver blood blade. The next 2 months wouldn't be too boring. The sun climbed higher. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp base was built against the mountain with towering walls obscuring the interior layout. Ning Chuan said nothing, simply raising his eyes to gaze eastward at the sea. This sea was called the Tsang Sea. Geography books recorded that there was another continent across it inhabited by alien races. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, the base's 2 heavy alloy gates swung open. 3 men and 1 woman strode out. Im Yanzhuang, the weapons instructor, and also the head instructor for this session of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Im Bai Xiuxiu, the combat instructor, also overseeing physical training guidance. I'm Ma Fengxing, your movement instructor. Call me Brother Ma when we're familiar. Im Lu Feng, responsible for teaching you some knowledge of breathing techniques. The 4 spoke in turn. The students instantly fell silent, no longer whispering among themselves. These individuals with varied temperaments were all among the finest geniuses of Donglin, their self-discipline beyond question. Good, everyone is here. Yanzhuang nodded, his face revealing no emotion. Now hand over all electronic devices, toys, and snacks. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp operates on a closed management system. Ma Fengxing added with a smile, don't think about hiding anything. Open your luggage one by one. The instructors will inspect it. Instructor, what if we need our phones? A student asked. He quickly explained, not for games, for contacting family, purchasing martial arts supplies, and so on. Yanzhuang replied, you'll have 10 minutes per week to use your phones. Many students exchanged glances. Judging by the setup, life at the camp would be anything but easy. Hand them over. The students had no choice. Willing or not, they surrendered their items and opened their luggage for inspection. Soon it was Ning Chuan's turn. I only brought this, he said, cleanly handing over his phone. Before getting off the plane, he had already ordered a batch of diamond body medicine packs online. It wouldn't affect his training. As for using his phone for entertainment, Ning Chuan had always controlled himself well. His self-discipline was strong. For instance, these past days with his martial arts training, automatically he had plenty of free time. But he never wasted it, either honing his combat skills or studying cultural lessons. Open your backpack. The instructor inspecting Ning Chuan was Bai Xiuxiu. She was beautiful with a gentle appearance, but her demeanor was the opposite. Cold and efficient like a soldier. With a swish, Ning Chuan unzipped his backpack. 200 packed beast nutrition vials were revealed. A wave of murmurs erupted nearby. Even Bai Xiuxiu was momentarily stunned. It was common for students to carry martial resources. Almost everyone had some. A few even had 10th Sandbeast nutrition vials worth millions. But Ning Chuan's backpack full of beast nutrition vials was visually overwhelming. Put it away. After checking the backpack, Bai Xiuxiu said nothing more and moved on to the next student. After more than 10 minutes, the inspection ended. No cliched incidents of students hiding phones occurred. The 4 instructors wasted no time leading the students through the gate into the base. Since it's the first day and there are no classes, I'll first take you to the dormitory to drop off your luggage, then we'll tour the base, Yanzhuang said. The students followed in turn. That 6th stage of awakening. What a joke. Is he here to train or sell beast nutrition vials? Carrying such a huge pack. Can he even finish it? Knowing he can't compete for resources, he brings his own. A few 9th stage of awakening students at the back sneered. Among them, Qi Dong's eyes flickered for a moment and he lowered his voice. That kid brought too many beast nutrition vials. He can't finish them all. We might as well help him digest some. Qi Liang hesitated. Brother, we can't just rob him, right? Of course not, but we can borrow them. We're all classmates. He'll be happy to help. Qi Dong said with a meaningful tone. Qi Liang was still confused. What if he refuses to lend them? Beside him, a chubby youth leaned in, sneering. Would he dare? The Shanghai Genius Training Camp follows the law of the jungle. The strong survive. The instructors aren't strict about competition. If he doesn't lend them, well, give him a proper lesson in caring for classmates. Hee Li Pingy, now I get it. In front of a 3-story dormitory building, Yanzhuang halted and said, Rooms for the Awakening Realm are on the 1st floor. Rooms for officially recognized martial practitioners are on the 2nd. Your room numbers are posted in the hall. Go check for yourselves. I give you 10 minutes. Yanzhuang glanced at his watch as he spoke. At his words, the trainees hurried into the dormitory. Ma Fengxing watched their departing figures and jeered. That Ning Chuan, the well-connected one, is going to bleed badly. As a 9th-rank martial artist, he had overheard Qi Dong and the others' conversation. LV Fong, temperament mild, asked, "A favored student is still a trainee. Should we intervene?" These instructors had been appointed by the government and did not truly know the pupils' backgrounds. Ning Chuan was only awakening stage 6. By all appearances, he seemed like a favored student. "No need," Yan Zhuang replied. Yan Zhuang considered for a moment, then shook his head. The Shanghai Talent Training Camp adheres to jungle law, survival of the fittest. As long as those students do not directly steal, it falls outside our jurisdiction. LV Fong sighed. "I hope they do not go too far." "I do not think so," Bai Xiuxiu countered. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she fell into thought. Yan Zhuang was surprised. "You favor that Ning Chuan. Why?" Bai Xiuxiu murmured. "Perhaps it is the calm in his eyes or the chill in his bearing. I cannot name it precisely, but I am certain of one thing: that boy has blood on his hands." "So what if he has killed someone?" Ma Fengxing shook his head in rebuttal. "Those admitted to the Shanghai Talent Training Camp are Donglin's top prodigies. Among peers at the same realm, no one is overwhelmingly inferior. How could he possibly leap 3 stages? Even top geniuses can differ greatly," Bai Xiuxiu replied. While the 4 instructors argued inside the dormitory, Ning Chuan located his room. The trainee card served as the key. He stepped in, and just as he was about to close the door, a hand shoved against it to keep it open. "Is there something?" Ning Chuan did not struggle. He opened the door wide with composed eyes and regarded the 3 outside. They were a pair of twins and a chubby youth. "I am Li Pingyi, and I have a small favor to ask," the plump boy said with a smile that narrowed his eyes into slits. Li Pingyi had been the one to push the door. Qi Dong took up the plea, saying, "The 3 of us rushed to the Shanghai Talent Training Camp and left in such haste that we did not bring our martial cultivation supplies." Qi Liang added, "You brought so many Baisho nutrient serums, so we want to borrow some from you." At those words, a sharp light flickered in the depths of Ning Chuan's eyes. The request revealed ill intent. He could not speak for others, but the chubby Li Pingyi actually possessed a single Wansho nutrient serum. Word of that vial had stirred the instructor's inspection room into a commotion. The Wansho nutrient serum was essentially the Pro Ultra Plus Supreme Edition of the Baisho serum. 1 vial was worth tens of millions. Ning Chuan did not flare up. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and feigned surprise. "How do you propose to borrow them?" Li Pingyi beamed. "The 3 of us are all peak awakening 9 stage. We burn through resources fast. So each of us asks to borrow 30 vials." Qi Dong's smile broadened as he continued. "As for repayment, we are classmates. No need to be petty. Let's set a 30-year term. By then, we will return every vial." Hearing the term, other trainees in the corridor paused. 30 years was practically a giveaway if Ning Chuan yielded. He would become a fat sheep to be skinned. They could each take a piece. "What if I refuse?" Ning Chuan asked softly. His clear, handsome face revealed no emotion. His thoughts were inscrutable. Li Pingyi frowned and complained. "We are classmates. Must you be so stingy? It is only some Baisho serum. Lend to us and you will gain the friendship of 3 peak awakening 9 stage warriors." He deliberately placed emphasis on peak awakening 9 stage. Qi Dong was more blunt and threatened. "Whether you want to lend them or not, you will lend the Baisho serum." Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes. "You dare to seize them by force. Robbery is illegal." "We of course would not do that," Qi Dong replied stiffly. Qi Dong shook his head and said seriously, "But we can beat you until you lie in bed for days and cannot get up." Li Pingyi smiled darkly. "If you still refuse when you recover, we'll beat you again. If you cannot even leave the dorm, how will you train? Which is more important, the Shanghai Talent Training Camp or the Baisho serum? You must know the difference." Qi Dong said smugly. Ning Chuan was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid of the instructors?" Li Pingyi curled his lips in mockery. "The Shanghai Talent Training Camp exists to forge the strong. Its inner ways are ruthless. Beating you would draw no real punishment. At most a verbal reprimand." Li Pingyi sneered at Ning Chuan. "They cultivate strength here. Calling it insect rearing would not be an exaggeration. We can beat you mercilessly and suffer no consequences. Continuous assaults at most merit words of criticism." "So that is the rule," Ning Chuan murmured, nodding slightly. He rather liked this place. "Very well. 90 vials of Baisho serum, not one less." Li Pingyi strode into Ning Chuan's room with the twins close behind. Qidong slammed the door shut with a backward motion. Ning Chuan did not resist. He stood quietly in the entryway. When the three were fully inside, he turned and unshouldered his backpack. He did not unzip it. Instead, he drew the Inshua battle blade. Having second thoughts, Li Pingyi barked coldly. Ning Chuan smiled faintly. When did I ever agree? Qidong snapped. Do not waste time talking. Beat him and the rest will be easier to settle. Qidong sneered. You really think brandishing a knife lets you fight across stages? And launched himself at Ning Chuan. Two thunderous cracks split the air. He had only taken a step when two almost simultaneous thunderclaps sounded. 2 foot-long streaks of silver light cleaved through his vision. The silver light moved with impossible speed. He could not discern its form. A chill washed his scalp and a cold numbness crept at his throat, raising goosebumps along his skin. Instinctively, Qidong halted. What is this? He froze and found Ning Chuan holding the blade with one hand pressed to his throat. A neat swath of severed hair drifted down before his eyes. A cold sweat trickled down Qidong's cheek. He had understood what had just occurred. Ning Chuan had made 2 cuts, one shaved hair close to the scalp, the other rested at the hollow of his neck. There had been no time to react. Even given the element of surprise, Qidong had no confidence that he could have dodged. How could an awakening stage 6 be so formidable? Qidong stared at Ning Chuan with trembling heart. Ning Chuan was not one to mind only his realm. He was a top prodigy with great combat ability, who at awakening stage 7, had once defeated an early awakening 9th-stage opponent. Qidong, be careful. Release my brother. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang sprang forward with all their force. Both had believed Qidong could easily subdue Ning Chuan and had not paid him much heed. Seeing Qidong taken, they assumed only carelessness on his part. They did not consider Ning Chuan's blade prowess. 3 slashes in an instant. Ning Chuan flicked his wrist and lashed out with the Inshua battle blade. A thunderous report echoed. Amid the ear-splitting thunder, 3 lightning-like slashes erupted into the void. Silver radiance blinded the eyes as the strikes rushed toward the 3 in the room. Having conditioned his body to rival higher awakening stages, Ning Chuan's Shanlei slash carried ever more terrifying force. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang went pale and tried to evade the sweeping silver blade. But the room was too cramped. It was a single room of roughly 30 square meters. Once the furniture was accounted for, space to maneuver was nearly non-existent. For people stood packed within the room, there was no space to employ footwork. Worse still, the Inshua battle blade moved with impossible speed. Almost simultaneously, Li Ping's and Qi Liang's hair was neatly sliced at the scalp. As short locks began to fall, Ning Chuan's blade was once more poised at Qidong's neck. Qidong swallowed hard, his throat bobbed visibly. He had barely perceived the instant the blade left his neck. The speed was terrifying. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang froze and no longer attempted to rescue him. This time all 3 understood the horror of Ning Chuan's blade technique. Your Shanlei slash has reached the perfect realm. Qidong's voice was dry, his eyes full of incredulity as he stared at Ning Chuan. He had practiced grade martial arts himself and knew full well how arduous it was. Forget perfection. Even reaching the subtle realm was akin to climbing a precipice. Many prodigies who trained grade techniques stalled at mere mastery. The reason he had been admitted to the Shanghai Talent Training Camp was precisely because of a grade technique at the subtle realm. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang likewise fixed their gazes on Ning Chuan. Their expressions were those of people watching an aberration. They were not only astonished that Ning Chuan could command a perfect realm technique, but also baffled by his behavior. If you have time to cultivate Shanlei slash, can't you spare time to practice breathing exercises? Is pretending to be an awakening 6th stage to trick others into complacency such a good game? Li Pingyi cleared his throat and said in a muffled voice, we misjudged you this time. Since your combat strength is so great, if you refuse to lend the Baisho nutrient serum, we won't force you. Yes, we are classmates and should be understanding and kind to one another. Qidong hastened to add, forcing a dry laugh. I just remembered I brought some resources as well, so there is no need to borrow from you. With that, he lifted his foot to head for the door. In the next instant, his soul froze midair. The narrow blade at his neck had slowly tightened, pressing the skin until it bled. Ning Chuan grinned, teeth bright as porcelain. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You don't want to lend the serum, but I do want to borrow it. As for how to borrow it, the method will be the same as yours. Silence fell for a few seconds. Qidong glared at Ning Chuan and snapped, don't think that just because your knife skills are sharp you can act as you please. If students resort to weapons in a conflict, the incident takes on a different nature. The instructors will step in. If I am injured, you will not escape blame and will be severely punished. Leaning against the wall, Li Ping's lip curled with a sneer. If you had a grade fist technique at the perfect realm, you might intimidate us. You have no such qualification now. You'd better put that blade down immediately before you make a scene you cannot recover from, Li Pingyi reprimanded, sternly attempting to press by force of presence. Ning Chuan cast him a sidelong glance, his smile unchanged. It seems you still haven't understood what is happening. What do you mean? Qi Dong's heart skipped. An uneasy premonition crept over him as he studied Ning Chuan's face. Ning Chuan spoke softly. What you said outside, and your attempt to barge into the room were all seen by many students. You plainly intended to seize my Baisho nutrient serum by force. Even if I wound you, even if I cut off all 3 of your heads, it would be deemed self-defense. The 3 of them went pale. You talk madly. I don't believe you would actually kill me. Qi Dong tried to put on a hard face, but his voice died abruptly. A warmth spread at his neck, comforting, countering the blade's chill. Still his body trembled, for the blade had already torn his flesh. That warmth was blood. Terrifyingly real fear wrapped itself around Qi Dong like a tangible shroud. The youth holding the blade smiled radiantly, yet his deep black eyes were glacial, suffused with a keen and ruthless killing intent. A thought flashed through Qi Dong's mind. If he does not lend it, he will die. I will lend it to you. Qi Dong blurted without a moment's hesitation, terrified of losing even a second. Ning Chuan ignored him and shifted his gaze to Li Pingyi. I advise you not to cry out for the instructors. I know my blade speed does not break the sound barrier, but the time it takes you to shout 1 syllable is more than enough for me to sever your head. He paused and added, do you want to try? Li Ping's face twitched, he forced a laugh. I have no such thought. I agree to lend you the serum, but it's not on me now. It's in the dormitory. I'll go fetch it. He moved to leave, intent only on escaping. He cared nothing for what would become of the Qi twins. A faint voice froze Li Pingyi on the spot. I will not allow it. Do you dare move? Ning Chuan turned his head toward Qi Liang and ordered, take Li Ping's student card, go to his dormitory, and bring the Wanshou nutrient serum here. Li Ping's face drained of color. That Wanshou serum was his guarantee for breaking into first-rank warrior. Ning Chuan, don't go too far. He ground out through his teeth. Ning Chuan let out a cold, mocking smile. Everyone here has done the same things. Why did you not think yourself excessive before? Li Pingyi faltered and could not find a retort. Ning Chuan no longer taunted him. With his free left hand, the hand not holding the blade, he picked up an electronic clock from the desk and set a 1-minute countdown. Remember, you have 1 minute. If you do not return by then, prepare your brother's funeral. Ning Chuan said, his voice ice cold. Glancing at the timer, Qi Liang panicked, snatched Li Ping's student card without a word and bolted out the door. Outside, a throng of students had gathered. Many combat-level students who had come down to the first floor were drawn to the commotion. I just heard muffled thuds. Looks like Li Pingyi and the Qi twins hit hard. The dorm's soundproofing is excellent. Small ruckuses don't carry far, a student joked. I wonder if Ning Chuan will lend it, another said. Lend or not, it's almost the same for him. If he borrows the Baisho nutrient serum, he won't be able to keep a hold of training camp resources afterward. If he refuses, he'll be beaten so badly, he won't be able to leave his room. The weak do not deserve to be here, the students whispered, treating Ning Chuan with contempt. Just then the door burst open. Move. Out of the way. Don't stand in my path. Qi Liang charged through the crowd, forcing a path and sprinting down the corridor. The onlookers were puzzled but did not think much of it until their eyes turned toward the doorway, and they were all frozen. The door was half open, concealing most of the scene. All they could see was a narrow blade pressed to Qi Dong's throat, blood trickling down, staining his clothes. Fear was written across his face. He stared at the crowd with his mouth open but could not summon a sound. With a flourish, Ning Chuan waved his hand and the door snapped shut. A murmur of astonishment rose from the onlookers. An awakening 6th stage has subdued 3 awakening 9th stage peaks. What kind of fierce fighter is this? A martial artist exclaimed, shaken. Many of the awakened students bowed their heads in shame. They had mocked Ning Chuan earlier and treated him like easy prey. Could he possess an abnormal ability? Someone whispered. Among these top talents, none had special powers. It was hard to imagine someone crossing such tiers in a fight. Unclear, but he must have some kind of ability, another said. I agree. Otherwise, how could he subdue Qi Dong and the others? Can't be only high-level martial arts. The remark drew nods from many nearby. To fight across 3 ranks would require prodigious skill indeed. If he truly has an ability, Xia Shi, your claim to be the only ability user here is challenged, a student teased, pushing up his glasses. Xia Shi, slight and proud, folded his arms. Song Shiyu might have an ability, but he is no match for me. When he can slay a first-rank warrior, then we can speak of equality. Make way, don't block the path. Qi Liang returned in a rush, sweat plastering his hair to his brow, and dove back into the room. Did anyone notice he appears to be carrying a Wanshou nutrient serum? Not appears. It is the Wanshou nutrient serum. A ripple ran through the crowd. Ning Chuan is borrowing resources in reverse, someone murmured. This fellow was clearly not a peaceful soul. He would repay every slight in full. Inside the dormitory, the thick walls muffled all sounds from outside. Qi Liang directly handed the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid to Ning Chuan, panting heavily. You let my brother go now. Ning Chuan still held the silver blood war blade aloft, speaking unhurriedly. Don't rush. First sign the promissory note. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and reminded, by the way, just write one note. Normally for a debt involving 4 people, each would need a copy. Li Pingyi stood nearby, his face ashen, and said resentfully, that IOU is definitely yours. Without a promissory note, how could he demand repayment? He knew exactly what Ning Chuan was planning. Ning Chuan had no intention of repaying at all. Keeping just one note was merely to have evidence in case they reported him for robbery later. Of course. Ning Chuan nodded, admitting frankly. When you lent me the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid earlier, were you planning to leave me an IOU? As he spoke, Ning Chuan looked at Qi Dong, whom he held at knife point, and said coldly, I am always fair. If you had left me one, I would have done the same. But if you dare lie, I will kill you. No such plan. Seeing those icy black eyes, Qi Dong quickly shook his head. Even if he had planned to leave an IOU, he couldn't admit it. Then stop the nonsense and write the IOU. Ning Chuan pointed at the desk where paper and pen lay. Soon Qi Liang wrote the promissory note. The 3 signed their names one after another. Li Pingyi was the most reluctant, his face showing reluctance far from the decisiveness of the Qi twins. After all, that vial of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid was his alone. As he felt the sting of loss, he heard Ning Chuan ask, how much did you pay for that vial of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid? 12 million. Li Pingyi said bitterly. Ning Chuan pointed at the Qi twins and said, you two write him an IOU for 4 million, each with the repayment date set before the end of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Hearing this, Li Ping's pain mostly dissipated, and he quickly echoed, right, the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid was lent to Ning Chuan by the 3 of us together. You two owe me 8 million. This time it was the Qi twins who delayed in signing. However, with Ning Chuan's blade at their throats, they had to sign even if unwilling. Li Pingyi stared at them, urging, in 7 days you'll have your phones. Transfer the money to me then. What's the rush? The phone only works for 10 minutes, that's not nearly enough time. Qi Dong, don't play games with me. There are still 2 months until the deadline. The 3 bickered softly while signing. Ning Chuan watched it all, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had a reason for specifically demanding that vial of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid. First, of course, the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid itself was excellent. He coveted it. Second, it was to shift the conflict and divide the 3. If he had forcibly borrowed, or rather extorted, equal resources from each of them, they would have united to cause him trouble afterward. Though he was unafraid, he didn't want to waste time on it. He came here to improve his strength. So he only took the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid that belonged solely to Li Pingyi, then had the Qi twins write an IOU to Li Pingyi with a 2-month grace period for repayment. Without him having to instigate, they would clash over when to repay the money. And it happened just as he predicted. Gentlemen, stop arguing. Now that you've signed the contract, please leave. Ning Chuan put away the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid, flashed a bright smile, and opened the door. In the corridor, the other trainees were still there. Seeing Li Pingyi and the Qi twins emerge, they eagerly asked questions. Is Ning Chuan an awakener? What ability does he have? Qi Dong, how many moves did you last? What happened to your hair? Is his ability a wind blade? The 3 kept their faces cold and pushed through the crowd in silence. Being defeated by a 6th-stage awakener, even one with a perfect level flash thunderslash, was nothing to boast about. Moreover, they had lost a significant sum of money. No one was in the mood to explain. The watching trainees grew dissatisfied but couldn't stop them. After a few complaints, they dispersed. Yet one youth remained. He had an ordinary face but was neatly dressed, giving a pleasant impression. A pair of rimless glasses added an air of sharpness to his demeanor. Are you also here to borrow 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid from me? Ning Chuan glanced at the bespectacled youth. Just wanted to make your acquaintance. The bespectacled youth shook his head and smiled. My name is Song Shiyu, 17 years old, from Shanghai City. I'm currently at the peak of the 9th stage awakening. Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu grinned. Don't be so cold. I know a lot about the training camp and can tell you plenty. What's the condition? Ning Chuan said, indifferently, closing the door behind him and walking down the corridor toward the dormitory exit. He didn't think defeating Qidong and the others would intimidate all the Awakener trainees into fawning over him. Those who entered the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were the best students from their cities. They had all dominated their peers. They were all proud and arrogant. Until they fought, they wouldn't believe themselves inferior. Heaven is first, earth is second, and I am third. That was the true mindset of many. We're all classmates. Talking about conditions is so tacky. Song Shiyu followed with a smile. Seeing Ning Chuan's silence, he had to relent. Of course, it would be even better if you could answer one question. Speak. Ning Chuan made no promises. Song Shiyu's face grew serious. Did you only forcefully take? Borrow Li Ping's 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid, and then have the Qi brothers sign an IOU to Li Pingyi. Ning Chuan stopped and looked at Song Shiyu in surprise. Do you have a sound-related ability? I deduced it. Song Shiyu adjusted his rimless glasses and smiled confidently. Only Li Pingyi had the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid. You held Qi Dong at knife point and had Qi Liang fetch the fluid. That move must have had deeper meaning. I analyzed it and reached this conclusion. You're not wrong. Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, not overly surprised. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, the best in Donglin, was bound to have some sharp-minded trainees. Meanwhile, on the open ground in front of the dormitory, Ma Fengxing shook his head and said, Instructor Bai, am not being stubborn. That named Ning Chuan, the one with connections, is definitely in for a rough time. He may have killed someone, which only shows strong will and courage to refuse those 3 trainees, but he'll still get a beating. Ma Fengxing listed his arguments. Look, he hasn't come out yet. He's probably already injured and lying in the dorm. No sooner had he spoken than Ning Chuan walked out the door, his face unharmed, his dark eyes bright and spirited. Under the bright sunlight, he exuded a heroic and extraordinary aura. Many nearby female trainees couldn't help sneaking glances at him. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Ning Chuan, a slight smile on her lips. Instructor Ma, what's your view now? I think he must have handed over the 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid, but is just keeping a good attitude. Ma Fengxing paused briefly, still holding to his earlier opinion. Those 3 trainees will be out soon. Bai Xiuxiu tilted her fair chin toward the entrance. Bro, that's a unique style. Must be from the capital city. Truly unconventional, befitting a metropolis. Amidst a burst of jeers, Li Pingyi and the Qiao twins arrived outside the dormitory building. Each wore a grim expression. Upon returning to their room, they discovered that Ning Chuan hadn't merely shaved off some hair, but had cleanly severed the entire patch atop their heads. A quintessential Mediterranean hairstyle, the nightmare of countless middle-aged men. It was said to ruin any look. No matter how handsome the face or profound the temperament, it was utterly unbecoming. The 4 instructors were momentarily stunned at the sight. Even Bai Xiuxiu was no exception, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Her confidence in Ning Chuan had only led her to believe he could match a peak awakening stage 9 warrior enough to make Li Pingyi and the others aware of his prowess and abandon their attempts to forcibly borrow resources. But now it seemed Ning Chuan possessed the strength to take on 3 opponents single-handedly. And these 3 were top-tier prodigies selected from millions of students in Donglin. The hair was severed with a blade at such incredible speed that the trio couldn't react. As the weapons instructor, Yan Zhuang's expertise was unquestionable. He fixed his gaze on Ning Chuan and said gravely, the one wielding the blade, or rather Ning Chuan, possesses exceptional swordsmanship and immense self-confidence. Striking along the hair roots a mere fraction off would hit the skull. Ma Fengxing, setting aside his embarrassment, pondered and said, I've read Ning Chuan's file. He's only trained in one blade art, the Brank Flash Thunderslash. Could he have reached the expert level? Otherwise, how could he defeat those 3 trainees? Everyone admitted to the camp has mastered at least one Brank martial art to the subtle realm. Highly unlikely. Yan Zhuang shook his head, directly explaining. The Flash Thunderslash is an exceedingly difficult art, even surpassing some rank ones. Reaching the expert level is far too challenging. Moreover, an expert-level Flash Thunderslash wouldn't render those 3 incapable of reacting. Ma Fengxing speculated, Could Ning Chuan possess a speed-related supernatural ability? Liu Fong interjected. The records contain no such information. Enough questions. We'll find out when formal classes begin tomorrow. Yan Zhuang glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had passed. All trainees had assembled. Yan Zhuang surveyed the trainees and said sternly, "Before touring the base, I have a few more words. You need to understand what the Shanghai Genius Training Camp truly is." Many trainees looked puzzled. What could it be? To put it bluntly, a college entrance exam cram school. Yan Zhuang seemed to read their thoughts and continued. You are all top prodigies from various cities. Your talent goes without saying. Resources like nutrient fluids, martial arts, and guidance are likely abundant. So why did the Donglin government go through the trouble of establishing the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and gathering you here? Because the camp excels in these areas. A trainee replied with a confident smile. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance and teased. Wouldn't it be simpler for the Donglin government to just give each of you 10 million credits? More convenient and cheaper. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp in each session incurred astronomical expenses, excluding martial resources. Merely selecting the most outstanding trainees from millions of students, choosing the most suitable instructors, and tailoring personalized training plans. These hidden costs, if converted into currency, would exceed $1 billion. Only the Donglin government could afford such a burden. The trainee flushed, his confidence vanishing as he struggled for words. Yan Zhuang ignored him and continued, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is not merely for the college entrance exam. Its primary purpose is to temper your spirit and will forging a heart of a true warrior fearless of hardship to scale greater heights in the path of martial arts. Not to settle a decade or two later for becoming a 7th or 8th rank martial artist earning 10 million a year. Yan Zhuang's voice grew impassioned. You must dare to become knights, become divine generals, become the backbone that holds up the dark sky of the high martial world, become the protectors of the Federation's 80 billion humans. The trainees' expressions shifted, their blood surging as they straightened their backs like javelins. No one in their youth wishes to be ordinary. Ning Chuan stood at the back and sighed. Beside him, Song Shiyu caught the movement from the corner of his eye and asked softly, Do you think Instructor Yan is spouting empty words? No. Ning Chuan shook his head gently. Rather than tempering spirit and will, I wish the camp would invest more in martial resources. Song Shiyu rubbed his chin, pondering briefly, then smiled. No wonder you're disappointed. To devise a plan to divide Li Pingyi and the others in such a short time, your mentality is clearly exceptional. You won't settle for mediocrity due to setbacks. I have a feeling that a knight's seat in Donglin will have a place for you. Ning Chuan glanced at Song Shiyu and suddenly said, It sounds like you're praising yourself. His mentality was exceptional. Then Song Shiyu, who had directly seen through his plan, must have an even higher mentality. Dealing with clever people is so convenient. No need for me to hint. Song Shiyu chuckled. Ning Chuan was left speechless. A few minutes later, it seems you all understand what this place is. Follow me then to tour the base. Yan Zhuang said, turning to walk ahead. The trainees followed. The base was built against the mountain, housing many structures, but only 2 were related to daily life. The cafeteria and the dormitory building they had just visited. There were no entertainment facilities. All other buildings were dedicated to martial cultivation. Training grounds, wind pressure chambers, bullet rain fields, deep-sea platforms, and more. Many places had names that gave no clue to their purpose, and Yan Zhuang offered no explanation, merely telling the trainees they would learn in time. Fortunately, Song Shiyu hadn't lied. He was indeed well-versed in the camp, explaining everything to Ning Chuan. Time passed. The trainees toured a large portion of the base. Yan Zhuang glanced toward the mountaintop and said, There's one last place. The Dragon King's ascension platform. Let's head up the mountain. Linhai Mountain was not particularly high, at just over 1800 meters. Compared to the highest peak of the 10,000 Li Green Mountains, it wasn't even a tenth. In less than half an hour, the summit was in sight. The top of Linhai Mountain had a distinctive shape. From the side facing the vast sea, 3 deep ravines extended outward. Each was over 100 meters long, their surfaces dark and worn smooth by rain erosion, gleaming like mirrors. They had clearly existed for a long time. As they reached the summit, many trainees' faces instantly paled. The entire area was suffused with a terrifying aura sweeping in all directions. Vast and brutal, as if a dragon gazed down upon the world, sending chills down their spines. See those 3 deep grooves? Yan Zhuang pointed and said gravely, The oppressive force you feel originates from here. According to some archaeologists, these 3 grooves were claw marks left over 900,000 years ago, when a dragon king of the dragon clan ascended to the pinnacle here. The dragon's might has yet to dissipate. Over 900,000 years. Many trainees widened their eyes in disbelief. Yan Zhuang nodded, paused in thought, then said to the trainees, "Immerse yourselves in this aura. You might gain something from it." Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow and teased. "Instructor Yan, don't paint them a rosy picture. In scientific terms, this aura is essentially a special magnetic field. After so many years, it's long been chaotic. Numerous knights and divine generals from the Federation have visited and none could comprehend anything from it." Hearing this, many trainees' initial excitement cooled. Liu Fong thought for a moment and offered comfort. "Instructor Ma isn't wrong, but historically a rare few prodigies have gained insights here. You can give it a try too. Who knows, you might succeed," Liu Fong suggested with a smile. Yet despite his words, none of the 4 instructors held any belief in that possibility. Gazing at the Dragon King's claw imprint, Song Shiyu remarked casually, "The instructors themselves probably don't believe it. Since the Federation's founding over 1,000 years ago, those who have gained enlightenment at the Dragon King's ascension platform can be counted on one hand. The probability is so slim it might as well be an impossibility." After speaking, Song Shiyu waited for a while, but still didn't hear Ning Chuan's reply. He turned his head and was instantly stunned. Ning Chuan's eyes were slightly closed, his expression solemn, utterly motionless, as if he had sensed something. Song Shiyu knew he had only recently become acquainted with Ning Chuan, but having read countless people since childhood, this brief time was enough for him to judge. Ning Chuan was not one to feign profundity. He was truly having an epiphany. Damn, what a beast. He can actually glean something. Coming to his senses, Song Shiyu couldn't help but curse. The instructors and trainees were startled and cast their gazes over. Ning Chuan remained motionless. In his unseen mind, a cold mechanical prompt sounded one after another. The dragon elephant ancient scripture detects the dragon god's aura entering an enlightened state. Cultivation speed skyrockets. Progress increased by 20. Progress continues to rise. The dragon elephant ancient scripture has gained sufficient enlightenment and advanced to the proficiency realm. Progress increased by 10. Waves of insights continuously flooded into Ning Chuan's mind. Like a sluice gate opening, Ning Chuan had to focus all his mental energy just barely to receive them. Outside, the Dragon King's ascension platform. Murmurs arose all around. "He's just putting on a show, right? Otherwise, what could an awakening realm cultivator possibly comprehend from the Dragon King's aura? Obviously trying to get the instructor's attention for resource allocation. Close your eyes and you've had an epiphany. What did you comprehend? Don't ask, just say the Dragon King is mighty." The discussions came and went. Among them, not a few trainees sneered and looked disdainful, believing Ning Chuan was hypocritical, pretending for fame and resources. Roar! Suddenly, a majestic howl swept across the Dragon King's ascension platform. Everyone's heart trembled. In that roar was an unyielding authority. It seemed like a giant dragon roaring skyward, or like the savage bellow of some ancient primordial beast. Because the crowd had been staring at Ning Chuan and talking, they perceived it very clearly. The roar came from none other than Ning Chuan. Damn, I was wrong. He really did gain something. How did he do it? I tried sensing it too, but I just thought the Dragon King was mighty. Witnessing history, I suppose. What did he comprehend? Why is it so terrifying? Many trainees changed their attitudes, utterly astonished, and the heated discussions continued. Not just the trainees. The 4 nearby instructors were also astounded, discussing among themselves. Ma Fengxing swallowed hard and said, "Good grief, even I, a 9th-rank martial artist, felt fear from that roar. What's happening to this kid?" He looked to the side and said, "Old LV, you know the most among us. Explain it to me." LV Fong frowned, staring at Ning Chuan, but only shook his head without a word. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Is Ning Chuan awakening a special constitution?" "It's hard to say." LV Fong withdrew his gaze and explained. "When some special constitutions awaken to a certain stage, the body indeed emits tremendous sounds. But other circumstances can cause similar phenomena. For instance, when a powerful martial art breaks through to a profound realm, the body may also emit a sound laden with pressure." Ma Fengxing heard this and questioned. "That roar made even martial artists like us tremble. In the awakening realm, even in rank martial art advancing to the perfect realm couldn't have such power." "Yes, I was just giving an example offhand without thinking much." LV Fong nodded. A few minutes later, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He immediately summoned the system. A translucent fluorescent interface appeared. The first line had undergone a tremendous change. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture Proficiency Progress 72. Ning Chuan couldn't help but grin. This epiphany of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was equivalent to 3 to 5 years of normal cultivation. Pity the enlightenment didn't last until I reached subtlety. Despite his joy, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel some regret. Though it seemed less than 30 progress remained to reach subtlety, breaking through in a short time was impossible. Having cultivated so many martial arts, Ning Chuan had roughly discerned some patterns. Each time a martial arts realm ascended a level, the time needed to raise progress nearly doubled. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture was extremely difficult. At the basic realm, it took 3 days to increase a single percentage point. Now, at the third realm, proficiency calculations showed it would take about 10 days to raise 1 percentage point. To reach subtlety, it would take over half a year. It certainly wouldn't be possible before the college entrance exam. Wipe your drool. What incredible thing did you comprehend? You nearly scared me into the sea. Song Shiyu's words brought Ning Chuan back to his senses. He looked around and saw that the trainees and instructors were all staring at him. When the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture broke through to the proficiency realm, it emitted a roar. That must be the reason. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. He pondered for a few seconds and ventured, the Dragon King imparting his skill. He couldn't reveal the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. If it caught the attention of those with ulterior motives, they might trace back to Gorenya's family through his experience. Song Shiyu rolled his eyes and said irritably, why not say the Dragon King possessed you? 90,000 years ago, that Dragon King himself had turned to dust. The claw imprint's aura might still retain some fragmented, incomplete cultivation insights. You actually saw through the truth. Impressive. Ning Chuan said in feigned surprise. Song Shiyu's forehead creased in annoyance. Do you think I'm an idiot? Just then Yan Zhuang interrupted their joking and said seriously, Ning Chuan, whatever you've comprehended, feel free to speak up. The Donglin government will never forcibly take it. They'll only increase their support for you based on the situation. That's how it was for the few in Federation history who gained something. Indeed. Song Shiyu seemed well informed on this matter and added, one of them was even recommended by the Donglin government to become a disciple of a divine general. I actually don't know what happened either. It was a mysterious, unfathomable feeling, as if it brought some changes to my body. But as for what exactly changed, I can't perceive it. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and fabricated an ambiguous answer. Later, when his fist strength exceeded the norm, he could use this excuse to explain. Did he not comprehend anything at all? Many trainees looked skeptical. Yan Zhuang, however, showed no change in expression, nodded, and said, I understand. For your outstanding performance at the Dragon King's Ascension platform, you receive 100 points. What are points? Are they important? Ning Chuan asked curiously. Yan Zhuang replied, you can simply think of them as currency in the training camp. You can use them to purchase various resources, here, such as the Wind Pressure Chamber, Expert Guidance, Sea Dragon Blood, and so on. Ning Chuan, this is a generous reward. Song Shiyu added with a smile. In previous years at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, the bottom few trainees couldn't even earn 100 points over 2 months. Hearing this, a stir ran through the many trainees. The resources for each session of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were fixed. If someone took more, other shares would naturally be reduced. Instructor Yen, I'm not questioning you, but Ning Chuan himself doesn't know what he perceived. He might not have perceived anything at all. Rewarding him 100 points. Isn't that too much? A lean, wiry youth stepped forward and said. He was quite bold, meeting Yan Zhuang's gaze directly without fear. This guy is called Xia Shi. He possesses the ice element ability. Song Shiyu quietly introduced him to Ning Chuan. Among the 30 Awakening Realm trainees, Xia Shi is practically the strongest. He has a resplendent record of killing a first-rank martial artist Hedon. There was a vast chasm between the Awakening Realm and formal martial artists. Even top-tier geniuses found it difficult to cross. As for the Awakening 9th stage peak trainees present, not even a handful could confront a first-rank martial artist Hedon, let alone kill one. Practically. Ning Chuan savored the implication in Song Shiyu's words and glanced at him askance. That practically isn't because of you, is it? You know me well, Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu gave a thumbs up. On the other side, Yan Zhuang said coldly, it's precisely because he doesn't know what he perceived that he only got 100 points. If you can also emit that kind of roar, it'll give you 100 points too. If you can't, then shut your mouth. The Federation is vast. Geniuses are only stronger, never the strongest. Yan Zhuang looked down at Xia Shi and reprimanded him. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Maliciously speculating about others is not the pride of a genius. It only reveals the hypocrisy of the weak. Xia Zai's face alternated between red and pale. After a moment, Xia Shi turned back to look at Ning Chuan and said through gritted teeth, "Instructor Yan, I still hold to my opinion. The training camp officially starts tomorrow. I will prove to you that I am the strongest among the 30 Awakening Realm trainees, in both talent and strength." "This is terrible. You've caught the attention of Xia Shi, the almost number one," Song Shiyu said with a teasing grin. As she spoke, she deliberately stepped aside, as if fearing that standing too close would invite trouble. "An undeserved calamity." Ning Chuan shrugged, showing little concern. Compared to a few days ago when he defeated Wei Bohu, his strength had already surged once more. His physical constitution now rivaled that of a normal awakened 7th stage. The diamond body was also not far from the 5th layer. His other martial arts had seen corresponding progress as well. As for whether he could contend with Xia Shi, who had slain a first-rank martial artist, Ning Chuan was uncertain. But that was not an issue. He now lacked no resources, and with each passing day, his power grew by leaps and bounds. Even if he was not a match at this moment in 10 or 15 days, he would be more than enough to crush Xia Shi. At 5 in the afternoon, the base tour came to an end. Many trainees, still brimming with novelty, continued to look around. "Ning Chuan, there are plenty of interesting things in the training camp. Want to come check them out with me?" "No." Ning Chuan declined Song Shiyu and headed straight back to the dormitory. He had an important task to attend to, testing the efficiency of the dragon elephant ancient scripture in tempering his body. A while ago, when the ferocious bull art advanced from the mastery realm to the subtle realm, its tempering efficiency had nearly doubled. Although the subtle realm was a watershed, that was why the improvement was so immense. But this time, the dragon elephant ancient scripture had directly elevated by 2 realms. He expected the enhancement to be similar. Ning Chuan opened a vial of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. In his mind, a series of prompts chimed. The dragon elephant ancient scripture senses surging energy and is invigorated, its cultivation speed skyrockets. The dragon elephant ancient scripture is projected to deplete the energy in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Ning Chuan quickly calculated in his mind, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. At the basic realm, the dragon elephant ancient scripture took about 6 hours to consume a vial of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid. Now it was more than twice as fast. Ning Chuan then calculated the consumption rate and found himself unable to smile. He would need to drink about 10 vials of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid a day. The 200 vials he had bought from Lu Mengyue for 30 million wouldn't even last a month. It was terrifying to say the least. Even a 7th-rank martial artist wouldn't have such a monstrous consumption of resources. Fortunately, I can exchange points for resources here. A sharp glint flashed in Ning Chuan's dark eyes. The next day, April 2nd, the training camp officially began. When the session ended last evening, the schedule had already been distributed to all trainees. At 7 in the morning, under the gentle sunlight, Ning Chuan arrived at the base's Bullet Rain Arena. His morning class for today was Ma Fengxing's movement technique lesson. In the training camp, classes for the awakened realm and formal martial artists were separate. Perhaps due to the novelty of the first day, Ning Chuan saw that the other 29 trainees had already arrived as he walked through the gate. Ma Fengxing stood at the front with a smile. Beside him were several staff members in various uniforms. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, ranked first in Donglin, naturally had more than just 4 instructors. It also included assistant instructors, analysts, data specialists, nutritionists, and so on. The entire camp staff numbered in the hundreds. They would devise the most suitable training plan for each student. "Since everyone is here, I'll start the class early," Ma Fengxing said with a smile. The trainees perked up, their eyes fixed intently on him. They were also curious about what made the Shanghai Genius Training Camp so exceptional. Ma Fengxing waved at the trainees and chuckled. "Don't be so formal. Today's task is mainly to assess your movement technique proficiency." The trainees nodded in understanding. When the camp's agents had collected information, they only asked about the martial arts they practiced, not their cultivation levels. "But just having you demonstrate your movement techniques would be too dull." Ma Fengxing's smile carried a growing edge of sharpness. "How about we engage in a practical exercise? After all, mastering a movement technique at a high level and applying it well are 2 different things." As he finished speaking, The atmosphere on the scene shifted abruptly, thick with tension. The trainees exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Each of them was a top-tier genius who had dominated their peers in their respective cities. None felt they were inferior. "Instructor Ma, what kind of practical exercise is this?" Xiaxi stepped forward, his expression brimming with pride, and asked in a clear voice. "You and I will compete using movement techniques." Ma Fengxing pointed to an area nearby and said, "See the machine guns up there?" There, a 30-meter square zone was enclosed by tempered glass. Inside, the ceiling, glass walls, and even the corners of the floor were fitted with 6-barreled rotary machine guns, at least 20 or 30 of them. The ends were connected to automatic mounts, allowing 360-degree, blind spot firing. The pale light reflected off them, casting a cold metallic sheen. "Don't worry, the guns fire rubber bullets with low lethality," Ma Fengxing said with a smile. "Well, go inside and dodge the bullets. Whoever gets hit first loses. For fairness, I'll suppress my strength to your level. Also, I'll use the same movement technique martial arts as you." "The same martial arts?" someone exclaimed in surprise. There were 30 awakened realm trainees on site. Even if each practiced only one movement technique with some overlaps, that would still be at least 20 different movement technique martial arts. Ma Fengxing saw the doubt in the trainees' eyes and smiled confidently. "I've reviewed your files. The 30 of you have cultivated a total of 49 movement technique martial arts. Among them, 46 happen to be within the 105 movement technique martial arts I've mastered. As for the 3 I haven't learned, there are extremely similar techniques that can serve as substitutes." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many stared at Ma Fengxing in shock. The thought of 105 movement technique martial arts was overwhelming. Ning Chuan's pupils also dilated. However, it wasn't from shock. It was envy. What kind of family background was that? Able to learn 105 martial arts. Song Shiyu, standing beside him, thought Ning Chuan was incredulous and explained with a smile. For a 9th-rank martial artist like Instructor Ma, after giving up hope of breaking through tonight, some choose to become professional educational martial artists. With their profound martial insights, learning awakened realm martial arts is far easier for them than for us. Moreover, martial arts can be understood by analogy. With enough hard work, they can master many techniques. But 105 martial arts. That's an incredible achievement, Ning Chuan remarked. Absolutely. Song Shiyu nodded with a smile. Otherwise, the Donglin government wouldn't have hired Instructor Ma to teach movement techniques. The other trainees were also buzzing with discussion. Ma Fengxing raised his hand to quiet them and said with a smile, "Stop being so amazed. If you knew that all 105 of my movement technique martial arts are at least at the subtle realm, you'd probably faint from shock." The scene fell silent, but not out of obedience. They were too stunned to speak. 105 movement technique martial arts, all at least at the subtle realm. No wonder the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was hailed as the best in the Donglin administrative region. Setting everything else aside, the sheer caliber of the instructors alone was terrifyingly high. Ma Fengxing, still smiling, continued, "If you compare movement techniques with me, you have almost... Well, let me be blunt. You have zero chance of winning. However, that doesn't mean there's no distinction among you. Those who last longer under the machine gun fire will be rewarded with corresponding points." "What if I can beat you?" a trainee retorted defiantly. They likely had a movement technique at the subtle realm and thought they had a chance. "I really don't want to dampen your confidence." Ma Fengxing stood with his hands behind his backside, and then tilted his head to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "It's just that in my decades as an educational martial artist, having taught tens of thousands of students, not a single one has ever beaten me in a movement technique contest at the same strength." "Mo Yuan, you go first." Ma Fengxing pointed to a female student among the trainees and said, "Tell me your punching power and the movement technique you practice." Punching power could effectively reflect one's physical fitness. Ma Fengxing could use this to calibrate his own strength. Mo Yuan stepped forward and replied, "My current punching power is 5,400 kilograms, and my movement technique is the Brank Moon Shadow Step." Many trainees gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. A punching power exceeding 5,000 kilograms meant she must be practicing an shrank breathing technique. This girl's background was undoubtedly terrifying. Ma Fengxing's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded and said, "I understand. Follow me." The two entered the glass room where machine guns were suspended. "You may begin." Ma Fengxing's gaze pierced through the glass, looking at the staff outside, and instructed, "Start with 3 machine guns. Add 1 more gun every minute." Understood. A staff member nodded and tapped rapidly on the tablet in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the rotation of the automated mounts, the 3 machine guns on the ceiling began to fire. The number seemed small. However, these were 6-barreled rotary machine guns. 3 guns meant 18 barrels. The sound of rubber bullets cutting through the air was almost a continuous line. Most importantly, the glass room wasn't large, only about 30 meters square. The firepower coverage was overwhelming. Whoosh! Mo Yuyan's figure moved like the wind, dodging swiftly. Her moon shadow step was at the mastery level, and her practical application was also highly skilled. The rubber bullets fired from 3 machine guns posed almost no threat to her. However, compared to Ma Fengxing not far away, she immediately paled in comparison. Mo Yuyan's dodging range covered the entire glass room. Ma Fengxing only stayed in a corner, hands clasped behind his back. His pace was far less swift than Mo Yuyan's, yet he effortlessly evaded all the rubber bullets. There was a sense of relaxed grace. This is the insight level of the moon shadow step, or even the peak of insight. A trainee exclaimed in awe. Watching the 2 in the glass room, Song Shiyu remarked, let alone instructor Ma's moon shadow step, being a whole level higher, even if they were both at mastery, Mo Yuyan wouldn't be his match. The combat level, neural reaction speed, and sensory acuity of a 9th-rank martial artist far surpass ours in the awakening realm. When Ma Fengxing suppressed his strength, the only aspects he could actively control were power and speed. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. When dodging high-speed rubber bullets, even a slight advantage in senses and neural reaction speed was a tremendous edge. 3 minutes later, the 6th machine gun began to rotate, pouring out rubber bullets from its barrel. The watching trainees immediately noticed Mo Yuyan starting to struggle. Although she still wasn't hit, the rubber bullets occasionally grazed her clothes, hair, and other spots. She must have reached her limit. Sure enough, a minute later 7 machine guns simultaneously rotated and opened fire. Mo Yuyan didn't last a few seconds before a rubber bullet from an upper corner struck her shoulder, causing her to stagger backward. Cease fire. Ma Fengxing waved his hand towards the outside. The 7 machine guns immediately stopped rotating. He looked at Mo Yuyan and said with a smile, not bad, performance reward of 2 points. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the staff and instructed, record at Mo Yuyan movement proficiency 6 machine gun power. Hearing this, the trainee's eyes lit up. Using machine gun power to measure movement proficiency was incredibly vivid. They all practiced different levels and grades of movement techniques. Their physical qualities also varied. Combat experience was even more diverse. Looking solely at superficial data made it almost impossible to distinguish superiority. Machine gun power was different. Regardless of other factors, the more machine guns one could withstand, the higher their movement proficiency. Many trainees' competitive drive was instantly ignited. Huang Shitao, you're second. Come in. Yes. As soon as Ma Fengxing finished speaking, a trainee eagerly burst into the glass room. Unfortunately, in less than 2 minutes he walked out dejectedly. His movement proficiency was only 4 machine gun power. He didn't even earn any points. Subsequent trainees entered the glass room one after another. Soon an hour passed. More than half of the trainees had competed with Ma Fengxing in movement. Without exception, all were defeated. The previously disgruntled trainee also took the stage. He was quite strong with punching power, not inferior to Mo Yuyan, and his movement technique was at the insight level, earning a 7 machine gun power rating. But he still lost. Ma Fengxing's movement technique was at the expert level. Watching the glass room, the trainees had long abandoned the thought of defeating Ma Fengxing. Their only goal was to maximize their own machine gun power. The 19th trainee, Xia. Ma Fengxing pointed casually. Yes. Xia strode forward. As he passed Ning Chuan, he paused and said arrogantly, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. It'll show you the gap between us. The gap between us is indeed considerable, Ning Chuan said, sizing up Xia with a faint enigmatic smile curving his lips. At least you're self-aware. Xia snorted coldly, averted his gaze, and walked away. Song Shiyu looked at Ning Chuan with a suspicious expression. I feel like you're implying something. Ning Chuan smiled without speaking. His goal was never merely to achieve a certain machine gun power. No trainee had defeated Ma Fengxing in decades. Then let him be the first. Inside the glass room, my movement technique is snake glide, punching power 5,500 kilograms. Xia announced loudly as he entered. Clearly, he also practiced an Rank breathing technique. The maximum punching power from an Rank breathing technique was no more than 4,400 kilograms. Glancing at the watching trainees, Xia said proudly, Instructor Ma, I don't need an adjustment period. Start directly with 6 machine guns. A commotion arose outside. Some trainees were indignant. After all, among the 18 trainees tested, most had movement proficiencies of only 4 or 5 machine gun power. Quite confident, aren't you? Ma Fengxing chuckled and signaled the staff to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 machine guns opened fire, bullets pouring down like rain. The two immediately began dodging. Xia moved swiftly, showing no signs of strain. Snake glide was only a crank technique. This grade was average. However, Xia had cultivated it to the insight level. When executed, it was as agile as a slithering snake. Insight level movement, no wonder he's so arrogant. A trainee marveled inwardly. Insight was a watershed moment among the 6 realms of martial arts, extremely difficult to cross. These top geniuses could usually only train one technique to the insight level. For greater cost-effectiveness, most would choose offensive techniques. After all, when it came to enhancing combat power, offensive techniques were the most direct. Techniques like body refinement and movement provided only supplementary boosts. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment and said, the trainee who was previously dissatisfied with Instructor Ma also had an insight-level crank movement technique, but couldn't withstand the fire of 8 machine guns. Xia, she probably can't either. Not necessarily. Maybe he has some trump card. Ning Chuan remarked casually with a smile. Song Shiyu glanced at him, confirming his earlier suspicion. Ning Chuan hadn't been backing down to Xia earlier. Rather, he was confident that his movement proficiency surpassed Xia's eyes. But how could an awakening 6th-rank trainee justify such confidence? The 7th machine gun spun to life its 6 obsidian barrels, unleashing a furious hail of rubber bullets. Just as Song Shiyu had predicted, Xia began struggling to evade the rubber rounds. Several grazed his clothing. After 1 minute, 8 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, their barrage so intense that the rubber projectiles rained down like torrents. The onlooking cadets watched Xia intently. Among all contestants thus far, none had withstood the assault of 8 machine guns. A sharp gust swept through the air. Just as several rubber bullets were about to strike him, frost condensed instantly beneath Xia's soles, forming a smooth, gleaming ice layer, propelling his serpent sliding technique to sudden explosive speed. His body blurred, compressing the air into audible shockwaves, and narrowly evaded the incoming rounds. Cryokinetic ability. A cadet blurted out in astonishment. Such an ability was exceptionally potent, significantly amplifying combat prowess. Ning Chuan remained unfazed, yet his eyes gleamed with fresh curiosity as he studied the frost forming beneath Xia's shoes. This was his first time witnessing an ability firsthand, and it truly was extraordinary. Even a martial cultivator trained in ice refining arts would require at least 6th-rank cultivation to extract water molecules from ambient air and freeze them into solid ice. You were right after all. Xia concealed a trump card. Song Shiyu murmured, brows lifting slightly. Combining serpent sliding technique with cryokinesis brings him close, but not quite, to the expert tier of that art. Yet it already rivaled the absolute peak of subtlety tier mastery. He should withstand the 8 machine gun barrage. Another minute passed. The 9th machine gun activated. Xia failed to evade in time. Struck by rubber bullets, he lost the trial. Still, his evasion skill under 8 machine gun fire was indisputably real. Many cadets stood stunned. You performed admirably. Ma Fengxing's eyes flickered with approval. Most users deploy cryokinesis solely for offense, to freeze and paralyze opponents. You fused it seamlessly with movement technique. That is remarkably inventive. You earn 5 merit points. Thank you, instructor. Pride flared brighter across Xia's face. Merit points reflected academic and martial excellence. And no previous cadet had ever earned more than 3. He'd nearly doubled that record. Next cadet. Ma Fengxing's gaze swept over the 11 remaining contestants and settled on one, a faint smile rising. Ning Chuan, you're up. Yes, sir. Ning Chuan stepped forward. Just as Xia returned, their paths crossing. A cold smirk curled Xia's lips. If your movement technique hasn't reached subtlety tier mastery, I suggest you spare yourself the humiliation. Don't even attempt the basic 3 machine gun test. Then how will you know the gulf between us? If I don't step up. Ning Chuan mused lightly, then smiled. Humph. Xia paused, realizing indeed the logic held true. Without green leaves to frame it, a flower's brilliance remains unseen. Then go quickly. Xia hastily sidestepped, his voice instinctively edged with urgency. Ning Chuan offered a faint, tranquil smile and entered the glass chamber. Onlookers erupted in murmurs, branding him timid. At least throw a few defiant words if you can't win. Truth be told, if he boasted and then barely dodged 3 guns, he'd look even more foolish. He intimidated Li Pingyi and the others, but that was likely just raw ability, not refined movement skill. Cadets continued bantering, almost universally skeptical of Ning Chuan, except Song Shiyu, who alone remained neutral. Ma Fengxing, as customary, asked, "Report your striking power and movement arts." Approximately 2000 kilograms of striking force. 2 movement arts, Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000. It had been only 2 days since his assessment at Jidao Martial Academy. Yet, after mastering the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, his physical refinement accelerated dramatically, gaining hundreds of kilograms per day. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Among peers whose striking force began at 4000 kilograms, 2000 stood starkly and conspicuously out. Ma Fengxing's expression didn't waver. "I know Gale Step myself. Let's begin with that." Without waiting for consent, he urged the technicians to activate the machine guns immediately. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Previously, Ma Fengxing always let cadets choose their preferred movement art when facing those skilled in multiple techniques. After all, every cultivator specialized in one primary art. Yet Ning Chuan didn't dwell on it. It suited him perfectly. In Gale Step alone, even Gu Tianyu wouldn't daunt him. "Heh, he's grown careless." Ma Fengxing chuckled inwardly. Yesterday he'd confidently declared, citing myriad reasons, why Ning Chuan would inevitably be bullied by Li Pingyi and others. His face had been slapped, hard and repeatedly. The incident was now viral within the training camp's internal chat group. Though good-natured Ma Fengxing bore no grudge, but a little playful retribution was only fair. Gale Step is merely an rank art, surely his beginner's foundation. His mastery cannot exceed subtlety tier, whereas mine has long reached expert tier. Ma Fengxing's grin widened. He needed no crystal ball to foresee what came next. A total rout. The automated mounts rotated, 3 machine guns opened fire. Both men activated Gale Step, dodging the rubber rounds. As before, Ma Fengxing confined his movements to a single corner. Yet what stunned everyone was this: Ning Chuan's evasion zone was even smaller. This fluidity. Could it be? Ma Fengxing's heart lurched. Then he swiftly shook his head. Impossible. At most he's hit the absolute zenith of expert tier. Having cultivated over 100 martial arts, Ma Fengxing knew full well the staggering difficulty of attaining perfection tier. Quantified, objectively, achieving perfection demanded at least 10 times the effort required for expert tier. And even that figure applied only to a fortunate few. When martial masters created new arts, they designed them around their own unique physiology, ensuring perfect synergy. For other cultivators, however, such alignment was rarely complete. Even a single point of mismatch barred the path to perfection. The ceiling became expert tier. Stay calm. It's only expert tier peak. My sensory acuity far surpasses Ning Chuan's. That compensates fully. Ma Fengxing reasoned inwardly. 2 minutes later, 5 machine guns roared to life. Rubber bullets crisscrossing the chamber like chaotic rain. The gap between the 2 men's evasion skills suddenly yawned wide. Expert tier peak and perfection tier appeared separated by a hairline. Yet in truth they were worlds apart. And Ma Fengxing's own Gale Step hadn't even reached that peak. My heavens! Ning Chuan's Gale Step has attained perfection tier. A cadet cried out, unable to contain his shock. Many cadets paled. Is this really worth such panic? It's just an rank art. Even perfected. Clearly your martial theory fundamentals are failing you. An expert tier rank art roughly equals a proficient tier rank art. Achievable for us. But once rank reaches perfection tier, even subtlety tier rank arts fall short. Damn. So overwhelming. None of today's contestants possessed a subtlety tier rank movement art. The cadet who'd earlier doubted Ning Chuan stared dumbfounded. Ning Chuan's luck is unbelievable. He found an art that fits his body perfectly. Many gazed with undisguised envy. To determine whether an art could ever achieve perfect resonance with one's physique, one typically had to reach expert tier first. Only then could the answer emerge. I have a feeling Ning Chuan might actually defeat Instructor Ma. No one knew who spoke it. But the moment those words hung in the air, the entire hall fell silent. Every cadet leaned forward, eyes locked on the 2 figures inside the glass chamber. Whoosh! Ma Fengxing wrenched his neck sharply sideways, barely evading a rubber bullet aimed straight at his forehead. Instantly his body contorted into an excruciatingly unnatural angle. just in time for several rubber bullets to whistle past his clothing. Under the sweeping fire of 5 machine guns, Ma Fengxing struggled to evade. After all, his current strength and speed were merely those of a level 7 awakened cultivator. That he had managed even this much was thanks solely to the superior sensory acuity and neural reaction speed granted by his 9th rank martial artist cultivation. An ordinary level 7 awakened cultivator would have fallen long before now. At most, one could harness the firepower equivalent to 4 machine guns. It's truly the perfect realm. Glancing at Ning Chuan strolling with effortless grace, Ma Fengxing felt both stunned and slightly chagrined. His decades-long record of perfection had just shattered. And why did this young man keep striking him where it hurt? A 6th machine gun whirred to life, interweaving its barrage with the other 5 into a dense, lethal web of fire. Before the stunned onlookers, Ma Fengxing lasted less than 10 seconds before being struck. The machine guns fell silent. I yield. Ma Fengxing turned to Ning Chuan and conceded without hesitation. Your gale step proficiency far surpasses my expectations. I am outmatched. As reward for defeating your instructor, you earn 50 points. The announcement ignited an uproar among the spectators. Trainees erupted into fervent discussion. The combined points awarded to all previous contestants hadn't reached half that number. Not even 20. Song Shiyu glanced at Xia Shi with a sly smile. Now you see the gap between you two. 50 points. 10 times yours. He only won by exploiting a loophole against Instructor Ma. In true footwork mastery, he remains no match for me. Xia Shi snorted, coldly, pride undimmed. Ning Chuan's punch force is only 2,000 kilograms. Paired with perfect realm gale step, he can handle at most 7 machine guns worth of firepower. You admit his physical limits are holding him back. Once he reaches peak level 9 awakening, you'll certainly fall behind. Song Shiyu replied, smiling. You're shifting the terms. Xia Shi shot him a sharp glance and scoffed. We're nearly the same age. My higher cultivation level is my advantage. By the time he reaches peak level 9 awakening, I'll already be a certified martial artist. The Tao of martial cultivation is like this. One step ahead means staying ahead forever. Xia Shi's expression radiated unshakable confidence. If I can suppress him now, I'll keep him beneath my heel for life. Song Shiyu merely smiled and said no more. Let's watch. The match isn't over yet. Inside the glass chamber, Ma Fengxing coughed lightly and mused aloud. I've never studied the martial art, Windshadow 3000. For the remainder of this trial, shall we lift the restriction on the number of footwork techniques allowed, permitting free application? What say you? Of course, I'll still suppress my cultivation to match yours exactly. Ma Fengxing added hastily, though his cheeks still burned faintly. Any discerning observer could see he intended to overwhelm his opponent through sheer variety of techniques. Yet Ma Fengxing had no choice. If he couldn't best a trainee at equal cultivation, how could he continue instructing? Whoever wins becomes the instructor. Ning Chuan paused thoughtfully. Are there points for this? Yes. More points for better performance. Then let's begin. Moments later, 3 machine guns opened fire again. Ning Chuan, as before, deployed the gale step to evade. A technique famed for its agility. It was especially suited to confined spaces like this chamber. As for Windshadow 3000, it surpassed the gale step in raw speed, but lagged slightly in maneuverability. Of course, this was only due to his current low cultivation stage. Once he advanced to the subtle realm, the Shrank Windshadow 3000 would far eclipse the gale step in fluidity. Shoo! 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 The number of machine guns swiftly rose to 7, the rubber bullets raining down like a torrential storm filling the air. Ning Chuan could no longer rely on micrododges. Unleashing the gale step at full capacity, he darted through the hail of bullets like a gale itself, expanding his evasion zone across the entire glass chamber. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. He noticed Ma Fengxing alternating between 2 distinct footwork arts, one the familiar gale step, the other unfamiliar to him. Yet unmistakably a burst-oriented technique, astonishingly swift. Ma Fengxing used this second art to exploit speed advantages, darting into sparser zones of the bullet storm, then seamlessly switching to the gale step for precise localized evasion. When the density of fire intensified around him, he repeated the cycle. I can try this too. Ning Chuan's mind sparked at the realization of Windshadow 3000's potential. Shryak. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan activated Windshadow 3000. His speed surging, dramatically slicing the air with a sound like tearing silk. Not good. During his first few attempts, Ning Chuan misjudged the optimal transition points between the 2 arts. Momentarily overwhelmed by the bullet storm, nearly struck. Yet within mere seconds, less than 20, he adapted completely. Alternating between both arts to evade the barrage became as natural as using the Gale Step alone. No further errors occurred. His capacity for rapid learning was extraordinary, though not in academic subjects where he ranked merely above average. A perfectly smooth wooden block could baffle him for hours. What Ning Chuan truly mastered was applying martial arts directly in combat. Just as before, within a month he had transformed from a complete novice into a fighter so formidable that Lu Mengyue, a prodigy raised since childhood in a martial academy, confessed she paled beside him. Damn! A beast! Ma Fengxing couldn't suppress a curse upon witnessing this. He recognized it instantly. Ning Chuan's initial transitions were stiff, clumsy. Undeniably his very first attempt at alternating between martial arts. Having trained martial artists for decades, Ma Fengxing had never encountered such a peerless genius. Perhaps even the legendary young divine general paled in comparison. The barrels rotated. The 8th machine gun roared to life, instantly elevating the intensity of the firestorm. To the watching trainees, Ning Chuan's situation grew perilous. The rubber bullets whistling past his scalp, their concussive force whipping his jet-black hair into wild disarray. Ha! Xia Shi exhaled deeply, the tension in his throat finally easing. After Ning Chuan cleared 7 machine guns, Xia Shi had feared he might surpass him. Yet now it seemed he'd falter at 8, falling short by precisely 1 machine gun's worth of firepower. Xia Shi turned proudly toward Song Xiu. Well, his footwork still falls short of mine, though I'll admit it's stronger than I imagined. Don't look at me. Just watch ahead, Song Xiu replied, nodding forward. It seems Ning Chuan is stronger than you imagined. Not by a little, but by far. Xia Shi turned and froze. Inside the glass chamber, Ning Chuan continued evading relentlessly. His movements were far from relaxed or effortless. Yet not a single rubber bullet brushed so much as the hem of his robe. 8 machine guns fired simultaneously, their oppressive force overwhelming. Ning Chuan's gaze remained calm, devoid of panic. Amidst the dense hail of bullets, he actively practiced his movement techniques, executing them in rotation. His skill level was visibly rising. Switching between the 2 martial arts, Wind Shadow 3000 and Windwalk Step, grew increasingly adept and seamless. Ning Chuan no longer had to rely solely on Wind Shadow 3000 to dash toward the sparser areas of the bullet rain, as he had at the start. Now there was not a trace of hesitation when he transitioned between the 2 techniques. Amid the raging storm of bullets, he used Wind Shadow 3000 to shift his body swiftly, and then employed Windwalk Step for agile directional changes. The fusion of the 2 elevated his movement mastery to an entirely new level. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The 9th machine gun activated. The watching trainees all widened their eyes, staring intently at Ning Chuan. So far no one had managed to break through the suppressive fire of 9 machine guns. Xia Shi, even with his special ability, hadn't lasted a single second. Rubber bullets poured down like a torrential downpour. Ning Chuan, unhurried, alternated between the 2 movement techniques, darting and weaving like a gust of wind in the storm, utterly untouchable. Even the fluttering fabric of Ning Chuan's clothes went unhit by the rubber bullets. This proved that Ning Chuan had still not reached his limit. The scene instantly erupted into an uproar. Is Windwalk Step combined with Wind Shadow 3000 really this powerful? I need to try it too. A trainee couldn't help but feel tempted. Don't try it. If you do, you'll surely meet your end. Ning Chuan's ability to alternate techniques so effectively stems from his Windwalk Step having reached perfection. With that as a foundation, there's no stagnation when switching to Wind Shadow 3000, allowing him to transition freely. Exactly. Look at Instructor Ma. Although his evasions seem more effortless, his transitions between techniques aren't as smooth as Ning Chuan's. Many trainees joined the discussion. All of them were top-tier prodigies from across Donglin, possessing sharp insight. They quickly pieced together the truth with near-perfect accuracy. Yet this only deepened their awe at the power of Ning Chuan's movement skills. Another minute passed. 10 machine guns fired together, rubber bullets cascading like a deluge. Ning Chuan immediately felt immense pressure, forcing him to concentrate all his attention on dodging without a moment's distraction. Otherwise he would be hit. Ning Chuan realized that 10 machine guns were his current limit. After all, his Wind Shadow 3000 was only at the 2nd stage proficiency. His physical condition was also insufficient. His punch force was only around 2,000 kilograms. Sure enough, when the 11th machine gun was set up, Ning Chuan's figure staggered. A high-speed rubber bullet struck his shoulder. Cease fire. Ma Fengxing waved at the staff outside, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. Ning Chuan's performance earlier had truly startled him. He had feared being bested again. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's stamina had waned. He himself could still handle an additional 2 or 3 machine guns. This gap is huge. Ma Fengxing relaxed, confident that Ning Chuan wouldn't catch up to him before the training camp ended. His instructor's dignity could still be preserved. The power of 10 machine guns. A trainee exclaimed in shock, his voice unconsciously hoarse. This level of movement skill far surpassed Xia Zai's previous best score by a wide margin. Song Shiyu withdrew his gaze, turned to Xia Shi beside him and grinned. Awkward, isn't it? When it comes to true movement skill, Ning Chuan seems to outclass you, and by more than a little. Nearby trainees couldn't help but laugh. This was an even more crushing social defeat than Ma Fengxing's. Xia Zai's face flushed a livid purple. In martial arts, every step ahead leads to a lifetime of dominance. As long as I suppress him now, I can keep him down for his entire life. Song Shiyu repeated Xia Zai's earlier boasts to mock him. Those words were truly domineering. Huff! Xia Shi had decent mental fortitude. After a few deep breaths, his expression gradually calmed. I admit my movement skill is inferior to Ning Chuan's. Xia Shi stared intently at Song Shiyu and declared firmly. But movement skill is only one aspect of strength. It doesn't represent everything. Instructor Yan Zhuang's weapons class this afternoon, I will prove my strength. Ning Chuan is not as outstanding as I am. I am the strongest among the awakened. Having witnessed movement skill on par with 10 machine guns, Xia Shi remained confident that Ning Chuan still fell short of him. However, the other trainees did not share such certainty. Especially those whose movement skill was below the level of 7 machine guns, their hearts grew heavy. With such a vast disparity in movement ability, their attacks would likely fail to even touch Ning Chuan. Once they faced him, Ning Chuan would hold an inherent advantage of invincibility. There was simply no way to fight. Inside the glass room, Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before speaking to Ning Chuan. Your performance has far exceeded my expectations. For this trial, I'm awarding you 50 points. As his words fell before Ning Chuan could respond, a student raised an objection. Instructor Ma, I don't deny the power of Ning Chuan's movement skill. But why is the reward so many points? Previously, someone who reached the level of 7 machine guns got only 3 points. Xia Shi, who endured 8 machine guns, received just 5 points. Ning Chuan only surpassed that by 2 machine guns. Why has his reward increased tenfold? Exactly what makes Ning Chuan so special? Many trainees chimed in, feeling it was unfair. They admired Ning Chuan's movement skill, but admiration was one thing. The camp's resources were limited. If Ning Chuan accumulated points so quickly, it would severely cut into their own benefits. Why so many? Ma Fengxing surveyed the trainees and sneered. If any of you could suppress your strength to a punch force of 2,000 kilograms and survive the fire of 10 machine guns, or even 8, I would award you 50 points as well. Can any of you, not one excluded, do that? The scene fell silent instantly. No one dared to question further. Many trainees felt their faces twitch uncontrollably. When they saw Ning Chuan's movement reach the level of 10 machine guns, they subconsciously equated him with themselves, peak awakening level 9. They had overlooked a startling fact: Ning Chuan had yet to reach the high ranks of awakening. So when he did reach peak awakening level 9, just how high would his movement skill soar? The power of 11 machine guns, 12 machine guns, or even higher. Many trainees recalled Yan Zhuang's words from yesterday at the Dragon King's Ascension platform. There is no strongest genius, only stronger ones. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. These top prodigies from various regions gradually realized a harsh truth. Even among geniuses there exists a vast chasm. Seeing the trainees fall silent, Ma Fengxing ceased his criticism and continued to Ning Chuan. Your windwalk step is at the perfect stage. Your application of it is also excellent. There's likely little room for improvement. However, I sense that your Wind Shadow 3000 isn't at a high level and has great potential for growth. At the proficiency stage. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Ma Fengxing thought for a moment and advised, you should visit the wind pressure chamber when you have time. It significantly enhances movement martial arts. And you've earned quite a few points. Reaching the mastery stage in 2 months is unlikely, but you'll definitely gain something. I understand, Ning Chuan said with a smile, then walked out of the glass room. The remaining 10 trainees took turns competing against Ma Fengxing. Among them, one truly impressive individual emerged: Song Shiyu. Using a grade movement technique at the limit of mastery, he barely survived the fire of 9 machine guns, stopping at 10. This was a remarkable achievement. Among the 30 awakened trainees, only Song Shiyu reached the level of 9 machine guns. However, with Ning Chuan's 10 machine gun feet shining brighter, it caused little stir. Time reached 11 o'clock. The first class of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp came to a close. At noon, in the cafeteria, alas, Ning Chuan stirred the food on his tray, unable to suppress a sigh, his disappointment written all over his face. These dishes were meticulously prepared by multiple nutritionists, rich in various vitamins and trace elements essential for the human body, making them excellent for regulating one's health. Yet they contained little energy, insufficient to sustain the tempering of the body through breathing techniques. What's wrong? Song Shiyu, sitting across from him, asked casually. Does the food not suit your taste? Ning Chuan shook his head and sighed. I thought the training camp would be like other college prep institutions offering unlimited free beast meat. Song Shiyu blinked upon hearing this, unable to hold back a laugh. Who would have thought the camp would get an oddball like you? The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, backed by the Donglin government, was wealthy and generous, so it wasn't that they couldn't afford some beast meat. It was simply unnecessary. For martial artists, the energy provided by beast meat was negligible. They had no need for it. For those in the awakening realm, beast meat was decent. However, the trainees admitted to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were all at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. Their bodies had already been tempered to their limits. The only thing left was to advance to become official martial artists. That process required immense energy far beyond what beast meat could provide. After all, the human stomach has its limits. No matter how large one's appetite, a meal could hold at most dozens of pounds, whose energy might not even match that of a single vial of 100 beasts' nutrient fluid. By the way, what resources does the camp have? The instructors haven't mentioned where to exchange them. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and asked. Song Shiyu pursed his lips and said with slight exasperation. That's because you're the only one right now sitting on 200 points. More than half of the other students don't even have the scraps of your points. Not a single one has reached double digits. Ning Chuan grinned. Looks like he'd become the richest man around. Song Shiyu continued. Once everyone has accumulated enough points, the instructor will hand out a resource list with the exchange costs. Whatever you want, just apply directly to the instructor. According to past years' practices, the resources prepared by the camp are basically the same few types, hardly ever changing, Song Shiyu added. Tell me about them, Ning Chuan said. Song Shiyu didn't beat around the bush and replied directly. There aren't many types, but they're all very precious items. Common goods like 100 beasts nutrient fluid aren't on the list. The lowest tier is at the level of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid. In addition, there are some tonics highly beneficial for external martial arts, such as sea dragon blood. Song Shiyu was very familiar with the Shanghai Genius Training Camp and explained everything in detail. Ning Chuan mainly listened, occasionally interrupting to ask a question. On the second floor, in the staff cafeteria beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Bai Xiuxiu withdrew her gaze from observing Ning Chuan, smiled slightly, and said, Instructor Ma, I heard that you lost to Ning Chuan in a contest of movement techniques. Colonel Bai, it's not just hearsay, it's true. I was there, I saw it with my own eyes. Ning Chuan strolled leisurely, completely overwhelming old Ma and wiping the floor with his dignity. Old Ma, how are you going to show your face around here after this? Knowing Ma Fengxing's easygoing nature and lack of martial artist airs, many staff members began to tease him. Ma Fengxing rolled his eyes. I crushed him in the next round. So you admit you were defeated by a trainee in the first round? Yan Zhuang, sitting diagonally opposite, revealed a rare smile and teased. An instructor defeated by a trainee, especially when they were educational martial artists renowned throughout Donglin. Instant social death. Ma Fengxing looked resigned. Who would have thought that kid had mastered the wind step to perfection? Normally, isn't that just a transitional introductory martial art? Don't worry, in this afternoon's weapon class, it'll restore the instructor's dignity. Yan Zhuang joked. Ma Fengxing shot him a glance. Don't be so cocky. Be careful you don't end up tripping yourself. Yan Zhuang raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. Did you forget what I told you yesterday? The only blade technique Ning Chuan practices is the Flash Thunder Slash, a difficulty surpassing that of an average A-rank martial art. How old can he be? At most he's reached the subtlety realm. At the expert realm, combined with my combat level as a 9th rank martial artist. Defeating him will be a piece of cake. Then schedule him for one of the later slots, so the rest of us instructors can finish early and come watch. Alright, I'll show you what it means to dominate. After the meal, the midday sun was bright. Ning Chuan left the cafeteria, thought for a moment, and then headed toward the wind pressure chamber. since the wind pressure chamber could accelerate the training of movement techniques. Perhaps it would also be beneficial for his martial arts. The base was built around the mountain covering a vast area. Half an hour later Ning Chuan finally arrived at the wind pressure chamber. It was a square building that from the outside looked very much like a swimming pool with no distinctive features. "Hello, I'd like to rent a wind pressure chamber." Ning Chuan walked up to the counter and spoke. A girl in uniform looked up. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was quite pretty. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's face, her smile grew brighter. Wind pressure chambers are divided into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The prices are 5 points, 10 points, and 20 points per hour, respectively. Which one would you like? Ning Chuan thought for a moment. Basic for now. He wanted to test its effectiveness first. If it worked well, he would switch to a higher level chamber. "I'll take you there." The pretty girl stood up and walked ahead. Ning Chuan followed closely. Soon the two entered a spacious room of about 300 to 400 square meters. It had a distinct feature: the 4 walls, ceiling, and floor were all lined with holes the thickness of a finger. Anyone with trypophobia would probably find it unbearable. The pretty girl explained. These small holes will shoot out unpredictable gusts of wind, disturbing one's balance. Cultivating movement techniques in this environment is extremely challenging, but the improvement is immense, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Ning Chuan nodded. "I'll give it a try. Be careful then." The girl walked out of the chamber and pressed a switch. A low hum filled the air as countless jets of wind burst forth from the holes, howling. Ning Chuan staggered. The gusts didn't blow in a single direction. They changed constantly with no discernible pattern, making it impossible to brace against them. "If I can adapt to this environment, my movement technique will definitely reach a new level once I'm outside," Ning Chuan thought to himself and began to execute the Wind Shadow 3000. However, due to the chaotic winds, Ning Chuan struggled to maintain his balance, nearly falling several times. Suddenly a smile spread across his face. A series of chimes echoed in his mind, sounding especially pleasant to the ear. Wind Shadow 3000, provoked by the gusts for the first time in extreme fury, executed a smooth step and entered a state of enlightenment. Training progress begins to surge. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Wind Shadow 3000 has accumulated enough and advanced to the proficiency realm. Progress continues to increase. Wind Shadow 3000's fury subsides, ending the state of enlightenment. Wind Shadow 3000 mastery progress 50. Gazing at this panel entry, Ning Chuan felt a mix of emotions, both joy and regret. If he had chosen the advanced wind pressure chamber earlier, perhaps Wind Shadow 3000 would have grown even more enraged, achieving an epiphany and reaching the micro-realm. The micro-realm is a watershed. Wind Shadow 3000 at the mastery realm was roughly equivalent to a brank movement technique at the limit of the micro-realm, but only if it entered the micro-realm. Given the top-tier rank quality of Wind Shadow 3000, not even brank martial arts nor a rank ones could suppress it unless they reached the perfection realm. Just as he was regretting, another prompt sounded in Ning Chuan's mind. Wind Shadow 3000 provoked further grew furious, slid into a stance, and failed to enter an epiphany state. Ning Chuan nearly stumbled. Still, he wasn't too surprised. Aside from profound artistic conception, other ways to trigger a martial arts epiphany involved a degree of chance. Wind Shadow 3000, undaunted, increased its cultivation speed by 600. Duration until the provocation ends. Ning Chuan blinked, a surge of unexpected joy welling up within him. Though no further epiphany occurred, Wind Shadow 3000's cultivation speed had multiplied 6-fold. If he switched to the advanced wind pressure chamber, would the speed increase be even greater? With this thought, Ning Chuan immediately left the wind pressure chamber and returned to the workstation. The delicate girl blinked, asking, "Is there a problem with that wind pressure chamber?" "No, the chamber's effect is good," Ning Chuan said directly. "I want to try an advanced wind pressure chamber instead." The delicate girl was speechless. Was this young man so wealthy? Unlike the instructors and trainees, she had worked at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp for over 2 years and knew the value of the points. 1 point measured in money exceeded her monthly salary. "Switching chambers is fine," the delicate girl said after a few seconds of thought. "But I must warn you, advanced wind pressure chambers are typically used only by the strongest martial artist trainees. For the awakening stage, they may not be as effective as the basic or intermediate ones." Ning Chuan smiled. "Let me try it first." "All right." Inside an advanced wind pressure chamber, gales howled, the wind force astonishingly fierce. Ning Chuan could barely maintain his balance, struggling to execute Wind Shadow 3000. Just as the delicate girl had said, the advanced chamber wasn't suited for the awakening stage. Yet amid the raging wind, a joyful curve tugged at Ning Chuan's lips. Wind Shadow 3000 provoked further grew, even more furious, increasing its cultivation speed by 4000. Duration until the provocation ends. Ning Chuan's heart surged with excitement. At the Mastery Realm, Wind Shadow 3000 would take 3 to 4 days to increase by 1 percentage point. Now with 50 points needed to reach Micro Realm. Normally it would take about half a year to advance. But in the wind pressure chamber, the time could be compressed to 1/40th. Just 4 or 5 days. It sounded simple, yet execution was extremely difficult. It consumed too many points. The advanced chamber cost 20 points per hour. Over 4 or 5 days, the expenditure would be at least 2,000 points. Ning Chuan gradually calmed his excitement. The tiger's mouth of his right hand gently rested on the hilt of the silver blood blade. The afternoon weapon class will be the first session, likely a test of the trainee's skills. I need to perform well then, Ning Chuan murmured softly. At 2 in the afternoon in the training ground, the weapon class officially began. The instructor was Yen Zhuang. As Ning Chuan had predicted, the first class was a test of the trainee's weapon proficiency. The method was similar to the morning's movement technique class. Yen Zhuang suppressed his strength and sparred with the trainees using weapons. My specialties are the blade sword and dagger, followed by the spear, great axe, heavy hammer, and so on. Yen Zhuang looked at the 30 trainees before him and said in a deep voice, essentially, I have insights into the 10 most common weapons in the Federation. Instructor Yen, how many martial arts do you know? A trainee asked expectantly. Yen Zhuang's lips curled slightly. A little more than Instructor Ma's movement techniques. How much is that? A total of 309 martial arts related to various weapons. The trainees fell silent. It was indeed a little more, by 200 martial arts. No wonder Yen Zhuang was the chief instructor of this training camp. No one asked about the realms of his martial arts. From Yen Zhuang's expression, it was clear they all started at the micro realm. First, Huang Shitao. Yen Zhuang pointed casually. Yes. A trainee stepped forward holding a sword. My punch force is 4,400 kilograms. My weapon is the Federation Army Standard Longsword, and my martial art is the Blood Iron Killing Sword. Begin. Yen Zhuang casually drew a long sword from the weapon rack and sparred with him. The trainees watched intently. This duel was more exciting than the morning's movement technique contest. On one hand, the trainees' martial arts were at a higher level, most reaching the micro-realm. On the other hand, it was a true unknown fight. Though limited to weapon-related martial arts, the combat was more direct and thrilling. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal striking echoed continuously. Time flowed on. Soon most of the class had passed. Over 20 trainees had sparred with Yen Zhuang. Without exception, all lost. And lost badly. There was no sign of victory during the battles. It's absolutely impossible to beat Instructor Yen, Huang Shitao asserted firmly. In this kind of combat, the advantage of a 9th-rank martial artist is infinitely amplified. Instructor Yen has a bigger edge than Instructor Ma did this morning. Don't be so sure. Ning Chuan, who ranked first in movement techniques, hasn't gone yet. It's useless. The fight is limited to weapon-related martial arts. He can't use Swift Wind Step or Wind Shadow 3000. He has no hope of defeating Instructor Yen. Many trainees sighed, abandoning any thought of beating Yen Zhuang. Among the crowd, Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan and chuckled. You're quite calm. Have you thought of a good way to handle Instructor Yen? I do have one. Tell me. Song Shiyu perked up, urging him on. Ning Chuan's tone was as calm as an ancient well. In the spar, raise your martial art to a higher realm than Instructor Yen's, suppress him directly, and prevent his combat skills and 5 senses from coming into play. That's nonsense. Song Shiyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. The trainees' martial arts realms were at most micro-realm. Yen Zhuang's martial arts all started at micro-realm, with a considerable portion at the expert realm. Suddenly Song Shiyu recalled the morning's movement technique class, and a shock ran through him. You don't have another E-rank blade technique at the perfection realm, do you? No. Ning Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. But he did have a rank one. The instructors are coming. Someone shouted, and the trainees turned to look. At the entrance by Xiuxiu Lufeng, and Ma Fengxing walked in, followed by a large crowd of staff. What's going on? A trainee wondered. I know some inside info. Huang Shitao grinned slyly. He didn't hold back. I have a relative working at the base. According to him, Instructor Yen wants to reclaim the face Instructor Ma lost to Ning Chuan this morning. So when Yen faces Ning Chuan, he'll go all out and crush him. Ning Chuan will probably lose badly. Some shook their heads. Yen Zhuang usually held back some strength when sparring with trainees to keep the exchanges going. Not probably. Definitely. Think about it. Ning Chuan must have spent a huge amount of time perfecting swift wind step. His weapon-related martial arts can't be much better than the mastery realm. If that's the case, Instructor Yen might only need a few seconds. The trainees murmured, feeling that Ning Chuan was in for a rough time. Song Shiyu overheard the murmurs around her and raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. Now that Instructor Yen has set his sights on you, you're in for it. He could end your match in 4 or 5 seconds if he goes all out. Not that long. Under 1 second. Ning Chuan paused thoughtfully, then replied earnestly. Song Shiyu looked faintly startled. Ning Chuan did not strike her as the sort to yield easily. Boom! A sharp metallic clang shattered Song Shiyu's momentary doubt. Yen Zhuang and Xia Shi were locked in sword combat. Their blades clashing again and again, sparks erupting with every impact. The duel was fiercely intense. And a rank martial art, the snow drift sword technique, and mastered to the subtle proficiency level. Many trainees gasped in disbelief. Though numerous trainees practiced a rank martial arts, most had only reached the proficient level. Subtle proficiency remained rare, more commonly attained with rank techniques. Look! Xia Shi is unleashing his ice aspect ability. A sudden cry rang out across the training ground. On the arena floor, frost coalesced midair as Xia Shi swung his blade. Thick snowflakes spiraled wildly from its edge. Even from over 10 meters away, many trainees felt an icy chill, like standing barefoot in the dead of winter. The temperature near the blade itself must have plummeted beyond imagination. A trace of solemnity crossed Song Shiyu's face. No wonder Xia Shi can slay first-rank martial artists hidden. He merges his ice aspect ability with the snow drift sword technique to freeze his opponents solid. Only Instructor Yen, a 9th-rank martial artist with frost-resistant physiology, can withstand it. Were he any lower-ranked, even his subtle proficiency mastery of the snow drift sword technique would likely falter. The temperature is impressively low, Ning Chuan observed calmly after a brief assessment. His diamond body cultivation enhanced not only physical defense but also resistance to fire, frost, and poison. Were it to reach the legendary 18th layer, he would become impervious to all toxins, unshaken by ice or flame, and capable of withstanding missile impacts. I yield. Feeling the cold bite of steel against his throat, Xia Shi froze mid-swing, sighed deeply, and spoke with quiet dejection. A blade now pressed firmly to his neck. Well done. Yen Zhuang sheathed his sword and praised him, adding, reward 20 points. A ripple of astonishment swept through the training ground. After all previous participants had earned no more than 10 points, Xia Shi's performance clearly transcended the norm. Thank you, instructor. I will continue proving my excellence in the days ahead. Fists clenched, Xia Shi spoke with newfound resolve, his earlier disappointment entirely gone. Then he turned and strode directly toward Ning Chuan, bypassing his original position. I admit your footwork surpasses mine, Xia Shi declared, eyes locked unwaveringly on Ning Chuan. But my swordsmanship, combined with my ice aspect ability, more than compensates for that gap, and far exceeds it. How do you know my saber technique isn't formidable? Ning Chuan replied with a faint, unruffled smile. Having mastered Wind Shadow Saber art to the proficient level, his strength had surged once more. Slaying a first-rank martial artist hidden now seemed well within reach. Exactly. Song Shiyu chimed in with a grin, stepping closer. Don't speak so confidently. You might get humiliated again just like this morning. He's no match. Xia Shi folded his arms, voice firm. His view mirrored that of most trainees. Ning Chuan was undeniably talented, but nothing more. His relentless focus on Gale Step had consumed too much time. Thus he'd failed to awaken high-tier abilities repeatedly, and certainly lacked the energy to cultivate a saber technique seriously. Then next up, Ning Chuan. Yen Zhuang, overhearing their exchange, smiled and announced, Yes, sir. Ning Chuan stepped forward without further debate. Words often fell short. Truth revealed itself only in combat. Drawing near, Ning Chuan unsheathed his silver blood battle saber and said calmly, My martial art is Flash Thunder Slash. My striking force hovers around 2,000 kilograms. I'm already familiar with your record. Yen Zhuang chuckled. After you defeated Instructor Ma this morning, he told me everything. That old Yen, his heart's blacker than anyone's. Ma Fengxing muttered softly from the sidelines. Ning Chuan showed no trace of pride. Instructor Ma simply lacked fortune. His footwork is exceptional, and he's genuinely kind. He guided me to the wind pressure chamber to refine Wind Shadow Saber art, which greatly accelerated my progress. Instructor Ma is remarkably warm-hearted. Yen Zhuang mused briefly before smiling. Before we begin, feel free to ask me anything about Flash Thunder Slash. You've likely accumulated questions during practice. Ning Chuan gently shook his head. None. Having reached perfection, what lingering doubts could remain? His sole curiosity lay in why Flash Thunder Slash and Gale Step continued gaining numerical progression even after attaining perfection. Yet that, of course, was impossible to voice aloud. Impossible! Yan Zhuang refused to believe it. He himself had encountered countless hurdles while cultivating Flash Thunder Slash. Yan Zhuang grew serious. I've cultivated Flash Thunder Slash to expert mastery. I'm fully qualified to guide you. Truly none. Ning Chuan sighed inwardly. Yan Zhuang's brow furrowed. His worst fear had materialized. Having claimed first place in footwork this morning and defeated instructor Ma Fengxing, Ning Chuan's confidence had swelled into arrogance. Now even seeking guidance felt humiliating. Actually, I do have a question about something else. Ning Chuan paused, then asked deliberately, how many points do I earn for defeating you, instructor? A dazzling flash of white teeth caught the light as he smiled. Over 20 trainees and staff lining the arena erupted in stunned chaos. What on earth did this mean? Has Ning Chuan lost his mind? Even if he fuses his ability with Flash Thunder Slash like Xia, he stands no chance against Instructor Yan. Not when Yan's Flash Thunder Slash is at expert mastery. If he gets utterly crushed, he'll be socially ruined. Many deemed him recklessly overconfident. Yan Zhuang shared the same impression. So his arrogance has run wild. Yan Zhuang sighed inwardly, then spoke gravely, Ning Chuan, this bout may cost you dearly in dignity and deliver profound disillusionment. I hope you recover swiftly. A genius who's never weathered adversity cannot become a true master of the martial path. Instructor Yan, I strongly advise you prepare yourself carefully. Ning Chuan offered the warning with sober sincerity. He knew precisely how blindingly fast Flash Thunder Slash at perfection could be. If Yan Zhuang held back, even slightly, he risked injury, and if injured, Yan Zhuang might quietly deduct points. Then let us begin. Yan Zhuang exhaled, resignedly drew his battle saber and leveled it at Ning Chuan. Boom! Since both wielded weapons and relied on no footwork, they stood close. Ning Chuan struck instantly, a diagonal slash cleaving the air, releasing a searing silver arc across the training ground, accompanied by thunderous, ear-splitting detonations. Danger! Yan Zhuang's eyes widened. His thoughts of post-bout counseling vanished instantly. As a ninth-rank martial artist, he perceived it clearly. The deafening thunder originated from the narrow blade hurtling toward him. Flash Thunder Slash at perfection. Clang! Sparks exploded violently. With astonishing reflexes, Yan Zhuang parried the diagonal slash. But under restrained power, his blade jolted upward, wrenched high into the air. Shryak! The air screamed like tearing silk. A silver crescent, curving gracefully, sliced horizontally toward Yan Zhuang's throat. Its speed was staggering. Like lightning birthed from void, Yan Zhuang had no time to counter with Flash Thunder Slash. Stay calm. Years of battlefield instinct kicked in. He twisted his wrist, slammed the hilt of his saber against the incoming blow, and blocked it with a heavy resonant thud. The impact sent him stumbling backward. I need distance. Before the thought fully formed, another silver flash shot straight forward, already grazing his forehead. Ning Chuan gripped the silver blood saber, his gaze utterly devoid of mercy. 3 strikes. In a single breath. With a resounding thud, Ning Chuan's blade cleaved into Yan Zhuang's forehead. A trickle of blood slid down. The silver blade had cut through Yan Zhuang's skin but advanced no further. At the wound, pitch-black primal force surged upward hard as iron, firmly blocking Ning Chuan's strike. However, by resorting to primal force, Yan Zhuang had already lost. The scene instantly erupted like boiling water. What happened? I just rubbed my eyes, and how did Ning Chuan put his blade to Instructor Yan's head? He was defeated in a second. Not even a second. Song Shiyu shook his head. I have a keen sense of time. The entire process took only about 0.1 seconds. During that time, Ning Chuan delivered 3 strikes. The first diagonal slash repelled the long blade in Instructor Yan's hand. The second horizontal cut sent Instructor Yan staggering. The third vertical chop resulted in what you see now. Song Shiyu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He now understood why Ning Chuan had claimed earlier that the fight would end in less than a second. That was confidence in his own strength. 3 strikes in 0.1 seconds. Really? It's normal. The blade carries the sound of thunder. Ning Chuan's lightning flash slash has reached the perfect realm. Upgrade martial art at the perfect realm. Amidst the murmurs, many trainees were unsettled, finding it hard to believe. Most of them had experienced the hurdle of mastering a grade martial art to the subtle realm, a difficulty that without exaggeration demanded painstaking effort. Let alone the perfect realm, which was 2 realms higher than the subtle realm. I misjudged. The fool was me. Ning Chuan doesn't have a special ability. He subdued Li Pingyi and the Qi twins purely through martial arts. A perfect realm martial art. Among hundreds of training camp cohorts, only a handful have achieved it. It wasn't just the trainees, the staff on the sidelines were equally stunned. Ma Fengxing stared wide-eyed at Ning Chuan and said, "Did this kid start practicing lightning flash slash from birth to have reached the perfect realm?" Liu Fang pondered for a moment and said, "Even if he started training in his early childhood, Ning Chuan's comprehension is still top-notch. No, in fact, Ning Chuan has been practicing lightning flash slash for a very short time." Bai Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes turned to the 2 instructors. She shook her head and said, "I had the military intelligence department investigate his background, and I discovered some astounding information." Ma Fengxing asked in astonishment, "How short?" "He received the martial imprint on March 2nd. To this day, it's exactly 1 month." Bai Xiaoxia's tone was slightly unsteady. Ma Fengxing opened his mouth, too shocked to speak. Less than a month to elevate lightning flash slash a martial art as difficult as an grade to the perfect realm. It was simply appalling. Was he a reincarnated divine general? Liu Fang mused briefly and ventured, "Because of enlightenment." "Yes." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, a look of awe on her pretty face. "And 4 times in 1 month. The first enlightenment, the exact time is unknown, but it can be confirmed to have occurred within 3 days of inheriting lightning flash slash. Because on the 3rd day at the college entrance exam oath-taking ceremony, Ning Chuan delivered 3 strikes in 1 second, slaying 3 attacking thunder sparrows. This was Ning Chuan's first display of brilliance. The second enlightenment occurred when Gu Tianyu, the creator of Wind Step, demonstrated the martial art live. Among hundreds of watching students, only Ning Chuan gained something. He directly comprehended Wind Step to the expert realm limit. The 3rd and 4th enlightenments both happened 3 days later. Ning Chuan encountered a spy from the Tianwu realm. In the heavy rain, he actively fought to the death. Both Wind Step and Lightning Flash Slash broke through, reaching the perfect realm. For such a great merit, the government rewarded him with entry into the training camp. He's no one's protege. After Bai Xiaoxiao finished, silence fell around. Many staff members like Ma Fengxing were too stunned to speak. 4 enlightenments in 1 month. Just how high could his comprehension be? After a long while, Liu Fang looked at Ning Chuan and said with certainty, "His future starts as a knight with the potential to become a divine general." "I concede. You win." Yan Zhuang's voice held undisguised admiration. It wasn't just because of the perfect realm lightning flash slash, but also Ning Chuan's control over the battle. Although only 3 strikes were made, Yan Zhuang could still perceive that among the over 20 trainees, he had sparred with Ning Chuan's combat level ranked first. Even Xia Shi, who combined swordsmanship with his special ability, fell short. Yan Zhuang said, "With a perfect realm lightning flash slash, and defeating me as an instructor, you can earn 500 points. At these words, the entire training ground fell silent. Many were dumbfounded. Not only was there no trainee whose points matched Ning Chuan's, but the combined points of the remaining 99 trainees might not even surpass his. However, no voices of doubt arose this time. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they had performed as Ning Chuan did, even 500 points would seem too few. "Xia Shi, you've been put in your place again," Song Shiyu said with a smile. "Still think you can close the gap with your swordsmanship? From the points alone, Ning Chuan is 25 times better than you." Xia Shi remained silent with a cold face. The movement technique with the force of 10 machine guns and the perfect realm lightning flash slash both surpassed his own level. He had only 2 advantages left: his cultivation realm and his ice special ability. "Against Ning Chuan, I'm confident I won't lose," Xia Shi said through gritted teeth. Not losing and winning were 2 different things. Song Shiyu glanced at him and teased, "Only for now. Once Ning Chuan awakens to the 9th stage peak, you won't be his match." Xia Shi interrupted Song Shiyu, gripping his sword hilt, and said coldly, "That day won't come. Before then, I will definitely become a martial warrior. I'll give you the same advice: don't speak too soon, or you might get slapped in the face," Song Shiyu said with a chuckle. "On the other side, don't rush off just yet." Yan Zhuang called Ning Chuan over and asked, "Your lightning flash slash has reached the perfect realm. It's hard for me to offer further help. Do you have any other weapon martial arts?" "No." Ning Chuan shook his head gently. He had earned quite a bit of money these days, but it had all been spent on beast nutrient fluid and the medicinal packs for Diamond Body. With the college entrance exam approaching, improving hard strength offered better cost-effectiveness. As for martial arts, he could figure something out after starting university. "I'll give you a blade art," Yen Zhuang said. "Thank you, instructor." Ning Chuan grinned. "What grade is it?" "A grade martial art 36 storms / Yen Zhuang mused. "Most importantly, this martial art has a follow-up primal force section. After you become a martial warrior, you can purchase it from the Martial Alliance." The E to S grading system applied to awakening stage martial arts. However, some grade and above martial arts had subsequent primal force sections allowing continued use even after becoming a martial warrior, so the early investment wouldn't go to waste. This? Ning Chuan blinked. And a grade martial art, even if it wasn't a breathing technique, would cost at least $1 million. And that was just for an ordinary one. And a grade martial art with a primal force section could easily cost 10 times that. Was Yen Zhuang really that appreciative of talent? "Of course, if it's possible, I'd like you to do me a favor." Yen Zhuang seemed to read Ning Chuan's confusion, saying, "After class each day, spare some time to spar with me over Flash Thunder Slash." Yen Zhuang's tone brimmed with uncertainty. The perfect realm was an absolute crush over the expert realm. How could this be called sparring? Unless Ning Chuan was foolish, he would realize this was guidance. Recalling his earlier words about guiding Ning Chuan, Yen Zhuang, despite his vast experience, felt waves of shame surging within him. Social death. But there was no choice. The allure of the perfect realm was too great. That domain often belonged only to the creators of martial arts. If he could master one, his status in Donglin's educational circles would soar. And the martial art Flash Thunder Slash, perfectly suited to his traits, held the promise of reaching the perfect realm. Yet breaking through was too difficult. He had no clue. Sparring with Ning Chuan might one day spark a sudden insight for a breakthrough. Instructor Yan's words sound off. What gift of sword technique? What sparring? All excuses. The 36 rainstorm slashes is the tuition for Instructor Yen to have Ning Chuan guide Flash Thunder Slash. The crowd finally caught on, incredulous. A student guiding an instructor? Such a thing had never happened since the founding of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp centuries ago. Unprecedented and likely never to be repeated. I can almost hear the wheels of history rolling by. Alas, uncultured as I am, a single exclamation suffices. Amid the murmurs, Ning Chuan nodded directly. "Instructor Yen, I have no problem." He had no reason to refuse. Martial arts could be cultivated actively, and sparing time to spar with Yen Zhuang was effortless. Moreover, it could enhance his combat skills. Yen Zhuang took out a martial seal, saying, "This is a one-time seal for the 36 rainstorm slashes. Its inheritance method is the same as ordinary seals. Press it to your forehead." Yen Zhuang added seriously, "Don't underestimate the 36 rainstorm slashes just because it's a rank. Its power ranks among the top of Srank blade techniques. It's just that the technique is overly complex and extremely difficult to master, which is why the Martial Alliance rated it as a rank." "How strong is it?" Ning Chuan quickly took the seal, curious. "Let's put it this way." Yen Zhuang pondered. "If your 36 rainstorm slashes were at the perfect realm, now the speed of the 6th strike would rival your Flash Thunder Slash. After that, every 6 strikes double the speed. By the final strike, it would be 32 times faster than Flash Thunder Slash." Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed. 32 times faster than Flash Thunder Slash. Even a second-rank martial artist, let alone a first-rank, couldn't block that strike. Of course, Ning Chuan knew it wasn't that exaggerated. The 36 rainstorm slashes was a continuous technique, requiring 35 strikes of accelerating speed to unleash the fastest final blow. In a way, it was akin to Zhang Wenxi's Long River Great Wave 13 swords from the monthly exam. It demanded a sustained process. During that time, an enemy could sense the danger and retreat to avoid the edge. Still, flaws aside, the 36 rainstorm slashes was undeniably a powerful martial art. Yen Zhuang mused, giving an example. Once a genius at the Awakening Realm perfected the 36 rainstorm slashes. When fully unleashed, the crisscrossing blade light was as dense as a summer downpour. In his prime, he was unstoppable, once he built momentum, forcing many martial artists to avoid his edge. Intrigued, Ning Chuan smiled. "Instructor Yen, I'll go inherit the martial art first." "Go ahead, since there's no class today." In the dormitory building, Ning Chuan opened his eyes, removed the one-time seal from his forehead, and glanced at the alarm clock on the desk. "No wonder Instructor Yen said the 36 rainstorm slashes rivals Srank blade techniques." Ning Chuan smirked. The inheritance time was 14 minutes. Previously inheriting the top-tier rank movement technique Wind Shadow 3000 took about a quarter of an hour. That was only a minute longer than the 36 rainstorm slashes. Suddenly a series of cold prompts rang out. The 36 rainstorm slashes detects similarities in Flash Thunder Slash's insights and begins absorption. Cultivation speed skyrockets. Progress increased by 30. Progress continues to rise. The 36 rainstorm slashes has accumulated enough insights and breaks through to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 25. The 36 rainstorm slashes ends absorption. Cultivation speed returns to normal. A flood of insights surged into his mind. Ning Chuan was dazed for a while before coming to. He immediately opened the interface and looked at one column 36 rainstorm slashes, proficient progress 25. Well, unexpected yet reasonable. Ning Chuan grinned. Both the 36 rainstorm slashes and Flash Thunder Slash were blade techniques emphasizing speed, so there were bound to be similarities. But the similarity between them is less than that between Gust Step and Wind Shadow 3000. He analyzed inwardly. Gust Step was an rank martial art, yet its perfect realm insights could elevate the rank Wind Shadow 3000 to the proficient realm. Flash Thunder Slash was a brank martial art and among the top ones. Yet the 36 rainstorm slashes also reached the proficient realm. Ning Chuan speculated that the degree of similarity determined how much insight was absorbed. If it were a swift blade technique focused on a single killing strike like the Shrank Glimpse of Swan, it might absorb directly to the subtle realm. Ning Chuan murmured to himself, "I'll definitely try it when I get the chance." Meanwhile, in an office building in the northern part of the base, 4 instructors were in a meeting. Ma Fengxing sneered sarcastically. Earlier Chief Instructor Yen said his Flash Thunder Slash was at the expert realm and had definitely handled Ning Chuan with ease. Liu Fong couldn't help but chuckle, teasing. The past is the past, now reputation is thoroughly ruined. Yen Zhuang's face flushed crimson. This was a disaster. His face was lost even more thoroughly than Ma Fengxing's. At least Ma Fengxing hadn't boasted in front of other staff. Ahem. Yen Zhuang cleared his throat loudly to suppress the embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. By the way, instructor, why are you investigating Ning Chuan? That seems inappropriate. Instructors had no authority to infringe on students' privacy. Ning Chuan might have a special constitution. The Donglin government permits such confidential investigations. Bai Xiuxiu smiled calmly. The results of the investigation only strengthen my conjecture. Hearing this, the 3 perked up, stopping their teasing of Yen Zhuang. Liu Fang's eyes flickered. Did you find new evidence? Yes, Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Ning Chuan's comprehension only emerged in the past month. Liu Fang rubbed his chin, questioning. Comprehension alone isn't enough to support the theory of a special constitution. Many other factors like sudden enlightenment or brain stimulation can enhance it. Bai Xiuxiu pondered briefly, then asked, "Do you know why Ning Chuan is only at the 6th awakening?" The 3 instructors exchanged glances, confusion dawning in their eyes. This was indeed hard to explain. Ning Chuan's perfect realm martial arts came through enlightenment. That suggested he had ample energy to cultivate breathing techniques, so his strength shouldn't be this low. The report says that over a month ago Ning Chuan was only at the 4th awakening. Bai Xiuxiu revealed the answer. 2 breakthroughs in 1 month. The 3 instructors were stunned. Such cultivation speed wasn't a miracle, but few in Federation history had achieved it. Bai Xiuxiu asked again, "Have you heard of the body-tempering martial art Diamond Body?" "I have." Ma Fengxing laughed. "It's the Shi family's secret martial art with 18 layers total. The Federation has a censored version with only the first 9 layers rated brank. But it's still extremely powerful. At the 9th layer, ordinary firearms are useless. Only ultra-large caliber anti-material sniper rifles can tear through its defense." Liu Fang added, "At the 18th layer, there's even a chance to comprehend the Bright King Dharma. Do you know how fast Ning Chuan has cultivated Diamond Body?" Bai Xiuxiu answered her own question. On March 6th, he received the inheritance at Qingshan No. 1 High School's martial arts building. By March 28th, during the monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1 High School, Ning Chuan had already reached the 4th layer of Diamond Body. The 3 across from her were horrified. Body-tempering martial arts required gradual effort. Even great comprehension couldn't rush it. Reaching the 4th layer in just over 20 days couldn't be explained by talent alone. There had to be another reason. Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Cultivating body-tempering arts so quickly. There's only one explanation." Ning Chuan is in a period where his special constitution is awakening, unlocking limitless potential. This also explains why Ning Chuan brought so many nutrient fluids. The awakening of a special constitution consumes extraordinary energy. Bai Xiaoxia's tone was firm. I agree with your assessment. Liu Feng mused. Given the anomalies at the Dragon King Ascension platform, it's likely some kind of dragon-type constitution. We can't be certain yet. These are all inferences from appearances. Bai Xiaoxiu tapped the table thinking. So I want to test whether he truly has a dragon-type constitution. Do you have a method? Give him a dose of sea dragon blood. Bai Xiaoxia's eyes flashed sharply as she declared decisively. Yan Zhuang shook his head. That's difficult. Sea dragon blood is a strategic resource of the Federation. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp has only 3 doses. Ning Chuan's current points are far from enough. Ma Fengxing said, the 4 of us instructors have the authority to allocate 1 dose. But there's no reason to give it to Ning Chuan. Mere suspicion of a special constitution isn't convincing. Ever heard of insider manipulation? Bai Xiaoxiu smiled unhurriedly. The 4th layer of diamond body is quite resilient. April 3rd, clear skies. Combat class. Though the novelty of the first lesson had long faded, many cadets still arrived early at the training ground. Such is the nature of youth's infatuation. Instructor Bai Xiaoxiu possessed an irresistible allure. Her features were gentle and refined, yet her aura remained aloof and icy. A striking contrast that effortlessly stirred the primal urge to conquer. Ning Chuan stood among the crowd in high spirits. Bathed in golden sunlight, his skin shimmered with the delicate luster of fine jade. This morning his diamond body art had ascended to its 5th layer. Strangely, as the diamond body advanced, it did not coarse his skin, as one might expect, but instead rendered it increasingly fair and supple. Still, each subsequent breakthrough will grow exponentially more arduous. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. After reaching the 5th layer, the efficacy of medicinal concoctions had plummeted by over half, each batch now yielding only a modest 3% advancement. By the time he attained the 6th layer, progress would likely dwindle to merely 1% per dose. And for layers 7, 8, and 9, the gains would diminish further still. Even with unlimited supplies, years of relentless cultivation would be unavoidable. This is but a fragmented version of the diamond body. The complete form comprises 9 additional layers. Ning Chuan shook his head. No wonder martial sects proclaimed external cultivation arts to be among the most grueling paths. Indeed, it was profoundly time-consuming. Were anyone nearby privy to Ning Chuan's thoughts, they would surely draw their blade without hesitation and strike him down on the spot. Such words were simply inhuman. After all, even peerless prodigies required 2 or 3 decades of ceaseless toil to reach the 5th layer of the diamond body. Soon after the lesson officially commenced, standing erect as a drawn sword instructor, Bai Xiaoxiu declared, in unarmed combat, external cultivation arts reign supreme. When 2 opponents are evenly matched in skill, the stronger external art determines victory. Even when skill disparities exist, superior external cultivation can bridge the gap. To borrow gaming parlance, external arts constitute one's hit points. The thicker the health pool, the longer one endures. Eventually, sheer resilience grinds the foe into oblivion. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, silently amused. Bai Xiaoxiu proved far more engaging than he'd imagined. Far from the silent glacial woman he'd expected. How many of you practice external cultivation arts? Raise your hands. Bai Xiaoxiu swept her gaze across the assembly. Whoosh! A forest of arms shot upward in eager unison. Ordinary people rarely pursued external arts. They demanded immense physical and mental investment. Yet these cadets blessed with extraordinary talent could master one alongside their other disciplines. Well done. A subtle smile touched Bai Xiaoxiu's lips as she extended her slender right hand sideways. An assistant hurried forward and placed a long whip into her palm. Senior Instructor Ma tested your footwork using machine gun force. I shall test your external arts with the force of this whip. Clutching the whip, Bai Xiaoxiu smiled warmly. How many lashes your body withstands? That is precisely how many units of force you possess. Boom! She snapped the whip. A thunderous crack split the air. A faint radial plume of white mist bloomed midair. Cadets paled instantly. Bai Xiaoxiu had just delivered a sonic strike. That is, she had shattered the sound barrier. The radial mist was the lingering sonic boom cloud. Under normal circumstances, only knights possessed such power. Yet the whip was exceptional force, transmitted seamlessly along its length, accelerating progressively until its tip tore violently through the sound barrier. Ning Chuan recalled reading about this phenomenon in his physics textbook. Total kinetic energy remains constant, but as the moving segment shortens, velocity surges dramatically. Do not fret. Bai Xiuxiu waved, reassuringly smiling. Only the tip pierces the sound barrier, light in mass and soft in texture. Its actual destructive power is negligible, utterly incomparable to a bullet. Instructor my external art is still rudimentary. I'll sit this one out. Me too. Several cadets timidly lowered their arms. Light mass and soft texture. True enough, but negligible power. Preposterous. Even intangible air accelerated beyond Mach 1. Could cleave flesh as a razor-sharp wind blade. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained unruffled. Her gaze lingered briefly on Ning Chuan before she announced, one detail I omitted. First place in today's external art trial earns a vial of sea dragon blood. Before her voice even faded, the crowd erupted. Shouts of astonishment surged like a tidal wave threatening to lift the roof clean off. I'd rather die under that whip than forfeit first place. Save your breath. The test measures muscular resilience, not pain tolerance. I'm furious. How I regret neglecting external arts earlier. Ning Chuan blinked, startled. Song Shiyu had once described sea dragon blood to him, a rare tonic synthesized by the Federal Institute of Advanced Science using genetic extraction from ancient dragon bones. Profoundly beneficial for external cultivation. Yet was such frenzy truly warranted? Ning Chuan turned to Song Shiyu and asked, beyond aiding external arts, does sea dragon blood possess other applications? Hearing that question tells me everything about your external art proficiency. Song Shiyu chuckled teasingly. Frankly, it eases my mind considerably. Your footwork and blade mastery have both reached perfection. If your external art were equally formidable, what hope would the rest of us have? After a moment's laughter, Song Shiyu grew serious. External arts forge unyielding physical strength, enduring lifelong power. They do not become obsolete upon attaining qi energy. Rather, their cultivation demands such immense dedication that few deem the effort worthwhile, hence their rarity. Ning Chuan fell into quiet contemplation. Sea dragon blood serves two paramount purposes. Song Shiyu raised two fingers. First, it markedly accelerates advancement in external arts. Second, it subtly enhances innate constitution, making external cultivation itself somewhat easier. Do not underestimate this refinement. Often that marginal advantage is precisely what enables one to shatter through a bottleneck. Understood. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He pondered a single question: if his constitution improved, would the diamond body advance more swiftly? Regardless of whether it does, its proven capacity to accelerate external cultivation alone makes sea dragon blood indispensable. I will claim it. Could his fifth-layer diamond body rank first among 30 cadets? He held no certainty. Yet the diamond body possessed a unique trait absent in other external arts. Golden body manifestation. A fleeting localized hardening of flesh into iron-like density. Ning Chuan was confident no cadet's defense could rival it. Instructor, I'll go first. A cadet stepped forward. Proceed. Bai Xiuxiu nodded casually and raised her right hand. Then struck. Boom. Air detonated, white mist billowed. The whip's tip struck the cadet squarely. His tunic exploded outward, revealing a gory, mangled chest. 0 lash force. Report to the infirmary after class for treatment. Bai Xiuxiu spoke with serene detachment, as if bloodshed were commonplace, and did not even instruct him to seek aid immediately. Next. I'll try. Jiang ran iron vibrant body art. Another cadet stepped forth. He endured the first lash, but crumpled beneath the second. Each successive lash from Bai Xiuxiu bore greater weight. Continue. Cadets lined up one by one. Ning Chuan remained motionless. His gaze locked onto Bai Xiuxiu's whip hand motions. Her tip moved faster than sight, but his fifth-layer diamond body could not harden his entire body at once. To deploy golden body manifestation effectively, he needed to anticipate the precise impact point. Fortunately, the whip moved as a unified whole. By analyzing her posture and motion, he could predict its trajectory with uncanny accuracy. Cadet after cadet completed the trial. Ning Chuan's predictive intuition sharpened steadily. Most earned only a 1 lash force rating. The top performer endured 5 lashes. Bai Xiuxiu awarded him 20 points. Identical to the score she had earned yesterday in weapons training. Clearly an exceptional achievement. Your turn. Bai Xiuxiu pointed directly at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan stepped forward, every gaze in the training ground locking onto him. There was no help for it. The 2 martial arts he had demonstrated at perfect mastery yesterday had been utterly astonishing. All trainees were eager to discover the level of his body-hardening art. "Please wait a moment," Ning Chuan interjected as Bai Xiao raised her whip. "I would like to remove my shirt first." It wasn't out of concern for the cost of clothing. Unlike other trainees who packed several trunks, he had brought only 3 sets of spare academy uniforms. Mobile phones were forbidden on base, making online shopping inconvenient, so he chose to conserve them carefully. "Very well," Bai Xiao nodded casually. At her word, Ning Chuan unbuttoned his outer jacket and slipped off his shirt. His physique emerged into view, and an immediate murmur rippled through the crowd. His frame was tall and elegantly proportioned, his muscles rose and receded with restraint, yet each contour flowed seamlessly, dense, taut, and precisely defined, evoking an almost blade-like sharpness. Wow! His skin is flawless, pale, luminous, and exquisitely smooth. I'm absolutely envious. Heh. I'm more captivated by his build. Gulp. Well, I certainly didn't just swallow audibly. Mou yen, your drool's dripping. A cluster of girls tittered softly. Nearby male trainees reacted in stark contrast. I assumed he'd strip to prepare for his body-hardening technique. Turns out he's just showing off his physique. That skin, clearly never tempered by body-hardening cultivation. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? He's already mastered 2 martial arts at perfect mastery. Should his body-hardening art also be extraordinary, would he still be human? Or something divine? 1 strike from Instructor Bai, and he'll be weeping on the spot. Many male trainees exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Ning Chuan cast them a brief, indifferent glance, his expression unchanged, as he placed his shirt neatly on a nearby rest bench and said calmly, "Instructor Bai, I am ready." "Then begin." Bai Xiao acted without hesitation. Her wrist snapped. A whip cracked through the air with explosive force. Boom! A sonic cloud erupted as the tip shattered the sound barrier. Ning Chuan did not activate golden body transformation. With a sharp crack, the whip struck his bare torso. He wished to test the innate defensive resilience of his flesh. Though uncertain of the whip's true power, he held quiet confidence. He would endure the first strike. Most trainees could withstand a single lash. At 5th layer diamond body, he had no reason to fail. A slight sting. Far from breaching my defense. He glanced down. 8 sharply defined abdominal ridges stood out in crisp relief. Where the whip had struck, his skin remained flawlessly pale and smooth, not even faintly flushed. This, Bai Xiao blinked, her eyes widening in astonishment. 4th layer diamond body offered formidable defense. Withstanding the first strike posed no difficulty, but to leave not even a trace of redness, that defied expectation. Only one explanation remained: Ning Chuan's diamond body had advanced beyond the 4th layer. A subtle gravity settled upon Bai Xiao's expression. If his draconic constitution proved genuine, his ranking would undoubtedly soar. Damn! Not even a flicker of reaction on his skin. What kind of defense is that? I surrender. Utterly, completely. Perhaps I'm not human, but Ning Chuan, he's truly divine. Gasps erupted among the onlookers. One falling leaf heralds autumn's arrival. Though he'd endured only a single strike, they already grasped the undeniable truth: Ning Chuan's body-hardening art ranked among the highest echelons. At minimum top 3. Boom, 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 boom. Amid stunned silence, Bai Xiao unleashed 4 more strikes in rapid succession. Each strike surpassed the last in ferocity. Sonic clouds detonating in all directions. Ning Chuan stood motionless, absorbing them all. He's now matched Shifeng's 5-strike threshold. He's not yet reached his limit. A trainee's voice trembled. They'd thought highly of him, yet still underestimated him profoundly. Now I see. It's clear, except for his breathing technique, every other martial art he practices transcends mortal limits. Then why doesn't he cultivate his breathing technique diligently? The caprice of a supreme genius. Defeating peers holds no thrill compared to crushing opponents beyond his realm. His talent is so overwhelming, he simply doesn't fret over temporary cultivation lag. He knows with absolute certainty he'll close the gap in mere moments. Trainees around the field sighed in awe, openly conceding their inferiority. Denial was impossible. His footwork, swordsmanship, and body-hardening art existed on entirely separate tiers. A chasm so vast that many didn't even entertain the thought of closing it. Boom! Bai Xiao swung her 6th strike. Air detonated with thunderous violence. Crack! The whip landed, and Ning Chuan remained utterly still, enduring it once more. Yet this time the impacted area flared crimson with alarming speed. It seemed another increment of force would draw blood. So, without golden body transformation, 6 strikes mark my absolute limit. Ning Chuan glanced briefly, nodding inwardly. This exceeded his expectations. Without activating golden body transformation, he'd already secured first place. His skin's nearly bleeding. Good thing this margin over second place is narrow. I was terrified he'd pull off 10 or more strikes. Trainees whispered among themselves. Bai Xiao lowered her whip and asked, "You've already earned the Sea Dragon Blood Reward. Do you wish to continue?" Ning Chuan paused thoughtfully. Does better performance yield more points? Indeed, Bai Xiao replied, a subtle curve lifting her crimson lips. You currently qualify for 30 points. Each additional strike you endure grants 10 more. Beyond 10 strikes, each extra lash earns 15 points. Beyond 20, each yields 25. Ning Chuan performed a swift mental calculation and felt his pulse quicken. I will continue the test. At his words, the crowd erupted. His body has clearly reached its limit. Why push further? Has he been blinded by points? No idea. Many shook their heads. Having been proven wrong repeatedly, they'd grown wiser until results manifested. They'd never again declare Ning Chuan reckless or foolish. Boom! Air exploded as Bai Xiao delivered her 7th strike. Golden body transformation. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened, anticipating the whip's trajectory with uncanny precision. In the next instant, a palm-sized patch of golden radiance flashed across his left abdomen, bursting forth from within, enveloping his skin. The whip slammed against his left flank. This time the impact lacked its earlier sharpness, replaced instead by a deep resonant thud as though striking solid metal. The golden light held firm, repelling the whip's tip entirely. When the radiance faded, his skin beneath remained pristine, luminous, unblemished, untouched by even the faintest mark. Instantly the arena erupted, like an ocean ravaged by a typhoon. How could the 7th strike have been blocked as effortlessly as the first? That golden light. It's unnaturally dense. What is it? Some kind of ability? No. It's golden body transformation. Shi Feng, who had achieved 5-strike endurance, shook his head gravely. My family's secret art diamond body grants this ability upon reaching the 3rd layer. I've heard this art is extraordinarily difficult to master. Just how difficult? Someone asked curiously. Shi Feng kept his eyes locked on Ning Chuan. Let me put it this way. If Ning Chuan were born into the Shi family, his demonstrated mastery of diamond body alone would rank him among the top 30 heirs to the clan's patriarchal seat. By the way, I'm currently ranked outside the top 100. Shi Feng added casually. Trainees listening recoiled inwardly. Shi Feng was no weakling. His accumulated points thus far placed him firmly within the top 5. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiao, unsurprised by his diamond body cultivation, continued whipping. Each stroke unleashing successive sonic clouds, the air explosions merging into an unbroken thunderous roar. Ning Chuan stood immovable, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Xiao's movements, anticipating each strike. Golden light flared repeatedly across his upper body, unyielding, impenetrable, intercepting every whip tip without exception. The 29th strike landed. Golden radiance flared violently, straining to its breaking point, then shattered outright. In the next breath, the whip's tip struck bare skin, ripping open a small wound no wider than a thumb. A thin line of blood welled forth, signaling the definitive end of the trial. His mastery of hardening martial arts, 28 whip force units. Bai Xiaomiu announced, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Ning Chuan, brimming with unrestrained awe. It was not merely the 5th stage diamond body. More crucially, Ning Chuan had precisely anticipated the landing point of every single one of her whip strikes. A feat demanding exceptional combat acumen. Even many battle-hardened special forces operatives within the Federal Combined Army could not accomplish this. As for your earned points, Bai Xiaomiu calculated silently before stating, 420 points in total. Before Ning Chuan could utter a word, the other cadets erupted into clamorous chatter. Heavens above! In just 3 classes, Ning Chuan, no, we must now call him God Ning, has already amassed more points than all the others combined. Ha ha ha. Nothing can change it. It's still a complete domination. This guy's lost his mind. Someone carry him away. Honestly, it's utterly demoralizing. I'm half tempted to flee tonight aboard a freight train. Many cadets sighed in despair, thoroughly disheartened. Ning Chuan remained perfectly composed and smiled politely. Thank you, Instructor Bai. With the points accumulated over the past 2 days added in, his total now exceeded 1,000. He still needed roughly half that amount to fully refine Fengying Sanqian, the technique of wind shadow infinitesimal precision. Yet Ning Chuan knew well that these recent high yields stemmed primarily from the instructor's focused assessments of cadet capabilities. The Sea Dragon blood awarded as your reward was not purchased with points. Therefore you may neither sell nor trade it. You must consume it yourself. The Sea Dragon blood served to test whether Ning Chuan possessed draconic constitution. Bai Xiaomiu feared he might either sell it immediately or leave it unused indefinitely. Today's lesson concludes. Report to the deep-sea platform at the base to ingest the Sea Dragon blood. Bai Xiaomiu added. Understood. Ning Chuan paused briefly, then accepted without hesitation. The martial arts training resumed. I now have a general grasp of your proficiency in hardening martial arts. Bai Xiaomiu's gaze swept across the cadets as she continued. Next I will outline the core content of this course. A cadet raised his hand curiously. Instructor, by how many barehanded martial arts do you master? She replied calmly, 9. Instantly murmurs of skepticism rippled through the room. For any individual martial artist 9 styles were more than sufficient. Yet they fell far short of what was required to instruct them. Compared with Ma Fengxing's repertoire of over 100 evasion techniques, or Yan Zhuang's 300-plus weapon-based disciplines, Bai Xiaomiu's tally lagged by orders of magnitude. Silence! An assistant instructor interjected sternly. Instructor Bai does not train ordinary martial artists. She hails from the Federal 27th Combined Army and possesses formidable strength. She is 23 years old and already holds the rank of colonel. Upon hearing this, numerous cadets paled. A colonel at 23? Did that not imply she could ascend to general rank by her mid-30s, becoming a commanding figure within the military hierarchy? Indeed, she's from the armed forces. Ning Chuan mused, quietly nodding thoughtfully. This aligned closely with his earlier intuition. Bai Xiaomiu exuded an unmistakable aura of iron discipline and absolute authority. Ahead she stood impassive and declared, my role is to teach you how to seamlessly integrate martial arts into real-world combat, enhancing your practical battlefield efficacy. Since time remains, let us now assess your actual combat aptitude. Her sharp gaze scanned the cadets. The method mirrors yesterday's trials. I shall suppress my cultivation level to match yours exactly. Instructor Bai. I'll go first. A cadet shot up his hand and hurried forward, nearly stumbling in his eagerness. I'm Huang Shitao. Punch force 4400 kilograms. My style is Horned Python's soft art. At these words, several male cadets exchanged knowing glances and suppressed smiles. No wonder Huang Shitao had rushed so eagerly. Horned Python's soft art belonged to the grappling discipline. Once successfully deployed, it ensnared opponents like a massive horned serpent coiling tightly around their bodies. Bai Xiaomiu glanced at Huang Shitao and said, coolly, begin. Yes, sir. Huang Shitao moved swiftly, closing the distance in an instant. He flung his arms wide, intending to lock her in a clinch and initiate close quarters entanglement. Bai Xiaomiu remained expressionless, neither retreating nor evading, but instead stepped forward deliberately. Simultaneously, her right knee rose with explosive force and unerring accuracy, striking Huang Shitao squarely as he lunged headlong toward her. A heavy, muffled thud echoed. Huang Shitao froze mid-motion, arching backward like a scalded prawn, collapsing to his knees, before Bai Xiaomiu's sweat beading profusely on his contorted face. Witnessing this, the cadets' hearts lurched violently. Huang Shitao hadn't endured even a single move. Most terrifying of all, Bai Xiaomiu hadn't employed any martial art whatsoever. It appeared as though Huang Shitao had deliberately charged straight into her rising knee. In raw combat prowess, Yan Zhuang and Ma Fengxing fall far short of Bai Xiaomiu. Ning Chuan observed intently, deep in thought. Bai Xiaomiu looked down coldly upon Huang Shitao and stated flatly, had you been an enemy I encountered on the battlefield, that knee strike would have targeted your groin. Hearing this, Huang Shitao shuddered involuntarily. Every male cadet instinctively shifted his stance higher. Bai Xiaomiu turned slightly, voice sharpening. Martial arts at their essence are weapons. Higher cultivation equals superior weaponry, but that does not guarantee mastery of its true power. Many among you wield machine guns like children. She pointed decisively. Mo Yuyen, you're second. The named young woman stepped forward to engage Bai Xiaomiu in combat. The remaining cadets took turns challenging her, only to endure a merciless, soul-crushing rout. They were the fish. Not a single one survived 5 moves against her. Even the fiercely proud Xiaoshi, whose ice-based hetero ability blazed so intensely it seemed ready to ignite, fared no better. Struck down by a single palm slash, lying dazed upon the floor, drool trickling from his slack mouth. Bai Xiaomiu's combat technique was simply too incisive, too devastating. There's still hope. We won't all fall. Cadets turned en masse toward a quiet, handsome youth, standing serenely at the edge of the arena, their eyes alight with indescribable anticipation. Yesterday's 2 sessions had unfolded identically, brutal instruction from the senior instructors, followed by the youth's entrance, which taught both Ma Fengxing and Yan Zhuang an unforgettable lesson. Along Shanghai base's main street, ask around who truly reigns supreme. Unfazed by the surrounding scrutiny, Ning Chuan remained outwardly placid. Before his eyes floated a faint luminous interface visible only to him. One section read Thousandbone Slaughter Art, Proficient Progress 87. Within a month he would reach the 3rd realm mastery. Such speed was astonishing. Yet compared to Lightning Cut Flash and Diamond Body cultivated concurrently, Thousandbone Slaughter Art lagged significantly. God Ning, you're our village's last hope. Would you step in for this round? Song Shiyu teased lightly. Agreed. Ning Chuan replied calmly, stepping forward. He knew full well that without a high-tier barehanded martial art victory over Bai Xiaomiu was highly improbable. Yet defeat held no terror for him. He harbored no pathological obsession with winning. So long as he secured sufficient points, all was well. With Windstep Agility and Fengying Sanqian, 2 peerless movement arts, combined with his elite combat intuition, Ning Chuan judged himself fully capable of claiming first place. Arriving ahead, Ning Chuan pondered briefly and said, Instructor, by my punching force is around 2,100 kilograms. After reaching the proficient level in the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, the tempering speed was astonishing. With an ample supply of 100 Beasts nutrient fluid, he could increase his punching force by about 100 kilograms per day. That's not right, wasn't it 2,000 kilograms yesterday? Are you dumb? Lord Ning is so low-key. Yesterday, his punching force was probably around 2,090 kilograms, but he rounded it down. A 10 kilograms daily increase in punching force is still terrifying. That's 1,000 kilograms in just over 3 months. Many trainees murmured in shock. Bai Xiaoxius' gaze grew solemn. She became increasingly convinced that Ning Chuan was awakening a dragon-type physique. Ning Chuan remained expressionless and continued. As for unarmed martial arts, I've only practiced one, the Thousandbone Slaughter technique. As he finished speaking, before Bai Xiaoxiu could respond, the clamor among the trainees surged again. I've heard of this martial art. It's said to be the hardest grade unarmed technique to master. Lord Ning is Lord Ning. He only picks the difficult martial arts. The main reason is that when Lord Ning practices simple martial arts, he tends to cough. Bai Xiaoxiu raised her hand to signal the trainees to quiet down. Then, organizing her thoughts, she said to Ning Chuan, I've also practiced the Thousandbone Slaughter technique. In the upcoming sparring, I'll primarily use this art against you. Bai Xiaoxiu didn't claim to be instructing. After all, 2 precedents were fresh in mind. She dared not. Thank you, Instructor Bai. Ning Chuan bowed slightly and said, Let's begin directly then. Good. Bai Xiaoxiu was decisive, closing in with a single stride. Ning Chuan remained unhurried, raising his arm and clenching his fist, swinging fiercely toward Bai Xiaoxius' chest. Whoosh! The fist wind howled with an imposing momentum. Bone-shattering fist. Ning Chuan showed no mercy, striking with the strongest frontal assault. He was well aware that such an action might offend a woman. But in battle he didn't care. The only thing Ning Chuan knew was that the raised area was at least 20 centimeters closer to him than any other part of Bai Xiaoxius' body. Easier to hit. Whoosh! Bai Xiaoxius' face revealed no emotion as she raised her right arm and delivered a bone-shattering fist in return. The fist wind roared mightily. Its power far surpassed Ning Chuan's punch. Faster than my lightning distance fist. It's the expert-level Thousandbone Slaughter technique. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated Golden Body Manifestation. A glint of gold emerged on the surface of his fist. Thud! The fists collided with a tremendous sound. Bai Xiaoxius' body only trembled slightly. Ning Chuan staggered violently, retreating rapidly with quick steps. After all, the bone-shattering fist was 3 levels behind. Ning Chuan had anticipated this, and with 2 advanced movement techniques, he didn't stumble in retreat, remaining ready to engage. Yet a sense of novelty stirred within him. It was the first time he had been suppressed in a clash of the same martial art. Suddenly Ning Chuan's gaze flickered. An icy notification echoed in his mind. Engaging the expert-level Thousandbone Slaughter technique yields insights progress increased by 5. Ning Chuan was stunned. He seemed to have found a method to rapidly advance his martial art. At the sidelines, the watching trainees erupted in uproar as Ning Chuan was pushed back. Lord Ning's thousand-bone slaughter technique is a bit low-level. It's only at the proficient level. Many found it unbelievable. After all, most trainees had their unarmed arts at the proficient level. A rare few had even reached the subtle level. Ning Chuan's proficient level thousand-bone slaughter technique was truly unimpressive, arguably the worst. His talent in unarmed arts is probably quite average. Lord Ning, oh no. Ning Chuan seems to have a weak area. I still have hope to catch up, even surpass him. The sky clears, the rain stops, and you think you're back on top. Many female students, indignant for Ning Chuan, retorted. When a mountain climber meets a god descending, they think they can rival the divine. Even if Lord Ning relies only on body-forging arts and movement techniques, he stands a good chance of surviving 5 moves under instructor Bai. So you also admit Ning Chuan's thousand-bone slaughter technique is lacking? Both sides argued, each holding their ground. The battle on the field continued. Swish! Bai Xiuxiu closed in her 5 fingers aligned like a sword, thrusting fiercely, swift as lightning, tearing through the air like cloth. She has a follow-up. Ning Chuan's mind raced, seeing through Bai Xiuxiu's intent, and without dodging, he also struck with a palm's word. Just as their fingertips were about to collide, both of their arms twisted like vipers, veering off to strike each other's bodies. The first form of the thousand-bone slaughter technique. Shadow Serpent Strike. Engaging the expert-level thousand-bone slaughter technique yields insights, progress increased by 5. Another notification sounded. The next moment, Bai Xiuxiu, with her higher level of the thousand-bone slaughter technique, struck Ning Chuan's throat first. Thud! Golden light flared and a few sparks flew. Thanks to the defense of golden body manifestation, Ning Chuan was unharmed. However, the impact of the palm's word caused him to lean back, distorting the trajectory of the Shadow Serpent Strike, which failed to hit Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan remained calm, as if everything was within expectations. Snap! He spread his fingers, tearing through the air with a crisp sound, and grabbed Bai Xiuxiu's extended arm. Then his right arm coiled around and twisted violently. Body-breaking Python Strike. Ha! Bai Xiuxiu's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. Surprise because Ning Chuan, failing one move, didn't panic but immediately adapted. Clearly his combat experience was seasoned. Her doubt was why Ning Chuan chose the body-breaking Python Strike. It seemed like sending meat into the tiger's mouth. As thoughts raced, Bai Xiuxiu's actions didn't halt. Her arm twisted fiercely, countering with the same strike. Bang! Their arms writhed like pythons, clashing with a dull sound. But to Bai Xiuxiu's surprise, this time Ning Chuan's arm didn't fracture. The 5th layer of the diamond body couldn't yet cover the entire arm. However, Ning Chuan extended 2 golden threads, as thick as fingers, from his elbow to his shoulder and wrist, connecting to form a triangle, reinforcing his right arm's overall defense. A mathematical truth. The triangle is the most stable. This is golden light manifestation. Seeing this, Shi Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. To achieve this at the 5th layer of the diamond body, Lord Ning must have tempered his body. To what extent? What does that mean? Many were puzzled. Shi Feng explained. In body forging, arts levels are usually measured in layers. One can advance when about 70% of the current layer is tempered. Most only tempered to that degree. After all, the benefits of breaking through far outweighed continued polishing at the same level. Optimal cost efficiency. Lord Ning can manifest golden light, which means he has tempered at least 95% of each layer of the diamond body. Shi Feng's tone was unsteady. He could break through, but he doesn't. It's just for fun. 95%. Is this the world of the mighty? Love it. When a mountain climber meets a god descending, the result. The god doesn't leave. The female students spoke one after another. Their voices were louder than before. I'm not denying Ning Chuan's skill in body forging, but let's stick to the facts. What's his level in unarmed arts? No matter what, the proficient level thousand-bone slaughter technique is the worst among us. Many trainees clung to this point in rebuttal. On the other side, 2 notifications rang in Ning Chuan's mind. Engaging the expert-level thousand-bone slaughter technique yields insights, progress increased by 5. Sufficient insights in the thousand-bone slaughter technique. Advancing to the proficient level. Ning Chuan coiled around Bai Xiuxiu's right arm, his fingers like iron hooks gripping tightly to prevent her from breaking free. His thousand-bone killing art had advanced to the proficiency realm, yet it still fell short of Bai Xiuxiu's. Close-quarters grappling could offset some of the disadvantage in martial arts. Moreover, this facilitated his use of the thousand-bone killing art against Bai Xiuxiu. Bang! A deafening crack swept across the arena. Ning Chuan's gaze was clear as he threw a punch with lightning speed like an arrow piercing the air straight for Bai Xiuxiu's chest. Bang! The crisp sound rang out again. Bai Xiuxiu countered with a lightning departure fist swift as a bolt, and with a thud sent Ning Chuan's arm recoiling backward. Undeterred by the losing clash, Ning Chuan was unfazed. This was exactly what he wanted. Engaging the thousand-bone killing art against an expert-level practitioner yields insights progress increased by 3. A prompt chimed. Ning Chuan nodded inwardly. After advancing to proficiency, each battle yielded diminished progress. Yet it remained remarkable. 3% per encounter, and after 30-odd times he would reach subtlety. Across from him, Bai Xiuxiu raised an eyebrow. Her thousand-bone killing art was at the expert realm, and she instantly recognized that Ning Chuan's lightning departure fist had reached proficiency. A breakthrough mid-battle or something else? Bai Xiuxiu pondered inwardly, but her actions did not cease. After knocking away Ning Chuan's left hand, she continued her fierce assault. Just as she was about to strike his right shoulder, there a golden light burst forth from his body. Golden body manifestation. Bang! Bai Xiuxiu's fist struck the golden light, producing a deep, forceful sound. The golden light did not disperse. Yet Ning Chuan felt a sharp energy penetrate his body, numbing half his shoulder, and involuntarily releasing his grip on Bai Xiuxiu's arm. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before steadying himself. Ning Chuan glanced sideways. The spot on his right shoulder where the punch landed was rapidly swelling red. What's happening? Ning Chuan was startled. He was certain Bai Xiuxiu's fist had not breached his golden body. Normally, if the golden body remained intact, he could not be injured. As in previous tests of body forging arts, Bai Xiuxiu had to shatter the golden body first to break his skin. But her last punch carried a strange force that penetrated the golden bodice defense and struck inward. Ning Chuan mused briefly and probed, thousand-bone force. This was the final form of the thousand-bone killing art with no fixed stance. Could be executed with fists, feet, elbows, or knees. In essence, it was a sinister hidden force that could pierce armor and shatter bones into countless fragments. It was a trump card unleashable only at the subtlety realm. Correct? Bai Xiuxiu nodded lightly without rushing to attack. Your golden body manifestation is quite exceptional. It can neutralize about 70% of the thousand-bone force's hidden power. Had it been an alloy shield or armor, my punch would have shattered your shoulder. So formidable. Ning Chuan blinked, his desire to reach the subtlety realm growing stronger. By the sidelines, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Does this mean Ning Chuan is about to concede? Understandable given the thousand-bone force. If he fails to manifest his golden body in time, it's over. Many trainees exchanged remarks. The next moment, a cold, forceful voice drowned them out. Let's continue. Ning Chuan surged forward, unleashing the first 4 forms of the thousand-bone killing art in succession against Bai Xiuxiu. With his diamond body and 2 movement techniques, Ning Chuan was confident he wouldn't lose within 100 exchanges, giving his thousand-bone killing art ample time to grow. Eat your words. A female student sneered. Maybe Ning Chuan heard us and is acting tough to save face. That group of trainees stubbornly refused to admit fault. But soon their faces twitched. Though Ning Chuan remained at a disadvantage against Bai Xiuxiu. As time passed, the battle gradually tilted toward balance. Thud. With a tremendous sound, they clashed with a white bone-killing fist. Ning Chuan recoiled rapidly. Bai Xiuxiu did not step back, but her body shook violently. Notably, during their first collision, she had only trembled slightly. What's going on? Ning is truly improving. I clearly recall that in the first white bone-killing fist clash, he retreated 15 steps. This time, only 8.5. A trainee exclaimed, stunned. I'm not blind, and Ning's last punch likely reached the peak of proficiency. How is he still climbing? Exclamations followed one after another. Many trainees were baffled. A mid-battle breakthrough only advanced 1 realm, inconsistent with Ning Chuan's performance. Nearby, Ning Chuan looked at Bai Xiuxiu with a slight smirk. Engaging the thousand-bone killing art against an expert-level practitioner yields insights progress increased by 3. Accumulation sufficient thousand-bone killing art reaches subtlety. The gap in realm is too narrow, the art can no longer gain insights through combat. Prompts echoed in his mind. At the last one, Ning Chuan paused briefly but felt no regret. Reaching subtlety was already a pleasant surprise. Most importantly, he could use this method to rapidly elevate other offensive martial arts. Time to test the power of Thousand Bone Force. Anticipation flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. He pushed off the ground, executing Wind Shadow 3000, and in an instant appeared before Bai Xiuxiu throwing a punch. The compressed fist wind carried a heavy weight. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes glimmered as she sensed something amiss with his punch, and raised her palm infused with Thousand Bone Force. Bang! Fist and palm met. Two streams of Thousand Bone Force collided, violently generating tangible currents of air that sprayed outward with formidable power. Several light tubes on the ceiling shattered, raining down with a crackle. Ning Chuan's body jolted, retreating 2 steps. After all, he was still a realm behind. He couldn't fully neutralize Bai Xiuxiu's Thousand Bone Force. Yet the residual force, reduced by 70% through golden body manifestation, caused no harm when it reached his fist. The shockwaves from this battle are too intense. Someone realized something was amiss. Song Shiyu's expression was unsettled. That clash was Ning Chuan and instructor by exchanging Thousand Bone Force. Such hidden power is devastating. It's no wonder the commotion is huge. So Ning Chuan's Thousand Bone killing art has reached subtlety. Song Shiyu added. The crowd erupted in turmoil. Wasn't it just at proficiency minutes ago? How had it leaped to subtlety? I think Ning was hiding his skill all along, just messing with us. You lot mocking Ning Chuan earlier, now you're all like wilted eggplants. Many female students glared at the group who had taunted him. The fallen god isn't descending anymore. He's turning back. Subtlety is nothing special. Song Shiyu and Shifeng each have a subtlety-level grade fist art. A trainee retorted, sparking widespread protest. At that moment, Ning Chuan paid no attention to the dispute. In his mind, prompts rang out in a continuous stream. At a disadvantage again, the Thousand Bone killing art enraged achieves enlightenment. Progress increased by 50. Progress increased by 50. Sufficient insight. Thousand Bone killing art ascends to expert. Progress continues to rise. Insights surged into his mind like tidal waves, seemingly transforming into an innate instinct of Ning Chuan. Before long, the notification sounds ceased. Ning Chuan's heart stirred as a panel of light materialized before his eyes. One column had undergone a tremendous change. Thousand Bone Slaughter Art Perfection Progress 33. Ning Chuan could hardly contain his delighted surprise. This breakthrough to the perfection realm felt far easier than when his previous 2 martial arts had reached the same level. Across from him, Bai Xiuxiu's delicate face showed astonishment as she asked, "Were you in an epiphany state when you fought me earlier?" Though framed as a question, her tone was laden with certainty. Recalling Ning Chuan's past experiences from the records, Bai Xiuxiu could conceive of no other explanation besides an epiphany. Sort of, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. He wasn't lying. The Thousand Bone Slaughter art had indeed advanced to the subtle realm through an epiphany. Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment and said, "Since your Thousand Bone Slaughter art has reached the subtle realm, I'll employ other offensive martial arts in our subsequent battles." "No problem," Ning Chuan said, stomping his foot and closing in on her in an instant. "By the way, instructor, let me remind you, my Thousand Bone Slaughter art isn't at the subtle realm." Ning Chuan grinned as he spoke. Before his words faded, he raised his arm and threw a punch. His target remained Bai Xiuxiu's chest. She had cultivated 9 unarmed martial arts. There was no doubt that among them lay an expert-level rank martial art. He couldn't afford to be careless. A thunderous crack echoed across the arena, deafening all present. Lightning fist. Still at the perfection realm. Ning Chuan's fist velocity surged abruptly like a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky. The compressed wind pressure caused ripples to spread across Bai Xiuxiu's chest, expanding from small to large. This? Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The incoming lightning fist was far faster than she had anticipated. She was utterly unprepared. It was too late to raise her arms in defense. Just as Ning Chuan's fist touched her clothes, Bai Xiuxiu ceased restraining her power. A crimson primal force shot out from her body like lightning, sending Ning Chuan flying with a resounding thud. Eh? After being flung over 10 meters, Ning Chuan landed and examined his fist. Bai Xiuxiu must have restrained the might of her primal force. His skin was unblemished, without injury. Yet Ning Chuan wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Bai Xiuxiu's crimson primal force seemed to change. Initially it felt soft and warm upon contact, then turned cold and solid, repelling him. Seeing Ning Chuan's action, Bai Xiuxiu, despite her years in the military and resilient nature, couldn't help but feel a surge of mortification. An unavoidable emotion for any woman. But in the next moment, her mortification was drowned by a flood of astonishment. According to the Martial Alliance's investigation reports, under normal circumstances, an epiphany could elevate a martial art by at most 2 realms. 03 was extremely rare. Yet Ning Chuan had leaped directly from the 2nd realm proficient to the 6th realm perfection. Had anyone in Federation history ever accomplished such a feat? Bai Xiuxiu took a deep breath to steady herself and said, "Your 1,000-bone slaughter art is at the perfection realm. Far stronger than I imagined. This bout is my loss." If they were to compete again, Bai Xiuxiu was confident she could win, as she had several advanced unarmed martial arts yet to deploy. But a loss was a loss. She wouldn't make excuses. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted like boiling water. Ning Chuan had won again. Even Bai Xiuxiu had been overthrown by him. "My name is Lu Feng. I don't know why, but my right eyelid has been twitching all day as if disaster is looming. Haha, not that exaggerated. Breathing technique classes don't require physical combat. A perfection level 1,000-bone slaughter art can dominate. What more do you have to say now?" Many female students glared at those who had mocked Ning Chuan earlier. Those individuals exchanged glances, unable to retort. There was no help for it. Ning Chuan's epiphany with the 1,000-bone slaughter art proved his talent in unarmed martial arts was beyond doubt. They had been careless. They shouldn't have spoken those words before the final result was clear. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Ning Chuan isn't a fallen god. He's the eternal god," one student said with an embarrassed laugh. The others followed suit, offering apologies. "Ning Chuan is awesome. More awesome than the Dragon King. From today onward, Lord Ning is my eternal faith." Ning Chuan paid no heed to these remarks. He had never cared about others' opinions. A solitary man fears no verbal slander. Of course, if it became too noisy, he would simply cut it down with his blade. Ning Chuan looked ahead and inquired, "Instructor, by how many points can I earn?" Bai Xiuxiu thought for a moment and said, "Defeating me plus the perfection level 1,000-bone slaughter art earns you 500 points. Breaking through 4 realms in an epiphany on the spot 1,000 points. Since this isn't your first epiphany, and your talent is superior, I'll award another 500 points. That totals 2,000 points." Hearing this amount, Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy. He now had enough points to advance Wind Shadow 3,000 steps to the subtle realm. The scene instantly boiled over like hot oil. Everyone was abuzz. Not because Ning Chuan had earned a high score. After the previous tests, everyone had grown accustomed to that. What stunned them was one phrase Bai Xiuxiu had uttered. Ning Chuan had experienced epiphanies before. Song Shiyu found it hard to believe, staring intently at Ning Chuan. "You've had epiphanies before?" Ning Chuan nodded lightly. "A few times, yes. Martial arts epiphanies." Rounding down, it was the same as his own epiphanies. "Damn, not just once." Song Shiyu couldn't help cursing, then pressed further. "What does an epiphany feel like?" "Yeah, Lord Ning, tell us. I've never had one. Lord Ning, do you have any tricks? I so want an epiphany. Martial arts training is so hard." Many students chimed in, gazing at Ning Chuan with eager eyes. "An epiphany isn't as wonderful as you imagine. There's no such thing as a free lunch." Ning Chuan paused for a few seconds, then said with emotion, "An epiphany is like a besieged city. Those outside are desperate to break in." With that, he sighed and stopped. "And those inside want to escape," an impatient student urged. "Does an epiphany come with a cost?" Even Bai Xiuxiu pricked up her ears. Her knowledge of epiphanies was limited to what she'd read in books. She had never experienced one herself. Ning Chuan's analogy of the besieged city struck her as novel. "No," Ning Chuan shook his head and grinned. "Those inside are having a blast. It's awesome." Bai Xiuxiu. Students. That double entendre. They sure knew how to have fun. Still, they really wanted to punch him. But they couldn't beat him. How frustrating. In this cheerful atmosphere, the morning combat class officially came to an end. The news of Ning Chuan defeating Bai Xiuxiu quickly spread through the base, causing a stir among many staff members. 3 classes, 3 instructors. All had been defeated without exception. Such a record was astonishing. Since the establishment of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, nothing like this had ever occurred. Privately, many staff members reached a consensus about Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan was like a god descending upon the world. At 2 in the afternoon, the cultivation class began. "First lesson, hello everyone." LV Fong tapped the lectern and chuckled. "Thankfully, this course doesn't require me to spar with students, or else I'd have fled on a train last night." A burst of laughter erupted from the audience as they understood his implication. Among the 3 previous instructors, only Bai Xiuxiu had fared slightly better by not making arrogant claims. The other 2 had suffered utter social demise. Ning Chuan smiled quietly to himself. Regardless of their skills, all 4 instructors of the training camp had pleasant personalities. Once the classroom quieted down, LV Fong said, "Today I'll discuss breathing techniques with you. But first I have a question. Does anyone here know the essence of power like a gushing spring?" LV Fong asked. Power like a gushing spring was a hallmark of the advanced stage of awakening. Literally, it meant strength surged like a spring circulating harmoniously within the body. Isn't it just a phenomenon when physical strength reaches a certain standard? A burly student asked curiously. LV Fong gave him a concerned look and said, "It has nothing to do with physical power. Some of you practice level breathing techniques. At the peak of the 6th awakening stage, your punching force exceeds 2,000 kilograms, higher than those at the 7th stage with level or clevel techniques. So why don't you have power like a gushing spring?" The students exchanged glances. Confirmed. None of them knew. Ning Chuan was also curious. Qingshan no. One high school hadn't taught this. Power like a gushing spring is an outward manifestation fundamentally caused by a substance, LV Fong explained without beating around the bush. In ancient times, this substance was called blood qi. The first 6 stages of awakening sequentially temper the bones, sinews, skin, flesh, and organs. Upon reaching the 7th stage, the body generates blood qi. After the Federation's establishment, science advanced rapidly analyzing its properties, and in academia it was named potential factor. After LV Fang's explanation, the students buzzed with discussion. Ning Chuan looked thoughtful. Instructor LV, does more potential factor mean more potential unlocked? A student raised a hand to ask. LV Fang smiled. Martial artists should still call it blood qi. It feels more authentic. But you're not wrong. To some extent, blood qi represents one's potential. In the awakening stage, it may not be evident. But once you become martial artists, the gap will gradually widen. LV Fang spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Martial artist is a general term with specific ranks from 1st to 9th, 1st being the lowest and 9th the highest. Beyond that are knights, divine generals. How do we increase blood qi? Many students stared at LV Fang with tense expressions. LV Fang pondered and said, "That brings us to breathing techniques. The higher the level and realm of the technique, the more thoroughly it tempers the body, generating more blood qi." He paused and added, "The realm of the breathing technique is the most critical. Don't underestimate it. With the same technique, different realms yield little difference in punching force. But the blood qi generated varies vastly. Between the basic and perfect realms, the difference in blood qi is at least 20-fold. Hearing this, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes. The bull strength art he practiced was like this. After reaching mastery, it had no effect on punching force. But the dragon elephant ancient scripture was different. Higher realms increased punching force. At the basic realm, the peak of the 9th awakening stage yielded only about 6,000 kilograms. At the perfect realm, at the same stage, knocking away an 18,000 kilograms cauldron was effortless. My high school really failed me. Why didn't they tell me about blood qi earlier? A student complained discontentedly. LV Fang chuckled. The reason is simple, they didn't want to hold you back. The realm of breathing techniques is too difficult to improve. Think about it. What realm is your breathing technique at? Exactly. I practice in level technique, the great strength demon ape art, and am still at the basic realm. You're lucky, my level technique is also at the basic realm. Same here. 12 years of practice and I haven't even reached the proficient realm. The students chattered among themselves. Finally, they discovered a startling reality. Among these top geniuses, only Song Shiyu had cultivated an level technique to the proficient realm. Only 2 had achieved the proficient realm with level techniques. The rest were at the basic realm. Wait, Ning Shun hasn't spoken yet. Someone shouted, and many turned to look at Ning Chuan. Song Shiyu sat nearby, grinning mischievously. Ning Shin, everyone's curious. Share with us. Mastery realm. Ning Chuan said calmly, sitting upright. Song Shiyu pouted in exasperation. Damn it, he was showing off again. Ning Shun's punching force is 2,100 kilograms without reaching the advanced awakening stage. His technique must be level. Is there any martial art he's not good at? He's only at the 6th stage. By the 9th, he'll definitely reach the perfect realm. The students buzzed with amazement. In martial arts, Ning Chuan overwhelmed them completely, leaving no room for survival. Back to the topic. LV Fang gestured for silence. Blood qi has 2 critical phases. first before the advanced awakening stage. The more thoroughly the body is tempered by the breathing technique, the more blood qi it generates, making future cultivation easier. Hearing this, Ning Chuan frowned. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was still about 30 percentage points away from the perfect realm. It would take over half a year. But at his current pace, he would advance to the high awakening stage in another month. I can't give up the 100 beasts nutrient either. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. Without the 100 beasts nutrient, the progress of the dragon elephant ancient scripture would plummet, requiring more than half a year. At the lectern, LV Fong continued, the second phase is breaking through from the 9th awakening stage to a first-rank martial artist, which requires condensing blood qi into a prime seed. The more blood qi, the higher the quality of the prime seed. But I must warn you, don't spend years improving your breathing techniques realm just for a bit more blood qi. Below the 9th level, a person's potential diminishes with age. That's why schools don't teach this knowledge. LV Fong scanned the students and warned solemnly. Remember an old saying, if you don't become a martial artist by 20 you'll never become a knight. The atmosphere grew somber. Song Shiu thought for a moment, then raised his hand. Instructor LV, are there other ways to increase blood qi? There are some, for instance superpowers. LV Fong glanced deliberately at Ning Chuan. The students, however, turned to look at the bewildered Xia Shi. Not Xia Zai's ice power. LV Fong waved his hand and smiled. I mean physical-type superpowers, though people prefer to call them special constitutions. After all, water physical superpower sounds like some spa service. Nowhere near as imposing as ocean combat body. LV Fong joked, sparking laughter. Then he turned serious. Special constitutions boost blood qi because of their high growth potential, far exceeding ordinary people. With level breathing technique, your punching force at the peak of awakening is only about 5,000 kilograms. But some powerful special constitutions can exceed 10,000 kilograms. Many students felt unsettled. A 1,000 kilograms advantage in punching force was enormous. Otherwise, level techniques wouldn't be so prized. By the way, instructor by who taught this morning has a special constitution, the Lotus Flame Body. LV Fong said. Before becoming a first-rank martial artist, her punching force was 9,500 kilograms. Gasps filled the room. Ning Chuan remained calm, unimpressed. By the time he reached the peak of the 9th awakening stage, half his punching force would likely exceed by Xiaoxius. An afternoon quickly passed. The training session came to an end. Lu Fong waved his hand, stopping Ning Chuan, and said, Instructor Bai has already arrived at the deep sea platform. Since I have nothing else to do, let's go together. Okay. Ning Chuan thought little of it. The two left the teaching building. On the way, Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, Instructor Lu, is there a way to accelerate the improvement of my breathing technique? Lu Fong turned to look at Ning Chuan and said, You want to elevate your breathing technique to the subtle realm before advancing to the awakening high stage? Ning Chuan nodded, openly admitting it. The subtle realm is a watershed in the 6 stages of martial arts. He had already reached the subtle realm with his bull strength and understood how significant the improvement was. Compared to mastering the limit, the generated blood energy could at least double. Moreover, according to Lu Fang's lecture, during the breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th stage of awakening, the blood energy could even nourish the body, leading to a sudden surge in physical qualities. The more blood energy there is, the higher the increase. There are no shortcuts in cultivating the breathing technique. It can only be achieved step by step. Lu Fang shook his head and said solemnly, If you encounter a bottleneck in the subtle realm, do not push through recklessly. I know your comprehension is very high, but breaking through a bottleneck requires more than just comprehension. If luck is not on your side, it can take decades to overcome. Advancing to the awakening high stage as soon as possible is most beneficial for you. I understand. Ning Chuan smiled. The bottleneck in realm did not concern him much. Once he reached 100% progress, he would naturally break through. The dilemma he faced now was the slow speed of improvement in the dragon elephant ancient scripture. However, there were still solutions. Ning Chuan had roughly 2 ideas in mind. First, stimulate with high-energy food. If the energy absorbed by the breathing technique is of high quality, the training speed will increase. He had a tube of Wanshou nutrition liquid borrowed from Li Pingyi. As long as he drank it, the cultivation speed of the dragon elephant ancient scripture would surely skyrocket. However, the time for him to ascend to the awakening high stage would also be greatly shortened. Ning Chuan was uncertain which option was faster. The risk was too great. Until the last moment, he would not take that gamble. Second, provoke the emotions of the dragon elephant ancient scripture. Previously in the wind pressure chamber, Feng Ing San Qian's cultivation speed increased by 40 times due to the provocation of the raging winds. The dragon elephant ancient scripture should be able to do the same. This method was more reliable. However, Ning Chuan did not know how to provoke the dragon elephant ancient scripture. 10 minutes later, at the deep sea platform, the sound of crashing waves echoed continuously. This was a stone platform built by the sea. On the side facing the sea, several waterproof alloy ladders were embedded, extending to a trench below which was over 10,000 meters deep. Students could use the ladders to enter the deep sea for training. Yan Zhuang and Ma Fengxing are here too. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The 4 instructors of the training camp seemed to pay him excessive attention. Bai Xiuxiu handed him a test tube and said briskly, "This is sea dragon blood, take it." The liquid in the test tube was blue-golden shimmering with a sense of heaviness. Understood. Ning Chuan pulled out the cork and drank it down. It had no taste, resembling plain water. Soon a warm current surged, flowing through his limbs and filling his body. In his mind, 2 prompt sounds echoed consecutively. The diamond body perceives the dragon blood factor, feeling exhilarated. The cultivation speed skyrockets. The diamond body is expected to exhaust the dragon blood factor in 12 hours. Before the voice fell, Ning Chuan noticed that patterns were emerging on his exposed skin, intertwining in blue and gold, identical to the color of the sea dragon blood. "Don't worry, this is the dragon pattern," Lu Feng explained with a smile. "Once you absorb all the sea dragon blood, the dragon pattern will dissipate." Bai Xiuxiu pointed at the sea and reminded, "Ning Chuan, you can go into the sea now. Remember, dive as deep as you can. The pressure of the deep sea can accelerate your absorption of the sea dragon blood and reduce energy loss." "Wait a moment," she added. "From now on, after your classes, every day go soak in the sea for a night until you've refined all the sea dragon blood." Ning Chuan blinked. He could deplete the sea dragon blood tonight. However, he said nothing more, nodded, walked to the edge of the stone platform, took a deep breath and leaped down. With his current physical quality, he could hold his breath for over an hour. However, diving and surfacing in the sea would accelerate the consumption of oxygen in his lungs. Ning Chuan estimated that in about half an hour, he would need to surface for air. Above the deep sea platform, Yan Zhuang glanced at the empty sea and said, "How long do you think it will take Ning Chuan to absorb all the sea dragon blood?" "About 4 days, Bai Xiuxiu pondered for a moment. "Instructor Bai, you have high hopes for Ning Chuan," Lu Feng said in surprise. "It usually takes 4 to 7 days for a dragon-type physique to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood. The shorter the time, the stronger the physique. If Ning Chuan can absorb it in 4 days, he would definitely be of top-tier dragon-type physique." Bai Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. Ma Fengxing, who was not very familiar with special physiques, stroked his chin and asked curiously, "What if Ning Chuan absorbs it in less than 4 days?" Lu Feng's face showed a hint of seriousness. If that happens, Ning Chuan would possess the Dragon King physique. The Martial Arts Alliance has conducted investigations, and it takes only 2 to 3 days for the Dragon King physique to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood. Lu Feng mused. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head, saying, "The Dragon King physique is unlikely. With such a large population in the Federation, more than 600 million newborns each year, it often takes years to give birth to a single Dragon King. Let's go back." "Well, come see again tomorrow morning," Yan Zhuang said. "At that time, we can roughly determine the strength of his dragon-type physique based on how many dragon patterns Ning Chuan absorbs." The 4 of them left one after another. On the other side in the sea, Ning Chuan descended along the ladder, reaching over 200 meters in less than a minute. In his past life, this was the limit of free diving. The human body could only withstand this level of water pressure. However, for the current Ning Chuan, he felt almost no pressure and was very relaxed. The diamond body senses the water pressure accelerating the absorption of the dragon blood factor, expected to be exhausted in 11.5 hours. A prompt sound echoed. Ning Chuan nodded secretly. It seemed that the water pressure was indeed beneficial for the diamond body. Just as Ning Chuan was about to continue descending, he heard another prompt sound. The dragon elephant ancient scripture perceives the water pressure, feeling joyful, and the speed of realm improvement increases by 75. Ning Chuan's heartbeat quickened. An increase of less than double was not enough for the dragon elephant ancient scripture to reach the subtle realm before he ascended to the awakening high stage. However, would the increase strengthen with the rise in water pressure? Thinking this, Ning Chuan hesitated, no longer moving his limbs and quickly swimming towards the seabed. Not long after, Ning Chuan descended to about 1,500 meters. At this depth, the water pressure was astonishingly high, causing Ning Chuan's muscles to ache, reaching the limit of his body, unable to go deeper. The diamond body senses the water pressure, accelerating the absorption of the dragon blood factor, expected to be exhausted in 8 hours. The dragon elephant ancient scripture senses the water pressure, feeling excited, and the speed of realm improvement increases by 700. 2 prompt sounds echoed consecutively. Upon hearing the latter, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face, which had twisted due to the excessive water pressure. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was still more than half a year away from reaching the subtle realm. With a 7-fold increase in speed, it would only take about a month. This was roughly the same time required for him to ascend to the high stage. He still had classes and could not soak in the sea every day. However, the sea dragon blood would definitely allow his diamond body to break through, at which point he would be able to dive deeper. The speed of improvement in the dragon elephant ancient scripture would also rise. Time passed slowly. Every few hours a prompt sound echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. The diamond body has accumulated enough to advance to the 6th layer. The diamond body has accumulated enough to advance to the 7th layer. In the early hours of the morning, a silver moon hung high above the sea. The night breeze carried the scent of the ocean. With a splash, a plume of white foam erupted. Ning Chuan broke the surface, gasping for air. The moonlight bathed his skin, making it appear fairer and more delicate than jade. During his ascent, the sea dragon blood had been completely consumed. Yet he had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of the diamond body. His entire being was suffused with a sense of unyielding toughness. Ning Chuan was confident that without even activating his golden form, his physical body was strong enough that ordinary pistols and submachine guns could not penetrate his skin. With a deep breath, Ning Chuan dove again. This time he plunged over 3,000 meters into the sea. The pressure was terrifying. An ordinary peak 9th stage expert would not only fail to last long here, but would be instantly crushed into a pulp by the water pressure. The dragon elephant ancient scripture, sensing the water pressure, was invigorated, increasing its cultivation speed by 1800. A prompt sounded. A smile curled at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth. With an 18-fold increase, he only needed to soak in the sea for 1 night each day, and in less than a month the dragon elephant ancient scripture would reach the subtle level. I can even go faster, Ning Chuan thought to himself. As the dragon elephant ancient scripture tempered him, his physical constitution strengthened, allowing him to dive even deeper. This would further accelerate the dragon elephant ancient scripture, creating a positive feedback loop. The night passed quickly. The next morning at 6 o'clock the sky began to lighten. Ning Chuan climbed the hanging ladder, leaving the sea to step onto the deep sea platform. As he looked up, he saw 4 instructors standing not far away, eagerly waiting. Bai Xiuxiu, very interested in his dragon-type constitution, spoke. First, Ning Chuan, how many dragon marks did you absorb? How many days do you think it will take? She didn't finish her sentence. Her gaze towards Ning Chuan became dazed. Was she hallucinating? Where were the dragon marks on Ning Chuan? There had been so many yesterday. Bai Xiuxiu blinked hard. She confirmed it. It wasn't an illusion. The dragon marks were indeed gone. How did you do it? Even with a Dragon King constitution, it's impossible to consume all the sea dragon blood in 1 night. Bai Xiuxiu's face was a mask of disbelief. Having served in the military for years, she possessed a strong mental fortitude, rarely showing her emotions. But at this moment she truly lost control. An awakened 6th stage, absorbing a portion of sea dragon blood in 1 night, defied her understanding. Dragon King constitution. Ning Chuan was startled, then fell into thought. Recalling the behavior of the 4 instructors the previous day, he surmised that his enlightenment on the Dragon King Ascension platform had been mistaken for a special constitution due to certain factors. The sea dragon blood reward was meant to test him. With this in mind, Ning Chuan's heart stirred, and he said, Instructor Bai, was there something wrong with the sea dragon blood I drank yesterday? Felt like it lacked lasting power. Could it have expired? Hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu's emotions calmed somewhat. She thought for a moment and said, Expiration is unlikely. The sea dragon blood in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp is all newly produced this year by the Federal Political Science Academy. However, there might be quality issues. No wonder you could absorb the sea dragon blood in 1 night, Bai Xiuxiu added. Ning Chuan grinned. Since the sea dragon blood was defective, shouldn't I be compensated with another vial? No, Bai Xiuxiu shook her head. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp only has 3 portions of sea dragon blood in total. An instructor only has the authority to allocate 1. The other 2 can only be obtained by trainees through points exchange. Ning Chuan spread his hands and laughed. Then just compensate me with an equivalent amount of points. I'm easy to get along with. I want mine. This? A difficult expression appeared on Bai Xiaoxia's pretty face. Rewarding Ning Chuan with a portion of sea dragon blood had been an internal operation to test if he possessed a dragon-type constitution. Under normal circumstances, ranking first in a single quiz certainly wouldn't be worth a portion of sea dragon blood. But she couldn't explain this to Ning Chuan, especially since Ning Chuan's request for compensation was perfectly reasonable, leaving no grounds for refusal. For a moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was incredibly conflicted. Her usual aloof demeanor faded, revealing a touch of endearing bewilderment. Liu Fang couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly interjected. Ning Chuan stopped joking with instructor Bai. There was nothing wrong with your sea dragon blood. Otherwise you wouldn't have had so many dragon marks appear on your body yesterday. Liu Fang suspected that if Ning Chuan continued, Bai Xiaoxiao would be completely fooled. Huh? Hearing Liu Fang's words, Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. She was usually quick-witted, but she had been too shocked by Ning Chuan absorbing the sea dragon blood overnight to react. Bai Xiaoxiao glared angrily at Ning Chuan, grinding her silver teeth. She had been so careful with him yesterday just to avoid this embarrassing situation. She never expected to be outsmarted this morning anyway. Well, instructor Bai. Ning Chuan gave an awkward laugh. My family is poor. I don't know much about things like sea dragon blood. At this moment, Yan Zhuang spoke up to ask, Ning Chuan, how long did it take you to absorb the sea dragon blood? About half an hour ago, during my last descent for air, there were still a few dragon marks left on me, Ning Chuan said thoughtfully. He didn't dare tell the whole truth. After all, judging from Bai Xiaoxia's reaction, absorbing a portion of sea dragon blood in one night was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. Could even be called a miracle. You took the sea dragon blood at 6 yesterday evening, Bai Xiaoxiao said, glancing at her watch, her tone far from calm. It's now just past 6 in the morning. At most it hasn't even been 12 hours. Ning Chuan was curious. Is there a problem with that? No. Yan Zhuang waved his hand. Go back and take a shower to wash off the seawater. There's a movement technique class this morning. Seeing this, Ning Chuan didn't ask further and walked away. The four instructors continued their discussion. Ma Fengxing turned his head and said, Old Liu, didn't you say even a Dragon King constitution would take 2 or 3 days to absorb a portion of sea dragon blood? What's going on with Ning Chuan? Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said, could it be that Ning Chuan doesn't have a dragon-type constitution, but some other special physique that is particularly adept at absorbing sea dragon blood? There's no such constitution. Liu Fang shook his head. Dragon blood factors are very domineering. Only a dragon-type constitution can absorb them quickly. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'm sure Ning Chuan has the Dragon King constitution, but it's not the ordinary kind. What do you mean? Have you heard of the 4 sovereigns from the ancient era of the Dragon Clan? Liu Fang looked at the other 3 instructors. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. I saw records about them in an academic journal during my university years. They were the first 4 dragons possessing divine might and supreme authority. Their commands were irresistible. Exactly, Liu Fang stated firmly. Ning Chuan's Dragon King constitution shares the same origin as those 4 sovereigns. Since ancient times, it has been one of the supreme constitutions. However, to determine which specific sovereign it is, you'll need to go back and check some materials, Liu Fang said. Special constitutions cannot be detected by the Federation's current genetic technology. They can only be inferred through their external manifestations. Yan Zhuang thought for a moment and said, the implications of a Dragon King constitution are too vast, especially since Ning Chuan's is unusual. We cannot keep this information under wraps. We must report it immediately. Agreed. All 3 instructors, including Bai Xiaoxiao, nodded. Thanks to the speed of the internet, within 10 minutes, the higher-ups of the Donglin administrative region had all received a report. The current Shanghai Genius Training Camp had produced a Dragon King constitution, one that shared its origin with the ancient 4 sovereigns of the Dragon Clan. According to records, that constitution was hailed as supreme. For a time, ripples spread through the Donglin High Command. Many important figures felt their hearts surge, unable to remain calm. The administrative headquarters of the Donglin district. On the top floor. Haha, what an extraordinary stroke of luck. Wang Fu grinned widely. As the highest governing official of the Donglin administrative region, during his tenure, a boy, known as the Supreme Dragon King physique emerged. From a scientific perspective, it has nothing to do with him. However, according to the rules of the officialdom, with a slight manipulation, it would become a dazzling achievement. Wang Fu set down the report in his hand and said, this boy named Ning Chuan is quite remarkable with astonishing talent. Our Donglin government must focus on nurturing him. It's already arranged. The female secretary nodded. Wang Fu pondered for a moment and smiled. With Ning Chuan in this year's Genius Battle of District 99, he should be able to dominate 2 or 3 major districts and showcase the might of Donglin. But he is currently only at the 6th awakening stage. Even if he participates, it will be difficult for him to achieve good results, the female secretary reminded. Then I will take a gamble. Wang Fu's gaze flickered as he said solemnly, double the effort in nurturing Ning Chuan and see if he can surprise me. Starting from scratch, he worked his way up to the top of the Donglin government and understood one principle very well: certain geniuses progress in ways that defy logic. Understood. A decree was issued from the office of the district governor, instantly causing a great stir. All major forces quickly learned of this development. The Donglin district hasn't seen a Dragon King physique in over 100 years. I've heard of the Dragon King physique. It's incredibly powerful. If all goes well, he will surely become a knight. This boy named Ning Chuan possesses a Dragon King physique that is said to be even stronger, touted as the Supreme One. Could he be destined to become a divine general in the future? Not necessarily, but the title of Supreme is not just a saying. Once Ning Chuan becomes a knight, he will be unbeatable among top knights. During the Twin Star martial battle, there was a Supreme Physique who fought valiantly against a divine general from the Tianwu realm at the knight level. The influential figures communicated with each other, paying close attention to this matter. After all, a Dragon King physique, once fully developed, would definitely be an extraordinarily powerful being. However, Ning Chuan, who was the cause of all this, remained completely unaware. He changed into clean clothes and finished breakfast in the cafeteria before heading to the shooting range. With some time before class, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and entered the glass room equipped with machine guns, preparing to test his agility. In the past 2 days, his wind shadow technique had advanced a level, increasing his punch strength by about 10%, which was no small progress. Swish, swish, swish. The machine guns whirred to life, unleashing a flurry of rubber bullets. Ning Chuan began to dodge using his agility. The other trainees heard the commotion and turned their heads to look. However, since there were 3 machine guns, they didn't pay too much attention, casually chatting while watching. The effect of the wind pressure room is indeed excellent. I visited it yesterday and my agility has improved. It's good, but it's too expensive. The cheapest primary wind pressure room costs 5 points for an hour, and my points over 2 days barely add up. A trainee sighed, causing many to resonate with him. Points are really hard to earn. That's for you. I heard from the staff that Ning Chuan uses the advanced wind pressure room, which costs 20 points per hour. A voice filled with envy chimed in. So many points, how impressive. You really think that would grant you unrestrained freedom? The advanced wind pressure room is for second-tier warriors. What difference does it make for Ning Chuan? He won't achieve any progress. Huang Shitao said with a sour tone, but he fell silent before finishing his sentence. He saw that inside the glass room 11 machine guns fired simultaneously, a barrage of bullets raining down. Yet Ning Chuan dodged with ease, not a single rubber bullet grazing his clothes. The other trainees looked equally stunned. Had the machine guns aged and lost their power? On the other side, Ma Fengxing walked briskly towards the shooting range. The instructor has also embarrassed himself. Fortunately, my agility level is 2 to 3 machine guns higher than Ning Chuan's at the same strength level. Ma Fengxing chuckled, thinking to himself, when class starts I'll find Ning Chuan to spar, and let him know what the authority of an instructor is. As he passed through the door, Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The trainees were all statue-like, their gazes fixed in a daze at the glass room. What's going on? Ma Fengxing turned his eyes, looking over. Then he too froze. Under the onslaught of 12 machine guns, Ning Chuan was twisting and turning, avoiding all the bullets. Before long, another machine gun started up. Bang! Ning Chuan could not continue to evade successfully and was hit by a rubber bullet in the thigh. His agility level remained at the power of 12 machine guns. Whoosh! Ma Fengxing didn't wait for Ning Chuan to come out, making a quick move to leap into the glass room, astonished. How did your wind shadow technique reach the proficient level? Last time during the test I clearly noticed that you were far from the limit of proficiency. Oh, you're talking about that? Ning Chuan shrugged, replying nonchalantly. I had an epiphany in the wind pressure room the day before yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted into a frenzy, exclamations rising one after another. Is the advanced wind pressure room really that powerful? No, it's Ning Chuan being amazing. It has nothing to do with the wind pressure room. A trainee explained. The level of the wind pressure room only relates to the strength of the wind and the speed of trajectory changes. Essentially, there is no difference. I'm the only one thinking that Ning Chuan also had an epiphany in yesterday's combat class. Damn, 2 epiphanies in 2 days? Is he going to let anyone else live? Many trainees found it hard to believe. Ma Fengxing took several deep breaths to maintain his composure and said to Ning Chuan, "Well done, I will reward you with 50 points. Come with me, class is starting soon." As for the sparring before class, that was something Ma Fengxing had mentioned earlier. What does it have to do with the current Ma Fengxing? Soon a day passed. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. With the ringing sound, the afternoon weapon class concluded. The trainees did not leave, but formed a circle to watch Ning Chuan instruct Yan Zhuang using the flash thunder slash. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed with blades, cold light, flickering sparks flying. To avoid being defeated by Ning Chuan in just a few moves, Yan Zhuang had no choice but to limit his strength to twice that of Ning Chuan. Even so, it was still fraught with danger. Half an hour later, let's call it a day for now. Yan Zhuang stepped back, stopping the spar. It wasn't that he couldn't keep up physically. His flash thunder slash was just one opportunity away from perfection. Trying too hard would actually be counterproductive. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Instructor Yan, can we spar on the Storm 36 slash? This martial art, like the Thousand Bones Slaughter technique, also belongs to the category of skills. He should be able to gain insight through battling the higher level Storm 36 slash. I have no problem sparring with you." Yan Zhuang chuckled. "But you've only been practicing the Storm 36 slash for 3 days. Even if you are exceptionally talented, you're still at the entry level, and not yet at the stage to spar with others. Give it a month or so and I'll spar with you." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan wasted no time wielding the silver blood war blade and slashing several times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air made a sound akin to fabric tearing, revealing a sharpness. Yan Zhuang was dumbfounded. The next moment, a loud exclamation echoed through the training ground. "What's going on? How did your Storm 36 slash reach the proficient level so quickly?" Yan Zhuang stared at Ning Chuan, swallowing hard. Ning Chuan remained calm, saying, "I had an epiphany. This martial art fits me well, and I can practice it with ease." Upon hearing this, the onlooking trainees were already stunned into silence. Coupled with the previous 2 times Ning Chuan had experienced 3 epiphanies. The training camp had only been in session for 3 days. What exactly is Ning Chuan's secret to enlightenment, or is he just clocking in and out? "Instructor Yan, can you spar with me now?" Ning Chuan raised his silver blood battle blade, smiling. Yan Zhuang steadied his mindset and nodded. "Let's begin." With a sharp whoosh, Ning Chuan stepped forward, gripping the hilt with both hands, and swung the silver blood blade in a swift diagonal slash aimed at Yan Zhuang's shoulder. Yan Zhuang remained composed, executing the 36 strikes of the rainstorm to block. With a thunderous crash, the 2 blades collided, sending dazzling sparks flying. Engaging the 36 strikes of the rainstorm against an expert-level practitioner yields insights progress increased by 4. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly. Since Yan Zhuang was at the expert level, he could elevate the 36 strikes of the rainstorm to the mastery level. The wind of the blade cutting through air came one after another as the 2 clashed repeatedly. Yan Zhuang grew increasingly alarmed, clearly sensing that Ning Chuan's strikes were accelerating with each exchange. In the 36 strikes of the rainstorm, each subsequent strike being faster than the last was normal. But the issue was that Ning Chuan's speed was abnormal. There was only one explanation: with every swing, Ning Chuan's comprehension of the technique ascended to a new level. This kid is having an epiphany again. Yan Zhuang was astonished, finding it hard to believe. In all his years, he had never heard of anyone with such terrifying insight. At least 1 epiphany per day. The blade sound is unbroken. Ning Chuan's 36 strikes of the rainstorm has reached mastery. A trainee stammered. Just like in yesterday's combat class, he entered an epiphany mid-fight. "Haha, no one can be that gifted. This is a dream. I just pinched my thigh and felt nothing." "Let go, of course you don't feel it. You're pinching me." The onlookers were unsettled, feeling their worldview reshaped. As dusk fell, the 2 ceased their sparring. Ning Chuan stood with his blade, planted a trace of regret in his expression. After mastering the 36 strikes of the rainstorm, no matter how much he sparred with Yan Zhuang, he couldn't trigger another epiphany. Yesterday's insight into the 1,000-bone killing art seemed to be an exception. "What's wrong?" Yan Zhuang looked at Ning Chuan. "You've achieved mastery through epiphany. Why don't you seem happy?" Ning Chuan paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. "There's a problem." "What problem?" Yan Zhuang asked, his tone tense, fearing something was wrong with Ning Chuan's Dragon King physique. The trainees also pricked up their ears in curiosity. Ning Chuan sighed, saying desolately, I can only push the 36 strikes of the rainstorm to the mastery level. Although this martial art was extremely difficult, surpassing many strength techniques, it couldn't change a harsh reality. My talent has a limit. As he spoke, the trainees and Yan Zhuang were left speechless. How could he say such things so naturally? How about I spar with you again? Maybe you'll break through. Yan Zhuang said with a forced smile. No need. I've been too crushed today and need time to heal. Ning Chuan grinned and walked away with his hands behind his back. It wasn't just a simple boast. By sparring with higher-level practitioners using the same martial art, his combat techniques could advance, but he needed an explanation. Epiphany was a perfect cover. Openly displaying his talent would save him many troubles. That evening in an office building at the base, 4 instructors were in a meeting. 3 days for epiphanies. Can insight really reach such heights? Ma Fengxing shook his head in awe. Liu Fang smiled slightly. Ning Chuan's Dragon King physique is likely at a critical awakening phase. Once it passes, hell find it hard to have epiphanies. He added, of course that's relative to his current self, not compared to others. Bai Xiuxiu was intrigued. Have you identified Ning Chuan's physique? Yes, Liu Fang nodded. In ancient times, among the 4 sovereigns, one was the eternal night dragon, wielding the power of darkness with astonishing insight far surpassing the other 3. Ning Chuan shares the same origin as that dragon sovereign. He possesses the eternal night king body. Liu Fang said solemnly. Yan Zhuang turned to him. What's special about the eternal night king body? Liu Fang replied, this physique is extremely rare in history with few records. I only found one thing: its insight is extraordinary. That alone is formidable. In martial arts, the further you go, the more insight matters. Indeed, Yan Zhuang agreed. Other Dragon King physiques guarantee becoming a knight, but Ning Chuan's eternal night king body practically ensures hell become a divine general. Hearing this, the other 3 instructors' expressions shifted. A divine general commanded awe. Ma Fengxing spread his hands, laughing bitterly. How can we manage Ning Chuan now? I don't dare to offend a future divine general. Yan Zhuang thought briefly and said seriously, treat him normally, don't fawn over him. We represent the Donglin government and can't lose face. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and typed with both hands. Are you reporting the eternal night king body? Ma Fengxing asked casually. Sitting beside Yan Zhuang, he glimpsed the screen and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Damn it, is this what you call not fawning? Bai Xiuxiu and Liu Fang, curious, leaned in and saw the text message, their foreheads creasing with black lines. The message read, Dear trainee Ning Chuan, I am Yan Zhuang. Considering your tight training schedule, to save you time, I will personally come to you for future lightning flash blade instruction. Yan Zhuang pocketed his phone and coughed. Let me clarify one thing. I say this not because of Ning Chuan's future as a divine general. It's mainly because I like using honorifics. Ha, Yan Zhuang, no wonder you're the head instructor. The next morning at 7, Ning Chuan entered the cafeteria, his freshly washed hair damp and glossy. He had spent another night in the deep sea. The progress was gratifying. The dragon elephant ancient scripture had increased by 1%. Ha! Ning Chuan was startled. As he passed through the entrance, all the trainees in the cafeteria stopped moving in unison, as if following a command, and stared at him. Don't be surprised. Song Shiyu walked over with a smile. Your glorious feat of 3 days and 4 epiphanies has spread across the base, and even the martial trainee are stunned. Shifeng added, your movement technique with the power of 12 machine guns is another key reason. Many martial trainees don't reach that level. Why be surprised? It's not hard for me. Ning Chuan shook his head and walked toward the food counter. Song Shiyu and Shifeng exchanged silent glances. I want to hit him with a blade, and you. I can't beat him, it's infuriating. Elsewhere, other trainees were hotly discussing Ning Chuan. I read a report that the Shanghai Genius Training Camp produces an average of 1 knight per cohort. This time it should be Ning Chuan. We're just making up the numbers. Nonsense. A martial trainee sneered. You awakening level trainees can give up, but don't drag us into it. Exactly, a level 6 awakening isn't even a martial artist yet claims to become a knight. Laughable. Talent at the awakening stage doesn't guarantee ITLL last when you become a martial artist. Do you know how hard it is to become a knight? Stop spouting nonsense. Many martial trainees chimed in, their attitudes dripping with superiority. After all, being a full realm higher among peers made pride hard to avoid. Don't just eat, they're being harsh. At least react. Song Shiyu said to Ning Chuan with a smile. Ning Chuan's eyes were calm as still water. If they say I can't become a knight, that's their business. What does it have to do with me? Words are hollow, they don't affect me. Shi Feng sitting opposite asked curiously, what if someone insults you? Ning Chuan bit a rib bone to pieces, swallowed and grinned. I'd ask them a math problem. A simple one like what's 3,000 minus 1? Song Shiyu and Shi Feng were puzzled about to ask, when 4 instructors entered the cafeteria followed by a middle-aged man. He was short with a kind smile that exuded warmth, carrying a paper report. The cover had some text partially hidden by his hand. But words like special physique, Donglin government, and reward were still visible. Who is this man to have 4 instructors accompanying him? He must be a government official. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp operates on a closed-door policy and ordinary people can't get in. Numerous trainees sized up the middle-aged man, whispering among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Silence! Yan Zhuang raised his hand to quiet them and introduced. This is Director Hu from the Office of the Supreme Governor of the Eastern Forest Region. His purpose here is to announce a government-funded talent development program. Because one of the trainees in this cohort has awakened a special physique. Yan Zhuang explained. As his words fell, the cafeteria, which had just settled down, erupted in noise once more. It must be no ordinary special physique or the government wouldn't fund it. I wonder which big shot it is. Let me pay my respects. Instructor, who is it and what kind of special physique is it? The trainees fired off questions in rapid succession. Yan Zhuang smiled, raised a finger, and pointed directly, saying, It's Ning Chuan. I'm sure you're all familiar with him. He has awakened a Dragon King physique, known as the Eternal Night King physique. Liu Feng added, This physique is exceedingly rare throughout history and ranks among the supreme physiques. Ning Chuan blinked a couple of times, somewhat bewildered. What exactly had the 4 instructors concocted in their minds? They had even assigned him a specific Dragon King physique. The trainees harbored no doubts. With a government official present, how could it be false? The scene instantly ignited. Holy crap! A Dragon King physique. No wonder Ning Chuan triggered an anomaly when the Dragon King ascended the platform that day. A supreme physique. Sounds so domineering. What are its invincible aspects? He's destined to become a knight. Even reaching the peak of knight, he could contend with some relatively weaker divine generals. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, unable to calm down. Supreme physiques were only ever glimpsed in fragments from history books, yet now one had appeared right beside them. Hey, why are you martial artist trainees lamenting? Weren't you just mocking the fact that Lord Ning could never become a knight? An awakening stage trainee sneered. Where's your superiority now? Saying Lord Ning's talent only lasts until the awakening stage. How's that taste? The martial artist trainees who had mocked Ning Chuan turned pale, then flushed, opening their mouths but unable to form a rebuttal. They could find no reason. Nor did they dare to argue. For one thing, the mere fact that he was destined to become a knight was terrifying enough. The Eastern Forest Administrative Region, with a population of over 800 million, had fewer than 300 recorded knights. On average, only 1 knight emerged from every 3 million people. At the dining table, Ning Chuan paid little attention to these people being humiliated. He was pondering a question: how to successfully impersonate the Eternal Night King physique. It wasn't just for the government funding. Once he became the Eternal Night King physique, he could attribute his dragon elephant ancient scripture and system to this physique. Ning Chuan gathered his thoughts and asked, How do you know I have the Eternal Night King physique? Upon hearing this, Director Hu and the 4 instructors all shifted their gazes. Even they, if they discovered they possessed a supreme physique, would be unable to suppress their excitement at the first moment if they were honest with themselves. Let alone a youth in the prime of life. Yet Ning Chuan asked them for the reason. On his handsome face, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation, as calm as deep pool water. His composure was almost unsettling. Director Hu took a deep breath and said, With the Federation's current technology, we cannot detect special physiques. We can only deduce them through external characteristics, your various displays, such as the anomaly when the Dragon King ascended the platform, the speed at which you absorbed sea dragon blood, and your 3 insights in 4 days. All perfectly match the traits of the Eternal Night King physique. Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, What's special about the Eternal Night King physique? So far, only one thing is known: astonishing enlightenment. Liu Feng mused, Supreme physiques are too rare. There's virtually no detailed information. Ning Chuan was taken aback. Impersonating the Eternal Night King physique seemed A tiny bit simple. So I've awakened a special physique. No wonder I've been improving so fast lately. Ning Chuan grinned and admitted it publicly. Setting aside the facts, he was indeed the eternal Night King physique. Government certified at that. Subsequently director who read out the government-funded talent development program. 100 beast nutrition vials. 10,000 beast nutrition vials. 5,000 points at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. The corners of Ning Chuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This level of funding was truly extraordinary. He had seen the camp's resource exchange list a 10,000 beast nutrition vial priced at 12 million on the market could be exchanged for just 1,000 points. In other words, 1 point was worth 120,000 yuan. Its real value was even higher because points could be used to exchange for rare resources not available on the open market, such as sea dragon blood. Adding in the points he's earned these past few days, Ning Chuan's total is approaching 8,000 points. The top spot on the leaderboard is as good as his. A female trainee exclaimed. It's hard to say. According to past practice, once the beast hunting grounds open, some top martial artist trainees can break 100,000 points. Do you think Ning Chuan won't hunt beasts? With the power of the eternal Night King physique, the first place is almost certainly in Ning Chuan's grasp. The trainees debated heatedly. Director who put away his report exchanged a few pleasantries and bid farewell to Ning Chuan. The 4 instructors accompanied him as he left. Ning Chuan stayed in the cafeteria to finish his unfinished breakfast. Shifeng toyed with his tray dejected and said, on average, only 1 knight emerges from each camp session. With your eternal Night King physique, you're destined to become a knight. That means we trainees are bound to fail. I feel like going home. Ning Chuan thought for a moment and said teasingly, if you're flying home, I suggest you bring a bomb on board. Shifeng was taken aback. Why? Because it's safer. Ning Chuan laughed. The transportation department did a survey. The probability of encountering a bomber on a plane is 1 in 100,000. Think about it carefully. If you bring a bomb, the chance of meeting a real bomber becomes 1 in 10 billion. Shifeng rubbed his chin, pondered for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's true. Song Shiyu isn't your home in Linhai City. Can you get me a bomb? Shifeng turned his head, brimming with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Song Shiyu silently picked up his tray and moved a seat away. Before leaving home, his mother had specifically instructed him not to play with fools. Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud and got up to leave. In the following days, the buzz around Ning Chuan's eternal Night King physique never died down. After all, it was no small matter. Ning Chuan, however, paid little attention. He kept a daily routine, attending classes during the day and diving into the sea at night. His strength grew stronger with each passing day. In the blink of an eye, the spring deepened and April slipped away unnoticed. May 1st. As per regulations, all 4 courses at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp concluded. The beast hunting grounds officially opened. The beast hunting grounds, located north of Linshan Mountain, were a primeval forest spanning hundreds of kilometers. The Donglin government had released numerous ferocious beasts, there exclusively for trainees to hunt and temper their resolve. After all, towering trees cannot grow in a greenhouse. The strong are forged through battle, their path paved with blood and bone. For each ordinary beast slain, you will earn 50 points. For commander-grade beasts, the points correlate directly with their rank. 100 points for a first-rank beast, with an additional 100 for each higher rank. Yan Zhuang swept his gaze across the trainees and explained the rules in a deep voice. Furthermore, if you kill a beast of a higher grade than yourself, your points will be doubled. Conversely, they will be halved. Ordinary beasts were as powerful as peak awakening 9th stage practitioners. Commander-grade beasts were divided into 9 ranks corresponding to 1st rank to 9th rank martial artists. The trainees were visibly moved. The rewards for hunting were incredibly generous. They knew that over the past month, many of them had not even earned 100 points. This is a great chance to earn points. Ning Chuan mused, stroking his chin. His own points were running low. To achieve the subtle realm for his Wind Shadow 3000 technique, he had spent over 2,000 points in the air pressure chamber. The 5,000 points awarded by the Donglin government were also gone exchanged for a portion of sea dragon blood. After consuming it, his diamond body had reached the perfection of the 9th layer. With the subsequent technique, he could immediately advance to the 10th layer. However, Ning Chuan did not know where to receive the inheritance. The diamond body techniques sold on the market were all grade, containing only the first 9 layers. The training camp will establish a beast hunting leaderboard. Yan Zhuang pointed to a massive screen nearby. The rankings will be displayed there and updated in real time. The top 50 trainees would receive corresponding point bonuses. The higher the rank, the greater the bonus. The points for the first-place trainee would be tripled. Hearing this, many trainees' expressions shifted. This practice was quite brutal, significantly widening the gap between them. The strong would become stronger and the weak would be eliminated. The training camp's advocacy of the law of the jungle was not just talk. Yan Zhuang waved his hand and said, "That's all I have to say. For the next month, you may arrange your time as you see fit." Yes. Many trainees hurriedly left the base heading straight for the beast hunting grounds, afraid that a single step behind would leave them trailing others. Ning Chuan, in stark contrast, walked leisurely towards the deep-sea platform. His dragon-elephant ancient scripture had advanced to the subtle realm. His current priority was to break through to the high stage of awakening as quickly as possible. Then he could hunt beasts with greater efficiency. A few days' delay did not matter. After all, being ahead initially doesn't count, or true victory belongs to those who triumph in the end. Dusk. The trainees returned to the base one after another, most of them covered in wounds and bleeding. Hunting ferocious beasts was not a simple, unknown fight. The beasts possessed a certain intelligence. They would ambush, attack by surprise, and flee if outmatched, making them difficult to kill. Moreover, the primeval forest was dense, and finding the beasts was not easy. Even if found, one might not be able to defeat them. Damn it! 51st place. How could it be this bad? You're lucky. As soon as I entered the hunting grounds, I ran into a poison arrow porcupine and almost died. Dragging their injured bodies, many trainees rushed to the large screen to check the rankings. Hey, that's not right. Why is Ning Chuan in last place? Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. My God, 0 points. Did Ning Chuan not kill a single beast? No, Ning Chuan never left the base. I left late to get my weapon and saw him heading to the deep-sea platform. Then why didn't he come to hunt? The trainees discussed among themselves, filled with curiosity. The eternal knight royal body hailed as the supreme physique. He must have heirs and want a grand entrance. A trainee said, his voice tinged with envy. However, 3 consecutive days passed and Ning Chuan's name remained at the very bottom of the leaderboard. This time the trainees could no longer stay calm and began speculating about the reasons. I think there's only one explanation. Ning Chuan is afraid of death, even afraid of getting hurt, and dares not enter the hunting grounds to fight. A martial artist trainee asserted. Impossible. Ning Chuan has the eternal knight royal body. That's not right. Physique is one thing, character is another. They can't be compared. Exactly. The Federation has seen people like this before. Great talent but cowardly and afraid of death. Their future achievements are limited. What a waste of a supreme physique. Many expressed their views, some with regret, others with contempt and sneers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the training ground, thump, 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 a series of dull, powerful sounds merged into a single continuous line. Ning Chuan was continuously throwing punches at a machine in front of him, testing his punching power. Song Shiyu leaned against the wall nearby, grinning. Even if you don't need the points, you should at least go hunt a few beasts to prove yourself. The trainee's opinion of you right now is incredibly low. I'll say it again, I couldn't care less. Ning Chuan replied with a calm expression, continuing to punch as he spoke. Song Shiyu's grin didn't fade. Others are one thing, but Xia Zai's opinion of you is excessively harsh. It's practically a personal attack. Let me mimic him for you. Song Shiyu thought for a moment. The most powerful thing about a person is not any physique, but the person themselves. Ning Chuan is inferior to me. He is too timid, lacking the heart for slaughter. No matter how high his comprehension, he is just a fragile piece of porcelain, shattering at the slightest touch. Xia, she said things like that publicly. Song Shiyu laughed, his tone clearly intended to stir up trouble. Opposite him, Ning Chuan finished his test and lowered his arms, saying coldly, "There's no need to waste words on someone like that. Give him a beating and all problems will be solved." He didn't care about others' opinions, but that didn't mean others could insult him with words with impunity. Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so confident. Looks like you've made significant progress this month. Has your punching power reached around 3,000 kilograms? As he spoke, he leaned in for a look and his expression immediately froze. The number displayed on the screen above the punching power tester was 6,013 kilograms. You? Song Shiyu turned his head to look at Ning Chuan, utterly shocked, unable to speak. Ning Chuan's punching power exceeding 6,000 kilograms didn't surprise him. Lu Feng had said that special physiques had high upper limits. but increasing his punching power by 400 kg in just 1 month was truly astounding. He had never seen such a person in history books. Shi Feng wasn't wrong that day. The eternal night royal body truly is despair-inducing. Song Shiyu sighed, a note of emotion in his voice. Don't be sad. It's all my fault. Ning Chuan walked over and patted Song Shiyu on the shoulder, apologizing. I'm sorry for being born a king. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Song Shiyu's forehead. Are you going to teach Xia Shi a lesson? Seeing Ning Chuan walk out, Song Shiyu asked, intrigued. Ning Chuan shook his head. Tomorrow. I'm busy tonight. I plan to break through to the high stage of awakening. Song Shiyu. Could one really schedule a breakthrough? Leaving the training ground, Ning Chuan did not head straight for the deep sea platform. He returned to the dormitory, first pondered for a moment, then took all 3 vials of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid. According to Lu Feng, when the body generates blood energy, it requires external energy to replenish. His body, tempered for many days by the dragon elephant ancient scripture at the subtle realm, would not produce a small amount of blood energy once it began. It would demand a vast supply of energy. At the deep sea platform, the night breeze was cool and carried a chill. Ning Chuan opened the caps one by one and drank all 3 vials of 10,000 beasts nutrient fluid. Even for him, it was a bit painful. 36 million. Gone in a few gulps. The dragon elephant ancient scripture senses the immense energy and is exhilarated. Cultivation speed surges. A prompt sound echoed. An intense tingling sensation instantly swept through his entire body. Ning Chuan delayed no longer, took a deep breath, stepped forward and plunged into the sea. Soon Ning Chuan descended to over 8,000 meters. He closed his eyes and stopped swimming. This depth was his current limit. Time passed bit by bit. Boom! After an unknown duration, Ning Chuan's body suddenly shuddered, as if reaching a critical point. A warm current surged from deep within him. Ning Chuan knew that the warm current was blood energy. He had already advanced to the high stage of awakening. Immediately, a series of prompt sounds rang out in his mind. Blood energy generated in the body. The dragon elephant ancient scripture's energy absorption speed increases by 30 times. Estimated depletion in 2 hours and 50 minutes. Waves of blood energy emerged one after another, continuous and ever increasing. Inside Ning Chuan's body, even the sound of rushing water could be heard. If this scene were exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation in many places. Strength gushing like a spring was merely a metaphor. It was a personal sensation. Many at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, if not carefully sensing, could not even detect the blood energy within their bodies, let alone produce the sound of water. In the 1,000-year history of the Federation, those who could make blood energy emit the sound of flowing water were not absent, but definitely fewer than the fingers on one hand. The tingling intensifies, blood energy begins to nourish the body. Ning Chuan felt a secret joy. This would be a transformation. After about 3 hours, Ning Chuan opened his eyes. In the pitch-black deep sea, it seemed as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed across. My 5 senses have ascended to a new level. Ning Chuan was somewhat astonished. At over 8,000 meters deep, light could hardly penetrate, and it was utterly dark. Yet he could clearly see dozens of meters away a translucent jellyfish drifting by. With a slight movement of his ear, Ning Chuan made a judgment. 300 meters to his southeast, a deep-sea fish swam past, spindle-shaped, between 75 centimeters and 80 centimeters in length. Ning Chuan swam over to check, and it was indeed so. The effect of the blood energy's nourishment was stronger than he had anticipated. What level has my physical condition reached? Ning Chuan was filled with anticipation. Facing the water pressure of over 8,000 meters now, he felt much more at ease, no longer needing to grit his teeth and endure as before. Ning Chuan turned over and continued descending. 9,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 10,500 meters. Ning Chuan stopped, because he had reached the seabed. It's too shallow. I still need to go to the training ground to test my fist strength again. Ning Chuan felt a bit regretful, pushed off with his feet, and swam toward the surface. May 5th, at 6:30 in the morning, Ning Chuan entered the training ground and swept his gaze, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. All the Awakening Realm trainees were present. The 4 instructors had also arrived. He listened for a while and understood the reason. Xia Shi had killed 2 general-rank beasts in the beast hunting grounds last night, successfully breaking into the top 50 of the beast points ranking with his Awakening Realm strength. This was an extraordinary achievement. Among the 30 Awakening Realm trainees, only Xia Shi had accomplished it so far. Xia Shi caught a glimpse of Ning Chuan out of the corner of his eye and immediately strode over. Ning Chuan, you have disappointed me greatly. As a top genius, you fear battle. Xia, she did not mince words, scolding harshly. You bring shame to the eternal Night King body. To put it bluntly, you don't deserve this constitution. The crowd turned their gazes over. Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged without any emotional fluctuation. Who told you that I fear battle? There's no point in arguing with me. Xia, she shook his head, speaking arrogantly. Verbal defense is feeble. Everyone has seen what you've done. In that case, Ning Chuan glanced at him and said calmly, I'll have a match with you so you can see whether I fear battle. Good. Xia, she having killed 2 beasts the night before, was full of fighting spirit and agreed without hesitation. Well, fight unarmed. Xia, she was extremely arrogant. Seeing that Ning Chuan hadn't taken a battle blade, he raised his arm and hurled the long sword in his hand away. Bang! The long sword embedded itself half a meter into the wall, the hilt trembling violently. The action was both stylish and revealed immense strength. Ma Fengxing came over and teased. Xiaxi, next time you show off, remember to avoid the instructors. Damaging training camp property in public. Deduct 10 points. Many trainees couldn't help but laugh. Xia Zai's mouth twitched and he said in a muffled voice, I understand, Instructor Ma. Then with a cold face he looked at Ning Chuan. If you're ready, let's begin. Come on. Ning Chuan nodded casually. He was merely at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening. The outcome of the battle was already decided. Who do you think will win? A trainee sizing up the 2 in the arena asked curiously. I favor Xiaxi. His advantage in fist strength can compensate for his weakness in martial arts. Ning Chuan won't be able to suppress him with martial arts alone. Xiaxi has a higher chance of winning. Ning Chuan's timid nature will likely make him hesitant in combat. The Eternal Night King body is powerful, but Ning Chuan hasn't grown yet. Because he hadn't gone to the beast hunting grounds, many trainees didn't favor Ning Chuan. Whoosh! Xiaxi made the first move, employing the snake glide technique. He knew that Ning Chuan's 1,000-bone killing art had reached the perfect realm and was immensely powerful, so he didn't intend to clash Hedon from the start. When he was about 3 meters away from Ning Chuan, Xia, she struck out with a palm. The howling palm wind carried a bone-chilling cold. Ice ability. Ning Chuan stood still, his figure tall and straight, neither dodging nor evading. He allowed the cold to transform into deep blue ice, covering his entire body from the chest down. Ning Chuan, you still claim you're not afraid of battle? Xiaxi, seeing Ning Chuan frozen directly by him, said smugly. If you weren't scared with your movement technique at the level of 12 machine guns force, you could have at least avoided the coldest center. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly. So what? Xiaxi sneered. So you've already lost. You're frozen solid and can't move. How can you fight me? I didn't dodge because I was curious about the ice ability and wanted to test its power. Ning Chuan shook his head and sighed. I have to say I'm disappointed. Your ice ability is no different from an oversized air conditioner. As he finished speaking, Ning Chuan's aura changed. In his pitch-black eyes, an icy murderous intent exploded. Boom! Without any visible movement from Ning Chuan, the ice covering his body instantly shattered, scattering everywhere. Xiaxi was so startled that his hair stood on end. Not only him, but all the watching trainees changed color, their minds unsettled. How could someone with such terrifying killing intent be afraid of battle? Even the 4 instructors couldn't help but feel a shock. They knew that Ning Chuan had once fought to the death against Tianwu spies, and was by no means cowardly. But how could a 17-year-old's killing intent be so sharp, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, having experienced death many times?